Hello guys, like this video now for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Chen Zhou felt his body was extremely heavy. He was in a trance and couldn't even open his eyes. He only heard a discussion in his ears. He is barely breathing and his pulse is weak. He must be dying. Then carry him out quickly. Don't let this fool die here. It's bad luck. But where to carry it? Just carry it back to his home, and then give some money to his brother. Okay. Then, Chen Zhou felt that he was being carried up, and memories flooded into his mind. So that's how it is. He traveled through time and space and came to an ancient martial arts world. His predecessor was a young man born in a farming family. His parents were both dead and he had an older brother. There are a lot of such people, and they are the most insignificant and low-level people in this world. But the hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part. It's okay that he has a bad family background, but his previous life was also a little stupid, just like Forrest Gump in Forrest Gump. The only advantage is probably that he was born with a good appearance. The current situation originated from an event of recruiting a son-in-law. The Han family in Chongqing County is extremely wealthy and a powerful family. A few months ago, Han Wan'er, the daughter of the Han family, suddenly fell ill and was in critical condition. No matter how many miracle doctors she looked for, they were unable to cure her. Until the Han family found an expert, who proposed a solution, bringing happiness to the family. Let Han Wan'er get married, and then transfer all her bad luck and illness to the new son-in-law. So, the Han family openly recruited a son-in-law. Han Wan'er was beautiful, and the Han family was wealthy. Under normal circumstances, the door of the Han family would have been knocked down by groups of young men. But this time, the purpose of recruiting a son-in-law is to be a scapegoat. Everyone is not stupid, so even if the Han family offers a high price, everyone stays away. However, this gave Chen Zhou's brother an opportunity. Under the deception of his brother and sister-in-law, the foolish Chen Zhou was sold to the Han family and became a son-in-law. On the first day of marrying into the Han family, the rush for happiness began. But it was called a rush for happiness, but in fact it was just using the man as a human medicine. Chen Zhou was captured and forced to practice dual cultivation with Wan'er every day for several months. The master's method was quite effective. With continuous good luck, Han Wan'er recovered her health and became more and more radiant. On the other hand, Chen Zhou was infected with a strange disease, and his body became frighteningly thin due to constant strain. Finally died. After figuring out all the circumstances, Chen Zhou was speechless. He was a social animal in his previous life, and a drug scum in this life. He was really blessed. After a short period of thinking, he was carried out of the Han mansion. The neighbors were talking about him. Someone asked, "Manager Zheng, what happened to your son-in-law?" "Hey, don't mention it." It was the voice of the manager Zheng. "This BD was not satisfied with being my son-in-law. He actually had an affair with my maid and was caught in bed by my mistress." The young lady was kind-hearted and had forgiven him this time, but he refused to change his ways and became even worse. He even stole the famous paintings and jewels in the mansion and sold them. The master was so angry that he beat him up like this. "Don't blame my master for being cruel. Fellow villagers, please judge for yourself whether such a guy should be beaten or not." Soon someone rushed to answer. "Yes, indeed. That's right, an ungrateful, disloyal person. Your Han family is quite generous to tolerate such a villain for so long." I don't know how much they believed what manager Zhang said, but they just followed suit and cursed. After all, there would be no good consequences if you offend the Han family. With a bang, the sunken boat was thrown heavily onto the wooden board again, and then there was the sound of a horse-drawn carriage. Gee. This inexplicable situation immediately made Chen Zhou feel angry. It would have been bad enough to be killed, but he was actually blamed for it before he died. But now he couldn't even put up a bit of resistance and could only allow himself to be slandered, beaten, and scolded. When he was completely desperate, Chen Zhou suddenly felt an itchy head, as if a brain was growing. But he soon discovered that what was growing was not a brain, but a book. On the mottled cover of the book are written the 3 characters record of merits and virtues. The spine of the book is bound with coarse linen thread, revealing an ancient and vicissitudes of life. As a time traveler, Chen Zhou was keenly aware that this might be the golden finger that would change his fate. I don't know if I can open it. Chen Zhou focused his attention on the book. The next moment, the cover of the ancient book was opened. On the title page, a line of words was written in a flamboyant style. The compassionate boat travels the world, the good virtues are held high to illuminate the smooth road, the perfect merits break the calamity, and laugh at the heavens and all the laws. As Chen Zhou finished reading this line of poetry, a piece of information appeared in his mind, making him understand everything. This book is really a cheat. Simply put, as long as you do good deeds, you can get benefits. The effect is really simple and crude, but I'm so weak now, how can I do anything good? This is really a disaster. After an unknown amount of bumpy ride, the carriage stopped and it seemed that they had arrived. Shen Mao, Shen Mao. Someone shouted, come out and collect the bodies. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Hey, this, what's going on with my brother? It was the voice of Shen Zhou's eldest brother Shen Mao. He's dead. Don't just stand there, move him away. Okay, okay. The sunken boat was moved again and dragged to the ground. Also, this is the funeral expenses that our Master Han gave to your family. The sound of silver coins colliding. Shen Mao's tone suddenly showed some joy. Thank you, Master Han, thank you, Master Han. That's it, then. As the sound of the carriage faded away, Shen Mao continued to shout, my lady, hurry up and help carry it to the yard first. Here it comes. A woman's voice sounded, and the sunken boat was lifted up for the 3rd time. It's like a dead dog. Chen Zhou sighed and reluctantly raised his eyelids, and what came into his sight was the foxy face of his sister-in-law Tong Lian. At the same time, Tong Lian also noticed the movement of Chen Zhou. Wait a minute, Erlang is not dead yet. Not dead. Shen Mao obviously hadn't thought of this. After being surprised, he became confused. What should I do? I have already received the funeral expenses. Something is wrong. What do you mean by all funeral expenses have been collected? Chen Zhou sensed something was wrong from Shen Mao's tone, and immediately shouted with all his might. My wife likes me very much. If you save me, she will give you a lot of money. Chen Zhou's voice was very weak, but at least Shen Mao and his wife heard it. They exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Hurry, hurry, don't leave it in the yard, carry it into the house first. Shen Mao called out. Chen Zhou knew that his life was temporarily saved. He was placed on the bed. Shen Mao continued, Madam, please give him something to eat. I will go to the Han mansion to ask what the situation is. Good. Shen Mao left in a hurry, and Tong Lian brought a bowl of porridge and sat next to Chen Zhou. She helped Chen Zhou up and said softly, Come, Erlang, drink the porridge. Smelling the aroma of food, the hungry Chen Zhou didn't care about anything else and started swallowing it in big gulps. But as he drank, he felt something was wrong. His sister-in-law's other hand was a little restless and was slowly moving down along his clothes. Even Tong Lian's tone became inexplicably heavy, and she whispered in Shen Zhou's ear. Erlang may be dull-witted, but he is handsome. I have always been envious of him. Still coming. Chapter 2. Chen Zhou did not answer, but just kept swallowing the porridge. He was so hungry that he had no time to care about these messy things. A starving man is no different from an animal. He drank 5 bowls of porridge in one breath and finally regained some strength, but that was all. He was still very weak as he was seriously ill and could not even get up. With a turn of his eyes, Chen Zhou suddenly caught a glimpse of something on the table next to him. After a little thought, he reached out his hand secretly and grabbed the thing in his hand. Tong Lian was totally unaware of this, her attention was entirely on Chen Zhou's body, and she became more and more courageous. Ahem, that's enough, sister-in-law. Chen Zhou coughed, if you continue, I will die. Tong Lian did discover this. Chen Zhou's body was too weak, so weak that he couldn't even withstand her torture. Erlang has been really tortured by Miss Han. Tong Lian said resentfully, looking at Chen Zhou who might die at any time, she could only give up unwillingly after just a taste. It was almost dark when Shen Makai finally came back, looking a little solemn. Why did you come back alone? Where are the Han family? Aren't they coming to pick up Erlang? Tong Lian straightened her collar, suppressed her panic, and asked Shen Mao. Shen Mao did not answer. He glanced at Chen Zhou on the bed, then called Tong Lian out. The Han family asked me to kill Chen Zhou. When they arrived at the yard, Shen Mao whispered the truth. What? Tong Lian was surprised, didn't Erlang say that the Han family lady liked him very much? Shen Mao spat, what do you mean by like him? He is such a fool. He is worse than a dog in the Han family. But how could the Han family let you do such a thing? Erlang is your younger brother. Tong Lian said again. Shen Mao had a gloomy face, so what if he's my brother? He knew from the beginning that the Han family was a pit of fire, but he still pushed Shen Zhou into it. You are stupid, it is precisely because Erlang is your beloved relative, brother. Tong Lian stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. You have to ask the Han family to pay more. Hearing this, Shen Mao grinned and said, don't worry about this. The Han family has already added silver, a full 100 taels. So much? Yes, with this money, we can pay off more than half of our foreign debt. In that case, let's get started. Tong Lian made a prompt decision. Originally, she was reluctant to part with Chen Zhou, the pretty boy, but the money given by the Han family was too much. Shen Mao nodded, you go to the gate to keep watch, I'll do the work. By the way, what's the situation with that kid now? He's so weak that he can't even do that, cough cough, anyway, killing him is like killing a chicken. Okay. Shen Mao responded, he found a rag, wet it with water, and turned into the house. Looking at Chen Zhou lying motionless on the bed, Shen Mao suppressed his inner panic and said with concern. Brother, do you feel better? No one answered. Chen Zhou had his eyes closed and his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen asleep. This is much simpler. Shen Mao came to the bedside and continued. Second brother, a fool like you will suffer if he lives. For your big brother's sake, you can rest assured. I will give you money every year. By the way, if you are in the underworld, please bless your big brother and make sure he wins every time he gambles. As he spoke, Shen Mao pressed the rag in his hand against Chen Zhou's mouth and nose. At the same time, Shen Zhou's eyes suddenly opened, and he swung his right arm with all his strength, hitting Shen Mao's neck. A clear popping sound. Shen Mao's voice stopped abruptly. A hairpin had pierced into his neck and just pierced his aorta. Blood flowed out like water. Shen Mao covered his neck and stared at Chen Zhou in disbelief. All the strength in his body seemed to disappear like the tide. You better protect yourself, my dear brother. Chen Zhou said softly, some of the spurting blood splashed on his handsome features, adding a bit of hostility to them. It was clearly his first time killing someone, so he should have been shocked or even nauseated, but Chen Zhou didn't feel anything at all, because he knew that at this moment, it was either you die or I die. Seeing Shen Mao fall to the ground, there was no joy in Chen Zhou's eyes. Killing Shen Mao was not enough. There was a dear sister-in-law outside. He succeeded in a sneak attack with the hairpin once. What should he do next? As he was thinking hard, Chen Zhou discovered that the record of merits in his mind suddenly emitted a golden light, and the ancient book automatically opened. A sentence appeared on the blank space on the page. Help a gambler to quit gambling, and the good deed value will be increased by 1. The good deed value can be used to help practice and enhance martial arts. What? Chen Zhou was stunned at first, but then he remembered that Shen Mao was a complete gambler and owed a lot of foreign debts because of gambling. Shen Mao sold him to the Han family to pay off his debts. In order to pay off his debts, Shen Mao often asked Tong Lian to accompany the creditors, saying that it was gambling debts and tasting meat. I have to say that although Tong Lian is a little fickle, she really loves Shen Mao and will never leave him. Of course, it is also possible that she enjoys it herself. I've strayed off topic. Anyway, can this be considered a good deed? But strictly speaking, it seems to be true. How can he gamble if he is dead? No problem. Chen Zhou was confused by the outrageous judgment method of this record of merits and virtues, and this ancient book continued to write. Since this is your first time using this book, you will gain a new martial arts talent. There are still talents to be gained. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up, and then he felt a piece of information emerging in his mind. Martial arts talent, conquer people with virtue. Conquer others with virtue, primary your physique is slightly improved and can be upgraded. Note, only when you have a strong body will others be willing to listen to you. As he acquired the talent, the next moment, Chen Zhou felt a serious illness, which quickly melted away like snow under the scorching sun. He recovered, and not only recovered, he became healthier and stronger than before. The body under the white shirt swelled up rapidly, and the muscles looked beautiful as if they were carved out of white jade. Feeling an unprecedented power filling his body, Chen Zhou was so surprised that he couldn't close his legs. You call this a small improvement? He felt that he had never been in such a good condition in his previous life as a cow or a horse. Tong Lian was standing at the gate of the courtyard, looking outside vigilantly. The village where they lived was already remote, and it was already evening. There would be no one outside at this time. It should have been solved. After all, Chen Zhou is just a useless person, so it won't take long to solve it. What a pity for such a good-looking appearance. Tong Lian couldn't help but snort when she thought of Chen Zhou's pitiful and sickly appearance. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard a thud from inside the house, as if someone had fallen. Are you struggling so hard? You can't even do that. Tong Lian sneered, looked back, and her gaze suddenly froze. She saw a handsome young man in a white shirt coming out of the house and striding towards her. The young man had an indifferent expression, cold black eyes, and was holding something in his hand, which was the stone pillow they used to sleep on. Sinking boat? What's going on? Wasn't he bedridden? How come he suddenly became full of energy? While thinking, the blood on the boy's cheek and the object in his hand suddenly woke Tong Lian up. Tong Lian turned around and ran, preparing to shout at the top of her lungs, "Help!" Bang! But just as she uttered a word, she felt a heavy blow on the back of her head, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. While she was dazed, she heard a mocking voice, "Good, three-pointer." Chen Zhou was muttering words that she couldn't understand, and the unique breathing sound of a man sounded in her ears. Tong Lian felt that her whole body was lifted up, and Chen Zhou hugged her from behind. If it were any other time, Tong Lian would probably be overjoyed, but now she was filled with only fear of death. Because Chen Zhou's right arm was tightly strangling her neck. Ahem! Tong Lian's face turned red, her limbs struggled wildly, and a sound like coughing up phlegm came from her mouth. Chen Zhou said softly as if comforting a baby. "Shh. Sister-in-law, be quiet. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. You'll be fine soon." Chapter 3. After about a few seconds, Tong Lian kicked her legs and died. Chen Zhou dragged her into the house. "Kill Tong Lian, and another line of words will be written on the record of merits, help Shen Mao and his wife reunite, and the good deed value will increase by 1. Chen Zhou smiled again. Good, it was really damn good. He really liked the way this book judged things. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they don't let them go their separate ways even when the boat is sinking. That's really kind-hearted. In this case, I have to do more good things like this. Chen Zhou gradually understood everything. His eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He inadvertently triggered a good thing. Brother and sister-in-law, you died so wonderfully. So what should we do next? Chen Zhou's eyes flickered. He was now an out-and-out murderer, and the criminal law of the Yan country where he lived was quite harsh. Of course, that was for the powerless common people. Unfortunately, Chen Zhou is just such an ordinary person from the lower class. From this point of view, the correct approach for him should be to escape first, preferably to another place, and use the record of merits to survive and develop slowly. But when he thought of the faces of those people in the Han mansion, Chen Zhou couldn't swallow this anger. As a poor office worker, he was bullied before he traveled through time, and even more bullied after he traveled through time. Didn't he travel through time in vain? In my previous life, I had parents who loved me and family members who cared about me, and I could only obey and accept everything. But now I have no relatives, I am alone, and I have a golden finger in my hand. Why should I worry so much? Chen Zhou sighed, run away? What the hell? Anyway, this second life is also picked up. I just know that I want to be clear-minded and kill happily. Heaven created all things to nourish man, but man has nothing to repay heaven. Chen Zhou laughed grimly, having already made a decision. Tomorrow morning, he would go into the city and attack the Han family. The next day, accompanied by the crowing of ACK, Chen Zhou woke up from his bed. He was the only one in the room. His brother and sister-in-law had been haphazardly stuffed into the firewood room next door. Living next to the corpse, Chen Zhou was not afraid at all. What a joke! He was forced to this point, so what was there to be afraid of? His resentment is heavier than that of a ghost. Chen Zhou changed into a clean blue shirt of Shen Mao, boiled a few eggs for breakfast, and then thoroughly searched the house. He walked out of the house with a heavy amount of silver in his pocket. On the village path ahead, two children with pigtails were playing. They looked only a few years younger than Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou is only 15 years old now, and he will still be a minor in his lifetime. After seeing the sunken boat again, the two children smiled and came over happily. Hey, is this Bulletin a fool? When did he come back? You idiot, I'm calling you, don't just walk away. Get out of here. Chen Zhou raised his chin slightly and looked straight ahead. The two children were still smiling. Get out of here, I'm asking you a question. Hehe, you dare not answer, you are asking for a beating. After saying that, the two little brats kicked Chen Zhou's ankle hard. This amount of damage was naturally not enough to break Chen Zhou's defense. He glanced not far away and saw the female neighbor next door feeding chickens in her yard. The two children were her sons. The neighbor also witnessed the situation here, but she had no intention of disciplining the child. Instead, she laughed and looked like she was enjoying the show. Chen Zhou was a well-known fool in the village. Before he married into the Han family, the villagers often made fun of him. And he would always keep smiling foolishly and then endure everything silently. If adults act like this, then children will naturally follow suit, and children will be even more ignorant of the severity of bullying. Adults just vent their anger, but it is common for children to punch and kick each other. Chen Zhou looked expressionless as he lowered his head and looked at the two children. You two little devils, do you want to fly? Fly up? The two little ghosts' eyes suddenly lit up, and they nodded hurriedly. Think about it. After all, who didn't have a dream of flying into the sky when they were little? Good. Chen Zhou nodded, and he spread his arms, grabbing the two children by their clothes like they were holding a chicken. Under the horrified gazes of the two little brothers, Chen Zhou casually threw it away. Thump! With a dull sound, the two children drew a beautiful parabola and fell into the pond next to them. There was a loud fluttering sound. Fool Shen, what are you doing? The neighbor who was watching the show not far away finally realized what was happening and became anxious. Her face changed drastically, and she screamed and rushed over like crazy. When the neighbor came to Chen Zhou, he raised his arm and wanted to slap him. But just as the palm was raised, it was firmly grasped by a slender and straight hand. Facing Chen Zhou's cold gaze and feeling the strong pressure on his arm, the neighbor suddenly felt a chill on his back, and the arrogant attitude on his face disappeared instantly, but he still looked at Chen Zhou with resentment, and gritted his teeth and shouted. Do you have any humanity at all? They are just children. Why are you arguing with two children? Do you have any shame? So what? I'm still a fool. Chen Zhou said in a flat voice, if you don't take care of your own children, then naturally someone else will take care of them for you. I have to discipline you on behalf of your parents now. The next moment, Chen Zhou grabbed the female neighbor's hand and threw her hard, causing her to fly up with him. Ah! Amid the screams of her neighbors, she also drew a parabola in the air and fell into the pond, landing next to her two children. The flapping sound suddenly became louder, but this irritating sound made Chen Zhou feel relieved, because the words in his mind made him feel comfortable. Help two children realize their wishes and send the neighbor sister to visit her children, the good deed value is increased by 3. Did I actually get 3 points of good deeds this time? Chen Zhou felt even happier. He had heard the words he is still a child countless times in his previous life, and he felt more and more disgusted every time he heard it. Chen Zhou only believes in one sentence, I will not offend others if no one offends me. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. No matter whether he is male or female, young or old, I treat everyone equally. This is what we call true equality of all beings. After about an hour's walk, Chen Zhou entered Chongqing County. He did not immediately go to the Han family, but planned to find a weapons shop first. After all, he was here to kill people, so how could he do it without a suitable weapon? Halfway through his journey, he saw an old beggar with disheveled hair and a dirty face squatting on the street corner begging. Chen Zhou thought for a moment and threw a silver ingot into the old beggar's broken bowl. The old beggar was stunned at first, then burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. In the past, I only gave copper coins to kind people I met, but this young man was so generous. Chen Zhou did not pay attention to the old beggar's thanks, but only focused on the record of merits in his mind. Be kind and generous, and your good deeds will be worth one more. After a little thought, he bent down and took the silver back from the broken bowl. The smile on the old beggar's face froze. What did this mean? Did he regret it? While the old beggar was puzzled, he saw Chen Zhou put the silver back into his bowl, then picked it up again, and played with it back and forth several times. Is this to entertain him? The old beggar was angry but dared not say anything, while Chen Zhou still looked like he was thinking. There is no prompt for record of merits, so repeatedly brushing it won't work, so how can I get a new one? He immediately threw a second ingot of silver into the old beggar's bowl. However, there was still no movement in the record of merits in my mind, it seemed like it still wouldn't work. Tisk, it seems that you really can't use it repeatedly on the same person. He originally wanted to use it to fix the bug, what a pity. Otherwise, Chen Zhou could have made this beggar live forever, gotten a chance of infinite merit and release of life, and directly got a rare and powerful person. Chapter 4. After several fruitless attempts, Chen Zhou shook his head and stood up. The old beggar was sure that the other party would not take back the silver. He finally dared to smile and shouted. Ah! I am so grateful that I can't repay you. I will kowtow to you here. No need, don't bother with your old bones. Chen Zhou stopped the old beggar from kneeling, then turned and left. In this world, martial arts is respected. Strong martial arts masters can even go to the sky and into the earth, move mountains, and fill the sea. Everyone in Yan State is martial. Even though Chongqing County is a small county, it is full of martial virtues, so it is not difficult to find a weapon shop. Soon, Chen Zhou walked into one of the shops. The shop owner Qian was sitting at the counter taking a nap. When he saw a handsome young man walk in, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Sir, what would you like to order? We have all kinds of weapons." Looking at the dazzling array of weapons hanging on the wall, Chen Zhou thought for a moment and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you know every weapon well?" "That's natural. I've been in this business for more than 10 years. I can tell you the advantages and disadvantages of every weapon," Shopkeeper Qian said with a proud tone. "Then let me ask you, what weapon can help one person defeat many?" Chen Zhou asked again. As the local wealthy family, the Han family has countless servants to protect them. Chen Zhou must be prepared to face the whole world alone. When one is against many, the first thing I recommend is a gun. Shopkeeper Qian replied immediately. The spear is the king of all weapons. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. If you use other weapons, you will be hacked to death when you are surrounded, but with a spear, you still have room to maneuver. Of course, weapons are just the icing on the cake. If you want to fight one against many, you still have to rely on your own strength. Shopkeeper Qian explained it very carefully, and Chen Zhou nodded, "Okay, please pick one for me. I see you are so young, you must be a beginner, so you should use this red tassel spear, which is 7 feet long and weighs 25 pounds. Shopkeeper Qian held a gun in both hands and put it on the counter. "I'll take 2 taels of silver from you." Chen Zhou grabbed the spear with his right hand, weighed it, and then shook his head, "It's too light." "Too light?" Shopkeeper Qian was startled, and then he picked up a large iron spear. "How about this one? It weighs 60 kilograms. This time, Chen Zhou didn't even try it, and said directly, "It's still too light, please change it." "Young man, don't be too arrogant. The success of the gun is not just about picking it up. You have to wield it in your hands." Shopkeeper Qian advised sincerely, feeling a little helpless inside. He had seen many young men like this, who acted very arrogant when choosing weapons, but turned into clowns when they really started to use them, and ended up losing their own face. "How about this?" Chen Zhou was too lazy to talk nonsense with the shopkeeper. He threw a bag of silver from his waist and said, "Here are 80 taels. At this price, please give me the best silver in the store." The other party's action of taking out money without saying anything was so cool to Qian that he didn't care about anything else and immediately smiled and said, "Okay. Hey, bring me that ink shadow." 1 tael of silver in this world is equivalent to 500 yuan in the world of the sunken boat. No wonder manager Qian is so happy. Then, a sturdy man was seen walking out of the inner room, carrying a dark green spear on his shoulder. Under the weight of the spear, the man's face was tense and his steps were difficult, and he had some difficulty walking. Shopkeeper Qian immediately introduced, "How about this gun? It is made of fine iron mixed with tough Tianlin wood, and weighs 300 kilograms. But just after the introduction, Shopkeeper Qian regretted it. How could this young man lift such a heavy weapon? Wouldn't the 80 taels of silver he had earned be wasted? He should be given a lighter one. Just as he was thinking this, Shopkeeper Qian's pupils suddenly shrank. Chen Zhou walked towards the burly man without saying a word, and then gently picked up the spear from the burly man's shoulder. The young man's face was as calm as water, and he even tossed the spear in his hand into the air, then nodded, "Okay, it works well for me." Shopkeeper Qian and the sturdy guy were both stunned. "No, buddy, can you really lift it? Not only can he pick it up, he can even toss it around. How come this 300 jin thing is as light as a bamboo pole in his hand?" "I was blind to the truth," Shopkeeper Qian quickly bowed to Chen Zhou and said, I didn't realize that you have such profound martial arts skills. I'm not a warrior. Chen Zhou shook his head. He just wanted to ask about this, please tell me, how can I become a warrior? In his previous life, he either herded cattle in the village or was locked up in the Han family all day long, and he knew nothing about martial arts. Sir, you must be joking. Shopkeeper Qian was incredulous, if you are not a warrior, how did you pick up this ink shadow? Chen Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, I may be born with supernatural powers. Born with supernatural powers. Shopkeeper Qian was speechless. Although Shopkeeper Qian didn't quite believe what Chen Zhou said about his innate supernatural powers, he still answered enthusiastically. To become a warrior, you must first strengthen your physique. This is the first realm of martial arts, called the refining strength realm. And the way to practice is to constantly hone your martial arts skills, thereby strengthening your qi and blood and increasing your strength. At this point, Shopkeeper Qian patted his big belly and said, Don't look at me like this. When I was young, I was also a warrior at the 9th level of the refining strength realm. So, I'm currently lacking a martial art. Chen Zhou then said, Do you have any martial arts for sale? Shopkeeper Qian shook his head, No, but wait a minute. He bent down and took out a yellowed book from under the counter and placed it in front of Chen Zhou. You can take a look at this book, 13 Deadly Guns. I practiced it when I was young. So good. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows. After all, you are a big customer here. Shopkeeper Qian said with a smile, although this book 13 Deadly Guns has a loud name, it is actually just a book on basic gun techniques. If you really want to practice martial arts, you still have to go to a regular sect martial arts gym. Chen Zhou, who had nothing, didn't mind the basic shooting skills. He took it and looked through it. This gun technique is explained in great detail, with pictures in addition to text. Chen Zhou discovered that he only needed to glance at each page of the book and it would be directly imprinted in the record of merits in his mind, just like a photocopy. Can this ancient book still be used to record things? This was much easier to do. Chen Zhou's speed in turning the pages of the book suddenly increased, one page after another, almost without stopping. Shopkeeper Qian standing by was stunned. Fortunately, he was not a modern person, otherwise he would have shouted quantum reading at least. What kind of way is this to read a book? Well, that's almost it. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Zhou had recorded all of 13 deadly shots in the record of merits. Of course he won't learn slowly, now is the time to use the good deeds points. It's just that he doesn't have many points, I don't think there will be much improvement. Anyway, let's try it first, record of merits, add some points. As Chen Zhou thought about this, a line of words appeared on the record of merits. Consume 4 points of good deeds, 13 deadly guns has been upgraded to perfection. In an instant, Chen Zhou felt a refined martial arts aura condensed in his body, as if he had really been practicing this spear technique day and night, and had reached a state where there was nothing more to practice. As a result, the qi, blood, and muscles of the whole body were also improved. It's successful already? It only takes 4 points of good deeds? No wonder it's a basic martial art, but the cost is so low. Chen Zhou was extremely happy and asked immediately, Shopkeeper, is there a slightly more spacious place? Of course, please move to the backyard. Manager Qian said hurriedly. As a weapons shop, there should naturally be a place for customers to try out weapons. Chen Zhou came to the backyard and waved the spear in his hand. The 7-foot-long black spear was like a spirit snake emerging from a cave, instantly bringing up a dark shadow and tearing apart large tracts of the surrounding air. Shopkeeper Qian, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, could feel the terrifying wind pressure brought by the spear, which made his old face hurt. Shopkeeper Qian was extremely shocked. You told me that this is a gun technique that an ordinary person can perform. It was clearly a basic shooting technique, but Chen Zhou trained it to look like an advanced shooting technique. Chapter 5. Chen Zhou danced faster and faster, and a sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. So this is the feeling of practicing martial arts. Really strong and powerful teeth. Then, he felt a sudden surge of strength in his body. This power was born from the qi and blood in Chen Zhou's body, which was like boiling magma. It surged and roared in his body, causing Chen Zhou's entire body to make crackling sounds. The momentum of the sinking boat also surged. Shopkeeper Qian, who was standing at the edge of the yard, felt as if a mountain was collapsing. He was immediately shocked and fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh, little brother, please put away your magical powers," shouted Manager Qian. Chen Zhou just stopped his action reluctantly and looked back at shopkeeper Qian, who was slumped on the ground. "Shopkeeper, I suddenly feel a new power surge in my body, why is this? I believe you have broken through the refining strength realm and entered the second realm, hidden truth realm. Shopkeeper Qian replied, struggling to stand up with his fat body, with a hint of MMP in his smile. At this moment, his heart was roaring, was he kidding me? This young man actually broke through from an ordinary person to the second level after showing off a set of basic gun skills? A huge leap forward? Is this something a human can do? You have to know that he has been stuck in the refining strength realm for most of his life. The gap between people is really bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Chen Zhou didn't care about what shopkeeper Qian thought. He continued, "Please explain in detail." "Okay." Shopkeeper Qian tried his best to suppress his inner shock and continued to speak tremblingly. The second realm, hidden truth realm, is based on whether one can condense martial arts' true essence. True essence is born from the blood of the human body. The stronger the blood, the stronger the true essence. As shopkeeper Qian spoke, he looked at Chen Zhou with complicated eyes. To condense the true essence, it would be a test of one's own talent. It was because of his lack of talent that he never entered the second realm in his entire life. He never thought. Forget it, let's not think about it, otherwise he would be angry to death. Is that so? Chen Zhou smiled slightly, and he spread out his palm. A touch of transparent golden aura was covering the surface of his palm, flowing slowly, which was extremely beautiful. After the shopkeeper's explanation, Chen Zhou suddenly understood that the goal of the power refining realm was to temper the body so as to reach the standard of condensing true essence. And his body, with the blessing of the magical power of conquering people with virtue, had fully met the standards from the very beginning, so he directly entered the second realm. Now, when Chen Zhou throws a punch casually in normal state, the force is about 2,000 kilograms. With the blessing of true energy, this force will probably increase by 4 or 5 times. This true energy is really very useful. I have practiced a whole set of spear techniques. As expected, hard work and sweat are rewarded. Chen Zhou nodded. The smile on shopkeeper Qian's face became more bitter. To be honest, I have never felt such a domineering true energy as yours. You must go to the martial arts hall to find a formal way to practice, otherwise this talent will be wasted. True essence is born from the blood of warriors, and Chen Zhou's blood is much higher than that of warriors at the same level, even making him feel a strong pressure. Under such circumstances, the true essence condensed by others can only be described in 4 words in front of Chen Zhou. Extremely weak. Doing good deeds is the reason for being a king. I will. Chen Zhou nodded, but not now. He never forgets his original intention. After all, isn't the purpose of practicing martial arts to kill people? After bidding farewell to shopkeeper Qian, Chen Zhou stepped back into the street. Not long after he walked, the street ahead suddenly became bustling. A panicked crowd came from afar, most of them were vendors, each carrying heavy luggage, looking like refugees fleeing. It seems like something happened. The sinking boat immediately chose to go upstream. Turning a street corner, he saw the source of the commotion, 7 or 8 thugs dressed in black and with red belts around their waists were surrounding a wonton stall run by a woman. The leader had a face full of flesh. He was standing next to the lady and grinned, "My dear, since you have worked hard selling wontons today, I will not charge you the first payment. What do you think?" The woman was quite pretty. She looked terrified and lowered her head. Facing the interrogation, she could only tremble and say, "Okay." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the thug leader chuckled and said, "It's not completely healed yet." After saying that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the cloth shirt off the woman's body, and the undergarment wrapped around her chest bounced out. The woman immediately crossed her arms and screamed, but the leader of the thugs laughed out loud, and the other villains also laughed along. There were still some vendors around who had not had time to escape. They did not dare to close their stalls in front of this group of villains. They could only stay there with their heads down, fearing that they would get into trouble. Chen Zhou suddenly understood that even if he was a fool in his previous life, he knew about the existence of the Black Tiger Gang. This is a well-known gang in the city. They run gambling houses, pawnbrokers, and other ways to make money. They do whatever they want and act tyrannically. However, the government has always turned a blind eye and even gave the Black Tiger Gang the name of a militia organization. The two are in cahoots with each other, and this is basically a household name. After taking a quick look, Chen Zhou walked over with fiery eyes. A member of the Black Tiger Gang immediately noticed Chen Zhou. "Hey, Boss Zhang, that kid must be the son-in-law of the Han family, right? His brother owes us a lot of money." The leader of the thugs also noticed Chen Zhou immediately. He played with the woman in his arms and said, "Hey, isn't this the son-in-law of the Han family? Your brother owes me money for the gambling house. It's time to pay it back, right? Even if your coquettish sister-in-law paid off part of the gambling debt, the interest is already 300 taels." The sinking boat turned a deaf ear and quickened its pace. Boss Zhang's face suddenly darkened. It was rumored that the second son of the Shen family was a fool. Now it seemed that it was true. How dare this fool pretend not to hear what he said? Catch him here. Boss Zhang laughed grimly, "If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he is the son-in-law of the Han family." Everyone in Chongqing County knows that Chen Zhou has been kicked out of the Han family, and yet he still dares to stick a green onion in a pig's nose. Understood. One of the subordinates smiled. This kind of thing of teasing fools was his favorite thing to do. He happily came to Chen Zhou, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "Fool, didn't you hear Boss Zhang?" Before he could finish his words, his subordinates interrupted him. Because the young man in front of him had already grabbed his face, and with great force, he grabbed his head and pressed it hard to the ground. Without saying a word, Chen Zhou chose to attack directly. Bang! There was a strong crash, and the stone-paved road cracked. His subordinate was lying straight and slanted on the ground, with the back of his head still exposed, while the front half of his head had merged with the ground, with white and red spreading out. Kill the villain, and your good deed value will increase by 10. Chapter 6. The sudden reminder in his mind made Chen Zhou smile. If this was in his previous life, he would have hesitated, but things are different now. In his previous life, good people were not rewarded, but in this life, he can really gain benefits by being a good person. After all, he has the record of merits, and this time the record of merits is much more generous and serious, with 10 points of good deeds at a time. Chen Zhou immediately followed the law of true fragrance and acted bravely for what was right. He must act bravely for what was right. There are still 8 left. Looks like we can make a lot of money this time. A cold voice sounded. Chen Zhou spoke to himself, and turned to look at Zhang Lizhong, who was stunned. At the same time, he took off the items behind him and shook them gently. The white cloth fell off, revealing a black spear. Boss Zhang only reacted from the shock at this time. The other party didn't even give him a chance to speak, and killed his little brother right away? He didn't care about playing with women anymore, and roared, "This is a tough idea, come on, everyone." The younger brothers around him suddenly let out strange cries, drew their swords from their waists and rushed towards Chen Zhou. "Hey, you guys are really going to do it?" Chen Zhou let out a sinister laugh, and the spear in his hand pierced through the air as he rushed towards the man in front. Puff! A big hole was easily made in that man's chest, like tofu. The spear was as powerful as ever and pierced through the second man's chest, actually stabbing the two of them together. Chen Zhou did not despise him. He raised the spear that still held two people high, took a step forward, and then swept it across with great force. Boom! Another blow tore through the air, and the three people holding knives in front flew out like rag dolls, and fell heavily on the street. The chests of the three people were cut open, revealing their white bones. It was obvious that they would not survive. The whole process happened in a flash, and Boss Zhang only reacted at this time. He was horrified. He could never have imagined that the situation would be like this, and the opponent was so ridiculously strong. Isn't this guy a fool or a son-in-law? How did he become like this? After all, these men of mine are all martial artists. Fighting against Chen Zhou is as easy as kicking a stray dog to death. If he was so powerful, would the Han family dare to kick him out? Bang! While he was thinking, there was another muffled sound, and two more brothers flew up, with blood mixed with flesh flying everywhere. All the brothers fell down in less than 3 seconds. Zhang's heart was pounding. He saw Chen Zhou in front of him lightly swinging the spear in his hand and throwing out the two corpses hanging on the spear. Those cold black pupils happened to meet his gaze. "It's your turn." A mocking whisper sounded. Zhang Laoda could no longer bear the fear in his heart, and fell to his knees with a thud. "Brother, uncle, please spare my life, I just want to collect a debt, I have no ill intentions. It is only natural to pay back a debt. Besides, I am the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, so please be kind and give my Black Tiger Gang some face." Phew! The next moment, his head flew up. "Go ask Shen Mao for the money yourself." When killing people became easy, it became a pleasant thing. Chen Zhou exhaled lightly, wiped the blood-stained spear on Boss Zhang's clothes, then picked up the white cloth and rewrapped the spear. "Carry it behind you. Kill a bandit leader, add 20 good deeds. Current good deed value, 100 points. It's rounded off. This merit record is really thoughtful, but it has reached 100 points so quickly." Chen Zhou's mouth curled up. It seems that killing people is indeed more effective than beatings. After all, after a beating, the other party might do it again, but if you kill him, you'll have to wait until next life. The commotion was quelled in an instant. The bullied woman huddled in a corner, trembling and crying. The pedestrians and vendors around her were already stunned, but no one ran away. "Why don't you run away?" Chen Zhou asked with interest. "Aren't you afraid?" "I'm scared, but I want to see them die with my own eyes." A vendor trembled and whispered. The other passers-by also nodded, and the joy in their eyes even overshadowed their fear of Chen Zhou. If you are approached by the Black Tiger Gang, the only way to avoid disaster is to pay money. Those without money will be in trouble. Men will be beaten and forced to kowtow, and women will be RD and forced to entertain customers. This is just the tip of the iceberg of Yan State. Under the layers of exploitation from top to bottom, it is extremely difficult for the common people of Yan State to survive. They have no human dignity at all and can only be trampled upon at will. As for resistance, this was simply wishful thinking. In the feudal period of Chen Zhou's previous world, there were often cases of successful peasant uprisings. Even the lowest beggars had the opportunity to transform themselves into emperors above all others. But in this world, the possibility is almost zero. The reason is simple, simply because this is a world of advanced martial arts. The lower class people do not have any extraordinary military power, and their uprising will be easily suppressed by the upper class. In order to obtain extraordinary martial power, a large amount of cultivation resources are needed. These resources are firmly in the hands of the upper class, which fundamentally cuts off the possibility of an uprising by the lower class. Unless you have a golden finger that can defy the heavens. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou took a deep breath. Having been a slave for his entire life, he could relate to the situation to some extent. His voice softened a lot when facing the crowd. Everyone, if the Black Tiger Gang comes looking for other people, have them come to the Han Mansion to find me and tell them to bring their friends along as well. After saying this, Chen Zhou sailed away amid the grateful gazes of everyone. In the boudoir of Han Wanner, the daughter of the Han family, in the Han Mansion of Chongqing City. As the local wealthy family, even the young lady's flower room was decorated magnificently, with red lacquered beams and pillars, showing elegance. At this time, Han Wanner was sitting in front of the mirror, dressing up. She had long black hair like a waterfall, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth. The young lady is going to get married in a few days, and this time she is getting married for real. Finally, she won't have to face that idiot all day long. A little maid next to her said with a smile. Han Wanner also laughed. That's right, although her young husband had just died yesterday, she would be getting married again in a week. This time she was going to marry the son of Zhao, the magistrate of Chongqing County. The other party was powerful and her Han family was rich, so the two sides hit it off and made such a perfect match. In fact, she had already established a relationship with the young master of the Zhao family a month ago, but at that time the two parties had only met and did not do anything out of the ordinary. As a lady from a wealthy family, Han Wanner has always attached great importance to her reputation and knows what propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are. At the same time, she was also clear that if she gave herself to the other party easily, she would appear too cheap. As for sinking the boat, that was done out of necessity in order to save lives, so it doesn't count. Now that her serious illness has been cured and her demented son-in-law has died, it can be said that all the hard work has paid off. The relationship between the two sides can now develop further. The next moment, a young man in brocade robe and with a dignified bearing pushed open the door and walked in. Zhao Lang. Han Wanner called out gently after seeing the person coming. This person is Han Wanner's fiancé, Zhao Jing. Haha, Wanner, I came to see how our wedding preparations are going. Zhao Jing said with a smile. He waved his hand, and the maid in the room left tactfully. Everything is almost ready. Han Wanner replied, the invitations have also been sent out. That's good. The wedding will be very lively. Zhao Jing walked to Han Wanner and massaged her shoulders. Ah, but speaking of it, it's such a pity that the second idiot of the Shen family died like this. If he were still alive, our future life would be more interesting. At this point, Zhao Jing showed a mysterious smile on his face, and Han Wanner frowned slightly. This was not the first time Zhao Jing had talked about this. Although Zhao Jing looks gentle, his behavior is notorious, and he can be said to be a pervert. His favorite thing to do is to kill the Minotaur, and his second favorite thing to do is to kill the Minotaur in front of other people's husbands. The face of the Minotaur. He even created a device specifically for this purpose. The device has no other function but to hold open a person's eyelids so that the person cannot close their eyes. He had used this device on many incompetent husbands. Chapter 7. There are many beautiful women in Chongqing City who have suffered from Zhao Jing's murderous hands, which has left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of their husbands. Zhao Jing mentioned the sinking boat so many times, probably because he was addicted to it again. This made Han Wanner feel a little helpless. She was about to become his legal wife, but he was still thinking about such things. Thinking of this, Han Wanner couldn't help rubbing her forehead. This was the man she was going to marry. The future didn't seem to be as beautiful as she had imagined. Actually, now that I think about it carefully, Chen Zhou is not so useless. He is handsome, younger than Zhao Jing, a handsome boy, and has special talents. What a pity! Thinking of this, Han Wanner shook her head violently again, putting these thoughts aside. People are dead, why should I think about these messes? She quickly made another decision in her heart. You can't just think positively. Chen Zhou is a fool and a pariah. He is not worthy of my status. What's more, he was originally used as a medicine to treat my illness. He is destined to be thrown away after use. But Zhao Jing is completely different. He is the son of the county magistrate, and has already reached the 7th level of the first realm. He is an absolute martial arts genius. Thinking of this, Han Wanner felt inexplicably relieved. Zhao Jing was unaware of Han Wanner's complicated inner thoughts. He stroked Han Wanner's waist with his right hand and said, "By the way, Wanner, in a month, your husband will go to Guanggan Palace to study." Hearing this, Han Wanner's heart suddenly moved. Is it true or false? Chongqing County is an insignificant small county in the territory of Yan State. Above Chongqing County, there is an even larger state. The state to which Chongqing County belongs is called Guanggan State, which governs 25 counties, and Guanggan Palace is the residence of the lord of this state. Of course it's true. Zhao Jing said with a smile. The old man, the palace master of Guanggan Palace, valued my martial arts talent and wanted to take me as his disciple. Han Wanner couldn't help but smile and clapped her hands, saying, "That's really great." Sure enough, the decision made by her Han family was correct. Being able to be close to Guanggan Palace, the young man in front of her, has a bright future. Seeing Han Wanner's happy expression, Zhao Jing continued, "The Guanggan Palace must have strict rules. I'm afraid I won't be able to rest after I go there. So I have to indulge myself this month. Wanner, you are the only one who can do this. People can't satisfy me, so I hope you, Wanner, can understand and care about your husband." The smile on Han Wanner's face froze. What else could she say? The other party had a bright future and was the person her Han family wanted to cling to. She could only nod with difficulty to show her understanding. All I can say is that in the next month, those beautiful women in Chongqing City will suffer the same old pain again. At this moment, the door was banged on and the maid's anxious voice came from outside. "Master, miss, something terrible has happened." "What's the matter?" Han Wanner asked quickly. That idiot is still alive," the maid pushed open the door and said in panic. "There is only one person in the Han mansion who is called a fool." Sinking boat. Han Wanner frowned. This guy is not dead yet? Didn't he already ask Shen Mao to kill his stupid brother? He just took the money but didn't do anything. However, after learning that Zhao Jingbei had entered Guanggan Palace, she no longer cared about Chen Zhou and casually replied, "If he's still alive, just find someone to kill him. It's such a simple thing." Wait a minute. Zhao Jing's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he was obviously getting excited. "Don't kill him first, if possible, bring that idiot here to play with him." Han Wanner looked unhappy. She already knew what Zhao Jing was going to do. Just as she was about to speak, the maid interrupted her anxiously, looking extremely nervous. "Sir, miss, it's bad, it's that Chen Zhou, he's here to kill us." Time goes back to 10 minutes ago, and the figure of the young man in blue shirt was walking quickly in the bustling crowd. As they got closer to the Han mansion, more people around recognized Chen Zhou's identity and recalled the scene of Chen Zhou being carried away like a dead dog yesterday. They looked at Su Zhou with different expressions in their eyes, some were surprised, some were mocking, some were pitying. In a shop, several women were sitting together, staring at the green shirt on the street and whispering. "Hey, is that boy the son-in-law of the Han family? It's him. That face is so easy to recognize. Wasn't he beaten up and kicked out by the Han family? Well, they said it was because of an affair with a maid, and theft. I don't know if it's true or not. Can what the Han family said be false? Such a shameless BD actually has the nerve to come back. A beautiful woman sneered. Click. Chen Zhou, who was in the crowd, suddenly stopped and then turned around and walked towards the women who were talking. A person who has nothing cannot tolerate any resentment in his heart, and naturally cannot tolerate any voice that slanders him. You can just watch, but why do you have to be so mean? Hey hey hey! Seeing this, one of the women suddenly felt a little panicked for some reason. He's coming. What is there to be afraid of? He is just a foolish son-in-law who was kicked out. He doesn't think that the Han family will support him, does he? The beautiful woman snorted coldly, and she calmly and tenderly shouted, "My husband, there is a fool who wants to be mean to me." Her husband, a burly bald man, walked out of the shop behind her, looking ferocious and said, "Who? Who is so bold?" A hint of teasing appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Her husband was a warrior and a core member of the Black Tiger martial arts school. His strength had reached the 5th level of the first realm. If this fool really dares to cause trouble, my man will definitely beat him up and make him wail like a dog. The beautiful woman became more and more proud, and looked at Chen Zhou with a smile, trying to see the fear and retreat on the latter's face. But unfortunately, Chen Zhou's expression did not change, and he moved forward without any hesitation. "Boy, are you looking for trouble?" The bald warrior shouted at Chen Zhou, who was approaching quickly, but Chen Zhou did not respond. His right hand was already on the bald warrior's shoulder like lightning. With a gentle push, the bald man with a burly back was pushed several meters away by Chen Zhou like a newborn puppy, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. "How is that possible?" The bald warrior screamed in surprise. How could such a strong body of his be pushed away by this young man? Before he could figure out what was going on, his beautiful wife had been completely exposed in front of Chen Zhou. Then, as the beautiful woman was horrified, Chen Zhou raised his right hand and slapped her in the face. Snap! It was just a casual slap, but the beautiful woman fell to the ground instantly as if she had been electrocuted, and her face was visibly swollen. "Ah!" The women around screamed in fear and quickly scattered. Chen Zhou ignored the others. He picked up the beautiful woman's head, which was already swollen like a pig's head, put it to his mouth and whispered, "Do you know why I hit you? If you want to say something bad, just say it behind others' backs. If others hear it, don't blame them for giving you a lesson. Don't you agree?" The beautiful woman, or now the pig-headed woman, was sobbing. She just felt dizzy but didn't faint completely, so she heard Chen Zhou's verbal teaching clearly. Chen Zhou's slap, the force was just right, enough to stun the opponent without causing any brain damage. Chapter 8. "A-hole, what are you doing?" A roar came from the side. It was the bald warrior. He got up from the ground in anger and shouted at Chen Zhou with a ferocious face. Chen Zhou turned to look at him and answered casually and calmly. "As you can see, I'm beating your wife. Why, do you want to join in?" Looking at Chen Zhou's calm eyes, and thinking of the scene where the young man in blue could push him several meters away with just a slight push. The bald warrior clenched his fists and trembled all over, but in the end he stood still without making any move. That's right, he was scared. Although the other party was just a teenager, he was obviously stronger than him. If he insisted on fighting, he would only be beaten into a pig's head like his wife. However, it was a bit cowardly to sit back and watch his wife being beaten. The bald warrior felt that he had to do something. He frowned, glared at Chen Zhou, and shouted, "You kid, hit me gently." The bald warrior's heart was bleeding at this moment. Although his wife was a little willful and capricious, she was very beautiful. He usually didn't dare to touch even a hair of her. But this guy came up and slapped her in the face without any mercy. It really fits the saying that, you are reluctant to ride the bicycle, but others stand up and pedal it. The people around were speechless when they saw this scene. What nonsense was this bald warrior talking about? Could it be that some strange habit has been awakened? Even Chen Zhou couldn't help but smile, and his mood after being insulted by the pig-headed woman just now improved a lot. Seeing that the bald man had successfully made him laugh, Chen Zhou stopped and looked at the woman he was holding. If you curse someone, you should apologize, right? Yes, I'm sorry, I will never do this again, haha. The woman replied quickly, and as she spoke, a mixture of blood and broken teeth came out of her mouth. Okay, you've made the mistake and correct it. I forgive you. Chen Zhou let go of his hand. Help a gossiper to stop spreading rumors, and the good deed value will be increased by 1. A little good deed is worth $1,000, so he turned around and left with satisfaction. The bald warrior immediately rushed up to inquire about his wife's situation, and the passers-by around him quickly made way for Chen Zhou, fearing that this king of hell would be unhappy and slap him in the face. The sinking boat was already eye-catching enough, and now with this incident, he has become the focus of everyone present. This former son-in-law of the Han family seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Chen Zhou didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He quickened his pace and walked straight towards the Han mansion not far away. The young man stood tall and straight, taking down the objects behind him as he walked, tearing off the white cloth outside, revealing an ink-black spear. The relaxed smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn and murderous look. At this moment, everyone present widened their eyes, and understood the purpose of Chen Zhou's trip. I originally thought that the young man returned to Han's house this time to continue to be his son-in-law, but I didn't expect that he was going to do something big. He is so bold. Judging from his posture, is he planning to attack Han's house alone? Even the bald warrior was stunned. He had to admire Chen Zhou's courage. The Han family was a local gentry, and all the guards in the family were warriors. How could this young man dare to do that? Everyone on the street fell silent. They just watched Chen Zhou getting closer and closer to the Han mansion, and no one dared to warn him. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Zhou grasped the door knocker and knocked on the magnificent vermilion door of the Han mansion. "Who is this?" came the doorman's respectful voice from inside. "Me." Chen Zhou replied, "Please open the door." "You?" "The second idiot of the Shen family." The concierge recognized Chen Zhou's voice and was stunned at first, then asked in surprise, "You are not dead yet?" His respectful voice suddenly turned sharp. "If you're not dead, get out of here. The Han family has nothing to do with you now. How dare a BD like you come back?" "Hee hee." There seemed to be some laughter from the maids mixed in. But he was just a gatekeeper, and he dared to be humble when most people came in and out. But when facing Chen Zhou, he was like a superior master. The brave man is angry and draws his sword against the stronger one, while the cowardly man is angry and draws his sword against the weaker one. It is nothing more than this. Chen Zhou had no expression on his face. He tilted his ear to listen to the doorman's curses, then raised the spear in his hand and threw it towards the door. Boom! The solid wooden door wrapped in iron sheet seemed to have a hole in it as if it were window paper. The voice of the doorman also stopped abruptly, and was replaced by the screams of the women in the Han mansion. Help the concierge correct his bad habit of swearing, and gain one more good deed point. Why don't you just open the door honestly? Chen Zhou did another good deed. He murmured, his eyes burning, and then he raised his foot and kicked the door fiercely. Bang! The entire red door exploded in an instant and fell down with a loud bang, revealing the courtyard of the Han mansion. In the courtyard, several maids and servants were all looking at Chen Zhou, the uninvited guest, with horror on their faces. The spear he had thrown was stuck diagonally on the ground not far away, with the corpse hanging on the spear. It was the rude concierge who was pierced through the body and died beyond all possibility of death. Be more polite in your next life. The young man had a stern look on his face. He walked over and pulled out the spear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the maids and servants not far away all screamed and turned to run away. Murder! Quick, hurry up and inform the master. Manager Zheng, someone is here to cause trouble. The sound of slaughtering pigs resounded throughout the courtyard. Seeing the servants fleeing in all directions, Chen Zhou did not rush to chase them. Firstly, these were minor characters, and secondly, the Han mansion responded quickly. As they cried for help, more people poured out from all directions, blocking the entire front hall. They were wearing black martial arts uniforms, about 70 or 80 of them, each holding a broadsword. The leader was a burly man in his 40s, dressed in black tights that highlighted his muscular build, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. These people are the guards of the Han mansion, and the leader is the Han mansion's steward Zheng, who is also the strongest martial arts power among them. As for what realm he had reached, Chen Zhou was not sure, but he thought it was not very high. The entire Yan country was quite large, even much larger than the largest country in his previous life. With such a scale, Chongqing County is just an ordinary small town in the previous life. How strong can the warriors in the town be? After seeing who was coming, Manager Zheng's alert expression immediately turned into laughter. I thought it was some important person who broke in, but it turned out to be a little BD like you. Chen Zhou, you are so bold. You are a country bumpkin. After marrying into my Han family, it would be fine if you were not grateful, but you actually... Before Manager Zheng finished speaking, Chen Zhou suddenly disappeared from the spot. The guards were slow to react. By the time they realized what was happening, Chen Zhou had already rushed into the crowd, waving his spear. SSSSS. A crescent-shaped arc of light suddenly burst out in the crowd, causing a large number of flying bodies and blood to splatter everywhere. With just one strike, Chen Zhou killed 5 guards. Manager Zheng's eyelids were twitching as he watched. This speed, even he couldn't clearly see the movement trajectory of the sinking boat. What a joke, he is a second-level warrior, even if he is only in the early stage of the second level, but the opponent is a weak boy who has never learned martial arts. Yesterday, Chen Zhou looked like he was going to die at any moment, but why is he a completely different person today? While he was in doubt, Manager Zheng happened to see Chen Zhou raise his black eyes. When their eyes met, a teasing voice came out from Chen Zhou's mouth. Tell me slowly, I'll listen while I kill. Chen Zhou would not wait patiently for the other party to finish speaking when the other party was making threats. Wouldn't it be nice to start with 0 frames and take the initiative? Chapter 9. A hole. At this moment, Manager Zheng was also shocked by Chen Zhou's ruthless style. He immediately called out. Come on, come on, come on, all of you. After a brief moment of shock, dozens of warriors on the scene rushed towards the sinking boat. But before the people in front came close, the sharp wind brought by the spears suddenly burst out and cut off their heads. Even if someone attacked from behind Chen Zhou, he would quickly turn around and kill them with one shot. The guards' movements were as funny as a slow-motion movie. Often, just as they raised their swords, Chen Zhou had already launched 7 or 8 attacks. These guards are just warriors of the first level. In terms of realm, Chen Zhou is superior to them. In terms of physique, Chen Zhou even crushes them. For Chen Zhou, killing them was no different from killing a chicken standing still. In less than 2 seconds, all the warriors close to Chen Zhou were killed. The remaining guards suddenly became stiff, as if they had fallen into an icy cave. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. What an arrogant boy! Manager Zheng felt his scalp tingling and he knew what he had to do. He pushed his legs hard and crossed a distance of several meters, rushing towards the sinking boat. He was not holding any weapon because he was a weapon. The martial arts that Zheng Guanqi practiced was the iron shirt. He spent his entire life practicing this technique, soaking in medicinal baths, and hitting his body against hard objects every day, from wooden stakes to stone walls. Now, his iron shirt has reached the highest level. His whole body seemed to be wearing iron armor, and he could withstand even the blows of knives and axes. At this moment, Manager Zheng's aura of the second level of the second realm burst out without reservation, making the clothes of the people around him rustle. Chen Zhou frowned slightly. He had always regarded Manager Zheng as the biggest boss of this trip to the Han Mansion, so as soon as Manager Zheng made a move, he reacted quickly. The fighting spirit in his black eyes grew stronger, and his aura rose to a new level. Despise the enemy strategically, take the enemy seriously tactically, Chen Zhou decided to go all out. You are actually also in the second realm. Feeling the strong aura from Chen Zhou, Manager Zheng's eyes showed fear and questions surged in his heart. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He punched Chen Zhou in the face. But in Chen Zhou's opinion, his movements were not much faster than those of the guards. The spear in his hand pierced through the air and actually arrived first, approaching Zheng's chest. Manager Zheng's face lit up with joy. Head-on confrontation was what he was best at. He did not dodge, but instead gathered all his muscles and rushed forward. This is called the iron shirt of confidence. With a puff. The next moment, Manager Zheng felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his forward momentum stopped. When he looked down, he found that the spear in Chen Zhou's hand had broken through his iron shirt, pierced through his body, and lifted him into the air. Manager Zheng's pupils shrank sharply, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How is it possible? My iron shirt! Hey, have you always been this brave? Even Chen Zhou was a little surprised and couldn't help but sneer. What an idiot who can enter a museum, actually ran straight into the muzzle of my gun. A strong sense of humiliation suddenly surged into Manager Zheng's heart, but then it became vague. Before his death, Manager Zheng could not rest in peace when he heard these words from his opponent. In fact, this is indeed the case. To bystanders, Zheng's behavior is almost like suicide. But the guards present knew very well how hard his body was. The famous warriors in Chongqing County would have to fight him for a long time, but unexpectedly, he was killed in one blow by Chen Zhou. How terrifying is the force that Chen Zhou exerted on the gun. Kill a level 2 villain, add 70 good deeds. Kill 15 first-level villains, and increase your good deeds by 150. The record of merits constantly records Chen Zhou's good deeds. These guards have done countless dirty things for the Han Mansion. They are usually very arrogant and domineering. It is absolutely no exaggeration to call them villains. The small boss was dealt with, and Chen Zhou looked at the remaining guards with disdain. Manager Zheng's body just happened to slip off the gun in his hand, and combined with Chen Zhou's blood-soaked appearance, he looked like a Shura from hell. The guards around had already been scared silly and turned around and fled. They were just guards, not death warriors. Under such circumstances, only a fool would be willing to continue fighting with Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou first searched the body of Manager Zheng to see if he could find any martial arts secrets from him. Unfortunately, nothing was found except a few silver bills. What's going on? Shouldn't villains carry cheats with them and then be killed by the protagonist to get their equipment? There was no other way. Chen Zhou could only continue walking towards the depths of Han Mansion. The unknown people are not a problem, but he cannot let those important guys get away. He would rather give up the good deeds of these people and kill the enemies with his own hands first. In the lobby of the Han Mansion, a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a brocade robe with gold patterns was sitting in the main seat drinking tea. He was Han Jinrong, the head of the Han family. Sitting on both sides of him were a group of beautiful girls. Han Jinrong married 7 wives, but because he was not capable enough, he only had 1 son and 1 daughter. Because of this, Han Jinrong attached great importance to his children. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were spoiled. When Han Wanner was seriously ill, he took great pains to cure his daughter's illness. The sudden noise outside made Han Jinrong frown and feel unhappy. What happened? Why is there so much commotion outside? Soon, a servant ran into the hall breathlessly and reported, "Master, the sunken boat has returned." Fool Shen! The third concubine sitting next to him showed a trace of surprise on her face. This kid is still alive. What a strange thing. Second aunt also said in surprise. As the saying goes, there are only cows that die from exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. Even this sinking boat can't die from exhaustion. Haha, that's how poor people are. They are cheap and easy to keep alive, but they don't die that easily. That's true. This guy might be here to ask for money. You want money? It's true that my Han family is wealthy and powerful, but not just anybody can come and ask for money. The concubines immediately opened up their chatterboxes, talking at once, most of them with mocking looks on their faces, and Han Jinrong also frowned. These poor bastards are really greedy. Giving his brother several hundred taels of silver is not enough? They even dare to come to his house to ask for money. A lowly person like Chen Zhou, if he didn't need him to cure his daughter's illness, would probably not be qualified to step into the threshold of his Han mansion in his life, let alone marry his daughter and enjoy a good life. This is a blessing that Chen Zhou could only earn in 3 lifetimes. He has enjoyed it but still is not satisfied. Now he is even thinking of taking advantage of him. Damn it! Master, I'm afraid that Chen Zhou is not here just to ask for money. At this time, the servant finally had a chance to interrupt. He said in a panic, He came and beat our doorman to death. What? When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. In their opinion, it was outrageous enough that Chen Zhou was still alive, but now he could kill someone. Han Jinrong couldn't help but ask, Are you awake, you idiot? The servant nodded repeatedly, Awake, I am very awake, I saw him kill people with my own eyes. Han Jinrong frowned and immediately asked, What about Manager Zheng? Manager Zheng immediately brought people to deal with it. Well, that's good. Han Jinrong nodded with a slightly relieved expression. Manager Zheng is very strong in martial arts, not to mention that his Han mansion has dozens of warriors guarding it. Although I don't know how Chen Zhou suddenly became so fierce, but with dozens of people against one person, the advantage is on me. Chapter 10. It's quite interesting. A fool who is about to die can actually kill people. Hearing this, a young man sitting below became interested. He stood up and walked out of the door. Hey, father, I'm going to look at the fun. The young man was Han Jinrong's eldest son, Han Long. During the time when Chen Zhou lived with his wife, he often teased that fool. For example, let the fool go into the cesspool and get all covered in papers. For example, he was caught peeping at his father's concubine taking a bath and let the fool take the blame, etc. The fool was unwilling at first, but after Han Long beat him repeatedly, he finally tamed him into submission. It's a pity that such an obedient servant is going to die. Han Jinrong nodded and didn't care. Han Long hummed a little tune and walked out of the house. The expressions of everyone in the hall relaxed, and the topic changed from the sinking boat to the marriage of Han Wan'er and Zhao Jing. They all smiled and talked about the future prosperity of the Han mansion. Even though a doorman had just died, they didn't care and just replaced him. But just a few seconds later, a series of wailing sounds suddenly came from the courtyard outside, shattering their beautiful fantasies about the future. Those were the screams of the servants and guards. The hall suddenly fell silent, everyone looked at each other, and finally felt a little nervous. What's going on? Han Jinrong couldn't sit still any longer. He looked at the servant below and asked, Are you sure that Chen Zhou came alone? Yes, the servant answered tremblingly. Then what's with this sound? Han Jinrong asked again. How could the servant answer this question? Han Jinrong immediately remembered something and shouted in panic, Quick, quick, go and call the eldest master back. Yes, sir. The servant immediately took action, but just as he reached the door of the hall, a dark shadow suddenly flew in from outside and hit him heavily like a stone. Bang! Along with the sound of impact, the servant and the black shadow instantly flew backwards, and finally embedded in a wall together, motionless. Ah! All the wives, concubines, and maids present screamed when they saw this. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a young man in blue walked leisurely into the lobby. The young man's handsome face was very familiar to everyone present. Sinking boat. Chen Zhou immediately turned his gaze to Han Jinrong, who was sitting on the main seat. He smiled warmly and said, "Father-in-law, aren't you looking for your son? I brought him back to you personally." "Sent it back." Han Jinrong was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he realized something and turned around to look. Then, he saw his son Han Long's body entangled with the servant in the crack of the wall. "You are in me and I am in you." Han Jinrong immediately understood what Chen Zhou meant, and he shouted miserably, "My son! Send the son to meet his father, the good deed value increases by 30. The words recorded in the merit record formed a sharp contrast with Han Jinrong's screams, but Chen Zhou didn't care. He looked around at everyone present, clapped his hands and smiled. "Great, great, let's get together. I don't have to look for them one by one. But why is there one more person missing? Where is my wife?" Han Wanner was not among them, which was like having a table of delicious food but no main course, and it would not be enjoyable to eat. No one answered Chen Zhou's words. The second concubine could not contain her inner fear and ran to the inner room immediately. But then, the spear pierced through the air, whistling from behind and piercing through her body. Puff! The second concubine fell to the ground. "Kill the vicious woman, and your good deed value will increase by 30. Haha, I made quite a bit of money. You, the Han family, are so rude for leaving without listening to what others are saying." Chen Zhou spoke softly. Seeing the second concubine disappear in a flash, the people present did not dare to make any move. They were all as well behaved as students attending an open class. Everyone looked at Chen Zhou with fear on their faces. In the past, they considered him a pariah, a fool that they could insult at will, but now he has transformed into a killing god. Han Jinrong trembled and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chen Zhou walked towards him quickly, and politely stated his purpose. "Of course I am here to see my father-in-law off, but I forgot to bring the clock." "But it doesn't matter, I will ring you with the clock." Han Jinrong's body shuddered, and he forced a warm smile on his fat face. "My dear son-in-law, if there is any conflict, we can sit down and talk it out slowly. Why bother with knives and guns?" Chen Zhou also laughed. "This guy is really interesting. When I talk to you about reason, you use your fists to fight me. When I want to fight you with your fists, hey, you start to talk to me about reason instead. How can there be such a good thing in the world? It's so uncomfortable to talk while sitting, why not lie down and talk?" Chen Zhou grabbed Han Jinrong's head with his right hand and twisted it gently. Snap! Han Jinrong's mind really started to work like clockwork. Chen Zhou is too lazy to reason with this guy, and this guy doesn't deserve to listen. Kill a greedy and treacherous criminal, and your good deed value will increase by 100. Tisk tisk, kill this BD, it's really profitable, one man is worth a group. Chen Zhou vented out a lot of his anger. He had a blank expression on his face. After killing Han Jinrong, he quickly walked towards the third concubine who was closest to him. Without waiting for her to beg for mercy, he punched her directly. Bang! The third concubine fell in a pool of blood, while Chen Zhou had already come to the next person and raised his fist again. He punched each one of them quickly and decisively, without any mercy. For a moment, the whole hall turned into a horrific execution ground. Ah! Run! Help! The remaining people had already been frightened out of their wits by Chen Zhou's behavior. They would certainly not stand there and wait to be killed by Chen Zhou. They cried for their parents and fled in all directions. But they are all ordinary people, how can they escape from the clutches of Chen Zhou? It didn't take long before Chen Zhou was the only one standing in the lobby. The record of merits is filled with a page of good deeds done by Chen Zhou. It's great. The people here are quite valuable. Every time you knock someone down, you can earn at least 30 points of good deeds. After all, no matter how evil a commoner does, how can he be compared to a finger of these dignitaries? However, Chen Zhou was not the only one who was still gasping for breath at this moment. There was another person who was curled up in the corner like a quail, with tears on his heavily made-up face, and he was shivering. This is a woman, or rather a young girl, about the same age as Chen Zhou, and just at the age when her beauty is about to blossom. She is Han Jinrong's seventh concubine. Chen Zhou didn't know her name, he only knew that she was forced into the Han mansion because of her beauty and became Han Jinrong's concubine. This seventh concubine was young and simple-minded, with the simplicity and kindness of a lower-class person. She had even secretly sent food to her predecessor who was starving every day. Memories flashed through his mind, and Chen Zhou came to the girl and asked, "Do you know where Han Wanner is?" I know. The girl nodded with fear on her face, in her boudoir in the backyard. Okay. Chen Zhou responded, then waved his hand, "Take some valuables from the Han mansion, and then run away." After saying this, Chen Zhou prepared to leave. Wait a minute. The petite seventh concubine suddenly stopped Chen Zhou and said timidly, "The county magistrate's son is with Han Wanner, and he seems to be very powerful. You, be careful." The magistrate's son? After a little recollection, Chen Zhou remembered that this man was quite famous, and his notoriety was even comparable to that of the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why he was so famous was all because of his weird hobby. It was said that he was a thief who was extremely fond of other people's wives. Many beautiful women in the county had fallen victim to his murderous hands. What is he doing here? Chen Zhou asked. He will marry Han Wanner next week. Chen Zhou was stunned at first, then he laughed, "Tisk, my ex-wife is really hungry, she can eat anything, but, she came at the right time." Chapter 11. Then, Chen Zhou patted the girl on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your information, girl. Run away as soon as possible." After giving the instructions, Chen Zhou strode towards the backyard of the Han mansion. "Girl." The girl stared at the tall figure in green until he disappeared from her sight, and then she woke up from her dream. She spat at Han Jinrong's body, then walked out of the lobby of Han's house nervously and anxiously. The bright sunshine shone on her, and warmth surged from her heart. She was finally free. Successfully helped the girl out of trouble, good deed value increased by 10. Chen Zhou heard the reminder of the record of merits in his mind, and he muttered. "Where is Han Wanner's boudoir? I can't remember it right now. The Han mansion is very large." Chen Zhou recalled and searched at the same time. Even though his previous incarnation had stayed in the Han mansion for several months, he still didn't understand the terrain here. Because the predecessor was restricted from free movement most of the time and lived a life similar to that of a breeding pig. "We can't let Han Wanner get away. I won't be able to sleep tonight until I get my revenge." Chen Zhou quickened his pace, and just as he was searching carefully room by room, he saw two people walking quickly towards him in the aisle in front of him. The woman walking in the front had a slim figure and walked hurriedly, her delicate and pretty face full of anxiety. It was Han Wanner, the one he had always been dreaming about. Chen Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Very good, he should be able to sleep well tonight. After hearing the maid's report, Han Wanner rushed to the lobby with Zhao Jing as soon as possible. She had no intention of escaping at all. After all, the maid's words seemed too far-fetched to her. Han Wanner is the person who has the most contact with Chen Zhou in the entire Han mansion and knows Chen Zhou quite well. He is of low status, stupid, and most importantly, he is just an ordinary person who is powerless. It was impossible, absolutely impossible, for a guy like this to come and kill them at the Han mansion. But for some reason, she felt uneasy. Just when she was feeling anxious and bored, Han Wanner suddenly stopped, because that familiar figure was right in front of her. A handsome young man in green clothes was looking at her calmly. Sinking boat. Han Wanner shouted subconsciously. He is Chen Zhou. Hearing Han Wanner's name, young Master Zhao beside him immediately looked carefully at the young man in the distance. This is Han Wanner's ex-husband. He doesn't look like he has grown up yet, but he is surprisingly good-looking and a scumbag. Zhao Jing felt a little jealous inside, but when he thought that such a handsome guy had no choice but to be cuckolded by him, he immediately felt relieved. Sinking the boat. Han Wanner immediately shouted, stamping her feet. You are getting more and more daring. You dare to break into my Han mansion alone. Which dog hole did you get in through? You actually got here. She looked domineering. After all, in front of Zhao Jing, she had to put on some appearances and could not have any entanglement with her ex-husband Chen Zhou. She had to show that she had completely cut off ties with Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou grinned, feeling surprised. How could this man be so brave? Didn't he know that he had just hunted down their horse? Oh, it seems they really don't know, but it doesn't matter, let them feel the pain for themselves now. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou immediately walked quickly towards the two of them. Zhao Jing had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Seeing this, he could not help but show joy. A fool is a fool. Instead of running away, he actively approaches him. So, he also walked towards Chen Zhou. As the two of them ran towards each other, a look of joy appeared on Zhao Jing's ferocious face. First I'll beat you up, you idiot, and then I'll tie you up and let you see with your own eyes how Wanner and I make out. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Chen Zhou and punched him directly. However, Chen Zhou's slap landed on his face first. Bang! Zhao Jing fell straight to the ground in an instant, the ground cracked and smoke and dust rose up. Ahoy! A sharp pain came from his head, and Zhao Jing could not help but groan. The arrogance on his face instantly turned into fear. What's happening? How did he get knocked down so quickly? He didn't even see Chen Zhou's movements clearly. He is a martial arts genius in Chongqing County. Han Wanner, who was standing by, was also shocked and completely stunned. If I remember correctly, Zhao Jing was at the 7th level of the first realm, so how could he be slapped in 1 second by Chen Zhou, who had never practiced martial arts? Originally, I have no grudge against you, and I just wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and want to cripple me. Then I will cripple you first. A cold voice echoed. Chen Zhou looked down at Zhao Jing, then raised his foot and stomped hard. Snap! As Zhao Jing screamed, his right leg suddenly bent irregularly. UBD! Zhao Jing yelled in pain. Do you know who I am? My father, Zhao Xuan'e, is the magistrate of Chongqing County. How dare you do this to me? I will tear you into pieces and kill your entire family. No man or woman will be spared. Tisk! Who would have thought that after hearing this, Chen Zhou actually laughed out loud? There was no way. Hearing the other party using his family to threaten him, only a god could hold back from laughing. Chapter 12. Chen Zhou's laughter immediately shocked Zhao Jing. He became a little unconfident after he said this. This kid was still laughing? Is killing his entire family something to be happy about? Haha, in the entire Han mansion, you are the only one who can make me happy the most. Chen Zhou's words confirmed Zhao Jing's guess. He spoke as if he was chatting, and then kicked down heavily again. Snap! Zhao Jing's other leg was also disconnected. His screams became louder, his face turned pale, and his heart was beating wildly. Fool, this Chen Zhou is really a fool, he simply won't listen to his harsh words. Don't kill me, Mr. Shen, as long as you let me go, I can give you money, power, whatever you want. Zhao Jing said this while enduring severe pain. He was a smart man. Seeing that his threats had no effect on Chen Zhou, he immediately changed his attitude and began to make promises to Chen Zhou. Of course, it was just talk. As long as he could trick this fool into letting him go, he would pay back the pain he suffered today 100-fold in the future. Rights. However, Chen Zhou's voice was full of joking. You are just a county magistrate, but you are making me sound like an emperor. I think you are hallucinating about being a king. Chen Zhou. Where are my parents? He was just about to kick Zhao Jing to death, but Han Wan'er beside him suddenly roared, staring at Chen Zhou fiercely with her beautiful eyes, her thin body trembling constantly. Chen Zhou looked over and grinned at the beauty. Don't worry, I'll send you to see them right away. Han Wan'er's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The fact that Chen Zhou was able to knock Zhao Jing down in one fell swoop was enough to show how strong his martial arts was, so what he said was most likely true. As soon as she thought of this, resentment and anger suddenly surged into Han Wan'er's heart. With a ferocious look on her face, she screamed at Chen Zhou. Why did you do this? Why did you kill my family? I just divorced you and let you die. You won't live much longer anyway. What does it matter? You are just a fool who was born by a mother but not raised by her. My Han family has allowed you to enjoy wealth and splendor for several months, and also allowed you to have the honor of sleeping with a beauty like me. Isn't that good enough for you? Han Wan'er seemed to have found the same feeling she once had towards Chen Zhou, and her voice became louder and louder. Without my Han family, you, a fool, can only be a pariah for the rest of your life. You will never have access to luxurious clothes and delicious food. Why do you still repay kindness with enmity? Han Wan'er screamed continuously, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she had a huge grievance hidden in her heart that she wanted to vent, and she looked pitiful. She vented her anger for a few seconds until Chen Zhou sneered, "Hat." A strong sense of oppression instantly covered Han Wan'er's heart. Her cries suddenly stopped, and her eyes became much clearer. She realized that her words and actions were wrong. After all, her life was in the hands of the man in front of her. Her parents and brothers were all killed, so Chen Zhou probably wouldn't show any mercy to her. I thought only my world had this kind of thing, but I didn't expect this world would also have it. How unlucky! Chen Zhou said something that Han Wan'er couldn't understand, took a few steps in front of her, and grabbed her neck. However, it is not accurate to say that she is ABCH. People like Han Wan'er, who was born into a wealthy family and has been pampered since childhood, do not understand the hard work of the lower class people. It seems that she was born superior to others, and she takes everything she has obtained for granted. She believed that common people were lowly and unqualified to enjoy a good life, while the upper classes were sacred and had the right to enjoy everything. This is the consciousness caused by class division, and this consciousness is deeply rooted even in modern times. If an ordinary rich girl is like this, what about those guys who are even more high and mighty, those guys who sit high in the temple? Extremely strong pressure came from the neck, Han Wan'er's face turned red in an instant, and a feeling of impending death surged into her heart. You will die, absolutely. Ahem. Don't kill me, please. Even though Chen Zhou was pinching her neck, Han Wan'er still managed to utter a few words out of her mouth and began to beg for mercy due to her strong desire to survive. The arrogance she had just shown was completely gone. Being confident in the beginning and respectful in the end makes one laugh when thinking about it. Chen Zhou's teasing voice sounded. He had to say that his ex-wife was quite pretty, with a curvy figure and long legs, and she was also a juicer. Thinking of this, he loosened his hand that was pinching Han Wan'er's neck and instead gently stroked the top of Han Wan'er's head. Han Wan'er got a chance to catch her breath. She realized how wonderful it felt to be able to breathe. She breathed deeply and begged for mercy. Chen Zhou, please let me go because we were once husband and wife. I will do anything you ask me to do. Then you have to satisfy me first. Chen Zhou said meaningfully. Seeing Chen Zhou's evil smile like a villain, Han Wan'er suddenly felt strange in her heart. She trembled and said, You are not Chen Zhou. The previous Chen Zhou was stupid and ignorant, inexperienced, and needed her guidance in doing things. He is completely different from the current Chen Zhou. Hearing this, Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled without commenting, "You are really good at judging people." Then, Han Wanner felt the hand on her head suddenly increase its strength and push her to the ground. "I'm very angry now." Zhao Jing, who was not far away, suddenly widened his pupils. This familiar scene made him instantly understand what Chen Zhou wanted to do. A strong sense of humiliation struck his heart, and he subconsciously turned his head away. However, Zhao Jing's actions were seen clearly by Chen Zhou. The next moment, Chen Zhou's reminder sounded. "Turn your head around." Zhao Jing's body stiffened. The calm voice continued. "Zhao Jing, don't you like this tune? I am fulfilling your wish. If you want to live, you should watch carefully and see what level your fiancé is." Chapter 13. Hearing this, Zhao Jing clenched his fists, his whole body trembled, and his face turned purple, but he finally turned his head back. "I'm only living for the sake of living. Besides, Han Wanner hasn't even married me yet, so she's not even my wife. She can't hurt me at all." Zhao Jing was screaming wildly in his heart. He kept comforting himself. Although he said so, his eyes were already filled with bloodshot and tears. "If our roles were reversed, I would let you know what cruelty is." As for Han Wanner, she was almost on the verge of collapse. Under the gaze of her fiancé, she was extremely ashamed and angry, her face flushed as she shouted. "Impossible! I am a rich girl after all. I would never do such a thing." Han Wanner's tone was extremely firm, even decisive. If she really succumbed to the tyranny of Chen Zhou, then what was the difference between her and those women in the brothel? Yet, Han Wanner's deliberate display of noble character did not bother Chen Zhou at all. He was not angry, but offered an attractive condition. "If you serve me well, I will let you live. If you don't want to, I will kill you immediately and make sure you never show any moral integrity again." He stroked Han Wanner's face and said, "Think about it carefully. Is your life more important, or is your dignity more important?" Han Wanner's throat was churning, Chen Zhou's words had shaken her. "Yes, is there anything in this world that is more important than life?" Thinking of this, Han Wanner turned to look at Zhao Jing and whispered, "Zhao Jing, you, turn your head away, don't look." Chen Zhou didn't say anything else because he knew that Zhao Jing was a man who knew how to act. As expected, Zhao Jing was unmoved by Han Wanner's words. Even though he was extremely sad and angry at this moment, but, surviving was more important than anything else. If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head. He used to use this sentence to tease incompetent husbands, and now he uses it to comfort himself. Seeing that Zhao Jing was willing to give up everything in order to survive, Han Wanner was completely defeated. "Okay, I promise you, I promise you," she cried loudly to Chen Zhou. At this moment, her self-esteem was completely crushed by the sinking boat. It didn't matter anymore, nothing mattered, as long as she could survive. In despair, Han Wanner knelt down at Chen Zhou's feet, her hands slowly reaching for Chen Zhou's waist. But the next moment, she heard Chen Zhou's teasing voice, "Hey, do you really agree?" Han Wanner looked up and saw Chen Zhou looking at her with eyes full of mockery and sarcasm, and then he kicked her hard. Bang! The clear sound of broken bones resounded throughout the courtyard, and Han Wanner's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the distant wall heavily. After twitching twice, the lady stopped moving. Kill the evil daughter of a wealthy family, and add 80 good deeds to your score. Send a reunion to all Han family members, and add 20 points to your good deeds. Seeing the words written in the record of merits, Chen Zhou expressed satisfaction. That's right, a family should be in order. Han Wanner is so naive and cute, she actually wants to live. Your parents and brother are all gone, can you bear to live alone? Chen Zhou turned his gaze to the increasingly frightened Zhao Jing. At this moment, a burst of dense footsteps suddenly came from a distance, accompanied by shouts. Here, here! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Go in, go in! Chen Zhou's brows suddenly furrowed, and then hundreds of people poured into the courtyard. They were all dressed in black uniforms, and each of them carried a dark crossbow. The iron arrows on the crossbow were more than 3 feet long and emitted a sharp cold light. This turned out to be a team of crossbowmen. The leader was about 30 years old, wearing a dark blue uniform, with a sword slung over his waist, and his face was clearly defined like a knife. Zhao Jing, who was lying on the ground, was overjoyed when he saw this. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Captain Xiao! Save me quickly! Kill this BD, hiss! Before he could finish his words, Chen Zhou grabbed his hair and lifted him up like a chicken. You know him? That's easy. Young master. County Lieutenant Xiao in the distance also called out, his facial muscles twitching, looking extremely nervous, and then he shouted at Chen Zhou. You daring lunatic, why don't you release Master Zhao? Otherwise, 1,000 arrows will pierce your heart. As he spoke, the crossbows in the hands of the surrounding soldiers were all aimed at the sinking boat in unison. What a joke! I'm totally dependent on your son for my life. In such a dangerous situation, the young man in green shirt smiled and said, Everyone, be careful not to shoot your son. After saying that, Chen Zhou took a step back and brought Zhao Jing to his front. The county lieutenant is the assistant officer of the county magistrate, in charge of law and order and catching thieves. The officers and soldiers of Chongqing County were dispatched quite quickly, and their equipment was beyond Chen Zhou's expectations, much better than he had imagined. I didn't expect that everyone had a crossbow. With his current flesh and blood body, he really can't resist this thing. Chen Zhou suddenly felt fortunate that he did not kill Zhao Jing as soon as he arrived. Following Chen Zhou's words, Zhao Jing also shouted nervously, Don't do it, no one should do it. Zhao Jing didn't want to die with Chen Zhou. After all, in his opinion, his life as a county magistrate's son was much more valuable than that of a lowly person like Chen Zhou. The soldiers also looked nervous, and the crossbows in their hands were lowered a little. They knew their own county magistrate's temper very well. If they accidentally killed Zhao Jing, they would definitely be skinned alive. As they were talking, another group of people appeared. They were members of the Black Tiger Gang, wearing black clothes and red belts around their waists. The leader was tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back, like a bear. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at Chen Zhou. Damn it, you're the one who killed someone from my Black Tiger Gang in the street. I don't kill people. Chen Zhou's eyes swept over him, and then he replied calmly, I only kill animals. What did you say? The big man's eyes widened in anger. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to speak so arrogantly when he was about to die. You're looking for death. I am really looking for death, otherwise I would not come here. Chen Zhou readily admitted, but I don't mind if this county magistrate dies with me. As he spoke, he lifted Zhao Jing's body and swung him back and forth, like he was playing with a puppy. The big man's face was trembling with flesh and his throat was rolling. Although he acted extremely arrogant, he did not dare to make any move. What do you want? As long as you let Mr. Zhao go, we can discuss things. County Lieutenant Xiao on the side spoke again. Seeing that deterrence didn't work, his tone softened, and there was even a hint of flattery in his look. Chen Zhou was also somewhat surprised at the attitudes of the two. This Zhao Jing brand amulet was quite useful. As this group of people suddenly appeared and witnessed the atrocities of the sinking ship, the record of merits began to continue writing. Your reputation has reached the first stage, beginning to show its brilliance. Get a legendary reward, you will awaken your own martial arts talent. A martial arts talent that belongs only to him? Chen Zhou's heart moved. Chapter 14. Can I get the good stuff? With this in mind, Chen Zhou grabbed Zhao Jing, turned around and walked into the next room, saying, "Don't come in if you don't want to see your son's body." Although County Lieutenant Xiao had a gloomy expression on his face, he just stayed outside obediently. The same is true for the Black Tiger gang. If Chen Zhou had held an ordinary person hostage, it would have been fine, and he could have just shot him and the hostage to death, but he had chosen to capture the son of the county magistrate. This was a problem. Chen Zhou hid in the room, and the Black Tiger gang man walked to the side of County Lieutenant Xiao and said, "Brother Xiao, I didn't expect that the government would even send out crossbowmen. Generally, crossbowmen are dispatched only when the county is in serious danger. Apparently, the situation this time is not that serious. There's no other way. Young Master Zhao is in danger, how can we slack off?" County Lieutenant Xiao replied in a deep voice. As soon as he received the report, County Magistrate Zhao became furious and directly mobilized all the crossbowmen in the government office to provide support. "If you ask me, there's no need to go through so much trouble. With your level of second realm 5th stage, County Lieutenant Xiao, you can just rush in and capture him. Why bother with such a big fuss?" The big man laughed. "Deputy Gang Leader Lin, you're joking. Didn't he kill several of your men in the street? We have similar skills, so you can just rush in and take revenge." County Lieutenant Xiao replied with a wry smile. Neither of them was stupid. They had already investigated Chen Zhou's background thoroughly. The poor civilians had never learned any martial arts, but the guards and manager Zhang who died in the courtyard proved how powerful Chen Zhou was. Especially the manager Zhang, whose martial arts skills were so superb that even if they fought one-on-one, it would be difficult for them to kill him in a short time. The whole thing is so weird, if you rush up there rashly you might lose your life. Haha, it seems that you and I both know that there is something strange about that kid. Deputy Gang Leader Lin grinned, but it's not a good idea to continue to be in a stalemate like this. I do have a plan, but it was difficult to implement it just now, but now I have the opportunity to take advantage of it. When saying this, Deputy Gang Leader Lin's voice was very soft, and the only person around who could hear it was County Lieutenant Xiao, who had reached the second level of cultivation. Seeing the other party's sinister smile, Xiao County Lieutenant's heart moved, and he immediately asked, "Tell me about it." Chen Zhou entered a study room, and the surrounding bookshelves were filled with books. The area of this study room alone is larger than the house he bought with a loan in his previous life. The life of rich people, whether in ancient times or modern times, is always quite comfortable. He sat down on the armchair in the middle of the study, and as for Zhao Jing, he was led by him like a dog. "Little brother, I swear to heaven that as long as you let me go, I will never pursue your crime and will give you 100 taels of gold." Zhao Jing was still trying to persuade him. "If you talk again, I'll pull out your tongue," Chen Zhou said calmly. Zhao Jing immediately lowered his head and became quiet and well-behaved. Chen Zhou took a deep breath. It seemed that he was at the end of his rope now, but he did not regret it. At least he felt much better in his heart. Doing whatever you want, without any restraint, this is what it means to truly live for yourself. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening, well, you may not die yet. Let's see what kind of martial arts talent the record of merits has given him. Maybe this is the key to his comeback. Chen Zhou turned his attention to the record of merits and virtues. At this time, a long string of words was already written in the book. Your awakened martial arts talent is, the fourth disaster, upgradable. The fourth disaster? Chen Zhou was surprised. Wasn't this a concept that he only had in his previous life? Why did he have it in this world? Chen Zhou immediately took a closer look. The fourth calamity, upgradable a survival talent. Once activated, you will gain the attribute of health value. The health value depends on your physical strength. When you are attacked, you will not be injured. Your health will be deducted instead. When your health value reaches 0, you will die. Note: this is a gifted magical power that can only be mastered by the chosen ones from outside the domain. It is unique in the world. In order to maximize its value, please remember your original intention and continue to protect the country and the people. Looking at the introduction on the pages of the book, even the usually calm Chen Zhou began to breathe rapidly. Health value, isn't this a concept that only exists in video games? No wonder this talent is called the fourth disaster. As his heart surged, Chen Zhou felt a power in his body that only gods could possess. He couldn't wait. Fourth disaster, start. The sea was calm, and there were no earth-shattering special effects, except that a red transparent energy bar appeared in the lower left corner of Chen Zhou's vision. Chen Zhou is not injured at the moment, so his health is full. So this is my health bar? I look like a fragile skin, it's really short and doesn't look satisfying. I hope I won't be left with little health after being touched. He muttered to himself, never expecting that he would awaken such a martial arts talent that was incompatible with this world. It does fit his identity as a time traveler. No wonder this is a martial arts talent that belongs to him alone. Only as a time traveler, he can understand what this ability is. If this talent is continuously upgraded, will it be possible for him to be resurrected infinitely one day? With this talent, he can now totally make a comeback. Chen Zhou had a plan brewing in his mind, but before he could implement it, two loud noises erupted almost at the same time. Boom! In front, County Lieutenant Xiao broke through the wooden door and rushed into the house. His sleeves fluttered, his eyes were sharp, and he clenched the long sword in both hands and chopped it down towards Chen Zhou's head. At the back, the window behind him suddenly shattered, and Deputy Gang Leader Lin flew over immediately after, at an extremely fast speed. They actually chose to take the initiative and attack from both sides. Chen Zhou's eyes were burning, he took a step forward and went towards the nearest Xiao County Lieutenant to meet the challenge. With the fourth calamity activated, there was no reason for him to retreat. Chapter 15. A clang. The sword light carrying great power was firmly grasped by Chen Zhou's white jade-like left hand at the next moment. Take the sword with your bare hands. A trace of astonishment appeared on Lieutenant Xiao's face. The opponent actually blocked his slashing attack with only one hand, and even straightened his waist. The huge force exerted on the blade by his own hands seemed to be lost in the sea, without any effect. Judging from the young man's aura, he is a second-level warrior like him, but why is there such a big gap in strength? At almost the same time, Deputy Gang Leader Lin also attacked within half a meter of Chen Zhou. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Zhao Jing, who was on the ground. When Zhao Jing saw this, his face suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Save me! One person is holding me back, and the other one wants to take the opportunity to save Zhao Jing." Chen Zhou instantly understood the other party's plan, but Zhao Jing's legs were already crippled, so it was a complete fantasy to take away a disabled person under his nose. However, at the next moment, something unexpected happened to Chen Zhou. Deputy Gang Leader Lin's fingers were curved like sharp claws, his fingertips turned black, and he exerted force violently. Ah! Following Zhao Jing's shrill scream, his head was crushed instantly like a bubble. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the other party's goal was not to save Zhao Jing at all, but to kill Zhao Jing. When they were outside, the two of them seemed extremely concerned about Zhao Jing's safety, as if Zhao Jing was their father and filial to them, but it turned out that all of this was fake. Being set up. Seeing that Zhao Jing was killed, Lieutenant Xiao dropped the long knife caught by Chen Zhou and stepped back. Deputy Gang Leader Lin behind Chen Zhou also evacuated at almost the same time, with a mocking smile on his face. Got it. That's right, the target of these two attacks was not Chen Zhou, but Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing is a complete pervert, and his mentality as a good wife has reached the extreme of morbidity. Lieutenant Xiao's sister and Deputy Gang Leader Lin's mother-in-law had all been affected by this pervert, so they could only swallow their anger and choose to forgive Zhao Jing. If it weren't for Zhao Jing's father being the highest ruler in the county, Zhao Jing would have been killed countless times by the two of them. This time, they finally saw an opportunity. In the small study room, people outside can't see clearly what's going on inside. Next, all you need to do is throw all the blame to this kid, and everything is done. Lieutenant Xiao and Deputy Gang Leader Lin evacuated the study room at almost the same time. At the same time, the smile on Deputy Gang Leader Lin's face disappeared, and he shouted sadly, "Master Zhao!" Immediately afterwards, Lieutenant Xiao's roar came, "You are a bold man, how dare you kill Mr. Zhao? Hurry up and shoot the arrow to avenge Mr. Zhao!" Xiao County Lieutenant gave the order, and the crossbowmen present were stunned. They heard the scream just now clearly. It was indeed Mr. Zhao's voice, but you haven't fired the arrow yet. Another question from Lieutenant Xiao interrupted the crossbowmen's hesitation. They pulled the trigger, and the next moment, countless crossbow arrows shot into the study like a downpour of black rain. Whoosh whoosh! The study room made of fine nanmu was penetrated as easily as paper. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire house was riddled with holes. Lieutenant Xiao Xian was floating not far away. He looked at this scene with sadness and anger on his face, but he was extremely happy in his heart. The crossbow used by the crossbow soldiers is called meteor crossbow, which is extremely powerful. For warriors of lower realms, it is definitely a huge killing weapon. With more than 100 arrows piercing into him at once, the kid would definitely not survive, and there would be no evidence at all. While he was thinking, Deputy Gang Leader Lin came to his side. His expression was as solemn as that of County Lieutenant Xiao, but County Lieutenant Xiao clearly heard him speaking in a cheerful tone. "Captain Xiao, we have enjoyed our cooperation this time." Lieutenant Xiao's expression did not change at all. Soon, the rain of arrows ended and the scene became quiet. Including the devastated study in front of him, there was no movement at all. Lieutenant Xiao led the way. He pulled out the sword from the waist of a yeoman runner beside him and walked towards the study with Deputy Gang Leader Lin. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Zhao Jing's body. Half of his head was blown off, and his body was full of arrows. He looked like a hedgehog, with blood flowing everywhere without mercy, and carrying an extremely pungent smell. Seeing this scene, County Lieutenant Xiao and the other man tightened their faces, not because the corpse looked too horrible to scare them, but because they couldn't laugh yet. "There are so many people watching around, I have to hold it in." "Dead, this little BD is finally dead." "Good, very good, their revenge for being cuckolded was finally taken." This can be regarded as eliminating a threat to Chongqing County. When they thought of this, a sense of justice that they had never felt before emerged in their hearts. Restraining their inner ecstasy, the two men walked into the study with expressionless faces. After a brief search, they effortlessly found another body in the corner of the study, Chen Zhou's body. "Damn it, this kid is quite good at hiding." Deputy Gang Leader Lin was the first to sigh. Chen Zhou's body was curled up in the corner, with only 8 or 9 arrows piercing his body, which was completely different from Zhao Jing, who had turned into a hedgehog. "You should know that there were hundreds of arrows stuffed into this study. He's still not good enough at dodging." County Lieutenant Xiao snorted coldly. If he could dodge the 2 arrows in his head, maybe he could still survive. That's right, among these 9 arrows, 2 pierced Chen Zhou's chest, and 2 pierced his head, which were fatal wounds. Hee, if he is really that powerful, then we should be the ones hiding in the house." Deputy Gang Leader Lin said. He walked quickly to Chen Zhou's side, the smile on his face could no longer be maintained, and he spat fiercely. A mouthful of spit. "Bah, you damn BD, you dare to kill my Black Tiger Gang members, I'll let you die like this." County Captain Xia rubbed his forehead. He knew that although he had had a good time, he would have to face the wrath of County Magistrate Zhao next. Even though he had already put the blame on Chen Zhou, he probably wouldn't feel any better about this death. After all, it was his own son who died. "Forget it, I have to face it sooner or later, so I should think about happy things first, such as making money. All the members of the Han family are gone, and the Han family's property has become ownerless. Most of it will naturally flow into the pocket of the county magistrate, but it would be great if he could fish in troubled waters first. In addition to making money, there is another benefit that cannot be ignored, and that is the secret of Chen Zhou. How did this guy transform from a silly boy into a second-level warrior overnight? If he could discover the secret, perhaps his cultivation would increase dramatically. While Lieutenant Xiao was thinking, he heard Deputy Gang Leader Lin's voice, "Lieutenant Xiao, do you mind if I go and do an autopsy?" Sure enough, this BD is also thinking about this matter, but under the current circumstances, it is unlikely for him to keep it all to himself. Please. Deputy Gang Leader Lin came to Chen Zhou's body with a smile and reached out to the body with both hands, but almost at the same time, he saw that the body in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. The two people's brains exploded, and the absurdity in their hearts instantly transformed into fear of the mysterious unknown. The moment Chen Zhou opened his eyes, he took action. With his hand as fast as lightning, he grabbed Deputy Gang Leader Lin's throat and squeezed it hard. Chapter 16. Deputy Gang Leader Lin had been immersed in martial arts for many years. Even though he was frightened to the point of peeing his pants, his body still subconsciously resisted. He stretched out his broad, black palm and aggressively chopped towards Chen Zhou's shoulder. Deputy Gang Leader Lin practiced the iron palm kung fu. All his skills were in this pair of iron palms. That was why he was able to kill Zhao Jing so easily. Chen Zhou did not dodge or evade, allowing the palm to fall on him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the palm strike that was originally able to split bricks and break rocks was swallowed up like a stone sinking into the sea, and it hit Chen Zhou lightly. If you don't know, you might think he was giving him a massage. Deputy Gang Leader Lin's face was filled with astonishment. As he slapped his palm, his throat was also crushed at the same time. Kill the leader of the second-level gang, and add 100 good deeds. This Deputy Gang Leader Lin was obviously the same as Han Jinrong, a complete villain, and the full 100 points of good deeds made Chen Zhou quite happy. With the talent of Fourth Calamity, even if Chen Zhou was hit by several arrows, he still did not die. He would not be injured, let alone fatal injury. For him, there is no difference between an arrow of the same power hitting the body and hitting the head, the same amount of health will be deducted in both cases. In the lower left corner of the field of vision, Chen Zhou's health bar is no longer full, but has lost a quarter. This health bar looks short, but it's surprisingly strong. I guess I'll have to be hit by dozens of arrows before I die completely. Wow, you're really the legendary king of endurance. Chen Zhou sighed. This was also the reason why he chose to take the blow from Deputy Gang Leader Lin. Under the state of Fourth Calamity, he could completely exchange injury for injury, or even death for death. At the same time that Chen Zhou killed Deputy Gang Leader Lin with one strike, County Lieutenant Xiao took the opportunity to turn around and run. At this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented horror. He had worked in the government for nearly 10 years, rising from a constable to a head constable, and now to a county lieutenant. He had handled hundreds of cases and thought he had seen a lot of things, but this kind of situation I've never seen it before. He survived being shot in the head, this guy is not a human being at all. The strange scene made Lieutenant Xiao lose his will to fight. He no longer cared about these things. His eyes were only fixed on the gate that was getting closer and closer. As long as he could reach that place, as long as he could escape, there were still hundreds of crossbowmen at his disposal. He can still turn things around. The sunlight pouring in from outside the door had already illuminated County Captain Xiao. The door was already very close, but a huge force suddenly surged from behind him, like a tiger's mouth, biting his left arm tightly. Chen Zhou was one step faster and grabbed him from behind. Sorry, this road is blocked. The cold voice made Xiao Xianwei's scalp numb. He did not turn around. The veins on the back of his right hand holding the knife bulged, and he chopped the 3-foot-long blade with all his strength towards the back. The powerful aura of the 7th level of the second realm burst out. In the intense life and death crisis, Xiao Xianwei's sword burst out with unprecedented power. It can be said that it was the strongest sword he had ever swung in his life. Clang! The sword energy exploded, and a strong feedback came from the right hand holding the sword, which caused Xiao County Lieutenant to feel pain in the palm of his hand, and he almost couldn't hold the sword anymore. But County Lieutenant Xiao could also clearly feel that his sharp sword was delayed for a moment, and it cut through the tendons and bones. He had already cut off one of Chen Zhou's hands with one sword. It worked. County Lieutenant Xiao was overjoyed, but he soon realized that the huge force holding his left arm did not relax at all, and even grabbed him back. The body was forced to turn half a circle in the air, and County Lieutenant Xiao saw the indifferent young man in blue clothes in front of him. The young man's arms were intact, not to mention being cut off. There was not even a wound, only the sleeves were torn. A hole was opened. What's going on? I clearly cut off your... Xiao Xianwei's horrified voice suddenly stopped, and Chen Zhou had already punched him hard in the face. Bang! The force of an avalanche poured down, and Xiao County Lieutenant's face was directly sunken, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground like a falling rock. Chen Zhou's movements had not yet stopped. He stretched out his arms like drawing a bow, and with a powerful force wrapped in the peaks of his fists, he fell towards Xiao Xianwei like a hurricane. Chen Zhou didn't know any boxing techniques, but even if he used the turtle fist, he could still smash the opponent to death with brute force. Bang bang bang! The sound of fists like firecrackers resounded in the study, and only after writing a line of words in the record of merits and virtues did Chen Zhou stop. Kill corrupt officials in the second realm, and add 100 good deeds. Chen Zhou exhaled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, both Deputy Gang Leader Lin and County Lieutenant Xiao were killed by him by exchanging injuries for injuries. Thank you both for letting me know how bad it is to ride the wind and waves. I will remember the lesson you taught me. Chen Zhou said seriously that the road to revenge was too smooth, even unstoppable, which made him a little too proud and he didn't need to be reckless. As a result, he was tricked by these two people. He played a trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife. If he hadn't awakened the fourth calamity, he should have been able to enjoy the feast by now. County Lieutenant Xiao and Deputy Gang Leader Lin helped him to be less arrogant and impatient. Chen Zhou immediately started searching the body again. Just now these two people touched the body of Chen Zhou, and now Chen Zhou touched it back, so they were even. Unfortunately, they still gained nothing except money. Why didn't these people develop the good habit of carrying martial arts with them? It seems that I can only resort to some minor tricks next. In the courtyard outside the study, hundreds of crossbowmen and a group of Black Tiger Gang members all stared at each other in confusion. Less than half a minute after County Lieutenant Xiao and his companion entered the house, they heard the two men's exclamations and screams. This also caused the people present to panic. What's happening? The two bosses were attacked by that Chen Zhou? Impossible! With so many arrows fired at him, how could that Chen Zhou still be alive? Everyone became confused and looked for help to a middle-aged policeman present. He was the chief constable of Chongqing County. Since County Magistrate Xiao was not there, he was the highest-ranking official here. The captain swallowed his saliva and said calmly, "Everyone, raise your crossbows and get ready to fire." But just as he finished speaking, he saw a figure staggering out of the study door. This figure was neither Lieutenant Xiao nor Deputy Gang Leader Lin, but the one they least wanted to see. Chen Zhou walked out with his body straight. The boy's clothes were torn and his body was covered in blood. His slightly disheveled appearance formed a sharp contrast with his upright posture. And the most eye-catching thing is, the arrows on his body. 2 arrows pierced his head, and 2 arrows pierced his chest, but he was still standing perfectly fine. For a moment, the courtyard of the Han Mansion, where hundreds of people were standing, became as silent as death. Everyone has the same thought. Why haven't you died yet? Chapter 17. No one present had ever seen such a strange situation before, and they only felt it was extremely absurd. As Chen Zhou walked out of the study, they saw that Chen Zhou seemed to be dragging two heavy objects in his hands. Wait a minute, that's not a thing, that's County Lieutenant Xiao and Deputy Gang Leader Linear. The two were bathed in blood, their eyes wide open without any spirit, like two dead dogs that died with their eyes open, being drowned. The boat was towed away. For a moment, everyone present held their breath and stood there, at a loss, unable to suppress the horror on their faces. County Captain Xiao and Deputy Gang Leader Lin were both killed. Amidst countless stunned and horrified gazes, Chen Zhou's indifferent voice rang out. Mortal weapons are useless to me. As he spoke, he reached out and slowly pulled out the two long arrows from his forehead. This terrifying scene that made their scalps tingle hung in everyone's mind like a nightmare. He actually pulled the arrow out of his brain. Your attacks can't hurt me, they will only make me angry, and the consequence of making me angry is... Having said that, Chen Zhou waved his hand, and the two bodies flew high into the air, and then landed beside the crowd. Chen Zhou used his actions to clearly tell the officers and soldiers present what the consequences of angering him would be. So, if you don't want to die, just stand still. I'm a good person and I won't kill innocent people. And to be honest, what are you doing with a few $100 a month, right? Chen Zhou's teasing voice continued, and the aura of a demon like a demon enveloped the entire courtyard. The soldiers' hearts beat violently, their faces turned pale, and they felt that the crossbows in their hands were extremely heavy and they could not lift them no matter what. The scene before their eyes, it was beyond their understanding. Although they didn't understand what Chen Zhou meant by a few $100, they understood what Chen Zhou said. With their salary, there was really no need to risk their life. They have no obligation to face an enemy they cannot defeat. The middle-aged captain of the police, who was the leader in the field, said nothing, and the other soldiers did not dare to move or even breathe. In the dead silence, Chen Zhou strode out of the courtyard as if no one was around. Everyone just stood there, staring at the boy's back. It was not until the figure of the young man disappeared around a corner that the terrifying pressure that seemed to have solidified into substance finally dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and subconsciously felt a sense of having survived a disaster. At the same time, the middle-aged head of the police just reacted and shouted tremblingly. Quick, go and inform the magistrate, something big has happened. Chen Zhou did not leave through the gate of Han Mansion, but retreated over the wall which was about 10 feet high. It's so exciting to pretend to be cool and then run away. There are hundreds of crossbowmen in the courtyard. If a fight really breaks out, his health bar will be like a candle in the wind, and he won't be able to survive more than a few rounds. There was no other choice but to stage a biochemical crisis on the spot to scare these scoundrels. Obviously, the deterrent power displayed by Chen Zhou was at its maximum. Pulling the arrow out of the head and throwing the body away frightened the soldiers so much that they dared not make any movement from beginning to end. Arriving outside Han's house, Chen Zhou no longer strolled leisurely, but started running, and chose to escape in remote alleys. But even so, it alarmed many people around. However, seeing that he had several arrows stuck in his body and was covered in blood, they were all scared and stayed away from him. At this time, Chen Zhou's mind changed. Now, this ancient martial arts world was more like a game to him. Especially after he awakened his talent of fourth calamity, he previously wanted to put life and death aside and vent his resentment first, but now, he actually wanted to stay in this world for a while longer. Chen Zhou was thinking as he moved forward. Just when he came to a narrow alley, there was a sudden noise from above. Chen Zhou was quick to catch a fallen pitchfork. When I looked up, I saw a delicate head sticking out of the second-floor window of the shabby little building next to me. There was a hint of apology on her gentle face. Sorry, I'm closing the curtains. Chen Zhou recognized her immediately. This was the woman who sold wontons on the street before. Fate is wonderful beyond words. The young woman obviously recognized Chen Zhou, and the apology on her face turned into surprise. Then, seeing Chen Zhou's miserable appearance with several arrows in his body, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled quickly. She clenched her fists, looking nervous, as if she was struggling with something, but she quickly made a decision. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, the woman said anxiously, "Young man, come to my house and hide for a while." Chen Zhou was a little surprised. Although he had saved the other person, it was only a one-time encounter. Yet, the other person was willing to protect him regardless of the danger. It seems that the saying good deeds will be rewarded sometimes works. But the way I met this woman seemed strangely familiar. Okay. Chen Zhou thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. He really needed a place to stay temporarily. Please wait a moment. I'll come down and open the door. That's not necessary. Chen Zhou pushed the wall with his feet, jumped high, and easily slipped in through the second-floor window. As soon as he stood firm in the room, Chen Zhou realized that it was rather rude of him to barge in like this. But never mind. Since he was already here, he couldn't go out and do it again. The woman didn't care about Chen Zhou's recklessness. She looked at Chen Zhou nervously. "Young man, do you want to call a doctor for your injury?" At present, Chen Zhou had only pulled out 2 arrows from his forehead, and the rest of the arrows were still stuck in his body. The scene was quite terrifying. "There's no need for that." Chen Zhou waved his hand. "Young man, you are bleeding. It's not my blood. But you still have several arrows stuck in your body. That's not a problem." Chen Zhou said calmly, "Just pull it out. Just pull it out and it will be fine." The woman looked puzzled. "It's been strung like a candied horse. Pulling it out will make it fine? That will only make you die faster, right?" Chen Zhou didn't waste any words. The next step was to let the woman witness the miracle. He immediately pulled out the remaining arrows one by one. The woman was so frightened that she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Chen Zhou's movements were quick, simple, and rough. He took out one pea after another, as if it was someone else who was being penetrated. This scene not only made the woman's heart flutter, seeing that the arrow was extremely sharp and the tip of the arrow had a barb-like structure. The young man in front of her should be suffering from unimaginable pain at the moment, but he was calm and collected. What a man! This not only increased the woman's respect for Chen Zhou. Of course, in reality, because he was not injured at all, Chen Zhou did not feel any pain at all. It really did not hurt at all. He had no idea that his image in the woman's heart had become much taller. Soon, all the arrows on his body were taken out by Chen Zhou and thrown to the ground. He stretched himself and finally found that the heavy metal content in his body was no longer excessive. At the same time, Chen Zhou also found that the health bar in the lower left corner of his vision, which had 2/3 of its remaining, was now slowly recovering. He observed for a while and thought that at this recovery speed, the health bar would be restored to full in about one night. Is this the legendary breathing method to recover blood? Haha, it's worthy of being the 4th natural disaster, it's so perverted. However, blood will only start to recover after the arrow is taken out of the body. It seems that if the body is in a state of continuous attack, blood cannot be recovered automatically. If you really pull it out, everything will be fine. The woman was also completely dumbfounded. She saw that Chen Zhou was still alive and well, and there was no bleeding from the place where the arrow was shot. It seemed that there was no wound at all. Are there really such huge differences in physical constitution between people? Young man, you must be blessed by the gods, otherwise this kind of thing would not make sense anyway. The woman sighed repeatedly and even wanted to reach out and touch Chen Zhou's strong chest muscles to find out what was going on, but she held back because of her status. Just think of me as someone who is blessed by gods. Chen Zhou nodded. This kind of thing naturally could not be explained to other people. Chapter 18. Who broke in? At this moment, a roar suddenly came from downstairs, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps. Then, Chen Zhou saw a man climbing up the stairs. The man was short and slightly ugly, with a look of surprise and anger on his face, and he was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. His legs seemed to be somewhat disabled, and even climbing the stairs was quite difficult for him. He was stuck in the same place after climbing for a long time. Seeing this, the woman hurried forward and said, "Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let outsiders hear it." The man who was halfway up the stairs stretched his neck and saw a handsome young man standing on the second floor. He was slightly surprised and couldn't help asking, "Who is he?" "This is the man who saved me on the street." The woman immediately explained, "I saw him fleeing on the street, so I let him hide in my house for a while." The man was stunned at first, then he said hurriedly, "Hurry, help me up." The woman helped the man up the stairs to the second floor, and the man immediately bowed to Chen Zhou and said, "Thank you for saving my life." "That's not necessary." Chen Zhou waved his hands. It was not a life-saving favor. At that time, the Black Tiger gang just wanted to rob her. However, Chen Zhou didn't expect that these two were actually husband and wife. After all, judging from their appearance, they really don't match well. Even his unkind brother Shen Mao was quite handsome, which was why he could hook up with a woman as pretty as Tong Lian. If this situation happened in modern times, Chen Zhou would think that the man must be a wealthy man, but looking at this family, that doesn't seem to be the case. The room was dimly lit, with an oil lamp that was not lit. There were only a few pieces of furniture, and the workmanship was crude. That is, an ordinary family in Chongqing County. "My name is Zhang Sui, and this is my husband Wu Haisheng." At this time, the woman also began to introduce herself. The man named Wu Haisheng was not good at speaking. He just nodded repeatedly with an awkward look on his face. He was taking a nap on the first floor, but suddenly he heard voices coming from the second floor, and the word "pull it out" appeared frequently in the conversation. Wu Haisheng immediately became furious, thinking that a criminal had broken in and was going to harm his wife, so he rushed over with a knife in hand. As a result, such a misunderstanding occurred, which was very embarrassing. "Young man, you look like this now, I guess you are avoiding the Black Tiger gang's pursuit?" Zhang Sui asked again with concern. "Part of it." Chen Zhou replied. "Part? Yes, after killing the Black Tiger gang members, I broke into the Han mansion and killed some more people." Zhang Sui and Wu Haisheng were both startled. "Who did you kill?" "Every one of them." The couple was now even more shocked. This meant that the Han family was wiped out by Chen Zhou alone. This guy is truly a killer. "So, it's quite risky for you to keep me at home now." Chen Zhou added, "I don't want to implicate you two either, so please prepare a new set of clothes for me. I'll change and leave." "Oh, since we're going to stay anyway, what difference does the length of time make?" Zhang Sui smiled carefreely, showing some manliness. "Young man, you saved me, and I must repay you for your kindness. And now that I heard that you destroyed the Han mansion by yourself, I want to applaud you even more. I want you to stay for a while longer." "That's right." Wu Haisheng's eyes lit up and he nodded seriously. The Han family is a wealthy family in Chongqing County. They are ruthless and ruthless. Poor people like them naturally have no good feelings towards the Han family. There is more than one Han mansion. Chen Zhou continued to warn, because the magistrate of Chongqing County is also dead. When they heard Chen Zhou mention this, Zhang Sui and his wife were stunned at first, and then suddenly became excited. "Young man, are you saying that Zhao Jing was also killed by you?" Wu Haisheng asked with trembling lips. Chen Zhou nodded. It wasn't him who killed the man, but he couldn't get rid of the blame that was put on him. The next moment, the couple suddenly hugged each other and cried with joy. "My dear, that's great! The BD Zhaojing is finally dead. Yes, God has eyes. Chen Zhou was somewhat surprised by the performance of Zhang Sui and the other person, but he quickly remembered Zhao Jing's reputation, and then looked at Zhang Sui's beauty and quickly understood. It seems like this is another family that has been harmed by Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing is such a BD. No wonder he has such a bad reputation. How many women in Chongqing County have been killed by him? Xiao County Lieutenant and Deputy Gang Leader Lin, who were on his side, wanted to assassinate him, and there were 2 victims here. Chen Zhou couldn't help but feel angry. A guy like this who had done so much evil. The goodness points he would get from killing him must be quite a lot, but he didn't die in his hands. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou suddenly felt that it was too easy to kill Xiao Xianwei and the other 2. These 2 people really ruined his good deeds. But on second thought, Zhao Jing is so heartless, then the county magistrate Zhao who raised him must be even more important, a beast among beasts. The haze in Chen Zhou's heart was suddenly swept away, a new target was found. Zhang Sui and her husband cried together for several minutes before they stopped. Then, they immediately knelt down towards Chen Zhou and shouted in unison. "Thank you so much, benefactor. Thank you so much for helping us get rid of that BD. I will never forget your great kindness." When they talked about that BD, they almost gnashed their teeth, and Zhang Sui even bit her lips until they bled. "You two, please stand up." Chen Zhou waved his hand and said, "A BD like Zhaojing should be killed by everyone." He added a classic line from a martial arts drama, and the atmosphere was right there. It's only when you say this famous line that you feel satisfied. Chen Zhou did not ask about what happened to Zhang Sui and the other person. Some things would only make them more painful if they were asked to recall them again. Seeing that Chen Zhou had no intention of asking further questions, Zhang Sui looked at Chen Zhou with even more gratitude, and then stood up from the ground. "I will find a new set of clothes for you, young man." "Okay." Chen Zhou nodded. "Young man, you must be hungry. I'll go and cook you a bowl of wontons now." Wu Haisheng also said. "Okay." Chen Zhou did not refuse. Chapter 19. Because Wu Haisheng's clothes did not fit him, Zhang Sui searched in the closet for a long time before she found a grey shirt that had been starched to a white color. "This is the clothes my father wore when he was alive. If you don't mind." "It's okay." Chen Zhou said he didn't mind at all. They were dead person's clothes, and he had worn them before. The one he was wearing now was one of them. Next, Chen Zhou received a warm hospitality from the couple. He took a quick shower to wash off the blood on his body. After he put on his clothes, Wu Haisheng brought him a bowl of steaming wontons. "My cooking skills are not very good, and I can't compare with those in big restaurants. The food may not suit your taste, so please bear with me," Wu Haisheng said nervously, rubbing his hands. Chen Zhou picked up a wonton with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and smiled. "Great." He was telling the truth. Although the taste of these wontons could not compare to what he had eaten in his previous life, considering that this was ancient times and the seasonings were quite different, the taste was already quite good. After swallowing a wonton, Chen Zhou paused for a moment. He was waiting to see if his health bar would decrease. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although Zhang Sui and her husband expressed their gratitude, Chen Zhou was still on guard against them. It's not that he was judging others by his own mean character, but it was the 2 people, Xiao County Lieutenant, who had taught him a very profound lesson. However, what Chen Zhou worried about did not happen. After eating a wonton, his blood bar remained strong. Not only did his blood not decrease, but even his blood recovery speed increased a little. It seems that eating tonic food can increase the speed of blood recovery. This was a good discovery. After confirming that it was non-toxic, Chen Zhou began to eat it with relish. Soon, the bowl of wontons was eaten up. Wu Haisheng was very considerate. He quickly served Chen Zhou a second bowl. Jiang Sui chatted with Chen Zhou about her life experience, allowing Chen Zhou to know more about the couple's story. Jiang Sui was originally from another place. 2 years ago, she and her parents moved to Chongqing County to live with relatives. Unexpectedly, they met bandits on the way and their parents were killed. It was Wu Haisheng who saved her. At that time, Wu Haisheng was still a warrior. He killed several bandits on his own, but his left leg was also chopped off by the bandits, leaving him disabled and even having difficulty walking. Jiang Sui was grateful and took on the responsibility of taking care of Wu Haisheng. From then on, the young couple lived together. Wu Haisheng gave up practicing martial arts and switched to making wontons. Due to his inconvenient legs and feet, he could only wrap the wontons and prepare the seasonings at home, and then Jiang Sui would pick them out to sell. Although such days were simple and poor, they were also happy. Until one day, Zhao Jing, who had nothing to do and went out shopping, met Jiang Sui who was selling wontons on the street. Another nightmare began. The man protected his wife once, but he was no longer able to protect her a second time, or even a third time. Jiang Sui mustered up her courage and told Wu Haisheng, with tears in her eyes, about the nightmares she had experienced. Wu Haisheng, on the other hand, hunched over, curled up into a ball, and hid himself in the shadow cast by the kitchen. I am just a useless piece of shit. After a long while, Wu Haisheng, who had been silent, finally uttered a word. His eyes deliberately avoided Chen Zhou, and there was inferiority and anger in his eyes. This inferiority complex probably comes from the fact that he feels useless and shameful compared to Chen Zhou. At the same time, he was also angry at himself for being such a loser. She was his wife, but she needed someone else to save her. But Chen Zhou actually didn't feel that he was useless at all. He was a very courageous man and he had tried his best. It's not his fault, but the world's fault. If Chen Zhou didn't have the golden finger, he would have ended up dying suddenly at the beginning. This is not an era where one man can conquer nature, at least not for ordinary people. Without amazing adventures, people at the bottom of society will probably never be able to turn things around. Chen Zhou wanted to say something to comfort the two, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. As the saying goes, one knows the warmth or coldness of the water only by drinking it. What is the use of others' persuasion? The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy, until the door was suddenly knocked, accompanied by several people shouting, "Open the door quickly!" The couple suddenly became nervous, and Wu Haisheng immediately said, "My wife, take your benefactor to the second floor to hide, I will handle it." "Okay." Jiang Sui responded immediately and looked at Chen Zhou for help. Chen Zhou also stood up quickly. When the door opened, 3 Yamen runners were seen standing outside with ferocious looks. "Why did it take so long to open the door?" one of them asked. "My dear officers, I have some difficulty walking," Wu Haisheng said stiffly, pointing to his disabled leg. While Wu Haisheng was explaining, 3 Yamen runners had already squeezed into the room. The leader was not polite and waved his hand directly, "Search." "No, no, no." Wu Haisheng hurriedly stopped them, "Officers, what do you mean by this? Why do you suddenly want to search? This morning, Han Jinrong and his family were all murdered. The murderer is still on the run. The county magistrate has ordered that every household in the county be searched. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haisheng immediately acted horrified. "I would never dare to harbor such a cruel person. It would be a waste of effort for you officers to search my house. You don't have the final say." The leading Yamen runner sneered. He looked at Wu Haisheng, who looked bitter, and suddenly changed his tone and sighed. "Well, we are just following orders. We don't want to do this. After all, we are all from the same village. It would be bad if things got awkward. We have been to dozens of households and are now exhausted and thirsty. We don't get much salary each month, but we run around like dogs." The leading Yamen runner spoke a long paragraph, and Wu Haisheng nodded repeatedly in agreement, "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing that Wu Haisheng seemed to be a bit confused, the Yamen runner frowned. "You still don't understand? Then I'll really search it. If I accidentally break something in your house, don't blame me." "Oh, sir, I understand now that you put it that way." Wu Haisheng slapped his head immediately, then took out a bunch of copper coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the hand of the Yamen runner. "You are all very hard-working officers. I would like to offer you a small token of my appreciation. Would you like a cup of tea to quench your thirst first?" The three Yamen runners who received the money were immediately delighted and no longer had the appetite to drink tea. They turned around and left, heading to the next household to continue making money. The sunken boat on the second floor heard everything going on below clearly, and felt indifferent. It was true that if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Officials exploit the people, so how good can the people under them be? But Chen Zhou suppressed his inner impulse. If he started killing now, it would only implicate the couple. After all, these Yamen runners were just small fry to him. The county magistrate was the real feast. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. Chapter 20. The magistrate of Chongqing County might be furious now, but the people below were different. "He cares so much about you. The one who died was your son, not mine, so making money is naturally more important." Moreover, the criminal's combat record was so terrifying. What if he was found in a room by someone who looked like a demon? Aren't they the Yamen runners who died? Only a fool would take orders seriously, just turn a blind eye. The storm was easily resolved, and Jiang Sui immediately spoke. "Young man, it would be best if you leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Zhao Xuanei is a vengeful guy. If you ps him off a little, he'll take crazy revenge, not to mention the death of his son. And a major case like this is bound to alert higher-level authorities, which will cause even more trouble." There really weren't any decent martial arts masters in Chongqing County, but the situation was completely different in Guanggan Prefecture, which was a level higher. "Yes." Wu Haisheng also nodded in agreement, and he began to give advice to Chen Zhou. "Perhaps we can hire a carriage and escort you out of the city together." Jiang Sui shook her head. "The carriage is too conspicuous. The inspections at all major entrances and exits in Chongqing County must be very strict now. It's not safe." The couple tried hard to help Chen Zhou out of trouble, and Chen Zhou, the person involved, sighed. When will the cycle of revenge end? It is better to root out the evil as soon as possible. Jiang Sui and her husband were both stunned. This didn't make sense. Young Master Shen didn't seem to have any intention of running away. "Sure enough," I heard Chen Zhou continue to say. "Thank you both for your kindness. There is no need to leave the city. I think I still have some things to do in the city." Zhao Xuanei is a vindictive person, so isn't Chen Zhou the same? He hates holding grudges, but there are some short-sighted bastards who like to make enemies with him. I just reported one case and now another one has come. After destroying the Han Mansion and killing Zhao Jing, now the Black Tiger Gang and County Magistrate Zhao have come. There are always villains who want to harm me. He just awakened the fourth calamity, how could he bear this injustice? Instead of waiting anxiously for the enemy to retaliate, it is better to take the initiative and clear out these weeds. What's more, he can earn a lot of good deeds points from it. Letting these guys live would be disrespectful to the record of merits in Chen Zhou's mind. Get ready to start, get ready to start. Han Sui and the others heard the other party's plan. The benefactor was indeed very brave, and in this situation, he did not think of escaping, but continued to kill. They were just ordinary people and could not influence Chen Zhou's decision. Jiang Sui immediately said, "My benefactor, if you insist on doing this, please be careful." Chen Zhou nodded and looked at Wu Haisheng. "Old Wu, you used to be a martial artist, so you should be familiar with the martial arts schools in Chongqing County, right? I understand it quite well. Wu Haisheng nodded. Then tell me, which martial arts schools in this city are the most powerful, and where are they located? At present, Chen Zhou has only mastered one basic martial art, 13 deadly guns, and his martial arts resources are very scarce. When facing the two men of Lin County Lieutenant, he simply didn't use any martial arts, and relied purely on his two talents, conquering people with virtue and the fourth natural disaster to rush forward. Chen Zhou has now accumulated a considerable amount of good deeds, so he should improve his combat effectiveness, so that he will be safer when he attacks the county government office. Okay. Wu Haisheng immediately explained to Chen Zhou, there are 3 martial arts schools in Chongqing County, namely Black Tiger Martial Arts School, Jishan Martial Arts School, and Jinggu Hall. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School was opened by the Black Tiger Gang, and the owner is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Jishan Martial Arts School has branches in every county in Guangdong Prefecture. It is said to be very influential. Jinggu Hall doesn't have much background, nor does it have a bigger territory than theirs. There's even only one person running the martial arts school. But I feel that Jinggu Hall is the most powerful martial arts school among the 3. Chen Zhou nodded. He also understood Wu Haisheng's idea. To get involved in the underworld, one must have power and background, especially in a place like Chongqing County where there are all kinds of people. The magistrate has absolute power, and Black Tiger helps Zhou to commit atrocities. It is not easy to open a martial arts school here. The Jinggu Hall has no background at all, but it can take root in such a ghost place, which is enough to show how powerful the owner is. Then Wu Haisheng continued. I learned martial arts at Jinggu Hall before. At that time, Jinggu Hall had just opened and many people came to cause trouble. In the end, they were all blocked by the owner alone. The owner is a kind person. He treats everyone who comes to learn from him equally, and teaches everyone. The price is also very fair. Wu Haisheng seemed to be quite impressed with the owner of Jinggu Hall, but Chen Zhou didn't really care about the owner's character. Anyway, he doesn't need anyone to teach him martial arts, so he can just keep the good guys and kill the bad guys to earn some good deeds points. It's an easy thing to do. Since Wu Haisheng said that Jinggu Hall is the best, let's go and check out the goods tonight. It was getting dark, and it was already nightfall, but Jinggu Hall was still bustling with people. In a crude martial arts arena made of mud, a group of students were sweating profusely in front of wooden dummies. There are both men and women who come to Jinggu Hall to learn martial arts. They are all ordinary people from Chongqing County. They have to work during the day and can only squeeze out a little time to practice martial arts at night. These people did not expect to become peerless powerful people, they just wanted to learn a few tricks so that they could barely protect themselves in this world. On the high platform at one end of the martial arts arena, there stood a woman in black martial arts uniform. She had a beautiful face and stood with her hands behind her back. She looked like a sword drawn from its sheath, with an extremely sharp aura. If it is the first time for someone to come to Jinggu Hall, they probably would not have thought that this woman who looks only about 20 years old is the owner of Jinggu Hall, Lin Yujing. Lin Yujing on the high platform had a full view of the performance of every student on the field. She sometimes nodded slightly, and sometimes gave instructions. The students who received her guidance also looked at her with gratitude. After getting tired of practicing martial arts, the students gathered together to chat. Today, there was only one topic of conversation, which was the Han family massacre case. This news has spread throughout Chongqing County and has become the talk of the town for a while. By the way, do you know who did this? There was a young man standing in the middle of the crowd, speaking loudly with a proud expression on his face. It seemed that he knew some inside information and wanted to show off. Who? Who is it? Don't keep me in suspense, it's driving me crazy. The other students turned their eyes over. Seeing that he had instantly become the focus of everyone, the young man was quite pleased and told everyone what he knew. It's the young brother-in-law of the Han family. Many people saw him walking towards the Han mansion with a gun on his back this morning. And on the way, he killed a few bastards from the Black Tiger gang. Then the Black Tiger gang came to cause trouble for him, but they were killed in return. Even their deputy gang leader was killed. As soon as these words were spoken, cheers broke out in the crowd. Everyone had a happy smile on their face, and it was as lively as New Year's Day. The young man in the room waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone shut up obediently, and he continued. Do you know what the most exciting thing is? Zhao Shuanghe's son happened to be in Han's house, and was killed by the brother-in-law. Haha. When he smiled like this, the students cheered even louder. Haha, that's great. Great, double happiness. When I get home later, I'll kill the chickens I raised in my yard and celebrate. For a moment, the entire martial arts training ground was filled with noise, and those who didn't know would have thought that there was some kind of celebration banquet being held here. Only in Jinggu Hall can the common people talk freely about everything. In other public occasions, they kept their mouths shut and did not discuss state affairs, lest they be caught by villains and bring disaster upon themselves. This is a habit they have developed over a long period of time. Jinggu Hall makes them feel comfortable. There is no oppression from those in power here, and the owner, Lin Yujing, is also approachable and on the same side as the common people. Is the son-in-law of the Han family so powerful? I remember that he was a fool, wasn't he? At this time, someone asked doubtfully. Someone immediately objected, what fool? He is just a wise but foolish man. Yes, 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 you have eliminated a great scourge in our city in one fell swoop. You are a hero. I'm telling you, if that son-in-law escapes to my house, I will definitely treat him well and treat him like an ancestor. You can do it. If the son-in-law really came to your house, you would probably be scared to death the first time. Another round of laughter rang out. Lin Yujing, who was standing aside, listened silently to everyone's bragging and chatting, and couldn't help but smile on her pretty face. At this moment, she noticed that several policemen were walking towards her from a distance. Ahem! Lin Yujing coughed lightly, and everyone in the room suddenly became quiet as if they had received instructions. The cheers stopped abruptly, and they put away the playful smiles on their faces, becoming serious and calm. This scene was very similar to when the teacher stepped into a study class. Soon, the police arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. They first clasped their fists towards Lin Yujing in a friendly manner, and then announced. The county magistrate has ordered that from today onwards, a curfew will be imposed in Chongqing City. Please go home immediately, otherwise you will be charged with the crime of provoking trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present suddenly changed. They could easily guess what the purpose of the county magistrate's curfew was. They began to worry about the young son-in-law of the Han family. The crowd soon dispersed, and Lin Yujing was the only one left in the huge martial arts hall. She closed the door and walked towards the backyard. Lin Yujing has been established in Chongqing County for many years and has her own intelligence network. She knows more inside information about the Han family massacre. The perpetrator was called Chen Zhou, and he was indeed the son-in-law of the Han family. He was expelled from the Han family yesterday, and today he will wipe out the entire Han family. There are many strange things. When he was expelled from the Han mansion, he was already dying, but the next day he became so powerful. He had clearly never practiced martial arts, yet he was able to kill multiple warriors in a row and was unstoppable. What concerned Lin Yujing the most was that, according to the bailiffs at the scene, Chen Zhou was shot through the head and chest by a crossbow, but he was still alive. The first 2 points are outrageous enough, and this last point is even more outrageous. This is outrageous. However, I wonder if the appearance of Chen Zhou will bring more changes to Chongqing County. Maybe she can also take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and fulfill her long-cherished wish. As she was thinking, Lin Yujing suddenly stopped in her tracks, because she saw a person sitting on the stone bench in her yard. He was a handsome young man in a grey shirt. He rested his head on his right hand and looked lazy. When did this young man sneak into her home? Lin Yujing was alert, and the young man finally perked up a bit when he saw her enter the courtyard. With a warm smile on his face, he greeted Lin Yujing. "Hello, I'm Chen Zhou. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Lin Yujing's heart suddenly started beating wildly. Chapter 21. The young man in front of me with red lips, white teeth, and childishness is actually Chen Zhou. He came to me on his own initiative. Appearances were so deceptive that Lin Yujing did not immediately associate this seemingly harmless boy with the killer god that was passed down by word of mouth among the police. It was not until the other party revealed his identity that she realized how terrifying the other party was. Lin Yujing felt a chill down her spine, as if a thorn was stabbing her back. Her entire demeanor changed dramatically. Crash! The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard began to shake violently, and Lin Yujing herself made a crackling sound. The plants closer to her were withered and curled, as if they were burnt. It was obvious that Lin Yujing was furious and ready to take action at any time. "Master Lin, you scared me. Please calm down." Chen Zhou tried to persuade him, "Although the way I came in was a bit presumptuous, I have no ill intentions." Before coming, Wu Haisheng told him that the owner of Jinggu Hall was a very beautiful young girl, so he immediately confirmed that the person in front of him was Lin Yujing. Such a girl is the owner of the museum, and has been able to gain a foothold in Chongqing County for several years. I think she has some skills. It is true that heroes are like crucian carp in the river, and they should not be underestimated. Lin Yujing's right hand had quietly rested on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Although Chen Zhou said something to scare him, his expression was still relaxed. The more relaxed Chen Zhou appeared, the more pressure he put on Lin Yujing. After all, the rumors about him outside are too weird. As a well-educated man of the new century, Chen Zhou adheres to the principle of repaying evil with evil and repaying good with good. "I will treat you the way you treat me." This time he came to ask for help, so Chen Zhou acted very sincerely. He was just a shadow of a tree. The impression of the Shenzhou killing god had already been established in Lin Yujing's mind. As soon as he appeared, Lin Yujing had a stress reaction. "What are you doing here, sir?" Lin Yujing asked calmly. "I don't think I have any grudge against you, sir." When she was talking, she was concentrating on watching Chen Zhou's every move. If Chen Zhou made any unusual movements, she would not be polite and would directly run away. "I said I'm not here to cause trouble." Chen Zhou sighed, stood up from the stone bench, and then stated his purpose. "Master Lin, I hope you can help me practice." "Help you practice?" Lin Yujing frowned slightly. "With your strength, why do you need me?" "Master Lin, you don't have to be modest. I came here because of your reputation." Chen Zhou answered seriously. "And the gym owner seems to have misunderstood me. I just have a good record. In fact, I am just a small minion of the second level and the first level." As he spoke, Chen Zhou also slightly revealed his aura of the first level of the second realm. Puzzlement flashed in Lin Yujing's clear eyes. It was indeed the first level of the second realm, which was much lower than hers. Why is this young man so powerful in combat? After a little thought, Lin Yujing figured out the key. "Have you awakened your martial arts talent? Does this woman even know about such a thing as martial arts talent?" Chen Zhou didn't hide it, but nodded. "That's right." "I see," Lin Yujing revealed a look of understanding. "No wonder you can do all this. It seems that your awakened martial arts talent is really terrifyingly strong." She was quite clear about the martial arts realm of Zheng Guanxi, Xiao Xianwei, and the other two. Each of them was as good as Chen Zhou, but he was able to get 3 kills, which was enough to explain everything. It sounds like, Master Lin, you have also awakened your talent in martial arts. Chen Zhou asked back. Yes. Lin Yujing nodded and admitted. Martial arts talent is a gift from God to all living beings. Only 1 in 10,000 people can awaken it, and some are strong and some are weak. Yours is particularly strong. Chen Zhou suddenly realized that it seemed that other people awakened their talents through their own awakening, while he relied on the record of merits. 1 in a million, worthy of being called the golden finger, he easily accomplished what others couldn't do. In that case, I really have to thank God. Chen Zhou casually said, so, Master Lin, can you help me? How dare I say no? Lin Yujing thought to herself, but nodded on the surface, of course, what do you want to learn? Chen Zhou's record left her no room for refusal. For the sake of her life, she could only agree. Learn whatever is the best. Chen Zhou replied. At this moment, he was like Sun Wukong who became a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch. 72 transformations are more than 36? Well, this is it. Lin Yujing asked again, have you practiced the breathing method? Breathing method? Never heard of it. Chen Zhou shook his head, to be honest, I have only practiced one martial art, 13 deadly spears. Lin Yujing frowned, sounds awesome. Well, it's a basic martial arts. I went to buy weapons from others, and they bought one and got one free. Lin Yujing. Chen Zhou told the truth, and at the same time, he reminded Lin Yujing from the side that his martial arts talent was terrifying, and you, little girl, had better not make any crooked ideas. Lin Yujing also realized the meaning of the words. She took a deep look at Chen Zhou and explained. After the true essence of martial arts is condensed in the body, it needs to be conditioned by breathing and inhaling methods to integrate it into the limbs and bones and strengthen itself. At the same time, its ability in combat cannot be underestimated. The cultivation of the second realm is to use true energy to temper bones, which requires its participation. Lin Yujing explained the second-level cultivation method to Chen Zhou in detail. Chen Zhou listened carefully and then said. Understood, then please give me a lesson in the teaching and inhalation technique. Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Yujing shook off these words, turned around and walked into a room. When she came out, she was already holding a heavy classic in her hand. This is the breathing method Purple Yang Dian Gang technique that I practice. At the same time, it is also the ancestral method of my Lin family. Family traditions? Chen Zhou was a little surprised that the other party actually took out all the family heirlooms. I didn't expect Hall Master Lin to be so interested. Lin Yujing replied expressionlessly, I am forced to do my best to survive. Although Chen Zhou behaved like a novice in martial arts, Lin Yujing always felt that this person was not that simple, and she probably couldn't fool him with ordinary things. In fact, this is indeed the case. Chen Zhou doesn't need to learn whether a martial arts book is strong or not. He can just add points from the record of merits to know. Master Lin is indeed a smart man. Chen Zhou nodded, hey? Why does it feel like something only a villain would say? In addition, I also dare to make a request to you. Lin Yujing added immediately. You said it. Chen Zhou said simply. I hope you and I will cooperate to deal with the magistrate of Chongqing County. Lin Yujing's words were shocking. Her hands holding the book were clenched tightly, and a trace of hatred suddenly flashed across her expressionless face. I will chop off that dog officer's head with my own hands. So, when will the injustice be repaid? Chen Zhou thought to himself, then shook his head, no. No, are you still scared? A look of sadness appeared in Lin Yujing's eyes. Chen Zhou killed Zhao Shuanghe's son. In her opinion, this was completely against Zhao Xuan'e. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which is why she was willing to take out the family heirloom, just to add a strong ally to herself. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhou refused outright. It seems that no matter how courageous a person is, there is a limit after all. Alas, if you don't want to, just don't want to. It's just that I accidentally revealed my true purpose of hiding here to outsiders, which makes it a little difficult. Lin Yujing was thinking sadly when she heard Chen Zhou continue. The most you can do is watch from the side. Then I have to chop off Zhao Shuanghe's head. What? Lin Yujing's mind didn't turn around for a moment. That is to say, I have to kill Zhao Xuan'e myself. Chen Zhou explained. Just kidding, this evil-doing county magistrate must be worth a lot of good deeds, how could he give up his head to someone else? No matter how strong the hatred is in your heart, it won't work. It means you agree to cooperate with me and kill this thief. Lin Yujing asked again uncertainly. Of course, but the head must be left to me. Chen Zhou emphasized again and again. What he originally wanted to do was to kill an official, so it would be no problem to pick up a companion on the way. As long as the head is his. Chapter 22. Okay, I'll give it to you. All of it is yours. Lin Yujing said quickly, and her whole body was visibly delighted. She said excitedly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who kills Zhao Xuan'e. I just want him to die. The sooner the better, the more miserable the better. It seems that there is indeed a deep hatred between Lin Yujing and County Magistrate Zhao. Chen Zhou did not intend to ask about the other party's privacy, but continued, "Can I take a look at your heirloom now?" Of course. The two sides reached a temporary alliance, and Lin Yujing was finally not so cold anymore. She placed the book in her hand on the stone table in front of Chen Zhou. Even if we look at the entire Guanggan prefecture, my purple yang electric power technique can be ranked among the best. Lin Yujing added, with a hint of pride on her face. It's also cute. So amazing. It seems that I came to the right place, Jinggu Hall. Chen Zhou was also more satisfied. He opened the book happily, and then frowned. Where did this come from? Is this written in Huxia characters? They are indeed Huxia characters when viewed one by one, but why can't I understand them when they are put together? Moreover, the thickness of this classic book is almost as thick as a dictionary. Chen Zhou sighed in his heart, he didn't like reading in his previous life, and he couldn't change this good habit in this life. But it doesn't matter, record of merits will take him flying. Chen Zhou was too lazy to read it carefully, so he just glanced at it and printed it in the record of merits first. Seeing Chen Zhou flipping through the book quickly, Lin Yujing didn't pay much attention. She just thought that he was just going to flip through it roughly to confirm the authenticity of the secret book. After finally reading half of the dictionary, Chen Zhou pinched his brows and looked up, only to find that Lin Yujing's beautiful eyes were staring straight at him. Why are you staring at me? Chen Zhou asked curiously, are you worried that I won't fulfill my promise and kill Zhao Xuan'e? Don't worry, we can start tomorrow afternoon. Of course, that's if you're not afraid of death. Lin Yujing immediately shook her head after hearing this. That's not what I meant. It's just that this breathing method is difficult to learn. It's impossible to learn it in a short period of time. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. Wait a minute, you're going to do it tomorrow afternoon. As she was explaining, Lin Yujing realized something was wrong. Yeah, what's wrong? Chen Zhou asked back. Too hasty. Lin Yujing frowned. Too hasty? Didn't you just say that the sooner he dies, the better? But the problem is that this is too fast. It's really dangerous to act now. Lin Yujing sat down next to Chen Zhou in an anxious tone. Perhaps you don't know the details of Zhao Xuan'e, let me tell you. In addition to County Lieutenant Xiao, Zhao Shuanghe's capable subordinates also include the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang leader's martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the second realm, which is much stronger than County Lieutenant Xiao. Besides that, Zhao Xuan'e himself is also a threat. Although he has always appeared to others as an ordinary person, I know that he is actually a warrior who has reached the third realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in this county. Not only that, according to my investigation, Zhao Xuan'e may be colluding with demons. Demon. This surprised Chen Zhou a little. He thought there were no monsters in this world. After all, in his 15 years of memory, he had never seen or heard of any monsters. Of course, this may also be because his vision is too narrow. After all, in the past 15 years, Chen Zhou has not even traveled to Chongqing County. However, Zhao Xuan'e is a third-level warrior, and he also has a Black Tiger gang leader, and even a demon. So when all these good deeds are added together... Hey! Thinking of this, Chen Zhou took a deep breath. I understand. If that's the case, then the time must be changed. I'm glad you can think it through. Lin Yujing also nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could finish her sigh, she heard Chen Zhou continue to say, let's change it to tomorrow morning. Lin Yujing. No? Why are the changes getting further and further forward? She couldn't help but ask, her voice getting louder. Isn't this to help you get revenge sooner? My intention is good. No, this is really too hasty. Lin Yujing shook her head repeatedly. Killing an imperial official is no joke. We need a thorough plan. Although your starting point is good, don't start yet. When Chen Zhou didn't agree to kill Zhao Xuan'e at first, she felt that no matter how brave Chen Zhou was, he still had his limits. And now, she discovered that Chen Zhou's courage had no limit, but her imagination had a limit. Once something is decided, can you roll up your sleeves and start working right away? There is no time to waste, otherwise things will change. Chen Zhou shook his head. In a few days, the imperial court will surely send stronger warriors. At that time, it will be even more difficult to kill Zhao Xuan'e. Lin Yujing was stunned. She originally thought that the sinking of the boat was all due to recklessness, but she didn't expect that he was actually bold and careful. This was absolutely true. Chen Zhou would naturally think twice before taking any action. Having lived 2 lives, he still had some wisdom. It's just that his super wisdom told him to just use his superpower to do it. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to fully master this breathing method. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou turned the pages of the book even faster. Lin Yujing on the side pondered for a moment before speaking. What you said makes sense, but I still think it's not safe. Please shut up. Chen Zhou couldn't listen any longer, he just waved his hand and interrupted Lin Yujing's words. Just sit here and wait, you'll know whether it's safe or not soon. Chapter 23. Lin Yujing fell silent. According to Chen Zhou, he wanted to clear Purple Sun electric power technique today? Isn't this a foolish dream? If we were to rank the breathing techniques, her Purple Yang Dian Gang technique would definitely be ranked first. It took Lin Yujing 5 years to practice Purple Sun electric power technique to a minor level. If Chen Zhou wants to reach her level, I'm afraid the time will have to be measured in years. Forget it. As a young man, he has a good character and thinks that he is extremely talented. Once he starts practicing the technique formally, he will probably give in immediately. With this thought, Lin Yujing just waited obediently, and then the next moment, she was stunned. Chen Zhou activated the record of merits, and the 800 points of good deeds in his account turned into a mysterious force that poured into this powerful breathing method. The densely packed text in the record of merit and virtue then emerged. Consumption of 5 points of good deeds, you have learned how to breathe out the true energy. The true energy is like blood, pumped out from the danshan and flowing into the whole body circulation. Consume 20 points of good deeds. You have become familiar with the breathing method. Every time you breathe, you are breathing. At the same time, you are pleasantly surprised to find that your true energy begins to have the power of electric current. Under its stimulation, your muscle strength and nerve response speed are improved. Purple Sun electric power technique, Introduction. It cost me 25 points of good deeds to get started. The gap between this technique and the previous one is really huge. Chen Zhou couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to when his 13 deadly guns only needed 4 points of good deeds to complete it. But this technique is really so powerful that it can actually make the true essence generate electric current? Isn't this an electric eel? In the entry stage, electric current can only increase physical strength and reaction speed, so what's next? Chen Zhou looked forward to it very much and immediately continued to invest in good deeds. Consume 50 points of good deeds. After years of hard training, you can now pump out the electric current in your body. Every time you fight with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat, the electric current can paralyze the enemy, thus restricting the enemy's movement. Level upgrade, Purple Sun Electric Power Technique, Proficient. Can you paralyze the enemy? Continue to attack. Consume 100 points of good deeds, and the power of the electric current in your body will deepen. The electric current can instantly injure or even kill the enemy. Purple Sun Electric Power Technique, Xiao Cheng. Consuming 200 points of good deeds, your mastery of electric current has reached its peak. You can instantly release the electric current accumulated in your body and kill enemies from a distance. Purple Sun Electric Power Technique, Dacheng. Kill enemies from a distance? Chen Zhou has already thought of his own battle scene, Pikachu, releasing 100,000 volts. Keep pouring. Consumption of 400 points of good deeds, you have completely mastered this breathing method. The current in your body greatly enhances your body speed and nerve speed. You can release large amounts of current to kill enemies in a range. Purple Sun Electric Power Technique, Perfection. The single unit has become AoE. This is it. As the record of merits was written, Chen Zhou felt the true energy flowing through his body like a torrential river, flowing into his limbs and bones with his breathing. And with just one thought, the true energy can be transformed into a surging and terrifying current. Chen Zhou was extremely excited. He finally understood why this thing could be used as a family heirloom. It was so powerful. It is completely different from his previous 13 deadly guns. The former is still in the realm of martial arts, while the latter directly enters the fantasy world. Try it now. The next moment, Chen Zhou's originally pure black pupils instantly turned into gold, and a dazzling golden light entangled and covered his body. Boom! There was the sound of electric current breaking down in the air, and the golden arc visible to the naked eye danced wildly around Chen Zhou like a spiritual snake. The ground cracked, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were instantly burned to powder by the raging current. For a moment, the entire courtyard was as bright as day, and the sinking boat shrouded in golden light appeared like the Super Saiyan descending into the world. Too attention-grabbing. Chen Zhou realized that at this moment, he was as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night. It would be troublesome if others noticed him. He had not forgotten his identity as a fugitive. Chen Zhou immediately restrained himself and the golden light disappeared again. Tisk tisk, let alone actual combat, the special effects alone looked terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh, how could ordinary warriors fight with this Tunafa when it was so abnormal? No wonder Lin Yujing said that this Purple Yang Dian Gang technique ranks among the top even if you look at the entire Guanggan prefecture. After a small sigh, Chen Zhou raised his head and looked at Lin Yujing, who had turned into a sculpture. Her eyes widened, an extremely strong shock emerged in her eyes, and an extremely absurd emotion emerged from her heart, making her completely confused. If she read it correctly, Chen Zhou's state just now was the purple gold body protection that can only be displayed after the completion of the Purple Sun Electric Power Technique. But the question is, how is it possible? Didn't the other party only briefly scan the secret book? Why did he already practice it to perfection? Is she dreaming? Or did she accidentally skip part of the plot? Under Lin Yujing's dull eyes, Chen Zhou casually sat back on the stone bench and said calmly, "How about it, Master Lin, let me tell you, it will be safe today." Now if you don't understand anything about this breathing method, you can ask me. What he said were all my words. Lin Yujing's heart trembled. She did not answer the question, but murmured in a low voice, "You are not a human, you are a monster." She was so devastated that Chen Zhou really gave her a huge blow. By the way, according to the officers and soldiers of Chongqing County, you will not die even if you are shot through the head and heart with a crossbow. Is this true? Lin Yujing suddenly thought of another question. Absolutely. Chen Zhou nodded without denying it. Hiss. Lin Yujing took a breath of cold air. What kind of martial arts talent does he have to be able to do this? Why is every one of his talents so abnormal and scary? After roaring in her heart, Lin Yujing continued to EMO. Chapter 24. After completing the Purple Yang electric power technique, his combat power soared again. Coupled with conquer people with virtue and the fourth natural disaster. Chen Zhou, who has always reminded himself not to underestimate the heroes of the world, still feels a little complacent. It's just that my good deed points have been almost used up, so I have to do good deeds again. Lin Yujing on the other side also reacted. Her face flushed, and she clenched her fists excitedly and shouted, do it tomorrow. She has already quit the EMO state, now is not the time to be jealous of the other person's talent, because she realizes that she is hanging out with a rich man. Only with a monster like Chen Zhou can she succeed in her revenge. What do you mean by 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, and it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Go to hell with all that. If one is not inferior to the enemy in strength, who wouldn't want to chop off the enemy's head on the spot and kill him as soon as possible? This boy is teachable. Chen Zhou nodded. Having just mastered a powerful martial art, he was eager to test the waters with an enemy. However, we still cannot act rashly. Lin Yujing warned again, let me find out what Zhao Shuanghe's plan is for tomorrow, and then we can act. Okay. Chen Zhou replied. Since there was Lin Yujing as a military advisor, he could leave the tasks of collecting enemy information and brainstorming to her. She has hatred in her heart, and she can only do better than sinking the boat. On the outskirts of Chongqing City, in a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for a long time. Before daybreak, Go Waer was pushed by a rough and dirty big hand. Get up, Go Wa, get up and work. Go Wa replied sleepily, Grandpa, I'll sleep a little longer. Guer's original name was not Guer, and the grandpa he called was not his grandpa. Guer is only 6 years old this year. As far as he can remember, he has heard his father say that his mother died of complications during childbirth. Last year, he heard from the old beggar that his father was beaten to death on the street by members of the Black Tiger gang. He became an orphan in this way. When he was starving and on the verge of death, the old beggar saved him. From then on, he lived with this grandfather. The name Guer was also given by an old beggar, who said that Guer had a cheap life and was easy to raise. Didn't I tell you that begging on the street now would make you look even more miserable? Maybe people would give you more money. The old beggar patiently persuaded them. According to his theory, if they squatted on the street at dawn, passers-by would mistakenly think that they had slept in the cold street corner all night and thus feel sympathy for them. In this way, they could beg for more tips. Guer didn't believe it, because they often went out early in the morning and still didn't get a penny. But Guer would not disobey the old beggar, because he knew that he was the only person in the world who was kind to him. I understand, Grandpa. Guer responded sensibly and prepared to climb up from the haystack. Forget it. The old beggar changed his mind. He held Go Waer's shoulder and said with a smile. Little dog, just lie down for a while today. A glimmer of kindness flashed in the old beggar's turbid eyes. The reason why Guer was adopted was because he was a child. After all, children are the most likely to arouse other people's sympathy and are natural beggars. Even in some places in Yan country, people would resort to the method of cutting people alive in order to win sympathy. Naturally, the old beggar couldn't do this. He thought it would be enough to get more money with a baby. But as time went on, the grandfather and grandson began to develop feelings for each other. The old beggar was also lonely and helpless. Now that he had a companion around him, he subconsciously regarded him as his own grandson. If your grandson is lazy occasionally, that can certainly be forgiven. Guwaier, who was sleeping in a daze, was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded immediately, "Thank you, Grandpa." "Well, if you meet a stranger, you should hide behind the statue and don't cause trouble." "I know, Grandpa." Guwaier responded obediently. "Okay." The old beggar set off alone, holding a broken bowl in his arms, and walked into the wind and rain outside the ruined temple. Guwaier closed his eyes again and continued to sleep soundly, but his sleep was not sound. "Thinking of my grandfather begging alone outside, while he was hiding in the warm hay and lazing around, I couldn't help but feel ashamed." After only sleeping for a while, Guwaier turned over and sat up, picked up a cold steamed bun that he had received yesterday and started to nibble on it. He was going to finish eating the steamed buns and go to the city to meet his grandfather. While eating, Guwaier noticed a figure walking in from outside the temple. He did not forget the old beggar's instructions and immediately hid behind the statue. Using the skylight outside, Guwaier could see a little more clearly. The figure looked like a child, about the same height as him. Wearing a black robe, you can't see what he looks like. "Boring, boring." The little man in black robe spoke in a low voice. His words were a bit strange and non-standard, but his voice was full of childishness. It is indeed a child about his age who came out alone. Could it be that he is also an orphan like him? Guwaier guessed in his mind that at this moment, the little man in black robe suddenly said "Hey," and then turned around along the statue. Found. Guwaier wasn't nervous either. He picked up a piece of gravel on the ground. The other party is a child just like him, so there is no guarantee who will win or lose in a fight. The next moment, the little man in black robe suddenly jumped in front of him. "Haha, I found you." The voice was full of surprise and joy, as if she was playing hide-and-seek with him. Guwaier didn't know how to answer the call for a while, but he quickly put the problem behind him. Because he saw the other party's appearance clearly. "I saw that its whole body was covered with orange fur, which was very smooth. There was actually a cat's head on its slightly forward neck." Yet, Guwa was startled and fell to the ground. How could there be such a person in the world who looks like a kitten? The other party did not take any further action. It looked at the fallen dog and found it interesting. It covered its mouth and laughed. "You are so cowardly. My name is Hong Hong, what is your name?" Guwa didn't want to pay attention to this strange child at all. He wanted to get up and run away, but his short legs were already weak from fear and he couldn't stand up anyway. Hong Hong blinked her eyes and asked again, "I'm bored, can you play with me?" "Play shit." His weak legs finally got back on their feet, and Guwa stood up, turned around and ran out. Just as he ran to the temple gate, he heard sobbing from behind. "Wivu. Is the other person crying?" Guwa stopped and turned around. He found that Hong Hong did not catch up with him, but stood there wiping her tears. Why are you all avoiding me?" Hong Hong said to herself aggrievedly. "I just want to play with you guys, why are you hiding from me?" These words made Guwa's heart tremble. Didn't he want a playmate to play with? But the reality is cruel. Not only do he have playmates, but his grandfather is the only one who cares about him. Is the other person like this too, all alone and helpless? And the way the other person looks, I'm afraid he will be even more miserable than him. Suddenly, Guwa felt that he and the other party had a similar problem. Seeing Guwa stopped, the red face once again showed an expectant expression. "Would you like to play with me?" Go Wa chose to remain silent. Seeing that Go Wa didn't say a word, Hong Hong said. By the way, I have this thing, and I heard you all like it very much. As Hong Hong spoke, she took out a shiny object from her robe. Go Wa's eyes lit up, it was a silver ingot. Although the other party looks strange, he is very rich. What he and his grandfather lack is money. If you play with me, I will give you this thing. Hong Hong raised the silver in her hand. Really? Go Wa asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Hong Hong nodded. Okay. Go Wa agreed. 1 ingot of silver was enough for him and his grandfather to live for a long time. They no longer had to squat on the street in the wind, rain, and scorching Sunday. For the sake of money, he would give it a try. Go Wa took a deep breath and bravely walked in front of Hong Hong again. Hong Hong also handed him the silver in her hand generously. Here you go. Go Wa took it tremblingly. He felt like he was dreaming for a moment as he suddenly got rich. Before Go Wa could come to his senses, Hong Hong suddenly grabbed his hand, and her sharp claws pricked his skin and caused pain. Go Wa was startled, but he heard Hong Hong's excited voice, "What are we going to play now?" Without waiting for Go Wa to answer, Hong Hong dragged him out of the temple. Hong Hong's strength was so great that he could not resist at all. To be honest, Go Wa has never had a good time in his life. He racked his brains thinking about things that he thought would make him happy. So, Go Wa first played shuttlecock and swing with Hong Hong. Then he took Hong Hong to fly a kite, and finally went into the city and bought a string of big red candied haws with Hong Hong. Go Wa thinks these are the most fun things in the world, but he doesn't know whether Hong Hong will buy it. Fortunately, Hong Hong seemed to be a person who had not seen the world. She had a lot of fun and kept giggling all the way. But when going into the city to buy candied haws, Hong Hong suddenly became very reserved, hiding her little body tightly under the black robe. "What's wrong with you?" Go Wa asked curiously. "My parents told me that I should not let others see my appearance, as it would scare others." Hong Hong explained in a low voice, her voice full of inferiority. "Hong Hong's appearance is indeed scary to others. She is even more miserable than me." "Well, no, she is better off than me. At least she has money and parents." Go Wa sighed softly, and then asked, "Then why did you let me see your appearance?" "Because I think you're great." As she said this, a sweet smile appeared on Hong Hong's little cat face. The sudden praise made Go Wa's face turn red, and at the same time he found that the little red face became more and more adorable the more he looked at it. After all, cats are cute animals, especially kittens, which are even cuter. "So, are we friends?" Go Wa plucked up the courage and asked the kitten beside him. "Friends? Of course." Hong Hong nodded repeatedly. After receiving the other party's recognition, Go Wa suddenly felt a surge of happiness in his heart. That's great, he finally has his first friend in his life. Hong Hong quickly finished the string of candied haws in her hand, she covered her stomach and said, "Let's go back to the temple." "What are we going to do in the temple?" Go Wa asked puzzledly. It was a place where he and his grandfather rested, but it was not a fun place. "I'm tired of playing and need to eat," Hong Hong replied. When Go Wa woke up, he vaguely saw a small shadow. The shadow was holding something in his hand and seemed to be chewing on it frantically, and a smacking sound continued to be heard. The surrounding was filled with an indescribable stench. The vision soon became clear, and Go Wa saw clearly who the shadow was. Hong Hong was sitting next to him, holding a human calf in her hand and chewing it greedily. Go Wa's face was distorted with fear, his body was shaking, and he wanted to get up and run away at the first moment. But he soon discovered that he could never stand up again because his legs were gone. Severe pain swept through his body like a tide, and Go Wa realized a tragic fact: Hong Hong was eating him. This friend he had just made was actually eating him. Tears dripped from the corners of Gowa's eyes, but what was more painful than his body was his heart. Gowa's heart was filled with incredible sadness and confusion. Why? He shouted weakly with all his strength, Hong Hong, aren't we friends? Hong Hong stopped chewing, glanced at Go Wa with her dark pupils, and then a ferocious smile appeared on the kitten's face. It's delicious, my friend, she said. Chapter 25. Inside the dilapidated temple, the rustling sounds lasted for a long time before they stopped. Hong Hong burped and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. It turns out that friends are such delicious things, with delicate skin and tender meat, much more delicious than the candied haws, especially the soft and tender internal organs, which are simply the most delicious food in the world. Looking at the bare skeleton in front of her, she pouted unhappily, it was eaten up so quickly. It's a pity that her parents asked her to keep a low profile, otherwise she would have enjoyed the meal more. After all, there are friends everywhere here. She has always been very smart and always remembers her parents' teachings, so she only eats smaller people and tries hard to hide her whereabouts and identity so that others won't find out. After finishing her meal, Hong Hong once again covered her small body in the large black robe and turned around and walked out of the dilapidated temple. She was ready to find her next friend. The old beggar was very happy today. Near noon, a handsome young man was very generous and directly rewarded him with 2 silver ingots. 2 ingots of silver were enough for him and his grandson to live on for several months. He originally wanted to kowtow to express his gratitude, but the other party simply refused. All this made the old beggar feel like he was dreaming. There actually existed such a kind person in the world. The old beggar sighed in his heart. After the young master left, he immediately put the 2 silver ingots into his pocket. He knew that wealth should not be shown off, especially in Chongqing County, where there were many people in the same trade. It was possible that someone would be jealous and want to rob him. Money. Go back to the ruined temple to find your grandson. I won't eat steamed bread today. I'll go to a restaurant with my grandson to have a good meal later. The old beggar just made some bold statements in his heart, but quickly repented. Forget it, that would be too expensive. It would be better to just eat 2 bowls of wontons at the stall with his grandson. With this thought in mind, the old beggar left the city excitedly and headed towards the dilapidated temple. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate of the ruined temple, an extremely strong smell of blood hit him in the face. The joy on the old beggar's face suddenly disappeared, he frowned and walked in quickly. There was no one in the dilapidated temple, but the smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. The old beggar groped his way until he came to the back of the statue. He saw a bloody skeleton lying there. Boom! The old beggar only felt that his head was hit hard, his brain was dizzy, and he almost lost his balance. No. Don't think too much, this bone can't possibly belong to Go Wa. Go Wa just went out to look for him. This is someone else's body, it must be. He warned himself frantically in his heart, but tears had already flowed out unconsciously. Because of the size of the skeleton, it looks like just a child. Moreover, next to the skeleton, on the torn linen, one could vaguely see countless patches, all of which were patches he had put on one by one with his own hands. Faced with the cruel reality, the old beggar burst into tears. The lights in the magistrate's office remained on all night. The atmosphere inside the government office was extremely depressing, like a storm about to come, so depressing that it made people want to die. The county magistrate's secretary was trembling as he reported to the gloomy figure behind the desk. Sir, from yesterday afternoon until now, I have been leading people to search for the sunken boat for a day and a night, but still found nothing. Zhao Xuan'e did not answer. He seemed not to hear Shang Wenchu's words. He closed his eyes and his face showed no sadness or joy. Shang Wenchu couldn't let the atmosphere get cold, so he could only bite the bullet and continue. From what I see, I'm afraid we can only wait for Guanggan Palace to send someone to bring the criminal to justice. After these words were spoken, Zhao Xuan'e finally took action. He opened his bloodshot eyes and stared straight at Shang Wenchu. It was not until Shang Wenchu's scalp was numb from being stared at that Zhao Xuan'e sighed. Lao Shang, you have been following me for 10 years, right? Wait a minute, isn't this the standard line when preparing to kill a lackey? Shang Wenchu's body trembled, and he knelt down directly in front of Zhao Xuan'e. Sir, please calm down. It's not that we are not working hard, but the other party's whereabouts are erratic and difficult to track. Moreover, the other party has killed several powerful warriors in the county one after another, and was not killed even when shot in the head by a crossbow. He is no different from a demon. It is really not something we can solve. Jing'er is in trouble. I am very sad. I watched Jing'er grow up. He is like my son. Please accept my condolences and take care of yourself. My condolences to you, your mother's head. Zhao Xuan'e rudely interrupted Shang Wenchu's words. He suddenly became furious and smashed the pen holder on the desk onto Shang Wenchu's head. Shang Wen couldn't dodge, and blood flowed out immediately. He covered his head and didn't dare to make any rash move. He just knelt on the spot. Zhao Xuanghe's eyes widened in anger, his face distorted and he roared. Stop talking sarcastically here. It's easy for you to say it. You didn't kill your son. I really want to kill your son right now so that you can experience the feeling of losing a son. My son is in need of a servant who can be used at his disposal. Shang Wen was so frightened by these words that he quickly kowtowed to Zhao Xuan'e. You know your mistakes when you are humble, you know your mistakes when you are humble. He knows Zhao Xuanghe's character. This old thief can really do anything. A large part of Zhao Xuanghe's son's perverted character comes from his father. Shang Wen's kowtow was like pounding garlic. His head was already smashed, but now he kowtowed like this, and blood was everywhere on the ground. But Shang Wen did not stop moving, because he knew that he was working hard for his son's life. Zhao Xuan'e didn't say a word, just looking down at Shang Wen's ugly behavior, as if he planned to let him be beaten to death here. It wasn't until Shang Wen's head felt a little dizzy that Zhao Xuanghe's cold voice finally sounded. That's enough, get up, don't embarrass yourself here. Thank you, sir. Shang Wensu finally let out a breath, which meant that Zhao Xuan'e would never touch his son again. He stood up tremblingly, and then realized something was wrong. He was embarrassed. In front of whom was he embarrassed? At this time, Shang Wen noticed that two people were standing at the door of the study. To say they are human beings is actually not appropriate. They just have human shapes, but they are not humans, but two demons. Both cat demons were covered in the same black robes. The one on the left was as tall as an iron tower, with bulging muscles and shiny black hair. The one on the right is petite and exquisite, like a night elf, with orange hair that is soft and smooth. The demon actually appeared in the magistrate's office in a majestic manner. The male cat demon happened to lower his head and met Shang Wen's gaze. Just one glance made Shang Wen tremble all over. Greedy, cruel, as if looking at a mouse. Why are you standing there? Get out! Zhao Xuanghe's scolding made Shang Wen come back to his senses. Yes, give way, please give way, sir. Shang Wen lowered his head and covered his face, squeezing past the two cat demons in fear. The two cat demons ignored him and allowed him to walk out of the room. It wasn't until he came to the courtyard that Shang Wensu breathed out a heavy breath, feeling as if he had walked away from the gate of hell. Fortunately, the result was good, and his life and his son's life should have been saved. At the same time, he continued to sigh. Crazy, this old thief Zhao Xuan'e is really crazy. In order to avenge his son, he did not hesitate to collude with the devil. Shang Wen had been vaguely aware of it before, but he didn't expect that Zhao Xuan'e would go so far this time and call the demon directly into the government office. What to do? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a drum sound outside, making Shang Wen, who was already frightened, jump up and down a few times. But he quickly realized that it was the sound of the drum at the door of the yamen. Who is playing the drums? Shang Wenwen asked as he walked out. Soon a yamen servant came to report, but as soon as he got closer, he saw the blood on Shang Wen's head, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Sir, your head. Don't worry about my head yet. Shang Wenwen waved his hand. Let me ask you, who is playing the drum outside? It's a beggar. He said his grandson was killed, the government official reported. Get that beggar out of here. Shang Wenwen waved his hand angrily. Our master just lost his son, how can he still care about other people's grandsons? Zhao Xuan'e has started to go crazy. If the beggar keeps knocking like this, not only his grandson will die, but also himself. However, the yamen servant had a look of confusion and fear on his face. But sir, that old beggar also brought his grandson. Only the bones of his grandson were left, and the rest of the body parts were missing, even the bones on the bones. The meat has been picked clean. My subordinates guess that 80% of them were eaten by some kind of monster. Having said this, a look of fear appeared on the yamen servant's face, while Shang Wenwen was dumbfounded. Monsters, aren't there two in the yamen now? Chapter 26. Shang Wenqiu was in doubt when he heard a creak behind him. The study door was opened, and then Zhao Xuan'e asked coldly, "What's the matter with the drums outside?" Shang Wenqiu's heart trembled, but he pretended to be calm, turned around and reported patiently, "It is like this, sir. A man-eating demon." Zhao Xuan'e remained expressionless after listening to Shang Wenqiu's report. He snorted coldly, "It must be that Chen Zhou's doing. He was originally a foolish child, and after falling into the devil's way, he became mad. Dafa, it's not enough that they've killed people, now they've started eating people." When Shang Wenqiu heard this, he cursed inwardly, "This old thief is going to put the blame on that Chen Zhou. The murderer is clearly in his room." The yamen runners who were not aware of the situation felt that it made some sense. After all, the sudden appearance of Chen Zhou was too strange. When thinking about the horrific scene of him pulling out the crossbow arrow from his head yesterday, it's no different from a demon. Post a notice to publicize the evil deeds of the sinking boat and the cannibalism, so that the people will be more careful. Zhao Xuan'e ordered again. Yes. Shang Wenqiu replied. After all, his inner dissatisfaction was just his heart. On the surface, he still didn't dare to resist at all. Zhao Xuan'e nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. You just said that the old beggar's grandson was eaten and only his bones were left. That's right, sir. The way that grandson died, looked very miserable. The bailiff at the side nodded. Even though he had dealt with many dead bodies, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Okay, let's display the corpse as well, so that the people can better understand the horror of the sunken boat. Zhao Xuan'e added. This. Didn't understand. I obey your orders. Chen Zhou, Chen Zhou, I wonder who would dare to take you in now. Zhao Xuan'e thought grimly, turned around and re-entered the study. Only Shang Wenqiu, with a bitter face and blood dripping from his head, and the ignorant yamen runners were left behind. Did you two hear what was said outside? As soon as he entered the study, Zhao Xuan'e turned an inquiring look towards the two cat demons in front of him. I heard it. The female cat demon spoke first, her voice gentle and pleasant, it should be my daughter who did it. My daughter is usually too spoiled and a little naughty. It's her first time to come to your territory. I guess I couldn't help it, so I started eating meat. She answered without changing her expression or beating her heart, and even had a smile on her face, as if she was smiling bitterly at her daughter's mischief. To her, this was just a trivial matter. What? You're making a big deal out of it just because my daughter ate someone from your county. The male cat demon also spoke, staring at Zhao Xuan'e with a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. Zhao Xuan'e did not dwell on this matter too much. He just said, as long as you help me catch the sunken boat, you can eat as many people as you want. The cat demon couple's eyes suddenly lit up. It will take at least 2 days for the people sent by Guanggan Palace to reach Chongqing County. You must catch him within these 2 days. Zhao Xuan'e added. Shang Wenqiu was right. After his son's death, his heart was completely in turmoil. He no longer did things as rigorously as before, but instead showed a kind of madness that came from being at the end of his rope. Zhao Xuan'e wished he could cut that sinking boat into pieces right away. Master Zhao, don't worry. Our clan has a very good nose. The female cat demon said, just give me an item he used before, and we can catch him today and bring him to you. Come. You two should not be careless. According to the report from my men, the sunken boat is a bit strange. Even if a crossbow pierces your head, you won't die. Zhao Xuan'e said in a deep voice. Haha. The male cat demon sneered when he heard this, it's just a trick. It can fool those ignorant two-legged sheep, but it can't fool us. How could they survive being shot through the head by a crossbow? Even the demon race like them could not possess such abnormal vitality. Of course, in this vast world, there are people who can do this, but they must at least be high-level strong people. If he is really such a strong man, then there is probably no one in the entire Guanggan prefecture who can do anything to him. Why is he wanted by the government of a small county? The only explanation is that it is a sleight of hand. Zhao Xuan'e nodded, obviously he had the same opinion. The soldiers in the county are just some second-rate warriors, and a little bit of sleight of hand can deceive their eyes. If thousands of arrows had been fired at that time, Chen Zhou would have been dead without a burial place. Unfortunately, his men were too stupid. But in any case, Chen Zhou killed 3 people in the second realm, and his record can be checked. He is very strong. So, to be on the safe side, Zhao Xuan'e did not hesitate to invite the demon tribe, with whom he had been in secret contact. These 2 cat demons are both real third-level demons. But, Lord Zhao, why do you insist on us taking action? At this time, the male cat demon asked. After all, Guanggan Palace will send someone to deal with this matter in 2 days. If you do this, you might expose yourself. Collaborating with the demon clan is a serious crime in the Yan state, and the punishment will be the execution of 9 generations of the clan. You don't understand. Zhao Xuan'e shook his head. The palace master of Guanggan Palace is famous for cherishing talents. His Guanggan Palace is an academy built by attracting various martial arts geniuses in the state. This Chen Zhou is just a young boy, but he has killed so many second-level warriors. This is enough to show his strong talent for cultivation. I am worried, he will be recruited by the higher UPS. Once he was recruited, his son's blood feud would probably never be avenged. At the gate of the yamen, the old beggar holding Gowa's body was covered in blood. He was not allowed to enter and could only wait outside. After a while, a group of yamen runners came out. The old beggar rushed forward, he looked at the leader and cried, "Sir, please help me, you must catch the murderer." The middle-aged head of the police retreated a few steps in disgust, and then said coldly, "What a bullshit boss! That monster not only ate your grandson, but also killed our county lieutenant and the magistrate's son. How can it be so simple? Matter." The old beggar was stunned for a moment. It sounded like the other party already knew who the murderer was. Moreover, the murderer was so cruel that he killed so many people? It's him. Confused and puzzled, the middle-aged captain pointed with his finger. The old beggar then followed the direction of the middle-aged constable's finger and turned his gaze to the notice board at the entrance of the government office. There was a wanted poster posted there. On the poster was a handsome young man, and underneath it were the words. The suspect is Chen Zhou, about 15 years old. This thief brutally killed dozens of people in the city. His crime is extremely serious. If anyone knows about this, report it to the government immediately. There will be a reward of 500 taels of silver and 10 acres of good farmland. Anyone who harbors this thief will be punished as well as the thief." The old beggar was stunned for a moment, because the boy in the portrait looked very familiar to him. "Impossible, it can't be him," the old beggar suddenly shouted. He remembered that just yesterday, the other party rewarded him with 2 ingots of silver and kindly reminded him to take care of his health. How could such a kind person eat people? Who else could it be if not him? While he was thinking, a yamen runner snorted coldly, walked forward and added a few more words to Chen Zhou's wanted order. "He loves to eat human flesh, is insane, and is no different from an animal." "Sir, could there be some mistake?" the old beggar couldn't help but ask. "It can't be wrong," the middle-aged captain said confidently. He looked at the old beggar and said, "By the way, leave your grandson's body here, just below the notice board." "Why?" The old beggar's heart trembled, and he hurriedly protected the corpse in his arms. Gowa's fate was already so miserable, he now just wanted to bury him and give Gowa the final piece. "This is the evidence of the cannibalism in the sunken boat, of course we have to keep it." The middle-aged captain snorted coldly and gave a look, and several yamen runners beside him walked over. "Gentlemen, I hope you can be flexible." The old beggar quickly stuffed 2 silver ingots over. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. "You old beggar are quite rich." The middle-aged captain looked at the old beggar with some surprise and snatched the silver away. Seeing the other party take the silver, the old beggar was relieved. He had to do something after receiving the money, right? But then, he saw the middle-aged captain shaking his head and saying, "But, the magistrate's order cannot be disobeyed. Give me that broken bone." Chapter 27. Chen Zhou was the only one left in Jinggu Hall. Lin Yujing hung a sign saying closed today at the door early in the morning and then hurried out, saying that she was going to collect intelligence. She hoped that Chen Zhou would hide here temporarily, and the matter of killing Zhao Xuan'ei could be discussed after she came back. It wouldn't take long, probably only an incense stick of time. Chen Zhou had no objection to this. It would be better if everything could be prepared before taking action. But as he waited, Chen Zhou felt his stomach growling. He was hungry. "I haven't eaten anything today. Killing is a strenuous job, I need to replenish my energy before doing this." Since Chen Zhou had already promised Lin Yujing, he would naturally not leave Jinggu Hall. He would see if there was anything to eat here. Chen Zhou walked to the kitchen and soon found noodles there. Then he thought of the chickens she raised in the yard. "Forget it, the title of chicken thief is quite unpleasant, so I'll just cook noodles." There were many bottles and jars in the kitchen, which should be seasonings. Chen Zhou tasted each one to confirm what they were. Anyway, he was not afraid of being poisoned. After a night's rest, his health bar was already full, so losing some blood didn't matter. Soon, a bowl of steaming noodles was ready. Chen Zhou sat at the stone table in the courtyard and began to eat with big mouthfuls. "Well, my craftsmanship is still as good as ever." Chen Zhou sighed, thinking back to his hobby in his previous life was cooking, but later he was busy working overtime and didn't even have time to cook for himself. He could only order takeout every meal, which was heavy in oil and salt. Long-term work pressure plus unhealthy diet, the body was completely worn down. After living 2 lifetimes, Chen Zhou finally realized that nothing in the world is more important than himself. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. As he was sighing, Chen Zhou suddenly saw a small figure nimbly climb over the wall and jump into the courtyard. The figure was wearing a black robe and looked like a young child, but the wall was 3 meters high and it was definitely not something a child could climb over. "What a nice smell!" The figure sniffed hard with his nose, sighing constantly, and looking in the direction of the sinking boat. Chen Zhou narrowed his eyes, because he discovered that there was a cat face hidden under the black robe. "Monster!" Chen Zhou had much more experience than Go Wa, so he recognized it at the first sight. After all, you have seen a pig run even if you have never eaten pork. I heard from Lin Yujing before that Zhao Xuan'e might be colluding with a monster, but I didn't expect that a monster would come to me on his own initiative. However, the appearance of this cat demon is surprisingly not scary. This might be because Chen Zhou had been a human in 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had seen countless images of monsters, both horrible and terrible, and he had become somewhat immune to them. If those guys who were obsessed with Furui in their previous life saw the appearance of this little cat demon, they would probably be ecstatic. When Chen Zhou was looking at Hong Hong was also looking at the boy in front of her. She was attracted here by a fragrance, and when she climbed over the wall, she saw a new friend. She was older than her last friend, but not much older. But he was much braver and was not afraid of her at all. I looked around and saw no one else, so, this friend can eat too. However, before eating, I have to ask him what is in his hand, it smells so good. As soon as she thought of this, Hong Hong opened her mouth and said, "You." Before she could finish her next words, she saw the handsome young man not far away raised a finger. What is he going to do? SSSSS. Golden light appears. In Hong Hong's horrified eyes, a golden arc of electricity suddenly burst out from the young man's fingertips and shot towards her at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Hong Hong didn't even see the trajectory of the electric arc clearly. She just felt her vision was instantly covered by golden light, and then she lost consciousness. So weak. Looking at the cat demon lying on the ground with its body charred, Chen Zhou was a little surprised. He just tried his hand at it, but he didn't expect to kill the opponent in one blow. Lin Yujing was honest and did not lie to me. This purple yang electric power technique is indeed extremely powerful. Moreover, the pleasure of killing someone instantly with just the movement of your fingers is so simple and refreshing. Knock out a man-eating cat demon, and add 10 to your good deeds. The hint from the record of merits and virtues immediately made Chen Zhou's heart sink. Man-eating cat demon? Chen Zhou's heart sank. This cat demon looked like a juvenile, but it had already eaten a human. We can't keep a guy like this. Chen Zhou moved his fingers, and golden light burst out from his fingertips again, and then went out. Chen Zhou changed his mind. This cat demon was too young. Killing her alone would not earn him much. It would be better to use her to lure out all her elders and kill them together. Wouldn't that be better? Thinking of this, Chen Zhou picked up the bowl again and continued to eat noodles, leaving the cat demon lying alone in the yard. Chapter 28. Not long after, another graceful figure climbed over the wall and fell into the courtyard. Chen Zhou, who had finished eating the noodles and was lying on the grass admiring the white clouds above his head, sighed, "Master Lin, do you have to climb over the wall when you go back to your own home?" "Ahem, this is more convenient." Lin Yujing replied, mainly because she was too lazy to open the door. Then she frowned, "Wait a minute, why does it smell like burning?" "Oh, I just petted the cat." Chen Zhou replied. "Pet the cat?" Lin Yujing didn't understand what these two words meant, but she soon saw a small figure lying in the courtyard. This figure's appearance was scorched, but because of its strong vitality, it did not die. After seeing clearly the cat's face under the black robe, Lin Yujing became serious. "I see, a cat demon." She now understood what Chen Zhou meant by petting the cat. "I didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly." Lin Yujing added, "I even found your location accurately." "Yes." Chen Zhou nodded, "That's why I started very quickly. Yang Yongzhen's Dafa is so powerful. However, since we know that we are dealing with you, why did we only send a little demon from the first realm?" Lin Yujing said with some confusion in her tone, "Obviously they already have a stronger existence." "A stronger existence?" Chen Zhou asked. "Well..." Lin Yujing nodded. "According to the information I received, Zhao Xuan'e has indeed colluded with demons. They are a couple of demon cats. This little one should be their cub. The older one came before the younger one came. Isn't this looking for death? But, it just so happens that we can make use of it. She changed the topic again and clenched her fists. With the small one in our hands, the two big ones will definitely use it as a weapon to threaten them, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. At this point, Lin Yujing laughed gloomily, making her beautiful face look a little ferocious, more like a femme fatale villain. You should laugh out loud. Chen Zhou thought to himself, and then asked, what did you find out? Lin Yujing continued. An old beggar carried his grandson to the government office. His grandson looked like he had been eaten by monsters, leaving only a bare skeleton. Then Zhao Xuan'e insisted that it was you who did it and spread the news. This old dog really comes with his mouth. Chen Zhou laughed, but there was no trace of anger on his face. He didn't want to be angry about a dying person and ruin his mood. But speaking of cannibalism, Chen Zhou took a look at the little kitten lying in the courtyard, and it was probably her who did it. The little cat demon that looks cute on the outside is actually a man-eating monster. It is indeed not my race, and its heart must be different. What else? And what I just said, Zhao Xuan'e has found 2 cat monsters to kill you. They will join the Black Tiger gang in searching the city. In addition, Zhao Xuan'e will also hold a funeral for his son at noon today. Chen Zhou stood up like a carp. Very good, the information has been collected, let's take action. Holding a funeral? Haha, the father and son might as well organize it together, which can save a lot of money. Today, Evergreen City is quite deserted. There are no vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the streets, and most of the shops are closed. People are panicked, and the whole city is filled with a sense of depression. And this depression comes from many sources, including Zhao Xuan'e, who has a human face and an animal heart, the evil-doing Black Tiger gang, and Chen Zhou. At the beginning, the common people applauded what Chen Zhou did. Both the Han Mansion and Zhaojing were the objects of their hatred. Chen Zhou removed the thorn in their side and became a hero in the hearts of the common people. Until this morning, there was an additional message on the bulletin board of the county government office. Sinking boats eat people. Originally, they scorned this piece of information, but under the wanted notice, there was a bloody child's body, which was said to be the remains that had been eaten clean by the sunken boat. This immediately shook their hearts, and they suddenly realized that maybe Chen Zhou was not a great hero, he was just a human demon, and it was just a coincidence that he was killing and cannibalizing people indiscriminately. Therefore, the people of Evergreen City have one more person to fear. There aren't many people on the street today. Looking out the window at the desolate scene outside, Wu Haisheng said, with a flash of worry in his eyes, Madam, the notice from the government office. Bullshit. Before Wu Haisheng could finish, Zhang Sui interrupted with a cold face, Why, do you also doubt that the benefactor would do such a heinous thing? If he really eats people, wouldn't we have been eaten long ago? No, we might have been dragged into the toilet. Wu Haisheng smiled bitterly, My lady, please speak more elegantly, that's not what I meant. I know this is the magistrate's evil plan. I'm just worried about the safety of my benefactor. Hearing Wu Haisheng say this, Zhang Sui's face suddenly turned bitter. Yes, when she said goodbye to her benefactor, she saw that he was going to kill that BD magistrate. Now that Zhao Xuan'e is behaving like this, he might be even more unable to control himself. Will it work? Just as he was feeling anxious, there was a sudden sound of horse hooves outside, accompanied by Wu Haisheng's voice, this time with a strong hatred, the people from the Black Tiger gang. Hearing this, Zhang Sui's body began to tremble slightly. She also went to the window and looked out. I saw 3 carriages in a line, coming from a distance. The carriage was surrounded by burly men dressed in black and holding broadswords, as well as soldiers dressed in black and carrying heavy crossbows. There were several hundred people in total. They were none other than the Black Tiger Gang members and some police officers. The Black Tiger Gang's base is not in the county town, but in a small fortress more than 10 miles outside the city. Now that most of their men and horses have entered the city, their purpose is self-evident. In the first carriage, Black Tiger Gang leader Li Qing and deputy leader Zhao Haiming were sitting opposite each other. Whenever something big happened within the gang, the three gang leaders would gather together to discuss, but now there are only two left. Zhao Haiming was about 40 years old, with shifty eyes and fear in his eyes. "Boss, why do you want to cooperate with those two?" Zhao Haiming couldn't help but be terrified, because in the third carriage behind him, there were two cat demons sitting. "It's none of my business. It was Zhao Xuanai who brought this upon me." Li Qing replied with a gloomy face. He was over 50 years old and his cheeks were full of wrinkles, but his eyes were bright. "He has already crazy." Zhao Xuanai told Li Qing that these two cat demons could find the trace of the sinking boat and would also help capture it. Li Qing's mission was to take these two cat demons around the city. Although Li Qing wanted to refuse, the Black Tiger Gang had done so many dirty things for Zhao Xuanai over the years that they had become inseparable. "But boss, this is too dangerous." Zhao Haiming continued, his voice trembling, "Those two cat demons are eating now." That's right, at this moment the two cat demons were hiding in the carriage and eating people. If his subordinates had not been ordered in advance not to inquire about the situation inside the carriage, the gang members around would have been scared out of their wits. "So what if you eat people? Don't you often kill people?" Li Qing acted nonchalant. "What's the difference between being killed and being eaten? What about the people I ate? I just randomly kidnapped them from the street." "It's okay, just push it onto Chen Zhou." Li Qing showed a sinister smile. "For this cannibal, eating one child is not enough, he must eat more." "That's true." Zhao Haiming nodded. Seeing that his gang leader didn't care, he relaxed and let the two cat monsters eat. Once the others were full, they would not eat him anymore. "Then boss, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Zhao Haiming prepared to leave. With a powerful enemy at hand, don't distract too much of your attention, Li Qing warned. He knew that Zhao Haiming had put a beautiful girl in his carriage. "Don't worry, boss. With my skills, I can finish it quickly." Zhao Haiming smiled, then walked down and returned to his carriage. His carriage began to shake, and after a moment, a woman's scream was heard, and then it was quiet again. At the same time, on the rooftop of a house, Chen Zhou and Lin Yujing were standing and sitting, looking down at the team of carriages and horses slowly approaching in the distance. "People from the Black Tiger Gang." Lin Yujing spoke first. "According to my intelligence, the two cat demons are probably among them. We have to find a way to separate the cat demons from the Black Tiger Gang." She was holding a small animal in her hand, which was the little cat demon who was still in a coma. "Forget it." Chen Zhou shook his head. "Sometimes being too cautious is not good, it makes you look hesitant. And if you hesitate, you will lose." The little words are still in a set. Lin Yujing complained in her heart, and then asked, "What should we do?" "I'll go first, you stay behind." Chen Zhou said, "Don't we have the kitten in our hands? If the fight gets too complicated, we can use it to threaten the two cat demons. Don't you have a more detailed plan?" "Yes, we'll act accordingly." "Isn't this even sketchier?" Before Lin Yujing could say anything else, Chen Zhou had already taken action, and electric arcs enveloped his entire body like golden light. The next moment, golden light streaked through the air like a meteor, slashing straight from the roof into the street ahead. Chapter 29. In the convoy, the members of the Black Tiger Gang following the third carriage all frowned, their faces turned pale, and they stayed as far away from the carriages as possible. Because they smelled a strong smell of blood coming from the carriage and heard continuous chewing sounds in the carriage. The sound made their hair stand on end. If the chief and deputy chief had not been there, they would have run away in fear. Thinking back to the news released by the government today about the sinking of a ship and the eating of people. It is impossible for Chen Zhou to eat people in the carriage. After all, they came here to capture Chen Zhou, so who in the carriage? The people in the Black Tiger gang were not stupid. They had a very scary guess in their hearts, but no one said it out loud. As long as the other party stayed in the car honestly, they could pretend not to know. It would be better to stay out of trouble. One less thing. In the carriage, the female cat demon was holding an arm and gnawing on it madly, while the male cat demon was swallowing a piece of soft liver in big mouthfuls. The offal is the most delicious and nutritious part. In their cat demon tribe, it can only be enjoyed by the leading male cat. Their appearance at this moment was completely different from the time when they met Zhao Xuan'e before. When they met Zhao Xuan'e, they could still pretend to be gentle and polite humans, but now, they have changed back to their true appearance. As they ate to their heart's content, the cat demon couple's nostrils flared at the same time. They sniffed hard, and suddenly a hint of clarity returned to their bloodthirsty eyes. The cat demons have always had a very sharp nose. Even if the surroundings are filled with the smell of blood, they can still smell any smell within a radius of 500 meters. And now they smell the smell of a sinking boat. The opponent is approaching at a very fast speed. The two cat demons immediately stopped eating and screamed together. Here comes the sinking boat. The shrill and sharp cat cry spread, scaring the horses that were moving slowly forward and causing them to stagger. At the same time, the two gang leaders sitting in the carriage were startled and stuck their heads out. The next moment, their pupils shrank sharply, and they saw a figure wrapped in golden light falling from the roof in the distance. It was a young man with a handsome face and surging arcs burning all over his body, as if he was a banished immortal. It was Chen Zhou. Instead of hiding, he dared to attack. But why is he so golden? There is no mention of this in the intelligence. Li Qing no longer had time to think about this question, because the other party was getting closer and closer to him, and the pair of eyes that had also turned golden were staring straight at him. The sinking ship was aimed at him first. The sudden pressure fell on Li Qing's heart, and the huge sense of threat made the hairs all over his body stand up. Tiger Evil, appear! Li Qing immediately used his most powerful trump card. Behind him, a tiger with wings on its back appeared. This huge monster was more than 10 feet tall. It directly broke through the carriage. With a tyrannical aura, it howled towards the sinking boat. Roar! Chen Zhou had no expression on his face, his slender palm was emitting arcs of electricity, and he grabbed it directly. The ferocious flying tiger opened its bloody mouth, with a terrifying and murderous aura, and merged into Li Qing's right arm, twisting it into an iron fist, and also rushed towards Chen Zhou to kill. Boom! The two sides collided, and a strong gale spread. The entire carriage and the people around it all exploded instantly, and debris flew everywhere. Boss, I'm here to help you. Zhao Haiming's reaction was not slow either. The moment Li Qing was attacked, he got out of the carriage and rushed towards the huge cloud of dust in front of him. The breathing method that Li Qing practiced was the tiger evil killing method. When he had mastered it, he could mobilize the true essence in his body and condense a flying tiger to help him fight. It was wrapped in terrifying evil spirit, and every strike was extremely powerful. The power is unmatched. So far, no enemy has been able to survive after the gang leader displayed the flying tiger Dharma form. This time is no exception. Zhao Haiming, who had personally seen Li Qing win countless battles, was very confident. Plus he and the two cat demons are helping. This battle will be won. As soon as this thought came into his mind, he saw the smoke and dust in front of him being blown away instantly by a powerful force. The field was in chaos, as if it had been hit by a typhoon. The carriages, horses, and people all fell to the ground, leaving only one person standing. He was a young man in a grey shirt, with arcs of electricity around him as active as little snakes, and he was holding a corpse in his hand. To be precise, it was a charred corpse. The body was already charred, as if it was charcoal that had been over-roasted. The original clothes were burned to pieces by the electric current, leaving only torn strips of cloth. After such torture, even her identity and gender can no longer be seen. A strong and pungent smell of burning hit Zhao Haiming in the face. He stopped immediately and began to tremble uncontrollably. What's happening? The battle ended so soon? And the one standing at the end is not the gang leader, so where is the gang leader? It can't be the corpse that this kid is holding. Although he thought it was ridiculous, the cruel reality had already crushed Zhao Haiming. The gang leader was still performing the tiger evil killing method with great enthusiasm in the last second, but in the next second, he was burned into a pile of charcoal. Too fast, too sudden. What kind of martial arts is this, so terrifying and powerful that it can actually control the power of thunder and lightning? Tiger? Can a tiger withstand 100,000 volts? The young man's playful voice sounded, and these words suddenly woke Zhao Haiming up. Now is not the time to be surprised by these things. In a flash, Zhao Haiming had made a decision. He roared, "Black Tiger Gang, listen up! Chen Zhou has appeared. Kill him!" After he finished shouting these words, he turned around and ran away. Even the gang leader whom he always revered as a god was killed in one blow and turned into a charred corpse. How could Zhao Haiming have the courage to continue fighting? Just let the younger brothers take over, and take the opportunity to run. Zhao Haiming had this thought in mind, but when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw that everyone was running out. Both the Black Tiger gang members and the police are on the run. They were not regular soldiers, and the so-called officers were just a bunch of rabble. After seeing their leader being electrocuted into charcoal in an instant, how could they have the courage to fight? Even though there were hundreds of crossbowmen here, and even if they fired arrows together there was still a possibility of threatening Chen Zhou's life, they didn't even have the courage to try. Obviously, neither Li Qing nor Zhao Xuan'ei are qualified commanders. Seeing this army of soldiers and bandits being defeated in the blink of an eye, there was no surprise on Chen Zhou's face. This was also the reason why he did not consider these small fry at all when he took action. The last time he was at Han's house, he had witnessed the weakness of these people and knew they were nothing to worry about. This time, he didn't even need to intimidate them, as these guys retreated on their own. But who can say they did something wrong? They just want to protect themselves. Chen Zhou glanced at the health bar in the lower left corner. After being blessed by the purple yang electric power technique and his realm was improved, his physical fitness improved a lot again, and the health bar also became much longer. He also lost a lot of blood after taking Li Qing's punch, which was delivered with all his strength and with the tiger-like form. I estimated that it was about 1/10. Li Qing still has some strength, but it is far from enough for him. Kill the peak bandit leader of the second realm, and increase the good deeds value by 150. Looking at the words on the record of merits, Chen Zhou smiled. He is indeed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. This wave of good deeds has set a new record. Chapter 30. At this moment, Chen Zhou's pupils shrank and the smile on his lips froze. From the carriage that Zhao Haiming opened, he saw a familiar figure. She was a girl about his age, with a pretty face and a somewhat frail body. She was stripped naked, her body covered with wounds, some of which were still bleeding. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes had long lost their luster and were staring straight at the sky. Unfortunately, her view was completely blocked by the roof of the carriage, and she could no longer see the sky. Just yesterday, the girl was in Han's house and warned Chen Zhou seriously and carefully to be careful of Zhao Jing. And Chen Zhou also warned her to take something valuable and run away immediately. Unfortunately, the girl did not escape after all. Or rather, she escaped from the Han mansion but could not escape from this world. The miserable people in this world are like weeds. A gust of wind coming from nowhere is enough to uproot them. Chen Zhou took a deep breath, gently smoothed the girl's eyes, then took off his outer gown and covered her naked body with it. The sound of people running away kept ringing in his ears, and Chen Zhou became more and more upset. What a bunch of cowards! They are all so afraid of death. Seeing that everyone was running, Zhao Haiming also cursed and ran faster. His mind was still clear. In this situation, he just needed to run faster than everyone else. With his strength of the 5th level of the 2nd realm, no one here can outrun him. His survival rate is higher than anyone else present. SSSSS. However, just as he had this thought, a sharp and shrill sound suddenly rang out from behind him. The sound approached quickly, as if thousands of birds were singing in his ears. Zhao Haiming felt his scalp tingling, because this was the sound of electricity from Chen Zhou performing his martial arts. The sound is so unique and so distinct. This BD abandoned the others and chased after him. Damn, I'm going to die. A strong threat of death filled Zhao Haiming's body. At this moment, he saw the roof of the carriage in front of him suddenly opened, and 2 cat demons, one big and one small, flew into the sky. The male cat demon's muscles burst out, and his sturdy body was like a tank. He rushed straight towards the sinking boat, crushing all the debris he encountered on the way. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly. The female cat demon was as light as willow catkins, and as fast as thunder, leaving a trail of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye she appeared on the side of the sinking boat. The aura is at the 5th level of the 2nd realm. But the physique is incredibly strong. His lightning skills are also abnormal. Even if we are in the 3rd realm, we may not be able to win in a one-on-one fight. If we work together, we can give it a try. Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. While in the carriage, this cat-demon couple quickly analyzed the combat power of the sinking boat and had already made a battle plan. They cooperated very skillfully. The male cat attacked from the front while the female cat hid on the flanks, waiting for the sinking boat to show a flaw and then took the opportunity to attack. With this exquisite cooperation, they even teamed up to kill a warrior at the peak of the 3rd realm. Chen Zhou, who was originally chasing Zhao Haiming, frowned. He didn't expect that when everyone was running away, only these 2 cat demons were still faithfully carrying out their mission. So what benefits did Zhao Xuan'e promise them, or are all monsters just stubborn? In terms of keeping their promises, monsters are better than these humans. However, the appearance of these 2 cat demons seems to be something more interesting. Master Lin, bring the good things in your hands. Chen Zhou stopped his pursuit and shouted loudly at the same time. Hey, you 2 cat-faced monsters! Immediately afterwards, Lin Yujing's cold voice came from not far away, why don't you take a look at what's in my hand? The sprinting steps of the 2 cat demons suddenly stopped. They stiffened their bodies and turned their heads to look at them. An extremely ugly look suddenly appeared on the cat's face. I saw a beautiful young woman standing 100 meters away, and the woman's hand was holding their daughter. The small body of the little cat demon was dangling in Lin Yujing's hands, as if it was carrying a cat doll. Red. The female cat demon trembled and shouted, while the male cat demon gnashed his teeth and became furious. In fact, they had smelled their daughter's scent around them just now, but in order to prevent their daughter from getting involved in this battle, they had been deliberately ignoring it. After all, if they make any extra moves at this time, they will be easily noticed by the enemy and exploited by the enemy. But unexpectedly, the thing the cat demon couple least wanted to see happened. The enemy's accomplices have actually caught Hong Hong first. Seeing the expressions of worry and fear on the faces of the 2 cat demons, Chen Zhou knew that this trick would work, and he continued to speak. Don't act rashly, Mrs. Cat, you don't want to see anything happen to your daughter, right? The appearance of this cat demon couple made Chen Zhou feel very fresh. The male cat demon was as strong as a tiger walking upright, full of a strong sense of oppression. As for the female cat demon, she has a very slim figure, the kind of slim figure that even Victoria's Secret models can't match. Is this the legendary racial superiority? If he were to be released into the world, there would probably be many people who would covet the body of this female cat demon. There is nothing we can do about it, there are so many perverts in the world. But the most eye-catching thing is the blood wrapped around the two cat demons, and you can even see some minced meat and internal organs hanging on them. It seems that these two cats are very happy eating meat in the carriage. Let me tell you, Master Lin, the family reunion is such a warm scene, why do you still let people fall asleep? Chen Zhou's voice became more and more cold, wake up that little cat. Okay. Lin Yujing nodded, and with a flash of electric arc in her hand, Hong Hong, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up with a jolt. Who am I, where am I, what do I do? When Hong Hong woke up, she had fragments of memory, but she quickly remembered it. She smelled a scent, walked into the courtyard, and saw a boy who wanted to eat him, but was beaten until he lost consciousness. During the recollection, her surrounding vision became clearer. Hong Hong saw her parents who looked nervous in the distance, and then she was shocked to realize that the back of her neck was being pinched tightly. She instantly understood the current situation, her face became fierce, her claws popped out of her flesh pads, she turned around and grabbed Lin Yujing hard. You still want to catch me? Lin Yujing frowned, not being used to this little cat, and the purple arc in her palm suddenly increased its power. Bah! Hong Hong was suddenly shocked and twitched all over her body, screaming meow meow meow. Well done, you still dare to resist. This Hakimi is really in need of love. Chen Zhou looked indifferent and said strange words, without any mercy on his face. It has to be said that electric shock is quite suitable as a punishment. One electric shock can make the other party miserable. Chapter 31. No, stop. Stop it. Seeing her own daughter being abused like this, the cat demon's eyes instantly turned red and she screamed hysterically at Lin Yujing. The male cat demon clenched his fists tightly, and white steam kept coming out of his nostrils, ears, and mouth. He was truly furious. As long as you let my daughter go, we can spare your life. The male cat demon was able to keep his composure. He stared at Chen Zhou and spoke. He could see that among the two men, Chen Zhou was the one in charge. Haha, I'm really scared to death by your threats. Chen Zhou said with a fake smile. He raised a finger and pointed at a figure in the distance who was almost gone. If you want your daughter to live, bring that guy back to me first. A-hole, don't think you can threaten us just because you captured my daughter. The male cat demon glared at Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou seemed not to hear this, and continued, I'll tell you 3 numbers. If you don't catch her, your daughter will die. 3. As soon as he uttered the number 3, the female cat demon turned into an orange light and instantly rushed towards where Chen Zhou's finger was. Ah! Zhao's Haiming in the distance let out a scream. 10 seconds later, the female cat demon returned again. She grabbed the bloody deputy leader of the Black Tiger gang and threw Zhao's Haiming in front of Chen Zhou with great force. Because Zhao's Haiming resisted a little during the capture, the female cat demon taught him a lesson and bit off one of his legs. Zhao's Haiming was in despair at this moment. He was about to flee from this place of trouble. Who knew that this cat demon would actually catch him back? When did this monster rebel? Shouldn't they be here to help kill Chen Zhou? While he was lost in thought, Zhao's Haiming raised his head and his eyes met Chen Zhou's. Those were a pair of extremely cold eyes, like a glacier in the underworld. Zhao's Haiming only felt a chill on his back, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface, and gave Chen Zhou a smile that he thought was very kind. Young Master Shen, we have no grudges against each other. Please spare my life. I was just following the orders of the gang leader and the county magistrate. I was coerced by them. Strictly speaking, I am also a victim. Before he could finish his words, Chen Zhou pointed a finger at his forehead. The golden arcs on the fingertips jumped and gathered. As soon as they touched Zhao's Haiming's body, they exploded instantly, turning into countless tiny electric currents that spread along his skin and condensed into a dense electric net that completely enveloped him. Zhao Haiming's body suddenly stiffened, the muscles on his face twisted into a ball due to the severe pain, and his throat let out an extremely painful roar. Ah! The scream just sounded, but was interrupted by the electric current, with a stuttering sound. It sounded extremely funny, yet extremely miserable. Chen Zhou did not stop, but gradually increased the power. More golden arcs continued to flow out from his fingertips. Zhao Haiming only felt that every pore was fiercely pierced by the steel needle, and every inch of his skin was fiercely burned. The light of the electric current became brighter and brighter, and the crackling sound became more and more shrill. Zhao Haiming's body turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and a lot of smoke was emitted, but in the next second, it began to turn charred again. His eyes changed from horror to despair, and finally became cloudy and dry. Kill the bandit leader of the second realm, and add 100 good deeds. When Chen Zhou retracted his fingers, Zhao Haiming had already turned into a piece of charcoal. Only the smell of burning in the air and the black smoke from the charcoal were left to prove that he once existed in this world. It took Chen Zhou a full minute to electrocute him to death, and this should have been the longest and most painful minute for Zhao Haiming. This kid. The cat demon couple looked at this scene solemnly. This young man who looked like he had barely grown all his hair, actually used electricity to roast Zhao Haiming alive, and finally roasted him into a pile of charcoal. When he tried to kill Li Qing before, he could have electrocuted him to death in an instant, but now when facing the deputy leader, he was just slow cooking the fight, clearly intending to torture him severely. This kid looks innocent and naive, but he is really cruel and ruthless. And now, his daughter is in the hands of such an opponent. The two cat demons felt a huge pressure, and they had a very ominous premonition in their hearts. The enemy they met this time was far stronger than before, and was more weird and crazy. I have brought the person back to you? Now you can let my daughter go, right? The male cat demon took a deep breath and spoke to Chen Zhou first. After killing Zhao Haiming, Chen Zhou finally seemed to be a little happier. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he answered casually. What are you thinking? How could I use such a useful hostage only once? Chen Zhou regained the feeling of being in Han's mansion yesterday. It was really comfortable to have a hostage in his hand. It allowed him to completely control the situation during the battle and not become passive. He really had to thank God for sending this little cat demon to him in advance. What on earth do you want to do? The male cat demon's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. If the other party kept holding Hong Hong, they would be unable to do anything at all. They would be like puppets and could only be manipulated at will. No, we can't go on like this. The male cat demon realized that, judging from the other party's cruel behavior, it was basically impossible to get the other party to release Hong Hong on his own initiative. You have to take the initiative. Thinking of this, the male cat demon rolled his eyes and gave the female cat demon a look. As a couple, the latter instantly understood what he meant. We have to find an opportunity. First, snatch Hong Hong from that woman. However, just as they had this thought, they heard Chen Zhou's cold voice, Master Lin, remove one of the legs of that little cat demon for me. Lin Yujing frowned when she heard this. Do you really want to do this? It's so bloody when it's removed, it's bloody and sticky, just give it an electric burn. SSSSS. The purple arc of electricity flashed again on Lin Yujing's palm, accompanied by Hong Hong's extremely shrill scream. Ah! One of her arms was instantly cooked. Hong Hong! Assholes, you deserve to die! Seeing that their daughter's hand was crippled on the spot, the two cat demons screamed heartbreakingly. The hair on their bodies stood up like steel needles, and their whole bodies were arched high. There is no doubt that the two cats were furious, which was a manifestation of the extreme anger and fear of their cat demon clan. Chen Zhou remained indifferent to the furious look of the cat demon couple. He spoke in a calm voice. You're flirting with me right in front of me. Do you think I'm blind? A demon is a demon, she has no brains at all, and the way she winked at him clearly showed that she was going to do something. Although I don't know what conspiracy this cat demon is up to, I'll fight back first and give their daughter a beating. Chapter 32. Don't shock me, Dad, Mom, save me quickly. The tortured Hong Hong began to cry hoarsely, saying that the woman who caught her was a devil, and he would electrocute her without saying a word. First it made her tremble all over with electricity, and now it directly disabled one of her hands. Shouldn't a cute little kitten like her be loved by these humans? They should all be like the little beggar before. Hong Hong is very self-aware. She has not yet grown up and her fighting power is very weak, so she specifically chooses human cubs to attack. Firstly, human children are no match for her, and secondly, children are much less wary than adults, so they cannot resist a cute creature like her with big eyes and small mouth. So she also found Chen Zhou. After all, Chen Zhou looked like a human cub, but who knew that this guy turned out to be a god of war. Ah! The tomcat demon roared sharply as his daughter begged for mercy, "UBD, you are not bringing harm to your children. You're such a beast, you're really good at talking." However, the male cat demon's roar was greeted by Chen Zhou's ruthless ridicule. "It's really ridiculous. When your family ate human children, did you ever think that it would harm your children? Now you are roaring with shame. You are a monster for one day and you will be a monster for the rest of your life. No matter you are old or young, you are here to be killed." Chen Zhou worked as a hard worker in his previous life and had to bear mortgage and car loans. Although he was full of resentment, when he saw those bastards who took revenge on society, he still felt disgusted and filled with indignation instead of applauding. After all, if you want revenge, just take revenge on your enemies. Killing innocent passers-by is just a sign of cowardice. He acts cruelly, but he doesn't kill for the sake of killing. He just doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life, but wants to live a happier and more open-minded life. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhou rushed towards the other party with a ferocious smile. "Let's have a fight between men. If we win, I will let your daughter go." "You are asking for death." The male cat demon responded angrily, and saw that his body, which was already as strong as a tiger, inflated again like a balloon, expanding from the original height of more than 2 meters to more than 4 meters in the blink of an eye. The feeling of oppression has risen to a new level again, it's like a hill. This mountain of flesh also charged towards the sinking boat. Every time it took a step, a pit appeared below, and the ground shook continuously. A man and a cat collided instantly. The male cat's sharp claws, like a deadly scythe, cut through the air at extremely fast speeds and clawed at Chen Zhou. Bang! However, this hearty blow was blocked in mid-air. Chen Zhou raised his right arm and firmly blocked the male cat demon's top-to-bottom blow. The male cat demon was extremely shocked. Was he a monster, or was the boy in front of him a monster? The attack that he used his magical power to spare was actually caught like this? How powerful is this kid? Then, the male cat demon noticed something else. The tip of his sharp claws had penetrated deeply into the boy's right arm. But there was strangely no wound on Chen Zhou's arm, and no trace of blood. Why wasn't this kid injured? The male cat demon remembered what Zhao Xuan'e had warned him before, that the other party would not die even if his head was shot. Could it be that, that's not a cover-up at all? It's true. How ridiculous! While he was in shock, a scream suddenly came from the distance. Ah! It was Lin Yujing, and she once again scorched one of Hong Hong's legs with electricity from a distance. The red scream immediately made the male cat demon tremble, and he turned his head subconsciously. Chen Zhou seized this moment, golden light burst out from the palm of his right hand, and the sizzling current entangled and condensed into a light blade, and the electric light distorted the surrounding space. He made a knife with his right hand and struck forward with a horizontal slash. Wherever his right palm passed, it seemed as if even the space was being torn apart to create a golden trajectory. Phew! The male cat demon turned his head due to distraction, and instantly felt that his strong body had lost its balance. He fell heavily to the ground with a plop. This is... husband. No. A sad cry came from the distance again, but this time it was not Hong Hong, but his wife. The male cat demon who fell on the ground looked up in disbelief and saw a body standing in front of him. This body stood upright, but there was an extremely flat and huge incision on the waist. The cross-section did not flow out a trace of blood, but was completely charred black. As for the area above the waist, it's gone. So that's it, was he cut in half? The male cat demon immediately realized what had happened, and the feeling of death came like a tide, but the emotion stronger than death was anger, overwhelming anger. The woman in the distance distracted him by hurting his daughter, and then the kid in front of him took advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unfair. Despicable villain, you actually plotted against me. Is this the battle between men you are talking about? Strong anger filled his brain, and the male cat demon used his remaining strength to roar at Chen Zhou. Yet, fighting between men shouldn't be like this. An extremely cold voice without any emotion came into the ears of the male cat demon. But you are just a male cat, how can you be considered a man? Chen Zhou said coldly. Haha, a brainless beast like you can't protect anything. These words were simply heartbreaking, like a sharp sword, piercing the male cat demon's heart so hard that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Yes, he is going to die, and his daughter is still in the hands of the other party, what should his wife do? He really can't protect anyone, whether it's his daughter or his wife. Chapter 33. If the couple had joined forces to attack from the beginning, even if they could not save their daughter, they would not be in such a miserable state as they are now. But now it's too late. The other party used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks to kill him, leaving only his wife alone. She can't stand it all. At this moment, the male cat demon was heartbroken. When he was on the verge of death, he looked at the female cat demon who was already crying in the distance, and shouted with his remaining strength. Run, run! He already knew that it was impossible to rescue Hong Hong, and the only hope he had was that his wife would survive. Puff! But just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhou chopped off his hideous head with his knife. I don't have time to watch you two perform a love affair here. Kill the cat demon in the third realm, and add 250 good deeds. No. The female cat demon in the distance witnessed the whole scene from beginning to end and was on the verge of collapse. Her eyes were filled with endless resentment as she stared at Chen Zhou viciously. Don't look at me like that. If someone doesn't know me, they might think you are some innocent victims. Chen Zhou calmly met the fierce gaze of the female cat demon, and even stretched out his hand towards her, smiling. Mrs. Cat, your husband is dead, you don't want your daughter to die too, do you? Join me, I'm willing to adopt you and your daughter. In fact, I've always liked cats. The female cat demon, who had seen Chen Zhou's cruel behavior, would never believe such nonsense. She cast a sad gaze on Hong Hong. I'm sorry, daughter. I'm so sorry. I will definitely avenge you. As soon as the words fell, the female cat demon turned into a stream of orange light and quickly flew away. Chen Zhou frowned, he ran away quite fast. What a irresponsible mother she is. She actually abandoned her daughter and ran away alone. His original plan was to use Hong Hong to lure and kill the male cat demon first, and then lure and kill the female cat demon, but he didn't expect that the other party would finally choose to abandon her own children. What about this little one? Lin Yujing asked, raising the little cat demon in her hand. Mother. The little cat demon Hong Hong murmured in a low voice. Her father died and her mother abandoned her. Facing the huge blow, she was already in a daze and had no tears to cry. It's no longer of any use. Chen Zhou said as he walked to the front of the little cat demon and pointed a finger at its red forehead. The electric current turned into a sharp blade and pierced through the little cat demon's head. Kill a cat demon in one realm, and increase your good deeds by 50. When Chen Zhou killed Li Qing and Zhao Haiming before, he used electric current to forcefully inject electric current into their bodies, burning them to charcoal, but doing so was a huge waste of true energy. Therefore, he changed his method and concentrated the high-intensity electric current only in the palm of his hand, turning it into an electric knife to kill the enemy. This move is somewhat similar to Raikiri in Naruto. If you want to kill him, just tell me. Why do you have to come here and do it yourself? Seeing Chen Zhou's actions, Lin Yujing said softly, I'll just do it. She threw the little cat demon's body aside. If you solve it, how can I get the good deeds points? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Chen Zhou complained in his heart, and then said, thank you very much, we just cooperated well. Taking advantage of Hong Hong's point, he killed the third-level cat demon with almost no effort. This was much easier. There is a big difference between rushing without thinking and rushing with brains. Lin Yujing shook her head, it's just a small thing, no need to thank me. It has to be said that Chen Zhou now admires this pavilion master Lin. He is just like him, and never shows any mercy to those evil people or aliens from beginning to end. If necessary, kill, if necessary, threaten, it doesn't matter if the means are despicable. However, Lin Yujing is a person with a deep blood feud, and I think she is also a person with a story. The tragic experiences she has experienced are probably no less than those of the sinking boat. It is normal to develop such a character. Should we go kill Zhao Xuan'ei now? Lin Yujing said again. She was already a little impatient. Yeah. Chen Zhou nodded, if I'm not mistaken, the cat demon should have gone to find him as well. Chen Zhou could see that the relationship between the cat demon and her family was very good. Now that he had killed the cat demon's husband and her child, what she wanted most was probably not to survive, but revenge. She couldn't do this with her own abilities, so she would naturally seek help from the most powerful and strongest person in the city. Zhao Xuan'ei is the best candidate. After all, it was this employer who caused her to end up with a broken family. She will definitely seek an explanation. Let's go. We have to leave immediately. We have already wasted quite some time here. Chen Zhou said, his eyes looking towards the direction of the government office. It's a bit slow to walk, let's go on my pet. Lin Yujing smiled slightly and raised her right hand. The next moment, Chen Zhou saw a black ball condensed in Lin Yujing's palm. After the black ball appeared, it quickly expanded, and black light gushed out in all directions like a tide. In the light, a colorful bird flapped its wings and flew out. Lin Yujing actually summoned a bird demon out of thin air. What kind of skill is this? Chen Zhou's eyes lit up, it's very good, can I learn it? You want to get my martial arts for free again? Lin Yujing thought to herself, shaking her head, you can't learn it, because it is my martial arts talent. Martial arts talent? Yes, my martial arts talent is to control monsters. Chapter 34. Hearing Lin Yujing's words, Chen Zhou was a little surprised that she actually had such a talent for martial arts. He originally thought that his awakened martial arts talent was amazing enough, but he didn't expect that this local's talent was no less amazing. Then why didn't you use it just now? He asked again. Before the operation, didn't you warn me not to steal your head? Lin Yujing replied, with a somewhat helpless tone. Since you've given me your orders, I'll follow your instructions. Besides, you killed them so quickly that I didn't have a chance to attack you. From the beginning of the battle, Lin Yujing has been playing a supporting role, assisting Chen Zhou throughout the whole process. That's true. Thank you again, Master Lin, for your help. Chen Zhou nodded at Lin Yujing. Lin Yujing also nodded in return. She had to admit that she was a little confused about the boy in front of her. He was gentle and polite when he spoke to her. Combined with his handsome appearance, he is simply a modest gentleman who makes people like him at first sight. But when facing the enemy, he was like a completely different person. He acted ruthlessly and decisively, and was full of sarcasm and ridicule, and he could easily come up with words to break the opponent's defense. Which side is the true appearance of the sunken ship? Lin Yujing hesitated for a moment, then recalled the scene she had seen before. Chen Zhou took off his long gown and covered the naked body of a young girl with it. Well, it seems that he is actually a very gentle person. Lin Yujing shook her head, put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind, and continued. My martial arts talent is the ability to forcibly subdue the demons I defeat. So if you meet that female cat demon again, I hope you can spare her life. Chen Zhou. Why does your martial arts talent sound like Pokemon? Seeing Chen Zhou silent, Lin Yujing asked again, how? Well, you, the bird demon, look quite like a bird. As Chen Zhou spoke, he turned his head away and didn't look at her. Time is running out, let's take action. Such an abrupt change of subject. Okay. Lin Yujing didn't say anything else. She let the bird demon crawl down, and the two of them climbed onto the bird's back. The next moment, the bird demon spread its wings and flew into the sky. As the war ended, the streets became deserted again, but after a few minutes, people began to come out one after another. The battle took place on the streets of Chongqing County. There were many residents living nearby, but none of them were affected. Street fights in Chongqing County have happened more than once or twice, so the residents have developed rich experience in avoiding fights and run away as soon as a fight starts. Some brave ones even hid on the periphery and watched the entire battle. People came to the streets and saw the situation more clearly. All three carriages were paralyzed, and several corpses were thrown randomly on the streets. Most of the bodies were burned beyond recognition, and even their identities were unrecognizable. Two of them were even more shocking to the common people. Because these are the corpses of two monsters, one big and one small. The older one was cut in half and his head was chopped off, and a big hole was punched in the younger one's forehead. Oh my goodness, these are two cat monsters, someone exclaimed. What on earth happened? Even monsters came out, someone else asked nervously. It was young Master Shen and Master Lin who were fighting with the Black Tiger gang. A young man in the field said, don't you know? When the young man said this, everyone looked over. Seeing that most people present were unaware, the young man once again felt like the center of attention. He put his hands on his hips and laughed. A bunch of cowards who don't even dare to watch the fight. Then the young man announced loudly. The two people who were burnt were the chief and deputy chiefs of the Black Tiger gang, and the monster also ran out of the Black Tiger gang's carriage. They were all killed by young Master Shen, I saw it with my own eyes. As soon as these words came out, the people present immediately became excited. Oh my god, the leader of the Black Tiger gang is dead. Haha, it makes people happy, it makes people happy. I didn't expect there were monsters hiding in the Black Tiger gang. Damn them! Does that mean that it wasn't young Master Shen who ate the child, but these monsters? As everyone was discussing, they suddenly heard someone shouting, everyone, come and look here. The people present immediately came to one of the carriages, and before they got close, they smelled a strong smell of blood. When he took a closer look, he saw that the carriage was filled with human limbs and broken arms. Pieces of blood and bones mixed with blood were scattered everywhere. This hell-like scene made everyone present tense up, and some people even vomited on the spot. The young man said with a pale face, this carriage, is the carriage where the dead monster stayed. Everyone suddenly realized at this moment. The man-eater is indeed a demon, and he has been hiding in the Black Tiger gang. It seems that we have misunderstood Shen Shaoxia. Shen Shaoxia is a good person and a true knight. The Yaman's announcement is completely slander and frame-up. Whoever says that Shaoxia Shen is a man-eating monster from now on will have trouble with my butcher Zhang San. Yes, Zhao Xuanei is a piece of shit, Shen Shaoxia is our Qingtian master. The more these people talked, the more excited they became, and the more they talked, the more courageous they became. For a time, the image of Shen Zhou was infinitely elevated in their hearts. Then where is Mr. Shen now? Someone asked in the audience. Everyone looked at the young man again. The young man scratched his head and replied. When they were leaving, I heard them discussing that they were going to kill the county magistrate. The whole place fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you without saying a word. At the same time, they began to pray in their hearts, God, please bless Shen Shaoxia and kill that dog magistrate. At this moment, Shen Zhou had no idea that he had become an almost saint-like figure in the hearts of the residents of Chongqing County. He was sitting on the bird demon, flying in the direction of Chongqing County Yumen with Lin Yujing. This bird demon is called Ling Qing. Although it has little fighting power, it can travel thousands of miles a day, so it is most convenient to use it when traveling. Lin Yujing introduced, I also spent a lot of effort to capture it. It's really convenient. Shen Zhou looked down at the evergreen city below and couldn't help but sigh. Let alone being able to catch up with the speed of a car, let's just talk about the ability to fly in the sky, which made him envious. After all, taking the air route is much faster than taking the land route. You don't have to take detours, you don't have to worry about traffic jams, and you can still have the advantage of being at a high altitude. It's a pity that this thing is not his. Master Lin, how many Pokémon do you have currently? Shen Zhou asked. Baby what? How many monsters have you conquered? Lin Yujing smiled, there are not many at the moment, only 4. That's great. Stop being a warrior and become a summoner instead. Lin Yujing discovered another problem, that is, Shen Zhou always said something she couldn't understand. When Shen Zhou said Hakimi before, she didn't quite understand, and she was too embarrassed to ask, otherwise she would look too uneducated. While the next wave of battles begins, let's improve our level first. We have already learned the 2NA method, and it should be easy to improve our level. Shen Zhou turned his attention to the record of merit and virtue. After killing Li Qing, Zhao's Haiming, and the 2 cat demons one after another, his good deeds value has reached 530 points. I wonder how much these 530 points can increase. Shen Zhou started to add more points with anticipation. Following Shen Zhou's thoughts, words appeared again in the record of merits. You have successfully mastered a powerful breathing method, which allows you to achieve perfect control over the true energy in your body. You have successfully promoted to the 2nd realm and 5th level. Next, you only need to quench your bones. After condensing the martial arts true essence, the next step of practice is to use the true essence to temper the body from the inside out. The first thing to be tempered is the bones. Consuming 240 points of good deeds, you successfully used the pure essence to quench the bones of the trunk. Your body began to transform, and a mellow and elixir-like aura came from your body, with a fragrant fragrance. You have successfully been promoted to the 7th level of the 2nd realm. Consume 270 good deeds, and the strong real energy will quench all the 206 bones in your body. Your bones will be completely transformed, and the solid and powerful muscles and bones will make a qualitative leap in the toughness of your physical body. You have officially entered the 1st level of the 3rd realm. As the last sentence appeared, Shen Zhou's momentum climbed upwards like a wave, instantly breaking through the original boundaries and sweeping higher with an even more astonishing momentum. He felt that his whole body was becoming hot, and the true energy in his body was as endless as the sea. Under the tender white skin and flesh were muscles and bones as tough as jade. I didn't expect to enter the 3 realms directly. Feeling the soaring blood and true energy in his body, an intoxicated look appeared on Shen Zhou's face, and his blood bar also skyrocketed, already occupying 1/3 of the width of his field of vision. With this length of health bar, it would take thousands of arrows to kill me completely. Shen Zhou secretly clicked his tongue. Now he really has become a blood cow, but that's okay, Chen Zhou has suffered from the phobia of insufficient blood bars since he was a child. Once he loses some blood while playing a game, he will excitedly shout that he is disabled and strongly request the wet nurse to increase his blood. It's fine now. This thick blood bar makes people feel at ease just looking at it. Chapter 35. Just as Chen Zhou was still sighing at his own realm, Lin Yujing was completely stunned. Because she was beside him, she felt the change in Chen Zhou's aura from beginning to end. In that short period of time just now, Chen Zhou actually broke through from the 5th level of the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm. She even doubted for a moment whether there was something wrong with her perception. No, 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 feel it again, it's really the 3rd realm. Grass. What were you doing just now? Lin Yujing tried her best to suppress the shock in her heart and asked. Chen Zhou glanced at Lin Yujing and replied. Practice. I feel it's not safe to face Zhao Xuan'e like this, so I practiced for a while. Why can you make cultivation sound so simple? Lin Yujing shouted excitedly. Is this considered cultivation? This is basically just drinking water. The road of martial arts is long and difficult, why did it become a smooth road for Chen Zhou? It was like this before when I learned the purple yang electric power technique, and it's like this again now. Is this martial art created by your family? Why not? Chen Zhou's expression remained calm. He said. This is all earned through perseverance and sweat. I deserve this reward for my achievements in several battles. Haha, I think even a grandmaster can't break your face, it's too thick. Lin Yujing took a deep breath, made a rare joke, and swore. Yes, that's true. Chen Zhou agreed with that. After all, his health bar was still there. As long as it was not emptied, his face would not be broken. It's just the truth. Lin Yujing sighed again sincerely. I have met many geniuses, but I think when they meet you, they should all call you a genius. Chen Zhou smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Master Lin. If most people were to be flattered by what you said, I would be flattered, but I am different. I am a more humble person. Humph. You'd better be truly humble. As the two chatted, the Chongqing County government office appeared in their field of vision. At the same time, they also saw an orange shadow moving quickly on the street below. It was the female cat demon. At this moment, she was rushing forward regardless of everything, exposing herself completely to the sight of the people around her. The people were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the cat demon. They screamed and fled in all directions, causing panic in Chongqing City. We found the female cat demon. Lin Yujing immediately returned to her usual serious state and said seriously. Chen Zhou, you are right. The cat demon is indeed running towards the government office. Yet. Chen Zhou nodded slightly. The female cat demon ran away first for a while, but even so, she was caught up by the two of them. It's not that their speed is faster than that of the cat demon, but that they don't need to take a detour in the sky and can just go in a straight line. Flying is indeed convenient and fast. After sighing once more in his heart, Chen Zhou also put aside his insignificant thoughts and ordered, dive down. Good. Lin Yujing nodded and immediately controlled the feather to descend quickly. The people, who were already frightened by the cat monsters on the street, saw a huge strange bird falling from the sky, and were even more frightened. Oh my god, there are monsters in the sky. It's a bird demon. Run! Monsters are invading our county. The people fled even faster, and at this moment they only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Even though they were often beaten by the government and the Black Tiger Gang, this was the first time they encountered a monster on the street. The cat demon also heard the commotion behind him. He turned around and saw a colorful bird falling diagonally from the sky. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman, standing on the back of the strange bird. Hey, Mrs. Cat, we're on the same route, would you like a ride? Noticing the cat demon's gaze, the young man even smiled and waved, greeting her in a friendly manner. But the cat demon didn't think the other party was friendly at all, because the other party had killed her husband just a few minutes ago, first by cutting him in half and then beheading him, cruelly and decisively. Moreover, she clearly saw that the boy's other hand was emitting a sharp explosion, and golden light was shining from his palm, with arcs of electricity twisting and tangling. A spear formed purely from lightning suddenly took shape. Passers-by dodged in time, obviously they had a lot of experience in escaping. There was no one around the cat demon, so they could take action. The next moment, after observing the situation, Chen Zhou suddenly took a stance and raised the lightning gun in his hand. The cat demon's pupil shrank. Whoosh! A strong sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the golden spear flew out of Chen Zhou's hand and shot straight towards the cat demon. It's so fast, there's no way to dodge it. Boom! The golden lightning exploded in the strong wind, and a huge hole was instantly created on the street. In the space around the pit, the residual arcs were still raging, illuminating the surroundings. Then, the cat demon rushed out from the smoke. Her right arm and half of her body had turned black, and even one of her eyes was blind. At this moment, the cat demon was extremely horrified. Chen Zhou's lightning spear did not hit her directly, but exploded not far from her. But even so, she was just affected by the exploding thunder and turned into this horrible appearance. One hit seriously injured. Without personal experience, one cannot know how terrifying Chen Zhou's lightning technique is. When the other party killed her husband before, the cat demon thought that this human kid was despicable and shameless, using underhanded tricks to launch a sneak attack. Now it seems that even if her husband fights Chen Zhou head-on, he may not be a match for this little brat. This guy with abnormal strength, abnormal personality and a penchant for playing tricks, is really terrifying. Why did they have to face off against this kind of guy? If they had known this, they would never have come here to get involved. The cat demon took a deep breath to dispel the regret in her heart. Now was not the time to think about these things. She had to concentrate on escaping. It's almost there, it's almost there. The county magistrate's office is just around the corner, she'll be there soon. As long as she can reunite with Zhao Xuan'ei, she still has a chance. Zhao Xuan'ei is also a third-level warrior, and Chen Zhou is only in the second level. There is still a chance. Tisk, I missed it. But after reaching the third level, the power of lightning has become even stronger. On the bird's back, Chen Zhou, who witnessed this situation, sighed. This was the first time he did this, and he didn't hit the target at all. It's helpless. After all, there is no trick at all, it all depends on numbers. Lin Yujing, who was standing by, pursed her lips and remained silent. At present, she is still unable to condense a lightning spear, but Chen Zhou can not only condense a lightning spear, he can even throw it. Seeing that the ancestral skills she had practiced for several years had made no progress, but now in Chen Zhou's hands, they showed great power, Lin Yujing couldn't help feeling unhappy as if she was being bullied. Moreover, according to reason, the electric energy produced by the cultivation of purple yang electric energy technique should be purple, but the electric energy produced by Chen Zhou is golden. This is a sign that quantitative change has led to qualitative change. Lin Yujing knew clearly that even if both of them practiced this technique to perfection, the power of the electric force she displayed would probably not be as powerful as Chen Zhou's. The opponent's true energy is simply too strong. One shot missed, try again. Chen Zhou said softly, and another new lightning spear condensed in his hand again. Do you have enough energy to play like this? Lin Yujing couldn't help but ask. We can still play a few more rounds. Chen Zhou replied. How much exactly? A few dozen rounds. Chen Zhou still didn't say the exact number, but Lin Yujing didn't want to ask any further. There was no other way. If she continued asking, it would be too damaging to her self-esteem. Chapter 36. The old beggar, with a bruised face and nose, huddled in the corner of the yamen. His small eyes, filled with hatred and misery, stared at the corpse below the notice board in the distance. He had tried to take his grandson back before, but failed. Instead, he was beaten by the yamen runners and now he can't stand up for a while. What the young man said yesterday was right. I am old and I don't want to play tricks on you. The old beggar smiled self-deprecatingly. As expected, the government office faces south. If you have a reason but no money, don't come in. If he had known that the end would be so tragic, he would not have reported it to the government. It would be great if I could find a place to dig a hole and bury my grandson's body, at least he can rest in peace. Now my grandson has been snatched away, his body exposed in the scorching sun. The benefactor who gave him money yesterday was framed as a cannibal because of this incident. Even the 2 ingots of silver given to him by his benefactor were wasted. Isn't it said that good is rewarded with good, and evil is punished with evil? God is so unfair. When he sighed suddenly, the old beggar saw some people coming out of the yamen. They hung a white cloth on the yamen signboard and replaced the lanterns with white ones with the word written on them. The government office is about to hold a funeral for the county magistrate's son. The old beggar had just heard about this, and when he thought of it, the self-deprecating smile on his face finally became a genuine smile. Hee, it's a good death. He muttered quietly. Today, the Chongqing City County Magistrate's office is no longer as solemn and dignified as before. The servants in the office are all busy running around with a stern face. They built a mourning tent in the backyard of the government office and hung mourning banners in every corner, even the court was not spared. Originally, places like yamen were not allowed to be used for holding funerals, but just like other laws and regulations of the Yan state, Zhao Xuan'e naturally did not take it to heart. A fine Nanmu coffin was placed in the middle of the mourning shed, and the surrounding area was filled with the dignitaries and wealthy people of Chongqing City. Each of them was dressed in fine silk and was considered a prominent figure in the city. The county magistrate's son had died, so they naturally came to show their support. After all, if they failed to show proper etiquette and aroused Zhao Shuanghe's jealousy, it would be troublesome. This county magistrate has always been narrow-minded and vicious. Things change so fast. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to pass away so suddenly. Well, such an outstanding young man, God is jealous of his talent. This is not only a loss for the county magistrate, but also a loss for Chongqing County. That damned sunken boat is truly a crime that cannot be forgiven. The guests who came kept lamenting the death of Zhao Jing. Although they said so, they were actually quite happy in their hearts. Firstly, some of their wives and concubines had been insulted by Zhao Jing, and secondly, the Han mansion had collapsed, so they could share the big cake that originally belonged to the Han mansion. Especially the latter, the benefits were quite huge, so huge that they all wanted to thank Chen Zhou. Zhao Xuan'e was slumped in a chair at the back of the mourning shed. He had lost all his former composure and looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. From time to time, a few guests came up to him and spoke to comfort him. Master Zhao, please accept my condolences. Yes, you can't fall down. What will happen if our Chongqing County loses you, the parent official? The people will be heartbroken. Zhao Xuan'e knew very well that these were useless compliments. He turned pale and did not respond, which made the guests who came to flatter him extremely embarrassed. Shang Wenshu, with his head wrapped in white cloth, watched silently, with a somewhat disappointed expression. Why doesn't this old guy continue to hit people with the pen holder? He was obviously hitting him so hard. However, he quickly restrained his expression, lowered his head and walked to Zhao Shuanghe's side, whispering, "Sir, it's almost time." Zhao Xuan'e nodded, stood up from the chair, and then cleared his throat, ahem. As soon as the voice came out, the guests who were whispering around suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their eyes to the local emperor of Chongqing County. There was envy, fear, jealousy, but without exception, there was awe in their eyes. Zhao Xuan'e was very satisfied with these looks, as it represented that his authority was still supreme, at least in this small Chongqing county. Amid countless solemn faces, Zhao Xuan'e took out a piece of manuscript paper from his sleeve and slowly read out the eulogy. My son Zhao Jing, today you have returned to heaven and earth. As your father, I am heartbroken and shed tears. You have been smart since childhood, friendly to others, loyal and righteous, and have lived an upright life, but you were harmed by a villain. At the gate of the government office, an old beggar collapsed in a corner. Suddenly, he heard a panicked cry from a distance. He looked up and saw a monster rushing towards him. The monster looked like a cat, but half of its body was burnt. Her ferocious appearance scared away the gatekeepers, and she rushed straight into the government office. Before the old beggar could come to his senses, he saw a flying bird following closely behind him. The bird was decorated with a phoenix pattern and was dazzling. And on the bird's back stood a majestic and ethereal-looking young man, holding a golden thunderbolt in his hand, like a god descending from heaven. Inside the government office, the atmosphere of the funeral had reached its climax. Sobs could be heard continuously from the guests present, and some even burst into tears on the spot. Zhao Xuan'e, who was reading the eulogy, also had tears in his eyes and could hardly hold on. He took a deep breath and finished the last part of his eulogy in a halting and almost sobbing voice. You are my father's memory and thoughts. Rest in peace, my son. However, just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar like a huge bell suddenly came from the sky. Your son will not rest in peace. This voice seemed to be speaking the law of heaven, rudely interrupting the funeral. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, a cat demon broke through the gate and rushed into the courtyard. Amid the horrified gazes of the people around, the cat demon's half-burnt face was filled with even deeper fear. She stumbled into the courtyard, looked around quickly, and then shouted to Zhao Xuan'e in the center of the crowd. Save me, Zhao Xuan'e, save me! Whoosh! In an instant, a golden lightning spear fell from the sky with overwhelming force and suddenly struck the cat demon. Boom! Chapter 37. At this moment, the cat demon came in front of Zhao Xuan'e as he wished, but at the same time, Chen Zhou also inserted the lightning gun into the cat demon's body as he wished. The two sides were running in both directions. Boom! The golden lightning spear exploded the moment it hit the cat demon, as if it had set off a blazing sun. A blinding light burst out, and arcs of electricity spread like a wave, sweeping in the middle-aged head constable and several yeoman runners nearby. A deep pit was blown out in the courtyard that was originally full of flowers. The nearby grass and trees were all burned to charcoal, and there were several charred corpses hanging around. These are the bodies of those yeoman runners. As for the cat demon that was at the core of the explosion, it has been torn into pieces. Kill 4 evil officials in the first realm, good deeds plus 30. Kill the cat demon in the third realm, good deeds plus 250. Oh my god! This sudden scene frightened everyone present. They stood still as if they were cast under a spell. Suddenly a monster rushed into the scene, and then thunder struck down from the sky, suddenly killing the monster that rushed in. Is this divine punishment from heaven? Just as they were confused, they saw a boy and a girl riding a bird flying from the sky and circling above the courtyard. The appearance of the young man was very familiar to everyone present, because there was a portrait of him on the notice board at the entrance of the government office. Sinking boat. It turns out that the punishment does not come from God, but from this devil. For a moment, the whole audience was silent, and everyone's heart fell to the bottom. The other party is a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. Since he has come to their door, they are probably in great danger now. Zhao Xuan'e, your death is coming. Lin Yujing spoke first, her cold eyes fixed on Zhao Xuan'e in the field, and every word she spoke was sonorous and powerful. Even when she spoke, her body was shaking slightly, and she was obviously filled with anger. Upon hearing this, the people present reacted quickly. The other party is here to look for Zhao Xuan'e. Here, Zhao Xuan'e is here. Quick, push Zhao Xuan'e out. The guests were talking excitedly and were isolating Zhao Xuan'e one after another. Those who were closer to Zhao Xuan'e were even trying to push him out. They had only one thought in their minds, that Zhao Xuan'e should stay away from them, so that his blood would not splash on them when he died. Brother Shen, and this girl, every wrong has its perpetrator, this BD, we have long been fed up with him. That's right, this dog official has done too many evil things, everyone has the right to kill him. Please seek justice for the people of Chongqing County. Seeing the guests instantly filled with indignation, Chen Zhou couldn't help but smile. This show is quite interesting to watch, and some people even come to get close to him. These guys were crying and mourning for Zhao Xuanghe's son 1 second, but the next second they were pushing Zhao Xuan'e out to die. At the same time, he was cursing, as if he was a righteous man. The face changes very quickly, this is human nature. According to Chen Zhou's personality, he would have stored up the next lightning spear at the same time as killing the cat demon. And the moment he saw Zhao Xuan'e, he stabbed him with the lightning spear. It's just that Chen Zhou changed his mind. After all, he came here to avenge Lin Yujing. Maybe before killing her, Lin Yujing wanted to express her inner feelings or something. Lin Yujing gave him the ancestral purple yang electric power technique, which was a favor and Chen Zhou naturally remembered it. Zhao Xuanghe's head cannot be given to Lin Yujing, but out of a little humanitarian concern, Chen Zhou is still willing to give it to her. Hearing the people's abuse, Shang Wenchu immediately hid back. As Zhao Xuanghe's confidant, he knew that this old thief still had a hidden card. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhao Xuanghe's furious voice was heard, "You are really looking for death." His robes were puffed up high, and a wave of air surged out instantly. The wave of air condensed into a blade, with Zhao Xuan'e as the core, and fiercely slashed in all directions. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. The guests who were pushing him suddenly froze up and fell down with unbelievable eyes. At this moment, Zhao Xuanghe's aura of the middle stage of the third realm burst out without reservation. Under the life and death crisis, Zhao Xuan'e had nothing to hide. Not only does he not hide, he also wants to kill everyone who dares to go against him. These sycophantic, double-faced bastards must all die. Tisk tisk, our county magistrate is also decisive. This method of transforming qi into a sword is the breathing method he practiced. Chen Zhou narrowed his eyes. The speed was very fast and the power was quite strong, but it was far from what he had mastered the purple yang electric power technique. Master Lin, do you have anything else to say to your enemy? He is about to die. It will be too late if you don't say it now. Chen Zhou then asked Lin Yujing who was beside him. According to the routine, when taking revenge, doesn't the protagonist have to bring up the past events with the other party? Chen Zhou gave Lin Yujing this opportunity. No. Lin Yujing shook her head, her eyes filled with nothing but anger. I don't have anything to say to him. I just want him to die now, immediately, right now. Lin Yujing refused to follow the routine. Why should she reminisce about the past with her enemy? That would only make her more miserable. For her, if her enemy lived even 1 second longer, she would be unable to sleep or eat. Okay, then take your bird and stay away from it so it doesn't get affected. Chen Zhou instructed. Are you worried about me again? Lin Yujing raised her beautiful eyebrows, a little surprised by this sudden concern. That's about right. I'm worried about your bird. It's such a convenient means of transportation. It would be a shame if it died. I see. Chen Zhou flipped over and jumped off the bird's back, landing steadily on the ground. At the same time, Zhao Xuan'e, who had almost killed all the guests below, also glanced over, with a ferocious smile on his face. Good boy, I didn't go looking for you, but you dared to come to my door. It seems that you really don't know how to write the word death. This sounds familiar to me. Chen Zhou also smiled. He scratched his ears and then acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, I remember now, your son said the same thing when he first met me. Guess what happened? I beat him so hard that he knelt down and begged for mercy, wagging his tail in front of me like a dog. I didn't spoil him either. First I broke his legs, then I RD his unmarried wife in front of him. He even applauded me for his life. Your son is so interesting. Of all the people I've killed, he's the one who amused me the most. When I think back on it now, I can't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Chen Zhou laughed wantonly. His casual words, which seemed like a casual chat, coupled with his extremely sarcastic expression, successfully ignited Zhao Shuanghe's anger. UBD! Zhao Xuan'e screamed heartbreakingly, and white mist rose from his body, condensing into a huge shining white blade, ready to launch a powerful attack. Oh, by the way, your son left some last words before he died. Do you want to hear them? Chen Zhou suddenly spoke again. Jing'er's last words before she died? Hearing this, Zhao Xuan'e was stunned, and even his aura paused. He paused, and a golden light shone from Chen Zhou's body. He raised his right hand, and a golden lightning spear suddenly took shape with a buzzing sound. Chen Zhou sneered, swung the lightning spear in his hand with all his strength, and threw it fiercely. The gun body cut out a bright lightning in the air and fell towards Zhao Xuan'e in front. Chapter 38. The lightning spear arrived in an instant, and Zhao Shuanghe's pupils shrank. At the critical moment, the white gas around him that had condensed into a giant blade instantly dissipated and turned into a simple giant shield again, standing in front of Zhao Xuan'e, demonstrating its inviolable majesty. Spear or shield, which one is stronger? Results appear quickly. Boom! The lightning spear slashed down fiercely like a rotten wood, bringing with it a roar of electricity and a turbulent impact, and the huge shield suddenly shattered under the impact of this brutal force. A visible residual force spread out, and everything in the courtyard was blown away, like a small boat in a storm. The same happened to Zhao Xuan'e himself. In the explosion, he was blown away and hit the wall behind him heavily. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, his body became numb, and a large area of skin on his chest was burnt. Alas, the sneak attack failed. You're so quick to react, I thought I could get rid of you with one strike. In the thick smoke, Chen Zhou's voice sounded with a hint of regret. A-hole! Zhao Xuan'e was furious at this moment. The other party actually used his son's last words to attract his attention, and then took the opportunity to launch an attack. This chop suey is too shady. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used the condensing mist and illusionary sky technique to turn attack into defense, and was able to barely block the lightning spear from Chen Zhou. But even so, this was the first time he had encountered the white mist giant shield being forcibly blasted into pieces like this. The opponent's skills are terrifyingly strong, and his own strength is equally terrifying, but he also uses tricks and dirty tricks. Wasn't this guy an ordinary person the day before yesterday? No, ordinary people are not even fools. How did he become such a freak? Call. Zhao Xuan'e took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The opponent's attack power was very strong, but his killing method of mist illusion sky attack was equally powerful. He couldn't defend against Chen Zhou's tactics, and Chen Zhou couldn't defend against him either. Now it's a battle between two squishy heroes. It depends on who can kill the other first. Whoever gets the upper hand first will win. Zhao Xuan'e turned over and stabilized his body. White mist rolled around him again, enveloping him and transforming into a beam of white light, rushing towards the sinking boat. Break the stone and split the stone. The white mist gathered in a spiral shape at Zhao Shuanghe's fingertips, and his right index finger pointed towards Chen Zhou's brow. Chen Zhou looked calm, allowing this finger full of terrifying power to fall on his forehead. However, this blow, which was powerful enough to break rocks and metal, fell on deaf ears. The energy seemed to be swallowed up without causing any ripples. At the same time, Chen Zhou grabbed the hand that Zhao Xuan'ei extended. Got you. Suddenly, lightning flashed. A look of fear appeared on Zhao Shuanghe's face, and he waved his right arm vigorously. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Xuan'ei retreated violently. His right arm was broken, revealing a hideous gap from which blood continued to flow. He cut off his arm himself. Zhao Xuan'ei knew very well that if he didn't cut off his right arm immediately and break free from Chen Zhou's grip, he would be electrocuted into charcoal by Chen Zhou. Oh, you really have something to hold back. Chen Zhou didn't move from beginning to end. He grabbed Zhao Shuanghe's broken arm and said indifferently. With all your skills as a three-legged cat, you want to avenge your own son? Where did you get the confidence and courage? While talking, Chen Zhou played with Zhao Shuanghe's broken arm. He closed Zhao Shuanghe's four fingers, revealing only a thumb. Then, Chen Zhou used Zhao Shuanghe's severed hand to give him a thumbs up. Chen Zhou's behavior, which seemed like a lunatic, made Zhao Shuanghe's face twitch, his whole body trembled, and his expression was distorted, as if he was wearing a mask of pain. If he was still immersed in revenge just now, he is already a little scared now. Fear of shipwreck. He originally thought that Chen Zhou was like him, and neither could block the other's attack. But why did Chen Zhou not even react at all when he pointed out this, like a normal person? Zhao Xuan'ei was scared. Very good, it's this expression. I like to see other people's faces full of pain but unable to do anything to me. Chen Zhou could see the expression on Zhao Shuanghe's face. He threw away the broken arm in his hand and continued with a joking smile. Let me tell you something here so that you don't know after you die. After I kill you, I will expose your and your son's bodies on the street, just like you did to others. Don't you expect that? Chen Zhou's malicious words almost destroyed Zhao Shuanghe's psychological defense. This man was simply a demon crawling out of hell. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhao Xuan'ei kept reminding himself in his heart that if he is afraid, he will lose his will to fight, and losing his will to fight is almost equivalent to declaring his defeat. He also wants to avenge his son, and at the same time, he also wants to continue living. Besides, he still has a trick that he hasn't used yet, and he can still make a comeback. How dare a young brat bark in front of me? When he thought of this, Zhao Xuan'ei straightened his posture again, and his whole aura suddenly changed. He pulled out all the white mist in his body and the surrounding space, and then condensed it all into the palm of his left hand. This is the ultimate move of the condensing mist magic heaven technique. It drains itself completely, condenses all the white mist into one, and compresses it infinitely, brewing an earth-shattering attack. Although after performing this trick, he would fall into a period of weakness that lasted for several months, Zhao Xuan'ei could no longer care about it. Either Chen Zhou dies or he dies. For a moment, a bright round light like the sun emerged from his palm, and it became louder and brighter. Just when this move was about to be completed, Zhao Xuan'ei heard a sudden sound of breaking through the air. He looked up and saw a huge thing heading straight towards him. That's his son's coffin. Look, your son is flying in the sky. He is flying towards you. With Chen Zhou's teasing laughter, Zhao Xuan'ei broke through the defense in an instant. His heart trembled, and the nerves that had been tense began to loosen a little, and even the bright light ball condensed in his palm dimmed. Bang! The coffin hit Zhao Xuan'ei heavily. Due to the extraction of his true energy, he was already extremely weak and was simply knocked to the ground. Well! Zhao Xuan'ei let out a muffled groan, feeling his whole body heavy and in severe pain as if he was about to burst. This is the sequelae of using a special move, but this move was interrupted by Chen Zhou and failed to be used successfully. After all, he was defeated by Chen Zhou's verbal taunts, and even with his unstable mood, all his moves failed. Because your move takes so long to charge, I think I'm a fool and watch you play from the side. Chen Zhou's unhurried voice sounded again. He strolled up to Zhao Xuan'ei and looked at him condescendingly. Chapter 39. The final trick to turn the tables failed, which meant that Zhao Xuan'e had no chance of winning this battle. His face was pale and he tried hard to get up from the ground. However, just as he stood up, a foot stepped on his head and exerted force suddenly, nailing his head to the ground. Times have changed, Lao Deng. Now it's not popular to charge and attack, but to start with zero frame. The owner of the foot was still speaking mocking words. Even though Zhao Xuan'e didn't understand what he was saying, he felt an unprecedented great humiliation in his heart. Zhao Xuanghe's eyes suddenly turned red, tears kept pouring out of his eyes, and sobbing sounds began, getting louder and louder. Zhao Xuan'e cried. This old man in his 40s cried like a little kid being bullied by adults. Even at his son's funeral, he had never cried so sadly. Shame, so shameful. Zhao Xuan'e realized his own ugly behavior. He wanted to stop himself from crying, but he couldn't bear it. I feel so depressed. Why would he be abused and beaten so wantonly by a little devil? She actually cried. In the sky, Lin Yujing looked down at the scene with a slightly stunned expression. Zhao Xuanghe's crying was so loud that she could hear it clearly even though she was high in the sky. In Lin Yujing's opinion, Zhao Xuan'e was a ruthless and cunning man, an enemy that she would need to plan and plot for years to deal with. And such an enemy was actually beaten to tears by Chen Zhou. No, it could also be that he was crying. After all, Chen Zhou's mouth was too poisonous. It was like honey, launching psychological attacks on Zhao Xuan'e in waves. Put yourself in her shoes. If she were Zhao Xuan'e, she would probably lose her mind completely after hearing what Chen Zhou said. Through Chen Zhou, Lin Yujing realized for the first time that language is also a kind of power. It is enough to affect the opponent's mentality in a battle, making it impossible for the opponent to exert his full strength, thus laying the foundation for victory. In the future, she will have to learn the art of speaking from Chen Zhou. After all, it is also a science. Tisk, a grown man can cry so hard, you really opened my eyes. Chen Zhou frowned. What he hated most was hearing people cry. Even the crying of a woman or a child was enough to upset him, let alone the fact that it was an old man crying there. Even the cowardly Zhao Jing didn't cry when he broke his leg. I thought my son was useless enough, but I didn't expect that my father would be even more useless. Chen Zhou pinched his brows and looked up at Lin Yujing in the air again. Master Lin, this is your last chance. Do you have anything else to say to our county magistrate? Lin Yujing shook her head indifferently. Very well, I really can't listen to it anymore. Chen Zhou raised his right hand, with electric arcs lingering on his fingertips. The electronic music that represented death rang in his ears, and a suffocating feeling of despair surged into Zhao Xuanghe's heart. He held back his tears, stretched out his hand, tried to grab Chen Zhou's foot that was stepping on his head, and begged for mercy. Young man, please spare my life, I know I was wrong. At this moment, he became like his son again, begging for mercy in the last moments of his life. No, you just know you're going to die. Chen Zhou recited this classic line and pointed a finger at his forehead. He would order the same thing as Zhao Xuan'e ordered before. However, Zhao Xuan'e obviously did not have as strong a defense as Chen Zhou. In just a moment, the electric arc pierced through his head. Kill the evil magistrate of the third realm, good deeds plus 1000. The reminder of record of merits came to his mind, and the local emperor of Chongqing County really gave Chen Zhou a super big prize in one go. 1000. Just from the value of this good deed, you can tell how many sins the other party has committed. You know, the cat demon with the highest good deeds value in the past only had over 200. That cat demon must have eaten countless people, but its good deeds value is 5 times lower than Zhao Xuanghe's. Call. Chen Zhou let out a breath and calmed himself down. This act of kindness really shocked him. No matter what, he finally defeated the last boss of the Chongqing County dungeon alone. At this time, Lin Yujing also fell from the sky. She walked to Chen Zhou, looked down at Zhao Shuanghe's body below, and whispered, "Thank you, Chen Zhou." What happened in the past 2 days was like a dream to Lin Yujing. She had originally decided to devote her whole life to the cause of revenge. As a result, the enemy was suddenly killed. In addition to the joy of revenge, she also felt a strong sense of emptiness and was a little confused. It's just mutual benefit and mutual assistance. Chen Zhou waved his hands and didn't care about it. After all, this was a deal, and he didn't suffer any loss from it. Lin Yujing shook her head, shaking off the emptiness in her heart. She smiled and said, "But I thought you would electrocute Zhao Xuan'ei into charcoal like you did before, but I didn't expect you to leave him with an intact body." Zhao Xuan'ei only had a small hole in his head caused by the sinking of the boat, and his arm was cut off by himself, so the other parts were all intact. "Am I such a cruel person in your mind?" Chen Zhou asked back, and then sighed, "It's not that I don't want to do this, but I want to leave this opportunity to others." "Other people?" "Yeah, like you." "Me? I'm not interested in whipping corpses." Lin Yujing refused. "You are not interested, but others may be." Chen Zhou replied. "Others?" Lin Yujing didn't quite understand what Chen Zhou meant, and Chen Zhou didn't explain. He suddenly turned his gaze towards a flower bed in the corner of the courtyard. Behind the flower bed, there is a middle-aged man hiding. This person is none other than the county magistrate of Chongqing County, Shang Shushu. "Don't hide, come out." Chen Zhou said, "It's so tiring to stick your butt out like this." Shang Wencha walked out trembling. He hid here before Zhao Xuan'ei took action, which allowed him to survive among a large number of guests and successfully win the game. "I remember that you are also an official, right?" Chen Zhou looked at Shang Wencha and said again. The experience of killing Zhao Xuan'ei told him that compared to ordinary people, officials would generate more good deeds when killing people. Shang Wencha felt as if he was being stared at by a man-eating tiger. He fell to his knees and cried, "Young Master Shen, please spare my life. Although I am the county magistrate, Zhao Xuan'ei and I are not the same kind of people. Master Lin, you can't kill me. This is not what a hero does. I am not a hero." Lin Yujing said in her heart, but she still pleaded. "Chen Zhou, please spare his life. He is my spy in the government office. Turns out he's an undercover agent." No wonder Lin Yujing was able to get such detailed intelligence. This undercover agent has become the second in command of the government office. He must be quite capable. Chen Zhou then withdrew his gaze from Shang Wencha. Shang Wencha felt the pressure on him suddenly relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and became much bolder. He immediately advised, "You two should leave quickly. Killing the county magistrate is a serious crime. It will be regarded as treason and the entire clan will be executed." As an official appointed by the imperial court, the county magistrate represented the imperial power in the local area. Killing the county magistrate was undoubtedly a serious provocation to the authority of the imperial court. "Just execute me, I am the only one registered in my household registration anyway." Chen Zhou said calmly, "If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry." Although Lin Yujing didn't understand what Chen Zhou was talking about, she understood the meaning of the whole sentence, and she nodded. "Just execute him. My family won't have any objections." After all, her family died more than 10 years ago. Shang Wencha was speechless. They turned out to be 2 orphans. But were they both so indifferent to life and death? Even if you don't think about yourself, can you think about him? If these 2 people were caught by the people sent by the higher UPS, and they followed the clues to find out that he was the traitor, he would be doomed to die. Without paying attention to Shang Wencha's psychological activities, Chen Zhou picked up Zhao Shuanghe's body again. Then he walked to the overturned coffin and picked up Zhao Jing's body. Carrying a corpse in one hand, Chen Zhou strode out of the county magistrate's office. "Where are you going?" Lin Yujing asked with some confusion. Keishakao. Chen Zhou replied that he had promised Zhao Xuan'ei before that he would expose the bodies of the father and son on the streets, and he would definitely do what he said. Chapter 40. Chen Zhou was walking down the street carrying 2 bodies, and Lin Yujing was following behind him. The footsteps of the 2 people were quite clear in this quiet street. First, the Black Tiger gang went on a large-scale patrol, and then a monster broke into the county town. The common people had already been so scared that they hid in their homes and refused to go out. Therefore, the streets are deserted at this moment. But slowly, things around me began to change. At first, only a few curious and cautious glances and some discussions were heard from behind the doors and windows of the houses on both sides. In a short while, several people bravely walked out of their homes. They looked at Chen Zhou in the middle of the street and the 2 corpses in his hands, their faces dull and dazed. Then, more and more people walked onto the street, and each of them stared at Chen Zhou with shock and disbelief in their eyes. The whole street was still very quiet until someone suddenly shouted. Zhao Xuan'ei is dead, Zhao Xuan'ei is dead. Everyone, come out and see. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole street suddenly became lively and bustling, and then this liveliness quickly spread throughout the entire city. As if inspired by something, more and more people came out of their homes. They formed a huge team and gathered towards the location of the sunken ship. There were old people with crutches, young and strong men, women holding children. The originally deserted street became extremely crowded in the blink of an eye. They gathered around Chen Zhou, but left enough space between them. They talked loudly as they walked. It's Zhao Xuan'ei, it's really Zhao Xuan'ei. He's dead, killed by young Master Shen. Why call him young hero? You should call him Shen Yingxiang. That's right, Shen Yingxiang. It was the cat demon that ate people before, and the cat demon was also killed by Shen Yingxiang. I saw it with my own eyes. So is the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Hero Shen is our savior. More and more people joined the parade, and for a time, the entire Chongqing city was empty. All the people in the city, regardless of age or gender, followed Chen Zhou and came to Keishakao. Chen Zhou said nothing from beginning to end. He casually threw the bodies of Zhao Xuan'ei and his son at the street corner and turned away. As the sinking boat left, the surrounding common people immediately rushed forward. At this moment, they could no longer suppress their inner anger. Everyone was roaring and crying. Countless hands and mouths rushed to tear and bite the bodies of Zhao Xuan'ei and his son. Somewhere outside this group of ordinary people, Zhang Sui and Wu Haisheng were hugging each other tightly and crying. Not far from them, an old beggar was holding the corpse of his grandson, tears welling up in his eyes. Go Waer, did you hear that? Shen Yingxiang has avenged you. You can leave now with peace of mind. All of this made Lin Yujing, who was far away, stunned. At this moment, Lin Yujing understood what Chen Zhou had said before, understood why Chen Zhou wanted to leave Zhao Xuanghei's body intact, and understood who Chen Zhou wanted to leave the opportunity to. Chen Zhou, is this also part of your plan? Lin Yujing came to Chen Zhou and asked in a low voice. The excited expression on her face was difficult to calm down for a while. That's about right. Chen Zhou nodded. In his original expectation, the common people would definitely severely whip the corpses of Zhao Xuan'ei and his son. But he still didn't expect it to go this far. This is like wanting to eat his flesh alive, drink his blood, pull out his tendons, grind his bones and scatter them into ashes. But thinking about the 1000 good deeds points Zhao Xuan'ei revealed, it seemed to be enough to explain everything. This damn world, life is not worth living. A revenge operation of whipping corpses started quickly and ended quickly. Soon, Zhao Xuan'ei and his son were wiped out by the people. Not even a hair was left at the scene of the body disposal, which can be regarded as a true destruction of the body. After finishing all that, the people did not leave. The huge crowd, led by a respected old man, came to the sinking boat. The old man bowed to Chen Zhou first, then he fell to his knees with a plop, and said with tears in his eyes. Hero Shen, the people of this city are grateful to you forever. Thank you so much. Countless people echoed the old man's words and knelt down. At first glance, there were only a sea of heads. Lin Yujing, who was standing next to Chen Zhou, had a complicated expression, and she also looked at Chen Zhou with respect and gratitude. Chen Zhou took a deep breath. He did all this just to settle a personal grudge, but in the end, he unexpectedly became a great hero. How should I put it, this feeling is pretty good. At this moment, the record of merits in Chen Zhou's mind burst into golden light, and the words were written on its pages again in a flamboyant style. Your reputation has reached the second stage, a little famous. Get a legendary reward, you can upgrade one of your martial arts talents. Chapter 41. Has your reputation been upgraded? Unexpected good news. Chen Zhou felt pleasantly surprised. It seemed that as his reputation expanded, he would also be able to obtain more rewards. It seems that it will be necessary to spread his good name all over the country in the future. But now is not the time to talk about this. Looking at the group of people kneeling in front of him, Chen Zhou clapped his hands and said simply. Okay everyone, get up. He didn't say the line stand up, don't kneel, nor did he say anything like princes and generals would rather have the guts, nor did he call on everyone to resist together. Because Chen Zhou knew very well that these words were still too advanced for the people of this era, and their consciousness was far from awakening. What's more, even if the consciousness awakens, it is no exaggeration to say that a 3-level warrior like Zhao Xuanai can kill the entire county alone if he has unlimited energy. And Zhao Xuanai was just a small county magistrate. The gap between the powerful and the bottom is really too great, not to mention the imperial power that overrides the powerful. Shen Yingxiang, your great kindness will never be forgotten by us. This kind of kindness. Even if I have to bow to you, it is not an exaggeration. This is the only thing we can do for you. The old gentleman was still talking. He still kept kneeling and refused to get up. The rest of the people, led by him, also did not get up. Okay, if you don't leave, then I will. When Chen Zhou saw this, he was too lazy to talk nonsense and took the initiative to turn around and leave. At the same time, he put his mind on the record of merits in his mind. The increase in fame allows him to upgrade his martial arts talents. Currently, he has 2 martial arts talents. Convince people with virtue and the 4th natural disaster. Convince people with virtue. The current performance is simply to enhance his physique. It is not ruled out that he will have other abilities after upgrading. The 4th natural disaster can turn Chen Zhou into a player. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhou decided to upgrade the 4th natural disaster. This martial arts talent is interesting and powerful, and he likes it very much. Upgrade and start. Following Chen Zhou's thought, brand new text appeared again in the record of merits. The 4th natural disaster has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and you have awakened new talents and abilities. New ability, Eye of Natural Disaster. Eye of Natural Disaster, you can distinguish the basic information of any creature, and at the same time see through the other party's attitude towards you. New abilities, Weakness, Flash. Weakness, reduce the opponent's movement speed by 50%, weaken the opponent's combat power by 30%, lasts for 3 seconds, cooling time, 5 minutes. Flash, instantly move a short distance in any direction, cooling time, 5 minutes. The next moment, Chen Zhou felt that the scene in front of him had changed. He saw a line of small green characters appearing above the heads of everyone in his field of vision. Lu Fuxian, a citizen of Evergreen City. The common man of Evergreen City is King Man Kang. Yang Qiumei, a citizen of Evergreen City. This is the ability of Eye of Natural Disaster. It can directly see the identity of the other party. At the same time, it can judge the other party's attitude towards Chen Zhou based on the color of the other party's name. Pink means trust, green means friendliness, blue means neutrality, orange means hostility, and red means murderous intent. This feeling was like the name of an NPC in the game. Chen Zhou looked at Lin Yujing aside. Master of Jinggu Hall, Lin Yujing, pink. I have to say, the name pink always feels weird. I always feel like I am playing some kind of love game. Lin Yujing frowned slightly, because she seemed to detect a hint of disgust in the way Chen Zhou looked at her. Forget it, don't worry about the color. This is indeed a good thing. With these eyes, it is much easier to see and recognize people. The functionality is very good. Chen Zhou thought silently. Then there are the other two abilities, weakness flash. Isn't this a pretty classic summoner skill? Not only do they have the same name, but the effects are also similar. Weakness can greatly reduce the opponent's combat power and speed, almost destroying the opponent for 3 seconds. The flash is an instantaneous movement without a trace, and an equally powerful explosion. When you encounter a strong enemy, just flash the weak thunder gun and hit it with a combo of moves, and that's probably about it. Not bad, this upgrade is quite fruitful. Chen Zhou's usually calm face could not help but reveal a hint of surprise at this moment. After upgrading the fourth natural disaster and holding a large amount of good deeds in his hand, Chen Zhou felt that he was extremely rich now. When he was in a happy mood, Chen Zhou suddenly saw a line of words appearing on the roof in the distance. Disciple of Kong Wuhao of Guanggan Palace, Yin Chaiwu. There's someone there? In Chen Zhou's field of vision, the roof was clearly empty, with not even half a person in sight, but the line of writing was particularly conspicuous. There is actually a person hiding on the roof, and that person has a very strong hiding ability. If it weren't for the ability of Eye of Natural Disaster, Chen Zhou really wouldn't have been able to detect him. And judging from his name, is he someone from above? Chen Zhou knew that Chongqing County was a subordinate county of Guanggan Prefecture. Guanggan Palace was equivalent to the government office of Guanggan Prefecture, and its supreme ruler was Marquis Kong Wu. Take another look at the color of Yin 15's name, orange, hostile. Tisk, it came so fast. Chen Zhou sighed. What happened so fast? Lin Yujing on the side heard Chen Zhou's words. People from the imperial court. Chen Zhou replied. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yujing suddenly became vigilant in her heart, but she still showed no signs of abnormality on the surface. Where is it? He's playing hide and seek with us on the roof. Chen Zhou replied. Then what do we do now? Just wait and see what tricks he wants to play. Wait and see what happens? Shouldn't we just run away? Lin Yujing was a little surprised. I say, you don't really want to kill your way up, do you? I do want to, but I have to have the strength to do so. Chen Zhou shook his head. He was very clear about his own abilities. Based on the record of merits alone, Chen Zhou is far from being a match for a dynasty, at least not now. However, within the range of his sight, there was only one unusual name, Yin Chaiwu, which meant that only one person came from the other side. Now Chen Zhou has the dual skills of flash and weakness in his hands. Looking at his health bar, after experiencing several battles, he has only lost about 1/6 of it and is still standing strong. In this case, there is nothing to be afraid of when facing the opponent one-on-one. Should we really say that Guanggan Palace was confident or conceited, as it actually sent someone here? But this suited his purpose. Tisk, tisk, I never expected to see such a grand spectacle as soon as I got here. Yin Chaiwu was lying leisurely on the beam, looking down at the situation on the street. He received an order from the Marquis of Kongwu to come to Chongqing County to deal with a family massacre. The murderer's experience was quite bizarre. In just one night, he turned from an ordinary person into a second-level warrior. It is also said that this guy did not die even after being shot in the head by a bow and arrow, and his vitality is even stronger than those monsters. All of the above situations even aroused some interest in the Lord Kongwu, the ruler of a state, who sent him to find out the situation. Who knew, as soon as he arrived in Chongqing County, he saw something even more bizarre. The people of the whole city were actually kowtowing to the vicious murderer, and it didn't look like they were being forced to do so, but were doing it sincerely. This is very different from what was reported by the Chongqing County government. This criminal has killed so many people, shouldn't he be extremely vicious and ruthless, making people shudder at the mere mention of him? How come he is so loved by the people? Seeing the young man who was the center of attention below, Yin Chaiwu became more and more interested. Go and give it a try. He jumped lightly, then jumped down from the roof and walked towards the sunken boat. There were crowds of common people all around him, but no one could notice his presence. The martial arts that Yin Chaiwu practiced was called Shadow Evil Technique, which was a method of controlling light and shadows. One of the martial arts techniques, Shadow Escape, allowed him to blend in with his surroundings. Unless someone is specialized in practicing the art of seeing through things, or there is someone at a higher level than him, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. Yin Chaiwu quickly got within 30 meters of the sunken boat, which allowed him to observe its every move from a closer distance. This young man has a handsome face and looks childish. It is really hard to associate him with a murderer. Let's intimidate him a little first and test his courage. I hope he is not a coward who only knows how to bully the weak. Otherwise, this trip will be too boring. As soon as he thought of this, Yin Chaiwu said loudly. Chen Zhou, you murdered the entire Han family, your crime is extremely heinous. I am here on behalf of Guanggan Palace to arrest you. Why don't you surrender? The voice was mighty and seemed to come from all directions, full of majesty like thunder. The people present were all startled and looked around in horror. Lin Yujing's heart instantly lifted up, she knew that the people from the imperial court that Chen Zhou mentioned, were coming. But where? Her eyes quickly scanned the area, but didn't catch any trace of the other person. The same thing happened to Chen Zhou. His brows furrowed quickly, and he looked around nervously, then quickly became confused. Haha, you can't find me, I'm everywhere. Yin Chaiwu was quite satisfied with Chen Zhou's expression. His voice had a unique playfulness, as if it was like a cat playing with a mouse. When you only hear the sound but not the person, it can indeed give people a great sense of oppression. At least now Lin Yujing was a little nervous. She subconsciously moved closer to the sinking boat and began to twist a black vortex in her palm. A trace of fear also appeared on Chen Zhou's face. Are you scared now? You don't have any courage at all. It seems that you are one of those bastards who has a little martial arts talent and kills ordinary people. Yin Chaiwu couldn't help but spit. He had dealt with so many guys like this before. Before he finished thinking, he heard Chen Zhou say. Please don't scare me, sir. I'm a timid person. If you scare me like this again, I will be tempted to hit someone. Beat someone? Yin Chaiwu sneered, how shameless. You want to hit someone even though you are so cowardly? Well, come on. I want to see how you can. Before he finished speaking, a sense of horror that made his spine chill suddenly surged from his heart. Because he saw the sinking boat not far away, the fear on his face was suppressed at that moment, and he smiled at him instead. This made Yin Chaiwu's heart skip a beat. And in this quick half-beat, Chen Zhou's figure disappeared from the spot, and suddenly appeared in front of him like a monster. When? Yin Chaiwu's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't see the other party's movement trajectory clearly at all, and he didn't even react. Without saying a word, Chen Zhou's right hand was already on Yin Chaiwu's chest. A golden arc of electricity emerged from his palm, instantly covering Yin Chaiwu's entire body, and then exploded. Boom! The majestic Fiyu suit that Yin Chaiwu was wearing was instantly electrocuted into tattered strips, and his entire body from head to toe was charred black. At this moment, he felt as if countless ants were biting every inch of his skin. I completely lost control of every part of my body and it just kept twitching. Yin Shiwu just twitched and looked at the figure in front of him in horror. Chen Zhou retracted his right hand, adjusted his cuffs, and looked down at him with an indifferent look. What are you pretending to be in front of me? The boy's voice was extremely cold, yet also had a hint of teasing in it. Are all the Guanggan Palace filled with useless people like you? Chapter 42. Call. Yin Shiwu, who was lying on the ground, was trying to maximize the output power of Shadow Evil Power. He tried his best to mobilize the true energy in his body and finally resisted the numbness brought by the electric current. The moment he regained control of his body, Yin Shiwu used the donkey roll move, rolling on the ground several times and quickly distanced himself from Chen Zhou. Although it looked a little funny, he didn't care about it anymore. Enduring the feeling that his whole body was as if being burned by fire and cut by a knife, Yin Shiwu turned over and stood up. He gasped for breath, and the fear on his face could not be concealed at all. This little devil actually saw through his shadow escape. The key point is that it would be fine if he could see through his invisibility, but he actually acted there, acting like it was real, sometimes nervous, sometimes scared, with a lot of expressions on his face. Yin Shiwu was completely fooled by the other party's acting skills. He was just pretending to be cool when he was attacked by the other party. He was electrocuted to death and half of his body was disabled. Yin Shiwu could feel that although he could still move, he could not think about fighting for the time being. Isn't it said that this kid is at the second level? Judging from the terrifying aura emanating from him, this kid is clearly at the third level. This damn Chongqing County magistrate, how could he give wrong information? Wait a minute. How come this kid can reach the third realm at such a young age? And what was that strange way he moved just now? How could it be so fast that I couldn't see it at all? Yin Shiwu had a lot of questions in his mind at this moment. His brain was completely shut down and he felt that the young man in front of him was more and more unfathomable. Oh! Seeing Yin Shiwu recover his mobility so quickly, Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows and also looked a little surprised. I take back what I said before. It seems that the people in Guanggan Palace are still quite capable. Although Chen Zhou's attack was not very ruthless, he was aiming to cripple Yin Shiwu's ability to move. He did not expect that the other party could recover so quickly. But your rolling posture is quite standard, just like a dung beetle. Chen Zhou, who always spoke gently, added another sentence. Lin Yujing, who was standing by, was shocked that Chen Zhou suddenly slapped the other person in the face, but when she heard Chen Zhou's comment, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Don't mention it, the description is quite similar. Being called a dung beetle, Yin Shiwu was so angry that his whole body trembled. He clenched his fists and stared at Chen Zhou coldly. You little brat, do you know what crime you should be punished for if you beat up someone at Guanggan Palace? Then do you know that you are just like those little brats who yell at their parents when they can't beat them? Chen Zhou smiled and asked back, and this is not what you asked for? Moreover, I have already committed such a heinous crime, what sentence do you want to give me? Yin Shiwu was suddenly speechless. Everything Chen Zhou said made so much sense, and he couldn't refute it at all. He felt the situation was difficult. The reputation of Guanggan Palace could not suppress this guy at all. He seemed to be no match for him in a fight, and the other party was a murderer without blinking an eye. He couldn't provoke the other party anymore and had to calm down. After all, Yin Shiwu had come here specially, not to give himself up. Yin Shiwu had already made a decision while his mind raced. He took a step forward and bowed to Chen Zhou. I'm sorry, Shen Yingxiang. I was too complacent just now. Please forgive me, Shen Yingxiang. Shen Zhou. Did you change your face so quickly? In the previous sentence, you were still a brat, but in the next sentence, you were Shen Yingxiang? We've only met for less than half a minute, and you're being too flexible. At this moment, the people around also realized that this stranger who was suddenly pulled out by Chen Zhou, was of great importance. He was sent by the imperial court to catch the sinking boat. After realizing this, the people also responded. Sir, Shen Yingxiang was trying to get rid of harm for the people. He killed people who were the troublemakers in Chongqing County. Please show some mercy and spare him. The old man shouted first, and then kowtowed to Yin Chaiwu. That's right, sir. Shen Yingxiang is a good man. He does this for the people of Chongqing County. Please don't attack Shen Yingxiang, please let him live. Yes, yes, spare Shen Yingxiang. Under the leadership of the old man, the rest of the people followed suit and began to plead for Chen Zhou. For a moment, the entire Keishakao was filled with noise and people knelt down before Yin Chaiwu again. Even though Chen Zhou believed that he had little friendship with the people in this world and was already hard-hearted enough, he couldn't help but feel complicated when he saw the common people kneeling down to beg for mercy for him. In fact, no matter which world they are in, most people are still very straightforward. They will side with whoever treats them well. Those in power all rose to power by relying on the people's support, but after they succeeded, they gradually betrayed the people. Even though he was a warrior from Guanggan Palace, Yin Chaiwu had never experienced being worshipped by thousands of people. Looking at such a spectacular scene, he was a little at a loss, but more of a feeling of aggrieved. Yin Chaiwu couldn't help but said loudly. Please everyone, please look carefully, he was the one hitting me, I didn't fight back from beginning to end. What kind of favor are you asking for? Now it's not him who is giving Chen Zhou a chance to live, it's him who wants Chen Zhou to give him a chance to live. Seeing that neither the strength nor the people's support was on his side, Yin Chaiwu stopped pretending and immediately stated the real purpose of his trip. Let me make it clear, Hero Shen, I'm not here to arrest you, I'm here to recruit you. Recruitment. That's right. Lord Kongwuhao has always been eager to recruit talented people. He founded Guanggan Palace to recruit talents from all over the country and train young warriors from an early age. The purpose of Lord Kongwuhao sending me here this time is, firstly, to investigate the case, and secondly, to examine you. If you are a genius, let me invite you to join Guanggan Palace. Chen Zhou is only 14 or 15 years old, but he is already a third-level warrior. If this isn't genius, then what is it? Therefore, this action is undoubtedly an attempt to recruit the enemy. Can a murderous devil like me be recruited? Chen Zhou asked with a smile. I always feel that this kid has something else in his words. Yin Chaiwu swallowed his saliva and immediately said. Lord Kongwuhao would indeed choose to eliminate the extremely vicious people instead of recruiting them. However, since you are so popular among the people, Shen Yingxiang, you must not be a bad person. Yin Chaiwu said this quite sincerely. Chen Zhou watched the color of the name above his head change from orange to blue. From hostile to neutral. It seems that this guy is not lying. I understand. Chen Zhou also said. Hearing this, Yin Chaiwu breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that Chen Zhou's hostility had decreased a lot. Very good, his life was saved for the time being. Then, Yin Chaiwu issued a formal invitation to Chen Zhou. Then Shen Yingxiang, are you willing to join our Guanggan Palace? Of course. Chen Zhou nodded. He had no reason to refuse. Most of the martial arts resources in this world were concentrated in the imperial court, a small part was concentrated in major sects, and only a very small part flowed into the public. The higher the level of martial arts, the more tightly it is controlled by the government and the more strictly it is kept secret. This was like the various cutting-edge technologies in his previous world, which were all considered confidential by various countries. If you want to learn, you must first work hard to climb up, become one of them, and become part of their community of interests, then they will be willing to share things with you. The record of merits cannot be directly provided to Chen Zhou's martial arts. This time he got the purple yang electric power technique from Lin Yujing, but he may not be so lucky next time. What's more, even if Chen Zhou becomes unhappy in Guanggan Palace in the future, the worst that can happen is that he will just leave. He doesn't care about the laws of Yan country, so he naturally won't take the rules of Guanggan Palace seriously. Chapter 43. Very good. Seeing Chen Zhou agree so readily, Yin Chaiwu immediately gave him a thumbs up. I believe that with your talent, Shen Yingxiang, and with more hard work, you will definitely be able to become the direct disciple of Lord Kongwu Hao. Thank you for your good words. Chen Zhou also replied with a smile. He had no interest in becoming a direct disciple, but since he had agreed to it, he had to be polite on the surface and pretend not to hit someone who smiles at him. Then, Chen Zhou turned around and faced the people of Chongqing City. This time, he did not respond lazily like before, but stood up straight, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly to everyone. I am here, Shen Zhou, thank you all for pleading for me, please get up. You guys have been kneeling here all the time, which makes me feel guilty. These ordinary people chose to treat him with sincerity, so he naturally responded with the same sincerity and respect. Yes, 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 everyone, please stand up. Yin Chaiwu also echoed. I can also assure you here that nothing will happen to your Shen Yingxiang. He knew the temper and character of Marquis Kongwu. The other party was a rare genius in a century, and he hated evil. Such a person must be quite to Marquis Kongwu's liking. After hearing what the two said, the common people supported each other and got up from the ground one after another, with more or less smiles on their faces. In the world of high-level martial arts, they have no ability to resist. When faced with any injustice, the only thing they can do is kneel down and beg. Pray that the corrupt officials above can be a little more merciful, or pray that there will be more people like Chen Zhou in this world. How sad! But Shen Yingxiang, I still have to take a closer look at this Chongqing County case from beginning to end. Yin Chaiwu changed the subject and said to Shen Zhou. Well, I can also report the details of the case to Lord Kongwu. I think I have to go find your county magistrate first. Looking for the county magistrate? Chen Zhou shook his head, no need to look for him. Yin Chaiwu was stunned, what do you mean? The magistrate is gone. Chen Zhou explained. Gone. Yin Chaiwu quickly thought of the reason why the county magistrate was gone, and asked in surprise, you didn't kill him, did you? Yes. Hiss. He was only late for a day and a half, how come this kid did something big again? Where is the body? Yin Chaiwu asked. The body is gone too. How can the body be gone? Yin Chaiwu was even more confused this time, did you grind his bones to dust? This is not Shen Yingxiang's problem. Before Chen Zhou could speak, the old man who had just stood up spoke first. It's our problem, because that dog magistrate has been divided up by us. The expression on Yin Chaiwu's face froze, and it took him a long time to realize what the old man meant. He actually ate it. What a deep hatred! And it's not just one person, it's the entire county. At this moment he finally understood why all the people in the city kowtowed to Chen Zhou and shouted Hero Shen. Eliminate harm for the people, especially when the bad apple is the leader of a county. Such a feat! Indeed he deserves the title of a hero. The look in Yin Chaiwu's eyes changed when he looked at Chen Zhou. At this moment, Shang Wenxia came stumbling over from a distance. Hero Shen. Shang Wenxia first greeted Shen Zhou, and then introduced Yin Chaiwu, I am the county magistrate of Chongqing County. If you have any questions, I can answer them, but I don't know if you are. As for me. Seeing that an official finally showed up, Yin Chaiwu, who had always behaved very humbly in front of Shen Zhou, finally regained some of his rebellious demeanor. He reached his hand towards his waist, as if to take something, then felt around a few times and found himself in vain. Hey, where's my badge? It's over there. Chen Zhou pointed it out to him considerately. Yin Chaiwu turned around and found that his badge had fallen on the ground not far away. Only then did he realize that he looked quite miserable. His whole body was charred and his clothes were like rags, with only a few pieces left hanging on his body. Just now, in order to save his life, he was so focused on dealing with the sinking boat that he didn't realize how embarrassed he was. Now that Chen Zhou had reminded him, Yin Chaiwu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. He is just showing off in front of everyone with his bare butt. Yin Chaiwu subconsciously covered his buttocks and glanced at the common people. He found that everyone looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Your face is all burnt black now, and others can't see what you look like clearly, so it's okay to show your butt. Chen Zhou consoled him, it's not shameful. Yin Chaiwu rolled his eyes, you are quite good at comforting people, should I thank you? He remembered that he became like this because of Chen Zhou. Why could this kid still speak so complacently? Shang Wenju tactfully trotted over, bent down, and picked up the badge. So it's the lord of the Kongwu Guard of Guanggan Palace. Shang Wenju glanced at the words on the badge and then showed a shocked expression. Kongwu Guard is the personal guard of Kongwu Marquis. It can be said that they are at the level of the entire Guanggan Prefecture, only lower than Kongwu Marquis. Even the county magistrate cannot afford to offend him. Shang Shushu handed the badge in his hand to Yin Chaiwu respectfully. Yin Chaiwu said hum and took the badge away. I wonder what your name is, sir? Shang Wenju asked again. This, keep it secret for now. Yin Chaiwu waved his hand. Keep it secret? So secretive? Shang Shuwen was just wondering when he heard Yin Chaiwu say. By the way, I've been traveling all day and I'm a little tired. Please arrange a room for me. I want to take a shower and change clothes. What kind of tiredness? It's just that I was beaten up and wanted to tidy up. Shang Wenju complained in his heart, but on the surface he still said, of course, of course. Please make one for me too. Chen Zhou also said, I am really tired, so I want to take a bath to relax. What do you mean you are really tired? Aren't you exposing my shortcomings? Yin Chaiwu pursed his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. You are tired of killing people, right? Shang Wenju also complained in his heart, but on the surface he still said enthusiastically. Okay, I'll prepare it for you two adults right away. A moment later, in a guest room of an inn, Chen Zhou and Yin Chaiwu sat opposite each other, each soaking in a wooden barrel. Chapter 44. Originally, the two of them were bathing separately, but Yin Chaiwu insisted on moving to Chen Zhou's room. He said that they would be colleagues in the future, so they should improve their relationship. Wow, you have a good figure and look pretty strong. Yin Chaiwu looked at Chen Zhou and smiled like a strange uncle. Yin Chaiwu had washed his face clean by this time. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a baby face that could barely be considered handsome. Get out of Nantung. Chen Zhou replied calmly that if he saw the name above Yin Chaiwu's head turn pink, he swore that he would definitely kill the other person on the spot. What Nantung? Yin Chaiwu said he didn't understand, and Chen Zhou was too lazy to explain it to him, but at this moment, Yin Chaiwu discovered the blind spot. Wait a minute, why are there rose petals in your bathtub but not mine? Yin Chaiwu shouted in dissatisfaction. There was a thick layer of flower petals in Chen Zhou's bathtub, and all he saw was water. Chen Zhou didn't say anything, but just gave Yin Chaiwu a look and let him understand it himself. Yin Chaiwu also understood quickly. Yes, Chen Zhou was regarded as a hero by the people of Chongqing County, so it was normal for him to receive some special treatment. Even though there were only a few more petals, he was envious in his heart. Why? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yin Chaiwu, and I am affiliated with the Guanggan Palace Kongwu Guard. Yin Chaiwu collected his thoughts and continued, at the same time, I am also a disciple of Kongwu Ho. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Yin Chaiwu's face. After all, among the millions of people in Guanggan Prefecture, only a handful of them could become disciples of the Kongwu Marquis. Then I really feel sorry for your master. Chen Zhou added. The pride on Yin Chaiwu's face suddenly disappeared. Ahem, Shen Yingxiang, can you tell me how you have changed so much? Yin Chaiwu pretended not to hear and asked a question. According to the information sent by the county government, Shen Yingxiang, you used to be, not very smart. Yin Chaiwu chose his words very carefully before continuing, he is just an ordinary person, how could you? I have awakened my martial arts talent. Chen Zhou knew the other party would ask this question, so he quickly explained. And my martial arts talent is very special. Everything I have is due to it. Chen Zhou had talked with Lin Yujing before. Some people are born with the talent for martial arts, while others suddenly awaken. As for the types of martial arts talents, they are so varied that there is everything, and it is even difficult to categorize them. Although this world calls it martial arts talent, in Chen Zhou's opinion, it is more like something like supernatural power, which can be used to explain everything. Because of this unique martial arts talent, Yin Chaiwu did not doubt Chen Zhou's words at all, but just kept sighing. I guess so, but your awakened martial arts talent is too strong. He really couldn't figure out what kind of martial arts talent could allow Chen Zhou to grow from an ordinary person to a third-level warrior in just 2 days. This is simply too exaggerated. Why doesn't he have such an amazing martial arts talent? By the way, Mr. Shen, can you tell me about your crime, punishment? Yin Chaiwu asked again. Chen Zhou found that this boy was quite good at dealing with people. He took advantage of the time when they were taking a bath and chatting to interrogate him, which did not seem impolite. But Chen Zhou had nothing to be afraid of, and he immediately told the whole story. After all, he believed that he had killed people who deserved to be killed along the way, so he had a clear conscience. So that's how it is. This dog magistrate is actually colluding with the demon clan. After hearing this, Yin Chaiwu narrowed his eyes immediately, and a dangerous aura emanated from his whole body. Then he is really courting his own death. Shen Yingxiang, you did the right thing. The demons feed on humans and have an irreconcilable feud with humans. Anyone who colludes with the demons is tantamount to betraying humanity. This is not just a consensus in Yan country, but in the whole world. Yin Chaiwu kept what Chen Zhou said in mind. Naturally, he couldn't just listen to Chen Zhou's one-sided words, so he had to ask other people later. After taking a shower, they both changed into new clothes, and Yin Chaiwu immediately set out to find Zhao Shengguan to inquire about the situation. But before that, he put on a mask. Because he suddenly realized that what Chen Zhou had just said actually made some sense. As long as he covers his face when he goes out and doesn't reveal his identity, the people of Chongqing City won't know that it is Yin Chaiwu who is embarrassed. I'm really smart. After Yin Chaiwu left, Lin Yujing came to visit again, sinking boat. She looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak. Chen Zhou said briefly. It's like this. Chen Zhou, can you help me talk to that Kongwu guard so that I can enter Guanggan Palace? Lin Yujing then told him her purpose. She had avenged her great hatred and was in a confused period of life. Suddenly, she saw that Chen Zhou had received an invitation from Guanggan Palace, and she wanted to give it a try too. I just don't know if I'm qualified enough, so I want to ask Chen Zhou for help. Of course, it's no big deal. Chen Zhou agreed immediately. Lin Yujing taught him the ancestral martial arts and cooperated with him to kill many enemies. The two of them were considered comrades in arms. He would naturally satisfy his comrade's request. Hearing this, Lin Yujing also smiled and sincerely thanked Chen Zhou. Although Chen Zhou is very terrible to his enemies, it is really a blessing to be friends with him. It was very pleasant to get along with her. I could make her laugh from time to time and he didn't act like a master at all. Not long after, Yin Chaiwu came back, and his face under the mask was also full of ease and joy. He first talked with Shang Wenchu, and then visited some ordinary people, and found that what Chen Zhou said was true. The Han family and the Black Tiger Gang are rampant in Chongqing County, and Zhao Xuan'e has committed many crimes by colluding with the demon clan. They all deserve to die. There are a lot of witnesses, and the physical evidence was eaten. Anyway, there are no more problems, so we can call it a day and go home. If Lord Kongwuhao knew that I brought him such an awesome person, he would probably jump for joy, haha. Yin Chaiwu was thinking happily. He immediately found Chen Zhou again and told him that they could set off now to Guanggan Palace. Chen Zhou then told him about Lin Yujing's matter. After Yin Chaiwu finished listening, he waved his hand as Lin Yujing waited nervously. No problem at all. He also revealed a piece of news. Actually, don't think Guanggan Palace is such a high-class place. I'm telling you, you can enter if you pay. You can get in by paying money. These words surprised Chen Zhou and the other man. Yes, Guanggan Palace has been recruiting talents. Yin Chaiwu said, we accept voluntary applications, but they must undergo an assessment. If you don't want to take the test, you can use some connections and pay the money. And the price is not low. For example, the son of your county magistrate paid the money, but before he could go, you, Shen Yingxiang, killed him. Well, since he's dead anyway, I can just change his name to Miss Lin. Chapter 45. Guanggan Prefecture City is quite a long way from Chongqing County. It took Yin Chaiwu more than a day to get here from the prefecture city. His leg strength is faster than horsepower. However, there was no need to rush to go back, so the three of them sat comfortably in the carriage and headed slowly. Originally, Lin Yujing was planning to use her bird demon to travel because that thing was fast, but was rejected by Yin Chaiwu. In the state capital, summoning a bird demon was quite risky, as it could easily be mistaken for an enemy and shot down from the ground. Yin Chaiwu didn't want to cause any more trouble, so it would be better for him to go back and live a peaceful life. There was no conversation along the way. After about 5 days, Guanghanzhou city finally appeared in front of the three people. This is a towering and majestic giant city. Judging from its scale alone, it is more than 10 times larger than Chongqing County. It is like a giant beast with a city wall, bringing a great sense of oppression. The road leading to the city gate was also extremely wide, like the mouth of a giant beast, constantly swallowing up carriages and people. Even if he was a modern person in his previous life, he couldn't help but be shocked by the scale of this city. The carriage that the three people were riding in soon entered the city. It was very busy and bustling with traffic. Even if there were no high-rise buildings on both sides of the street, there were at least 3 or 4-story buildings. Moreover, Chen Zhou noticed that most of the common people in the city were warriors. Although they were only at the first level, their physical fitness was much better than that of the residents of Chongqing County. It feels good to live in a place like this. Chen Zhou couldn't help but sigh. After the carriage entered the state capital, it took a full half-hour to reach the center of the state capital, and finally stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. This is Guanggan Palace, the most powerful place in the entire Guanggan Prefecture. Yin Chaiwu said, his tone beginning to take on a hint of pride. Chen Zhou also took a look around. The entire Guanggan Palace was majestic, with carved beams and painted buildings, and a solemn and dignified atmosphere filled the air. Wait a moment, I will send the 2 of you to the Tianjiao camp, which is where the palace concentrates on training warriors, and is also the reserve camp for the Kongwu Guard. Yin Chaiwu continued. Tianjiao camp? It's a good name. Chen Zhou said. Of course, the name has to be loud so that others will be willing to join. This title alone is worth a lot of money. Yin Chaiwu said with a smile. Many people try every possible means to squeeze into the Tianjiao camp. Even if they just hang out there, it will be very prestigious to tell others about it, and it will be much easier to find a job. Tianjiao camp is indeed the dream place for warriors in Guanggan Prefecture. Lin Yujing also said. Chen Zhou nodded and understood. This thing was equivalent to a diploma. Even if one dropped out of Peking University, it would sound very cool. By the way, Shen Yingxiang, I have another request. Yin Chaiwu said again. You say. That's right, after you go in, can you please not tell anyone about how you beat me up? Yin Chaiwu rubbed his hands together and spoke in a negotiating tone. It's mainly because I am a person who has a very high status in front of other people. If this matter gets out, it will affect my image. Although Yin Chaiwu felt that if Chen Zhou had not launched a sneak attack, he would not have lost, but being beaten was being beaten, and this was a fact that could not be changed. Lin Yujing tightened her lips, and Chen Zhou agreed immediately, of course no problem. He decided to build a good relationship with Yin Chaiwu. Having one more friend is never a bad thing. Thank you, let's go in. As soon as Yin Chaiwu stepped out of the carriage and showed his face, the guard at the door immediately let him in, and the three of them entered Guanggan Palace. It was not until we reached the depths of the palace that we heard Yin Chaiwu's voice, You two, this is the Tianjiao camp. Chen Zhou and the other man both stuck their heads out with expectant eyes, and then they were stunned. Because this Tianjiao camp is actually a huge and broad platform. The floor of the platform was paved with hard obsidian. Each piece was polished to be extremely smooth and fit together perfectly, like a huge piece of black ice. On the periphery are shabby, drafty thatched houses, and inside are small wooden houses with yards. There is also a 3-story pavilion in the center of the platform. Is this the Tianjiao camp? It doesn't match the name at all. Chen Zhou said that the only higher quality thing here was the floor tiles, and the surrounding environment was not even as good as his home in Chongqing County. Haha, only a harsh environment can temper your will. Yin Chaiwu smiled. I rather suspect that the people who built this place were greedy for money. Chen Zhou said, after all, considering the nature of this Tianjiao camp where one can enter by paying money, it is really possible. Please bear with me. I went through the same thing. And with your strength, you will just go through the motions here. I think you will be able to join the Kongwu Guard soon. Yin Chaiwu replied, and then the three of them got off the carriage. As soon as I arrived at the door, 2 people came towards me, a middle-aged man and a young man in green. Master Yin, you also brought back 2 geniuses this time. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Yin Chaiwu, he greeted him enthusiastically. It's Master Zhong. Yin Chaiwu also smiled and nodded to the middle-aged man. Yin Chaiwu can actually be called a master? Chen Zhou looked at Yin Chaiwu strangely, but Yin Chaiwu decisively avoided his gaze. Chen Zhou turned to look at the middle-aged man again, Guanggan Palace Steward Zhong Ming. Green-clad boy, Bai Feng, the young master of Bai Family Martial Arts School in Lingheng. This young man is called Bai Feng. He is a genius I found in Yulin City. He is only 15 years old, but he has already cultivated to the 6th level of the 2nd realm. Zhong Ming immediately introduced Bai Feng behind him, with a hint of complacency in his tone. And Bai Feng was also very reserved like a talented young man. He glanced at Chen Zhou and the others calmly, and when he saw the beautiful Lin Yujing, he couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. Then he became even more arrogant, with his head held high and a calm expression, as if he was not afraid even if the sky fell. The boy was aroused at first sight and wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. Chen Zhou completely understood his thoughts. Hearing Zhong Ming's words, Yin Chaiwu was secretly delighted, knowing that it was time for him to show off, and immediately said calmly. Well, it's not bad to be able to reach this level of cultivation at the age of 15. Is this still acceptable? Zhong Ming was immediately dissatisfied, then I wonder if the 2 geniuses you brought back, Master Yin. Yin Chaiwu suddenly became alert and said. The one on my left, Shen Yingxiang, is also 15 years old, and is in the 3rd realm. Zhong Ming was shocked when these words were spoken, and Bai Feng, who had been pretending to be cool, almost lost his composure. Master Yin, are you kidding me? Zhong Ming asked immediately. Are you kidding? I don't have the time for that. Yin Chaiwa snorted disdainfully and glanced at Chen Zhou at the same time, his eyes hinting wildly. Okay. Chen Zhou sighed, and his aura finally showed up without any more concealment. 3 Realms. Chapter 46. Feeling the aura from Chen Zhou, Zhongming, and Bai Feng's faces changed drastically. It really is the 3 realms. Are you kidding me? He has reached the 3rd realm at the age of 15. How did he do that? Both of them found it unbelievable. Bai Feng looked as if he had eaten 2 pounds of fly shit. He felt that his performance just now was just that of a clown. Taking in their expressions, Yin Chaiwa suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. He said calmly. Okay, Shen Yingxiang, Miss Lin, you two can go in now. Remember to report to the central attic first and perform well. I am very optimistic about you. After finishing speaking, Yin Chaiwa waved his sleeves, turned around and left in an elegant manner, with the demeanor of a master. This wave really made this kid show off. Chen Zhou laughed, and then he and Lin Yujing entered the Tianjiao camp side by side. What are you still standing there for? Come with me. Seeing this, Zhongming immediately pushed Bai Feng. It will do you no harm to establish a good relationship with that hero Shen. Bai Feng nodded and quickly followed. Shen Yingxiang, my name is Bai Feng, please take care of me in the future. Bai Feng lost his previous reserve and greeted Shen Zhou shamelessly. Well, my name is Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou responded. Shen Zhou, isn't that Shen Yingxiang? Bai Feng was a little surprised. He was just wondering why a person's name was so arrogant and dared to call himself a hero. That's his nickname. Lin Yujing explained with a smile. Nicknamed hero? Isn't that even more awesome than just being called a hero? The 3 of them entered the Tianjiao camp and saw quite a lot of young people along the way, most of them were in their teens. Lin Yujing was considered a grown-up girl here. These young people were also looking at the 3 people of Shenzhou. There are 3 new people, and one of them is a beauty. Did they get in by paying money or by hard power? It's probably hard power. I just saw Master Yin and Master Zhong at the door. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of most young people suddenly became serious. There are 3 ways to enter the Tianjiao camp, one is to pay money, the second is to pass the assessment, and the third is to be recommended. Generally, the 3rd type of people who come in are the strongest. Ignoring the gazes of the people around them, Chen Zhou and the other 2 entered the 3-story building in the center of Tianjiao camp. As soon as they came in, they saw a young man wearing a dark silver flying fish suit, sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. There were bursts of strange buzzing sounds coming from the young man's body, like the sound of an engine, and it seemed that he was practicing martial arts. Chen Zhou looked at the top of the young man's head again, disciple of Kong Wuho, Shi Mo. Is there a new person coming? The young man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Zhou and the other 2. He looked a little unhappy that his practice was interrupted. My name is Shi Mo, and I'm the person in charge of the Tianjiao camp. I'll tell you the rules here. Shi Mo said a lot, but in fact, this Tianjiao camp is similar to a school. You can learn martial arts here, and you will also receive silver and precious medicinal materials every month. Whether it is a technique or medicinal materials, each one can be said to be in short supply on the market. The only point to mention is, the stronger the strength, the better the treatment. The top 15 in Tianjiao camp can live in more comfortable wooden houses, receive 10,000 taels of silver every month, and have higher quality skills and medicinal materials. As for the others, they could only live in those shabby thatched houses, and the silver they were given was reduced to a few hundred taels. The treatment can be said to be very different. Those thatched houses are actually for people to live in. I thought they were toilets. After hearing Shi Mo's introduction, Bai Feng clenched his fists and suddenly felt a little unhappy. As the young master of a martial arts school, he came from a well-off family, and the money and other things were fine, but the problem was that the place he lived in was terrible. The thatched house was small and crudely built, and looked as shabby as a tent. It was barely enough to provide shelter for one's body. Lin Yujing also frowned. It was inconvenient for men, and even more inconvenient for her as a woman. Shi Mo also saw the expressions of the two people. He sneered and continued. Want good treatment? It's very simple. You can challenge the top 15 people in the Tianjiao camp. If you win, everything he has here will be yours. Here, the strong are respected. Now, either you challenge the top 15, or just pick a thatched house, shut up, and lie down obediently. After saying these words, Shi Mo closed his eyes again, looking as if he didn't want to bother with Chen Zhou and the other two anymore. Bai Feng was helpless and was ready to turn around and leave, but he found that Chen Zhou was standing there without moving. The sinking boat didn't move, and Lin Yujing didn't move either. I have a question. At this time, Chen Zhou spoke. Bai Feng immediately realized that Chen Zhou was a genius who had reached the third realm at the age of 15. Even he couldn't stand this, let alone Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou must want to ask Shi Mo for information about the first 15 members of the Tianjiao camp so as to challenge them. It must be right. Fard now. Shi Mo said, his tone already a little impatient with being interrupted while practicing. Chen Zhou continued, I looked around and found that your place is the best. If I beat you, can I live in your room? Hearing this, Bai Feng immediately showed an expression of disbelief, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Good fellow, he thought he had thought Chen Zhou was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect him to be even more arrogant. They asked you to pick the students, but you picked the instructors instead. Lin Yujing, who was standing aside, twitched her lips, revealing a helpless expression that said I knew it. At this moment, even Shi Mo, who had been showing annoyance, was startled. He opened his eyes and looked at Chen Zhou in surprise, with a smile on his face. Good boy, you really dare to say that? Good, very good, this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant student. You are the one who is arrogant. You have been so arrogant from the beginning. Chen Zhou smiled and replied bluntly, even if you are the coach, you should be polite to me. Why, are all the disciples of Kongwu House so cocky? Tisk tisk, a little brat wants to teach me manners? Interesting. Shi Mo stood up leisurely and brushed off the dust on his body. Okay, I accept your challenge. But, I'm the coach and you're the student. If I fight you directly, it would be considered as me bullying you. So. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. With a snap, the buzzing sound on Shi Mo's body became louder and louder, and at the same time, the surrounding space suddenly changed. The doors and windows all disappeared, and everything turned into a dark mass. The ceiling, the floor, and even the walls were all pitch black. The graphite that was originally in front of the three people also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Where are we going? Bai Feng was startled by the sudden change in the scene, and Lin Yujing also showed an uneasy expression on her face. The next moment, Shi Mo's teasing voice came from all around. This is my martial arts. I have locked you three up here. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can escape from here, I lose. If you can't escape, I will lock you up here for 3 days and 3 nights as a punishment. Chapter 47. Is there such a martial art in this world? It can actually evolve into a hellish prison and trap people inside. Bai Feng and Lin Yujing were shocked by Shi Mo's methods, and Bai Feng felt extremely regretful. He thought he was arrogant enough when he was in Linkheng, but compared with Chen Zhou, there was a huge difference. He followed Chen Zhou to act together, but who knew that the other party would offend the person in charge of Tianjiao camp right from the start. Being locked up here for 3 days and 3 nights is not a big deal, but if he offends the coach, how can he survive here in the future? Bai Feng was still hoping to graduate successfully from here and join the Kongwu Guard. Should I apologize to Mr. Shi right now and say that I have nothing to do with Chen Zhou and I am just a passerby? At this moment, Bai Feng's mind raced, but the next moment, he heard Chen Zhou's calm voice coming from the side. Close your eyes. Closing your eyes? What's the use? Is it closed? Chen Zhou asked again. It's closed. Lin Yujing answered obediently. Bai Feng was somewhat disdainful. Could it be that if he closed his eyes, this dark prison could break itself? Before he finished thinking, he felt the originally dark environment suddenly explode with golden light. The terrifying light immediately blinded his eyes, and Bai Feng covered his eyes in pain. At this moment, the netherworld prison was as bright as day, even brighter, as if a small sun had been forced into this narrow space. The sunken boat was bathed in endless electric light, and it seemed to have turned into a real light. As a genius, it's okay to be proud, but if you are too proud, you become arrogant. In the small building, Shi Mo looked at the cramped black prison in front of him and shook his head slightly. He had dealt with many arrogant troublemakers in the Tianjiao camp, but he had to admit that this newcomer was the most troublesome one. The other troublemakers had conflicts with the students, but he actually dared to challenge me. In Shi Mo's opinion, you are weaker than me, so I can scold you and humiliate you, it all depends on my mood. This is not his creed, but the way of survival in this world, the strong are respected. Lock him up for 3 days, and he should behave himself. If he still doesn't behave himself, then keep him locked up. Shi Mo also had his own way of dealing with troublemakers. He put aside his thoughts, closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the cushion again, and continued to practice. But just as he sat down, Shi Mo's eyes suddenly opened again. Wrong! By the time he realized this, it was too late. At that moment, his eyes were suddenly covered by a dazzling golden light, and then a violent explosion sounded next to his ears. Boom! Enduring the stinging pain from the light, Shi Mo forced himself to open his eyes. His muscles were tensed, veins popped out, and a layer of black barrier stretched out on his body. Full defense. However, the imagined attack did not come. In the dazzling light, Shi Mo discovered that Chen Zhou had stood in front of him at some point, looking down at him. The netherworld prison built by graphite was smashed to pieces by the sinking ship in the first second. Then, the aftermath spread and the entire building was shaking slightly. The commotion here even attracted the attention of the students outside. They only heard a sharp roar coming from the central pavilion, followed by a burst of golden light that quickly went out. Hey, what happened to the pavilion? Why is it flashing? Could it be that Master Shi has made another breakthrough? A student guessed. It should be. Tisk tisk, you are worthy of being Master Shi. Has your realm improved again? I wonder when we can reach his level. Yeah. While the students outside were constantly sighing, the object of their admiration, Shi Mo, had dry lips and looked at the sinking boat in front of him with complicated eyes. His netherworld prison was broken so easily, and Chen Zhou's sudden appearance was too oppressive. If Chen Zhou really attacked him at that moment, Shi Mo would not even have the confidence that he could block his attack. Behind the two of them, Lin Yujing waited until now to open her eyes. When she saw the familiar environment around her, she couldn't help but sigh. Chen Zhou has done it again. Chen Zhou's performance always surprises her. As for Bai Feng, he was rolling on the ground, covering his eyes and screaming. Eyes, my eyes! Lin Yujing's mouth twitched. Chen Zhou has reminded you twice, but you still won't close your eyes. Isn't this courting death? At this time, Chen Zhou had already restrained the golden light on his body. He looked calm and greeted Shi Mo as if nothing had happened. Master Shi, I should have escaped within 2 hours, right? It was more than 2 hours, not even 2 minutes. Shi Mo thought to himself and took a deep breath, so that's how it is, you have already reached the third realm. Shi Mo understood the aura emanating from Chen Zhou, but the other party was only in the early stage of the third realm, and it shouldn't be so easy to break through his prison. Really, why are these young people nowadays more evil than each other? Shi Mo sighed inwardly and then nodded. I accept the bet, and from now on, you can live in this attic, but only on the first floor. Besides that, you can also scold me and insult me, I will bear it all, and I will never complain, nor will I retaliate against you. I guarantee this as a Kongwu guard. These words sounded like a hidden threat, but Chen Zhou knew that the other party was telling the truth. Because he was staring at Graphite, or to be exact, at the top of Graphite's head. The original blue name is still blue. There was no hostility, which meant that Shi Mo really had no complaints at all. It seems that the disciples of Kongwu all have strange and explosive tempers, but their attitude of admitting their mistakes and correcting them is still quite sincere. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou also changed his attitude. I'm sorry, I was a little reckless just now. Thank you, Lord Shi, for showing mercy. If you were to compete with me in this way, I would definitely not be your opponent if we really fought. I was just joking when I said I was going to live here. Shi Mo also knew that the other party was giving him a way out, and his gloomy face softened. Although this guy is the most troublesome student he has met so far, his words are really nice. After hearing this, Shi Mo was not angry at all. He even thought that the boy was good and quite humble. Okay, let's put this matter behind us. Shi Mo said, and even smiled, what's your name? Sunken Boat. Chen Zhou, well, I think with your ability, we can work together soon. Shi Mo nodded. Now, go pick a cabin to live in. As a disciple of Kongwu Ho and a member of Kongwu Guard, Shi Mo's words were a great affirmation of Chen Zhou. Good. Chen Zhou nodded. He could easily escape from the prison built by Graphite with a flash, but in order to appear more imposing and oppressive, Chen Zhou chose to break through by force. This time I have earned back my face. Teach the peak warriors of the third realm to learn politeness, and increase the good deeds value by 20. A reminder came from the record of merits and virtues, and Chen Zhou sighed. He already looked down upon the 20 points of good deeds. But don't let small kindnesses go unrewarded. Chen Zhou was very considerate when he left, and he also picked up the Baifeng that had fallen on the ground. I can't believe that even the coach of the Tianjiao camp can't beat you. As the three of them walked out of the attic, Lin Yujing sighed immediately. Even though she had guessed the result, she still couldn't calm down. No, I just broke one of his moves. I can't say I couldn't beat him. Chen Zhou said that he knew very well that both sides were just sparring and were not serious about it, which was far from a real battle. But then again, he has already fought two of Kongwu Ho's disciples. So far, he is beating each one he sees. Well, I hope he won't have to fight any more in the future. Chapter 48. At this time, the stinging pain in Baifeng's eyes was relieved, and he immediately got up from the ground. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with admiration as they stared straight at Chen Zhou. Brother Chen, you are really amazing. Even Lord Shi can't trap you. The name changed from Chen Zhou to Brother Chen, and the name on Baifeng's head also changed from blue to green. Now he was extremely glad that he did not beg for mercy from Shi Mo and draw a clear line between himself and Chen Zhou. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. The opponent was able to easily break through the Graphite's restriction. His future is limitless. We must hold on to this thigh firmly. Chen Zhou glanced at Baifeng. We are all 15 years old, why do you call me brother? At the same time, he discovered that the name above Baifeng's head had also quietly changed, from young master of the Bai family martial arts school to student of the Tianjiao camp. It seems that this naming system should be based on the other party's most important identity. The weight of Tianjiaoying Academy is obviously more important than that of a young master of a martial arts school. Didn't I tell you to cover your eyes just now? Chen Zhou asked Baifeng again. Well, the main reason is that I'm a little slow to react. Bai Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I said it twice. My hearing is not good. Then why are you still practicing martial arts when you are so fragile? Bai Feng fell silent, but seeing him like this, Chen Zhou felt that he could create a new move. Use electric current to create bright light to blind the enemy's eyes. Well, it's a bit like the Sun Fist in Dragon Ball. We'll talk about this later. The most urgent thing is to find a place to live. Chen Zhou would naturally not live in some shabby thatched house. He looked around and found that there were exactly 15 wooden houses in the Tianjiao camp. Moreover, there are numbers engraved on each wooden house, which should be the ranking of strength. The higher the ranking, the more powerful it is. Have you decided who to choose? Lin Yujing, who was standing aside, noticed Chen Zhou's gaze and asked. Of course it's the first. Chen Zhou said, and then walked towards the wooden house ranked first. Do what you say. Chen Zhou and everyone here have the same idea, that is, as a genius, one must be arrogant. If you encounter any good thing, you must fight for it, and fight for the best. The wooden house area is the private territory of the top 15 students, and few other people usually approach it. Seeing Chen Zhou taking the initiative to go there, the young people around him also reacted. Hey, 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 that kid is heading towards the cabin. Looks like he's ready to challenge me. He must be a new guy, right? He dared to challenge the top 15 on the first day. Wow, he's really brave. What do you know? This is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Come on bro, I'm rooting for you. Me too, brother, just do it. Our Tianjiao camp will cover the medical expenses and provide enough medicine. The teenagers around all showed expressions of watching a good show, and kept talking and making a fuss. When more people heard the news, they came out of their thatched huts one after another. Watching others challenge the top 15 is one of the few fun things in the Tianjiao camp. This is how life is. Life is short, so you must learn to find fun in others and make yourself happy. There were even students who opened a bet on the outcome of the sinking boat challenge on the spot. Not only ordinary students, but also some of the top 15 students in the Tianjiao camp came out of the wooden house. They may all be the targets of Chen Zhou's challenge, and their eyes are different, some are contemptuous, some are focused, some are cautious. But when they saw that the sunken boat was heading straight to the deepest part, they couldn't help but become surprised. Wait a minute, this guy actually wants to challenge Mo Wohen, who is number 1. Even more arrogant than I thought. Haha, you're so brave, you want to be the boss on your first day. Bai Feng couldn't help but sneer when he heard the students' discussions. Is this called arrogance? So what if Brother Chen challenges a student for first place? If you saw Master Shi being defeated by Brother Chen, you would probably be so scared that you would pee. Lin Yujing on the side couldn't help but glance at Bai Feng. Seeing the boy's excited expression, she knew that he must have put himself in Chen Zhou's perspective and was having a great time. Chen Zhou naturally heard the students' discussions, but he didn't take it seriously. You can discuss as long as you don't make personal attacks. Where did this idiot come from? He just arrived and went to find the first place. Why is he so eager to get beaten? Newbies are like this, their butts sticking up in the air. Once he gets beaten up, he'll behave himself. All right, whatever you say, he'll do it. But it's normal, after all. Most of the students here are talented elites from all over Guangdong Prefecture. In their small place, they are invincible among their peers. They have developed a domineering character and look down on others all the time. This is what is called the arrogance of genius. There are very few people as humble as Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou turned his head and his eyes quickly locked onto the two people who were talking. Tianjiao Camp student Zhuang Yu, Tianjiao Camp student Yuan Yifei. Both of them were in the top 15, one ranked 13th and the other 14th. Chen Zhou immediately strode over. The target has changed, you must prioritize attacking the minion with taunt. Hey, this guy is coming towards us. That's just right to warm up my hands. Show him some color. Seeing Chen Zhou coming, Zhuang Yu and Yuan Yifei were not panicked at all. They clenched their fists, got into position, and were ready to fight at any time. They are all members of the top 15, and they are very confident in their own abilities, otherwise they would not have made such a mockery. Isn't it easy to deal with a newcomer? Chen Zhou quickly approached the two of them, pointed his finger and randomly pointed at one of them. I challenge you. As soon as the word "you" came out of his mouth, Chen Zhou suddenly disappeared from the spot. Zhuang Yu, who was pointed at by Chen Zhou, had only one thought in his mind. Where are the people? It's over. Chen Zhou instantly appeared behind him, and with a powerful kick like a firecracker, he directly hit Zhuang Yu's back, exploding with a force visible to the naked eye. Bang! Zhuang Yu fell heavily onto the hard obsidian ground and instantly became quiet and motionless. He didn't even see where Chen Zhou was before he was kicked unconscious for no apparent reason. What the hell is going on? Yuan Yifei, who was standing next to him, was horrified. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and the person next to him was replaced by Chen Zhou from Zhuang Yu. Sensing the other party's malicious gaze, Yuan Yifei took a few steps back and spoke tremblingly. No, buddy, if you hit him, you can't hit me. Chapter 49. Brother, you have successfully challenged Zhuang Yu and become one of the top 15 students, so you can no longer challenge others. You can only challenge once a day, so you can't hit me. This is the rule of Tianjiao camp. Yuan Yifei swore that he had never spoken so eloquently in his life, and he kept pouring out words like he was singing Allegro. The other party was coming with menacing force and terrifying power, so he could only list the rules in an attempt to make the other party retreat in spite of difficulties. However, Chen Zhou's answer to Yuan Yifei was not words, but a fist as big as a sandbag, which rapidly expanded in his field of vision. The terrifying wind pressure hits the door directly with the fist peak. Yuan Yifei was frightened and almost instinctively used his strongest martial arts. He arched his body, and the surface of his entire body seemed to be solidified like basalt, with thick tortoise shells looming out. The tortoise shells were densely covered with spikes, and they looked indestructible. Martial skill spike carapace. However, Chen Zhou's fist did not stop because of this move. It struck straight through with the power of an avalanche. Click! The airwave spread clearly, and this punch directly shattered Yuan Yifei's thorn turtle shell, and hit his chin without any slowdown at all. Bang! Yuan Yi flew high, flying more than 5 meters in the air before hitting the ground again, and immediately fell into a baby-like sleep. Yifei, he can really fly. Teach 2 second-level warriors what humility is, and add 15 good deed points. Along with the reminder from the record of merit and virtue, the 2 good brothers who just made fun of each other are now swaying one way and the other. If I hit you, do you still have to follow the rules? The fact that you make me unhappy is enough. Chen Zhou snorted coldly, looked away from the other party, and then leisurely straightened his messed-up clothes. Among the top 15 of the Tianjiao camp, those in the front are quite low-key, but the 2 crane tails in the 34th and 4th ranks are extremely arrogant. It's like playing a game. The opponent with an incredible record says nothing, while the opponent with an incredible record keeps provoking on the public screen. A typical brat and a barker. Now that he has given the other party a good education, I think these 2 will be a lot more humble in the future. As Chen Zhou instantly defeated the 2 students with a blitzkrieg, the entire Tianjiao camp fell into a deathly silence. The expressions of the students were all extremely wonderful. In the Tianjiao camp, there are indeed idiots who rely on money and connections to get in, but those who can be ranked in the top 15 are definitely the only geniuses in the entire Guangdong prefecture. All of them are so strong that people can be convinced, just like that Yuan Yifei, all his attributes are focused on defense, and his turtle shell magic is extremely difficult. If you hit him, he will be fine, but he will be seriously injured. The result, the newcomer smashed the turtle's shell with a casual punch, and he lay paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. Looking at the newcomer's palms, they are still as white as jade, even the skin is a little broken. Where did this monster come from? Before their gambling handicap was even opened, the opponent's battle was over, and it was even a double kill. Not to mention ordinary students, even the top 15 geniuses present had a solemn look on their faces after witnessing this scene, and felt chills running down their backs. During Chen Zhou's battle, they sensed each other's realm, the three realms. There are only 2 students in the Tianjiao camp who have reached the third realm, and they are both older than Chen Zhou. Look at the decisive character of the other party who will beat people up if they disagree, he is a prince of hell. As the saying goes, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Once Chen Zhou arrived, the other students in the Tianjiao camp instantly became much more polite, and they no longer even dared to look at Chen Zhou politely. Chen Zhou picked up Yuan Yifei and threw him far away. Now that wooden house number 13 was his, he naturally did not allow others to sleep on his property. Then, he greeted Lin Yujing in the distance, "Master Lin, go in first." Lin Yujing nodded, "Okay." Chen Zhou turned and walked into the wooden house, while Bai Feng was still sighing. "Tisk tisk, too strong, brother Chen is really too strong." But brother Shen didn't even say hello to him when he entered the room. It seems that he didn't treat him as his own. Well, he still needs to work harder. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Feng saw Lin Yujing beside him suddenly move. She walked quickly to the front of the wooden house number 14, picked up Zhuang Yu, and threw him out in the same way as Chen Zhou. Then, Lin Yujing turned around and walked into cabin number 14. Bai Feng was stunned by this series of operations. Oh my god, is this a bargain? There is such an operation? Is this Sister Lin so smart? Why didn't he think of it? Not only was Bai Feng surprised, the ordinary students around him were also surprised. This pretty girl took up a spot for nothing without any effort. Hiss, envy, jealousy, and hatred. So should they try to challenge her now? But remembering that this girl seemed to be with that scary new guy. Never mind, let's think about it again. Anyway, they are used to living in thatched huts, so there is no need to rush. On the other side, Chen Zhou walked into the wooden house and looked around. A bed, a wardrobe, a few tables, chairs, and benches. It was quite simple, but much better than those ramshackle huts. Sure enough, everything is revealed by comparison. In addition, Chen Zhou also found a kind of medicinal herb on the table. This medicinal herb was different from ordinary medicinal herbs and actually exuded an inexplicable charm. Even though he knew nothing about medicinal herbs, he could recognize that it was a ginseng. This should be the medicinal materials that Tianjiao camp distributes every month. Why is it placed here and no one wants it? Then he will accept it with a smile. How should I eat this? Raw, cooked, or soaked in wine? Chen Zhou was thinking carefully when Lin Yujing suddenly knocked on the door. That sunken boat, cabin number 14 is mine. After opening the door, Lin Yujing immediately asked in a soliciting tone, "Is it okay?" Chen Zhou readily agreed, of course. After all, he couldn't live in 2 rooms by himself. By the way, Master Lin, you came at the right time. How should I take this medicinal herb? He pointed to the ginseng on the table. Lin Yujing turned her head and her eyes suddenly lit up. Tisk tisk, 100-year-old ginseng. Look at the roots and the lines, at least 500 years old. She couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Guanggan Palace, the medicinal herbs distributed to students are so precious. You can take them directly, but it is best to take them before practicing, so that the effect is best. This should have been left by Yuan Yifei, but before he could eat it, he was beaten up and thrown out by Chen Zhou. Well, I have to go back to the house and take another look to see if Zhuang Yu has missed any precious medicinal herbs. Is that so? Chen Zhou nodded, indicating that he understood, and decided to keep the ginseng for now. Now that I have a place to live and medicinal materials, it's time to study hard. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou stood up and walked out. Where are you going? Lin Yujing asked. Of course, I'm going to study hard. Together. Chapter 50. As soon as the two walked out of the wooden house, they saw a fierce battle just ended outside. The two sides in the battle were Bai Feng and another student, whose name was Liu Yiming, and he happened to be ranked 15th in the Tianjiao camp. It should be a challenge initiated by Bai Feng. Chen Zhou did not see the whole process. He only saw Bai Feng standing still with blood on the corner of his clothes, while his opponent bowed his head and admitted defeat. Bai Feng successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the top 15. It seems that this genius from Linkheng does have some real skills. After Bai Feng won the challenge, he did not choose to enter the wooden house at the first moment, but came to Chen Zhou happily. Brother Chen, we will be neighbors from now on. They were indeed neighbors. As soon as the three of them arrived at the Tianjiao camp, they became the bottom three among the top 15 geniuses. I'm going to the central attic to learn martial arts. Would you like to come with me? Chen Zhou called Bai Feng by the way. Okay. Bai Feng nodded immediately, and at the same time he felt touched that Brother Chen actually took the initiative to invite him this time. The relationship has gotten closer. The three of them walked towards the central attic together. In the attic, Shi Mo was still sitting cross-legged on the futon with his eyes closed, practicing. When he saw that it was Chen Zhou and the other two, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "Master Shi, we want to learn some martial arts." Chen Zhou stated his purpose. Unlike the first time, both sides were much more friendly this time. Chen Zhou was like that. If you pull me, I will pull you. If you are polite, I will be polite too. It is rude not to reciprocate. Okay, come upstairs with me. Shi Mo stood up immediately. The four of them came to the second floor, and Shi Mo introduced. This is the library. You can freely browse the martial arts stored here. As for whether you can successfully practice them, it depends on your own talent and luck. Random browsing? Chen Zhou couldn't help but feel delighted. It turned out that this Tianjiao camp was not entered for nothing. He could actually learn anything he wanted. Isn't this the reason why he came here? Lin Yujing and Bai Feng also smiled. Seeing the rows of martial arts secrets in front of them, they were overjoyed. They had never been so wealthy before. Even though Lin Yujing and Bai Feng both came from martial arts schools, their small folk martial arts schools only had some first-level martial arts, and there were very few second-level martial arts. Compared with the official one, wow, there's a world of difference. However, there were so many martial arts secrets here that they didn't know where to start. The same thing happened to Chen Zhou. He suddenly had an idea in his mind. By the way, Master Shi, do you have any of that kind of residual martial arts? Residual martial arts? Shi Mo was a little confused. Yeah, it's the kind of martial arts that is actually very powerful, but because you can't see the words clearly, or there is no second half, you can't practice it completely. Shi Mo shook his head. No, the skills we have here are well preserved. There isn't any. Chen Zhou frowned. He remembered that the protagonists in the novels all practiced this kind of cultivation. You Guanggan Palace are really something, why do you keep the skills so well preserved? Then is there any kind of martial arts that is extremely powerful, but extremely risky to practice, and can easily cost a person's life? Chen Zhou asked a second question. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng were stunned. What kind of strange requests were these from Chen Zhou? Aren't normal exercises delicious? Why do you want to find excitement? This, it really does exist. This time Shi Mo gave an affirmative answer. There are many martial arts in the world, and naturally there are many weird ones. Many creators of martial arts blindly pursue power, which results in great flaws in other aspects. Later, people who follow them will suffer. Can you take it for a look? Chen Zhou said quickly, the interest on his face becoming more and more intense. This is what he wants. After all, with the record of merit and virtue in his hand, the flaws are not worth mentioning to him. And a partial technique like this, after overcoming its shortcomings, will undoubtedly become a killer weapon. Shi Mo fell silent, and he suddenly felt that this young man really had some serious illness. However, he still followed Chen Zhou's request and took out a slightly thin secret book from a corner. For you. This secret book looks a bit old and moldy. It seems that it has not been turned over for some years. Okay, based on Chen Zhou's experience reading novels in his previous life, generally war-damaged versions are definitely good things. Chen Zhou took it and found that there was one word written on the cover of the book, behead. Is the name of this martial arts so random? Yet. Shi Mo nodded. It is said that this martial arts was created by a martial arts master more than 100 years ago. He was immersed in the art of cutting all his life and worked hard to compile it. Sounds awesome. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows. It became even more powerful later. One day, when he was pondering this martial arts, he accidentally chopped himself up, and his body was finally chopped into pieces. Do you know why it's called Zhan? It's because the master died before he could even give it a name, and the people who came after him chose one at random. Seeing that Chen Zhou was silent, Shi Mo showed a smile on his face and continued. Because it was a martial art created by a master, many people still wanted to practice it later, but then, they all met the same fate. The better ones are scattered here and there, and the worse ones are just like the goddess scattering flowers. It has to be said that the use of graphite as a goddess in scattering flowers is very essence, and Chen Zhou has a sense of the image in his mind. This not only reminded him of the news in his previous life that he was stabbed dozens of times and the police determined it was suicide. I didn't expect that there would be something more outrageous here. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng also looked livid after listening. Neither the founders nor the learners survived? What the hell is this martial arts? This is the book of life and death. So, Chen Zhou, are you sure you still want to learn it? Mo looked at Chen Zhou with a smile. It's up to you whether you want to learn it or not. Let me take a look first. Chen Zhou was not deterred. He was joking. He had a golden finger in his hand. How could he be afraid of this thing? What's more, he has the fourth natural disaster standing in front of him, slashing him hard to see if it's his health bar or his martial arts skills that are stronger. Actually, from another perspective, this martial arts book is still very valuable. While flipping through the pages, Chen Zhou added, after all, among all the people who have studied it, not a single one has left a negative review. Shi Mo opened his mouth and hissed. There seems to be nothing wrong with you saying that. Chapter 51. The book Zhan was not very thick and Chen Zhou finished reading it quickly. After recording it in the record of merits and virtues, he returned it to Shi Mo. Haha, you are quite self-aware. Shi Mo took it, and when he saw the other party flipping through it, he immediately returned the book, thinking that Chen Zhou had given up. Bai Feng also nodded. He said that Brother Chen would not be so desperate. What's the point of learning this kind of martial arts that has a 0 success rate and even a 0 survival rate? But Lin Yujing had a strange feeling in her heart. She remembered that when Chen Zhou was learning her family's purple yang electric power technique before, it seemed to be the same situation. After turning it over, he will be able to do it. Thinking of this, Lin Yujing couldn't help but look at Chen Zhou nervously, fearing that he would suddenly break into pieces in the next second. Chen Zhou also looked at Lin Yujing strangely. Why did this girl look at him as if he were a dead person? Without paying attention to this, Chen Zhou asked again. Master Shi Mo, are there any similar martial arts? Don't consider the difficulty of practice, side effects, etc., just consider one thing, that is, it is powerful enough. You are such a thief, you are still persistent. Shi Mo sighed. Chen Zhou's idea did make sense. Generally speaking, the more dangerous the martial arts, the greater the power. It depends on whether you have the talent to control it. It seems that Chen Zhou wants to take an unconventional approach and go to the extreme. Fortunately, I have managed this library for many years and have a thorough understanding of the secret books here. Otherwise, no one would be able to fulfill your request. Shi Mo smiled and said, even if Lord Kong Wuho came in person, it wouldn't work. Thank you very much, Master Shi. I will remember your kindness. Chen Zhou also said, if you need any help in the future, please feel free to ask. If an ordinary student said this, Shi Mo would probably just smile and show disdain, but what Chen Zhou said, there is no guarantee that it will be correct in the future. So, Shi Mo searched around again and found 5 or 6 books one after another, including books on light skills, body training, and various other types. That's all. I'll remind you that the side effects of these secret books are not as severe as that of the slash, but you should still practice them slowly. Shi Mo advised. Even if you don't die, becoming a cripple is not a big problem. If you feel that you have gone astray in your practice, come to me immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Chen Zhou said he was fully aware of the risks involved, and then picked up the books one by one and started reading them. Flying floating boat, it allows practitioners to walk on snow without leaving any traces, cross rivers, and when practiced to perfection, they can exert force multiple times in mid-air. Iron wall and elephant control technique, it can make the practitioner's skin and flesh tough, as if cast in copper or iron, and when practiced to perfection, one can be put into a furnace without melting. Not bad, not bad. These all look very good according to the introduction. Chen Zhou decided to make good use of the recording function of Record of Merits and Virtues. First write down a few of them in the Record of Merits, and then decide whether to study them or not depending on the situation. Seeing this, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng on the side also began to ask Shi Mo for advice. Instead of choosing by themselves, it would be better to let Shi Mo, a knowledgeable person, help them choose. Shi Mo naturally agreed. While they were talking, Chen Zhou also successfully put the secret book he had read into the Record of Merits and Virtues. Very good. Now he has his own library of secrets. Master Shi, I have another question, that is, how should we practice in this third realm? Chen Zhou humbly asked for advice again. The second level is to use the true essence to temper the bones, and the third level is to use the true essence to temper the blood. Shi Mo also quickly explained. Both are called jade bone and silver blood, and both require the participation of breathing method. The breathing method you practiced is quite strong. The quality of the blood tempered by it is probably lower than that of ordinary third-level warriors. It's much stronger. Shi Mo immediately explained to Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou listened carefully. He only needed to know how to operate it, and leave the rest to the Record of Merits and Virtues. After selecting the skills and mastering the practice methods, Chen Zhou left with Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. But after they left, Shi Mo discovered a problem. According to the rules, the secret book can be taken away as long as the students do not take it away from the camp. But Chen Zhou, he didn't even take any of them with him. This kid made him look for the secret manual for a long time, and then he kept flipping through it, but in the end he didn't get any. Are you playing? Isn't this just learning loneliness? Brother Chen, why don't you bring any martial arts books? Outside the attic, Bai Feng saw Chen Zhou with empty hands and asked in surprise. Chen Zhou didn't answer, but just smiled back. He did not explain. His powerful and mysterious personality had to be established so that he would live up to his reputation as a genius. In other words, well, just pretend. All three of them gained something, and after returning to the camp, they immediately went back to their rooms to practice. Chen Zhou sat cross-legged on the bed and checked the good deeds value in the Record of Merits, 1,315 points. Originally he thought this was a considerable amount, but now that he had so many techniques stored in his mind and he needed to improve his realm, he suddenly felt that it was not enough. Chen Zhou decided to improve his realm first, no matter how much he could improve. After all, compared to the skills, realm was a rigid need and could be improved in all aspects. He first swallowed the 500-year-old ginseng, and then a new round of training began. Consume 150 good deeds points. You use the breathing method to mobilize the true energy of your body to transport and filter the blood. After your efforts and the help of the medicinal materials, you finally succeeded in completely removing the impurities in the blood. A ray of silver light appears inborn in blood. You have been promoted to the third level of the third realm. Consume 250 good deeds points. As you continue to temper your chain day and night, more silver blood will emerge from your body. You have been promoted to the sixth level of the third realm. Consume 450 good deeds. Your blood has been completely transformed, like a silver ocean. The world inside you is roaring and boiling, and your 5 senses are greatly enhanced. You have been promoted to the peak of the third realm. The moment he wrote the series of words, Chen Zhou felt an incomparable power surging into every cell of his body. The silver blood and white jade bones complemented each other, and at the same time, his 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Even the finest dust in the air could be seen clearly by Chen Zhou, and he could also catch the heartbeats of the surrounding students. Looking at the transparent health bar in the lower left corner of the field of vision, it has occupied half of the width of the field of vision. The length of this health bar must be the length that only a boss can have. At this moment, all the sinking boats wanted to shout out. I am at the peak of the third realm. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? After calming down his inner excitement for a while, he sighed again. I didn't expect that I would reach a higher level. It seems like every time he upgrades, he goes straight from the beginning to the end, which is so simple and crude. If I had known earlier, I should have asked Shi Mo how to cultivate to the fourth realm. I just don't know if he understands it. After all, Chen Zhou remembered that Shi Mo seemed to be only at the peak of the third realm. After practicing for a while, my level has reached the same level as the instructor. The practice is not over yet. Chen Zhou looks at the balance in the record of merits, 465. It has shrunk a lot in an instant. Chen Zhou shook his head. It seems that it is unlikely to learn all the remaining skills. Go ahead, let's try the Zhan technique first. Shi Mo's exaggeration was so weird that it immediately aroused his addiction. Give it a try anyway. Chapter 52. Chen Zhou took a deep breath, slashed the god, and started. Consume 300 points of good deeds. You open this martial arts book that makes people tremble with fear. You find that the secret of this martial arts book is quite extreme. It is to turn everything you have into a peerless blade, every inch of your skin, every muscle, every movement, and even every thought, flashes with a cold blade light. You must devote your whole life to just one kill. At the same time, you also find that the training method is extremely difficult and risky. If you are not careful, you will be killed first. However, you who possess the fourth calamity can completely ignore these risks and continue to practice as you wish in your body. Seeing the series of words written in the record of merits and virtues, Chen Zhou smiled with relief. Yes, it was exactly as he imagined. This is the confidence that the fourth calamity brings him. He can just rush forward as he pleases. Just as he was thinking about it, Chen Zhou suddenly saw his health bar reacting. More than half of the health bar in his field of vision actually began to drop down bit by bit. This made him secretly smack his lips, thinking something was not right. Why was the reaction so big? Hey, wait a minute, record of merits, are you sure I can install it directly without taking these risks? Why does it feel like the risk is a bit high? When I was caught by the cat demon and attacked by Zhao Xuan'e, the health bar never reacted this much. Chen Zhou couldn't help feeling a little nervous, his eyes fixed on the health bar in his field of vision. If it dropped to a quarter, he would decisively stop. Fortunately, the health bar stabilized after only dropping by 1/5, and at the same time, the words appeared again on the record of merits. You have initially mastered the method of performing / kill, beginner. What the hell? Just getting started. Chen Zhou couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. After consuming 300 points of his good deeds and reducing his health bar by 1/5, he was still only getting started. However, just as he finished his sigh, he felt an indescribable power emerging in his body. This force. The next moment, Chen Zhou gently moved his fingers. Boom! The ground in front of him suddenly exploded, and a gap about 1 meter long suddenly appeared. With just a wave of his hand, he can strike. Chen Zhou took a deep breath and said, "What the hell is this? Is it so perverted? You know, this is just the beginning. No wonder the survival rate of practitioners of this martial art is 0, the risk is ridiculously high, but the effect is also ridiculously strong." Chen Zhou decided that this martial art would become his main martial art in the future. It is a perfect match for him. Not to mention its power, its ability to intimidate people is absolutely at its best. Just move your fingers and you'll be cut in half. It's a perfect sneak attack skill. As for sneak attacks and threats, Chen Zhou likes to do them the most. The effects are very good and they can make the battle process more interesting. Now I really hope a student will come to challenge me. When Chen Zhou first acquired the magical power, he couldn't help but feel eager to try it out, and couldn't help imagining that someone would come to deliver it to him. It's just that he caused such a scene as soon as he arrived at the Tianjiao camp. I don't think anyone will be so stupid for a while. And the most important thing is that his good deeds points have been almost wasted. Most of these people in the Tianjiao camp are just little brats, and there is no unforgivable sinner like Zhao Xuan'e. Even doing a good deed is difficult for them. Now that I have learned the skills in the Tianjiao camp and my realm has been improved, maybe I can retreat tactically. As Chen Zhou was thinking, he suddenly heard a shout from outside. Master Shi has ordered the top 15 geniuses to go to the central attic immediately. There is something important to discuss. Important? Although he didn't know what it was, as one of the top 15, Chen Zhou naturally had a responsibility. He collected his thoughts, walked out of the wooden house, and entered the central pavilion again with Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. There were already quite a few students waiting here. After seeing Chen Zhou and the other two, most of them couldn't help but look away and lowered their heads. After all, they had witnessed Chen Zhou's violent behavior, so they seemed a little restrained when staying in the same room with Chen Zhou. However, there were still a few students who were not present at the time. One of the young men said in surprise. "Hey, the top 15 are very different this time. These 3 are all new faces." He had a gentle smile on his face, holding a folding fan in his hand, and bowed to the 3 people. "My name is Lu Tianrang. May I know your names?" Lu Tianrang, 19 years old, ranks 2nd in the Tianjiao camp, and his strength has reached the 2nd level of the 3rd realm. "My name is Bai Feng." Bai Feng was the first to answer. "Lin Yujing, the person next to me is Chen Zhou." Lin Yujing nodded at the other party and also helped introduce Chen Zhou. Bai Feng saw it and kept it in mind. That's right, a powerful and aloof person like Chen Zhou would not bother to introduce himself, so at this time he needed someone around him to help him introduce himself. In other words, he was telling his younger brother that in order to deepen his friendship with brother Shen, he would have to rush to do this kind of work in the future. I guess this sister Lin is quite good at flattering brother Chen, otherwise the two of them wouldn't have stayed together all this time. It seems that 3 more strong men have come to our Tianjiao camp. Lu Tianrang continued, shaking the folding fan in his hand and sighing, "This is a blessing for our Guanggan palace." Chen Zhou glanced at him. Lu Tianrang gave this man a very pretentious feeling. But it doesn't matter, just pretend. Everyone has the right to pretend, and he likes to pretend, as long as he doesn't make fun of him. Wait a minute, where is Mo Wohen? He is late again. At this time, someone asked. He is always the last one to arrive at every meeting, just to be the last one to appear, to show how capable he is. Someone else complained. Speak of the devil, and the next moment, a young man with long hair walked into the attic. He had long flowing hair and a handsome face, and looked very much like the male lead in an ancient idol drama. The first in the Tianjiao camp, Mo Wohen, 17 years old, level 3, 5th level. After Mo Wohen arrived at the arena, he looked around calmly, looking down upon the entire arena. He didn't care about the three newcomers, Chen Zhou, and just kept his eyes on Lin Yujing for a moment. Well, there's a prettier one. After the first 15 arrived, they began to discuss the purpose of this gathering. Chen Zhou seemed a little bored. Mixing with this group of people, he always felt like an adult playing house in kindergarten. Fortunately, this boring feeling did not last long because Graphite appeared. Master Shi. The geniuses present all bowed, and Shi Mo directly explained the reason for this meeting. Lord Kong Wuho will come out of seclusion in half a month. He will select one or several of you to become his disciples. As soon as these words came out, all the geniuses' eyes lit up. Ordinary warriors would die with no regrets if they could receive guidance from Lord Kong Wuho, and now, they actually have the opportunity to become his disciples. What an honor! But before that, there is an extremely important test for you. Shi Mo changed the subject again. Guanggan Palace will give you a dangerous opportunity to fight in actual combat. You will be heading to the Henglan Mountains, to exorcise demons. All of a sudden, it was Chen Zhou's turn to have his eyes light up. Chapter 53. Apart from Chen Zhou, who had an extremely excited expression, the other students present had different expressions. Some were eager to try, while others were nervous. Before joining the Tianjiao camp, everyone's circumstances were different. There were veterans like Lin Yujing who had experienced life and death battles, and there were newbies like Bai Feng who had never even seen a monster. Although everyone is a genius and their strength seems to be very close, it is not actually the case, because mentality and experience will also affect the outcome of the battle. It is not uncommon for a second-level warrior who has more experience and a calmer mentality to kill a third-level warrior. It is just like in the Untold Story, where the four great masters of Falling Flowers and Flowing Water faced off against the Blood Knife Patriarch, but ended up with 3 of them being killed in return. Shi Mo took in the expressions of all the students and continued. Lord Kong Wuho hopes that this actual combat can stimulate your potential and cultivate your combat experience. After all, the purpose of practicing martial arts is to kill enemies and eliminate monsters. If you can only spar with each other in the camp, then you are no different from useless people. In order to encourage everyone, Guanggan Palace has set up a bounty and adopted a point system. Every time you kill a level 1 demon, you get 1 point. Killing a level 2 demon will earn you 2 points. Killing a level 3 demon will earn you 2 points directly. 20 o'clock. There are still 3 realms of demons. Some of the students exclaimed. You know, only a few of their students have reached the 3rd realm. Why, are you scared now? Shi Mo snorted coldly. You should know that you are in the Tianjiao camp, and you are all called geniuses. Crossing the border to kill the enemy should be a normal operation for you. And even if you can't win in a one-on-one fight, don't you know how to gang up on us? The students were speechless for a moment. This was absolutely true. As talented elites, they were selected from millions of people. Compared with humans or monsters of the same realm, their own strength is definitely much stronger. Well, after a beating, now I have to give them some sweet treats. With this in mind, Shi Mo continued. I won't let you do this in vain. You can use the points you earn to redeem various items at the treasure pavilion in Guanggan Palace. You know, the things stored in the treasure pavilion can be said to be the most valuable treasures in the entire Guanggan Palace. There are top-notch martial arts, better medicinal herbs, and rare treasures you have never seen before. As soon as these words were spoken, the students immediately became excited, and their previous concerns were instantly thrown out of their minds, and they were all eager to try. That is the top martial arts of Guanggan Palace, and it can be said to be the foundation of the entire Guanggan Prefecture. I have to say, the temptation is too great. Chen Zhou raised his hand and said, Master Shi, is there any martial arts in the treasure pavilion that is stronger than / Shi Mo looked at him strangely, then nodded, of course. In his opinion, the martial art of Zhan cannot be called strong at all. Everyone who has learned it has died, and no one has ever successfully performed it. How can this thing be related to the word strong? Hey! Now Chen Zhou also became excited. Shi Mo's words whetted everyone's appetite. Seeing that the students all looked eager, he nodded with satisfaction. The exorcism will begin in 3 days. You should make good preparations in these 3 days. Chen Zhou and his men left the attic, and at the same time the news spread quickly in the Tianjiao camp. Only the top 15 members can participate in this demon-eliminating operation, which makes the other students envious and jealous. They were naturally very envious of the rewards in the treasure pavilion, but they were not without a chance, because there were still 3 days left. As long as they succeed in challenging the top 15 in these 3 days, they can replace each other and participate in this demon-eliminating operation. In order to get this precious spot, they must challenge. The best challenge targets are undoubtedly Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. Normally speaking, these two people have just arrived and are only ranked at the bottom of the top 15, making them the easiest targets. Of course, this does not include the abnormal situation like Shen Zhou. Bai Feng had only fought once, and Lin Yujing had never fought once, and they got into the top 15 purely by doing it for free. Before, the students did not dare to challenge Lin Yujing because of Chen Zhou's tyranny, but now it is different. In the face of huge benefits, you have to give it a try. Number 14, I challenge you. An angry shout soon came from the camp. The person who was shouting was named Lu Chuan. He was tall and held a pair of Suanhua axes in his hands. He looked very aggressive. The entire camp became lively, and most people came over to watch. Not long after, Lin Yujing walked out of the wooden house with an expressionless face. She was dressed in blue, her dark pupils were as calm as autumn water, her skin was fair, and she was an absolute classical beauty. Just by looking at Lin Yujing, Lu Chuan's domineering attitude immediately diminished. His whole face turned slightly red and he looked very nervous. It's obvious that this science and engineering guy has been immersed in martial arts for a long time and has never had any contact with girls. Calm down, calm down. She's just pretty. I can't show any mercy. I have to exert my strongest strength to get the spot. Lu Chuan was encouraging himself like this when he suddenly glanced up and found Chen Zhou standing not far away and staring at him. The encouragement just now suddenly disappeared, and he became even more nervous. If he really beat Lin Yujing, wouldn't Chen Zhou retaliate against him? Don't be nervous. At this time, Lin Yujing spoke. She seemed to see what the other person was thinking and comforted him softly. Don't worry, he is him and I am me. If you really beat me, Chen Zhou will not do anything to you. I guarantee it with my personality. Hey! I get it. Lu Chuan nodded. The other party's words were very natural, which made him feel much more at ease. He immediately raised the 2 axes in his hands and got into position. But Lin Yujing changed the subject. If you want to beat me, you have to beat it first. She raised her hand and threw a black ball from her palm. What's this? While Lu Chuan was wondering, the black ball expanded and exploded like a balloon, and a huge monster emerged from it. This thing is like a moving hill, more than 5 meters high. It is covered in tough armor, and its eyes are like blazing red flames. The most eye-catching thing is the sharp horn on its head, which flashes a deadly cold light like a sickle. It turned out to be a rhinoceros. No, why did a monster appear? What is this situation? The appearance of the rhino demon also startled the students present, but someone soon recognized it. This is the girl's martial arts talent. Hiss, what a great talent for martial arts, he can actually control monsters. Lu Chuan was completely stunned. He never expected that he would have to fight a terrifying demon. Bring it on. Lin Yujing waved her right hand, and a heroic look appeared on her beautiful face. Be defeated by my iron hoof. Roar. The next moment, this demon that looked like a tiger tank charged towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was defeated instantly. Lin Yujing waved her hand, and the demon named Bai Chen once again turned into a black ball and merged into her palm. She knew very well that due to her relatively backward position, there would be many people challenging her next, so she showed off a little bit of her strength to prevent some guys from causing trouble for her. Although her talent for cultivation is not top-notch, she believes that her talent in martial arts is still top-notch, although she is still not as good as Chen Zhou. As expected, Pavilion Master Lin has hidden strength. Chen Zhou on the side nodded secretly. This pokeball is really convenient. You don't even have to fight yourself, and judging from the attitude of Pavilion Master Lin, she should have another hidden card. My teammate is also very mysterious. After this battle, no student challenged Lin Yujing again, and the result was that Bai Feng became the unlucky one in the end. The pressure on him increased dramatically, and for a moment he became the object of challenge for all the students. Chapter 54. These 3 days were the busiest 3 days for Bai Feng. Every once in a while, someone would come to challenge him. Fortunately, there is a rule in Tianjiao camp that you cannot challenge the same person within 2 hours, otherwise, he would be exhausted to death from the round-the-clock battles. During this period, Chen Zhou also observed Bai Feng's battle. This guy turned out to be an archer. His left hand could transform into a purple longbow, and then use his true energy as arrows to launch attacks from a distance. Obviously, Bai Feng is also a person with martial arts talent, and he is also an ADC. The strength is really not weak. With Bai Feng's continuous efforts, he made rapid progress and finally maintained his last place position. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and there was no change in the top 15 members. Early that morning, a group of people, led by Shi Mo, left Guanggan City in several carriages. The Henglan Mountains, where they were heading this time, were an extremely vast and dense forest. One end of it borders Sanjiun County of Guanggan Prefecture, and the other end borders another prefecture of Yan State, Jiarui Prefecture. It is said that there are extremely terrifying monsters in the Henglan Mountains, which is very dangerous, but they did not go deep into it. This mission is to kill the man-eating monsters that ran out of the mountains to maintain the safety of nearby villages and towns. Chen Zhou, Lin Yujing, Bai Feng, and Lu Tianrang were riding in a carriage. In addition to them, there was also a bald young man, Xiang Yang, who was ranked 4th in the Tianjiao camp. Chen Zhou and Lin Yujing were not talkative people. Bai Feng was originally a chatterbox, but after 3 days of fighting, he fell asleep as soon as he got on the carriage. He was so tired that he didn't even have the heart to flatter Chen Zhou. During the journey, Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang were chatting most of the time. I heard that natural disasters have occurred frequently in Jiazhu next door in the past few months, and most of the people have become homeless. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the demons in the Henglan Mountains can't hold back. With the world like this, they naturally want to get involved and take a piece of the pie. Lu Tianrang spoke. He was dressed in white, holding a folding fan and waving it, still looking as showy as ever. But he quickly changed the subject. But I believe that the imperial court will be able to properly resettle the victims. Whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, it can be overcome. Chen Zhou, who was standing by, listened silently. Is Jiaruizhu in trouble? You know, the evils that arise in troubled times are much more numerous than those in a peaceful world. I can go there and take a look later. That's natural. Xiang Yang, who was sitting opposite him, nodded in agreement with Liu Tianrang. But to be honest, compared to other states, our Guanggan state is still better. Under the leadership of Lord Kongwuhao, our Guanggan state can be said to be thriving, and the people are living and working in peace and contentment. However, after hearing this, Lin Yujing couldn't help but let out a cold smile. There's no way, her life experience doesn't quite match what Xiang Yang said. Xiang Yang saw this action and frowned immediately. What are you laughing at? How dare you disrespect Lord Kongwuhao? Are you questioning Lord Kongwuhao's ability? Do you think Lord Kongwuhao is not doing a good job? Xiang Yang was a native of Guanghanzhou City, and his home was even near Guanggan Palace. He had always heard people around him praising the reputation of Kongwuhao since he was a child, and the people around him seemed to be in peace and prosperity, so he became a fanatical fan of Kongwuhao. Xiang Yang could not tolerate anyone being disrespectful to Lord Kongwuhao. Not even pretty girls. Lin Yujing frowned, and before she could say anything, Chen Zhou suddenly spoke. You are such a good accuser, you just say it so easily. If you say another word, I will think you are disrespecting me and I will throw you off the carriage. Xiang Yang's body shuddered, and he really shut his mouth and fell silent. Even though he was ranked 4th, but after some thought, he felt that he was no match for Chen Zhou, so it was better to avoid a fight. People like this were very annoying in my previous life. They were keyboard warriors. Even though we were just discussing one thing, they would put a label on you right away and then start to criticize you from a moral high ground. This kind of BD should be severely punished offline, and then he will behave himself. Please stop arguing. Liu Tianrang on the side spoke up, still maintaining that gentle smile, fanning himself while turning to look at Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou, right? We are all companions. Can't you just speak politely? Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Pfft. Before he finished speaking, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in the carriage. Liu Tianrang's eyes suddenly widened, and then he immediately covered the lower half of his face. The folding fan he was waving vigorously suddenly broke into 2 pieces in the middle, and along with the fan, his mouth was torn apart. Blood continued to drip. The elegant young man Liu Tianrang only felt a sharp pain in his mouth. He didn't even know what was happening to him until he saw Chen Zhou turn his head and look at him. Chen Zhou's eyes were calm, but his voice was unusually cold. If you continue to take sides here, it won't just be your mouth that bleeds. It is precisely because we are companions that you can still breathe while listening to my teachings. Do you understand? The whole thing was clearly initiated by Xiang Yang, but this BD ended up criticizing him instead. And he said he was not polite when speaking. Did Xiang Yang speak politely to Lin Yujing? Pretending to be fair but actually being biased secretly, this kind of person is more hateful than keyboard warriors like Xiang Yang who make accusations. As Chen Zhou spoke, Liu Tianrang realized that it was Chen Zhou who attacked him, cut off his folding fan, and tore open his mouth. But, when? I didn't notice it at all. Chen Zhou didn't make any attacking moves at all, and he didn't see anything flying over to hurt him. What the hell is going on? For a moment, he was filled with extreme uncertainty, and the fear in his heart made Liu Tianrang calm down. He silently took out the healing pill he carried with him, swallowed it, and began to bandage the wound. I asked you if you understood. However, the sound of the sinking boat sounded again, like the whisper of a devil. Liu Tian's heart was beating wildly, and his whole body was shaking. He held on to the torn wound and managed to utter 3 words. Understood. Chen Zhou then withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiang Yang. After seeing what happened to Liu Tianrang, the other party became like a well-behaved kid in kindergarten, sitting upright with his hands on his knees, not daring to say another word. Love the call. Chapter 55. At this moment, Liu Tianrang felt very wronged. This matter was caused by Xiang Yang, but the boy was only scolded, but he was hit hard instead. Even his favorite Ming Dynasty gold-clad folding fan was taken away by the other party. Torn. But Liu Tianrang really couldn't reason with him, because he had a good relationship with Xiang Yang, so what he said just now was indeed selfish. He was exposed and scolded in public. To be honest, he totally deserved it. Thinking of this, Liu Tianrang looked at Xiang Yang with resentment. I spoke for you and ended up getting beaten, but you didn't even dare to fart. Are we still good brothers? Xiang Yang, who had been sitting upright, looked straight ahead, as if he had not received any eye signals from Liu Tianrang at all. Lin Yujing let out a breath, smiled, and gave Chen Zhou a thumbs up. As expected of Chen Zhou, he easily accomplished what she couldn't do. If it were her, she would probably have to argue with Xiang Yang and the others for a long time. Chen Zhou nodded slightly in response. There was no need to say thank you or you're welcome in a strange way between friends. However, Lin Yujing fell into deep thought again. What kind of martial arts did Chen Zhou just perform? It was so strange and terrifying that there was no sign of any attack being made, but it directly injured Liu Tianrang. Lin Yujing knew Chen Zhou inside and out and knew that he only knew the Purple Yang electric power technique before he came to Tianjiao camp. Oh, and there's also a course called 13 Deadly Guns. Chen Zhou must have just recently mastered this martial art that can perform invisible attacks. Wait, the shape of the cut. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Lin Yujing's mind. At the same time, Bai Feng finally woke up. He stretched himself and looked around, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hey, why is it so quiet? Chen Zhou saw that you were sleeping, so let's all be quiet and not disturb you. Lin Yujing was in a much better mood at this moment, and it was a rare joke for her to make with the other party. Hearing this, Bai Feng was immediately moved. He turned to look at Chen Zhou and spoke sincerely. Brother Shen, you are so nice to me. Chen Zhou nodded solemnly. That's right, isn't it? After several days of traveling, the group finally arrived in Sanjiayun County. The magistrate of Sanjiayun County warmly welcomed everyone into the yamen. Everyone was quite indifferent to his hospitality and just nodded slightly. The county magistrate was used to this. All the adults who came from above were like this. However, he found that there was an exception among the young men. For some reason, the young man kept staring at him from beginning to end. That look was as if he wanted to eat him alive, which made the county magistrate feel scared. The pressure that the boy brought to him was even greater than that brought by the leader, Lord Shi. Shen Zhou, stop looking at me. The magistrate is frightened by you. Lin Yujing, who was standing by, had been paying attention to Chen Zhou and couldn't help but advise him. You're not planning to kill the local officials as soon as you get here, are you? Of course not. Chen Zhou denied, I just took a look. Are you just looking around? Your eyes never left the county magistrate. Fortunately, the county magistrate is an old man, otherwise I would think you have some improper thoughts about him. There was no way. After tasting the sweetness, when Chen Zhou saw the county magistrate now, it was as if he saw 1,000 points of good deeds walking around. But he also knew that not every county magistrate was as oppressive to the people as Zhao Xuan'e. Although they are rare, there are indeed good officials in this world. Good officials are rare, like first-class protected animals. If he accidentally kills one, he will feel guilty. So Chen Zhou just watched and had no intention of taking any action. By the way, Chen Zhou, have you really mastered the slash technique? Lin Yujing asked quietly again. Yes. Chen Zhou nodded, after my continuous research and hard work, I finally achieved a huge breakthrough in this martial art from 0 to 1. Hearing this, Lin Yujing's heart was immediately filled with shock. Was it really successful? That martial art with a 0 chance of survival, was actually mastered by Chen Zhou. Monster! She muttered under her breath. Chen Zhou smiled and said, use a better adjective next time. I'm tired of hearing this word. Hey, by the way, brother Tianrang, why have you been staying in the carriage these days? Suddenly, a conversation was heard not far away, and someone was asking about Lu Tianrang. When traveling in a hurry, everyone would get out of the carriage to get some fresh air, but Lu Tianrang stayed in the carriage from beginning to end, like a lady from a noble family. Oh, I'm at the critical moment of my training and I can't interrupt. Lu Tianrang lied. In fact, he was waiting for the wound on his face to heal. Although Chen Zhou cut his mouth with a knife, for a third-level warrior like Lu Tianrang, it would only take a few days to heal. The reason why he didn't come out was the same as Yin Chaiwu before, he was afraid of losing face and losing his status. While Lu Tianrang was explaining, he secretly glanced at Chen Zhou, praying in his heart that the latter would not expose his lies. However, Chen Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to him. Chen Zhou was a man who would take revenge on the spot. In his opinion, if he stabbed the other party on the spot, they would be even. He would not act like a nagging woman and keep holding on to the other party. Of course, most people might worry about the other party retaliating secretly in this kind of situation, but it is not a problem for Chen Zhou, because he has a magical skill, Eye of Disaster. The name above Lu Tianrang's head was still blue. If it turned orange or red after being slashed by him, he would attack again without hesitation. The group only stayed in the magistrate's office for a short while, and then, under the leadership of the local county lieutenant, went to the scene of the demonic chaos. It was a village called Liulai Village, where some half-dressed farmers were working in the fields. Seeing the officials appear, they slowly gathered around and stood aside to watch in silence. This is it. The county lieutenant led everyone to a thatched cottage. This is the farthest the demons have reached. This family has been harmed by them. The county lieutenant's voice was very low. Shi Mo nodded, walked forward and pushed open the wooden door. The small and cramped room was filled with a foul smell, and the sunlight that shone in was tinged with a dim red color. Inside the hut, it was hard to tell whether it was meat or internal organs mixed together and scattered everywhere. The people present suddenly had different expressions. Xiang Yang, Bai Feng, and others looked pale, while Lin Yujing, Emma Wohen, and others had no expression on their faces. Chen Zhou passed Shi Mo and entered the hut first, carefully looking at the environment inside. He remembered that the 3 cat demons in Chongqing County were very careful when they ate people. They ate everything from the flesh to the internal organs, leaving only the bare skeletons. But here, flesh and internal organs are thrown everywhere. If the cat demon in Chongqing County killed people for food, the demons here did it purely for fun. Very arrogant, thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on Chen Zhou's lips. Chapter 56. Outside the house, the county lieutenant spoke again. There is another village in front of Liulai village, but the demons came too quickly, and it was at night, so we didn't react in time. The whole village was eaten up. His voice suddenly choked. Later, we also mobilized manpower, but after the demons killed everyone, they retreated to the Henglan Mountains. The terrain of that haunted place is rugged, and even if the brothers have bows and crossbows, it is really no need to say more. Shi Mo interrupted the county lieutenant. He turned to face the group of geniuses and gave an order in a deep voice. All members of the Tianjiao camp, listen up, take action immediately and slay the demons. Yes. The response was a little weak. Most of the geniuses seemed to lack confidence. Originally, they were determined to obtain the treasures of Guanggan Palace, but the bloody scene before them brought them back to reality. Most of the battles in their lives were fought in sparring, but now they were suddenly asked to go to the battlefield. Seeing everyone acting like this, Shi Mo sighed, but he also knew that these geniuses were still young seedlings. They still had a lot of time to grow and they needed encouragement. Just as he was about to say something encouraging, someone suddenly patted Shi Mo on the shoulder. Master Shi, I will leave first. Your mobilization order will be left to these ordinary people. The young man in green shirt walked out of the hut and looked at Lin Yujing calmly. Master Lin, together. Good. Lin Yujing nodded, a black ball emerged from her palm, and then she threw it, and the Lingqing bird demon appeared. Chen Zhou was a little surprised. Master Lin understood him very well. Before he even said anything, the other party took out the bird demon. Well, it's convenient to have such sensible teammates. Chen Zhou and the other man jumped onto the bird's back one after another. Wait a minute, Brother Chen, please take me with you. Bai Feng shouted immediately upon seeing this. Lin Yujing looked at Chen Zhou with an inquiring look. Chen Zhou said, you can't play in the high-end game. Bai Feng showed a puzzled expression, and Chen Zhou was too lazy to explain to him, and nodded again. Forget it, come up. Okay. Bai Feng was immediately delighted and jumped onto the bird's back. In his opinion, if he acted together with a strong man like Chen Zhou, the dangers he encountered would naturally be much less. The next moment, Ling Qing took off into the air, carrying Chen Zhou and the other two, and flew towards the Henglan Mountains. This. Seeing Chen Zhou leave without hesitation, Shi Mo opened his mouth, speechless. It is true that those who are suffering from drought will die from drought, and those who are suffering from flood will die from flood. Some people are too afraid to go ahead, while others are afraid of not being able to catch up. How dare someone call me that, ordinary man? In the field, the handsome Mo Wuhan muttered to himself. He snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves, and turned into a shadow and ran away into the distance. Tisk tisk, this kid named Chen Zhou is too harsh in his insults. I don't want to be treated as an ordinary person. Liu Tianrang also muttered something, and he once again resumed his elegant and gentlemanly demeanor, following Mo Wuhan's pace gracefully and quickly. As one of the top 3 in the Tianjiao camp, he didn't want Chen Zhou to be the only one to steal the show. Brother Tianrang, wait for me. Xiang Yang also took a deep breath and followed closely. Not only them, but the rest of the geniuses also turned around and left without saying a word. Chen Zhou's words obviously touched everyone's heartstrings. They were the top 15 talented teenagers in the entire Guanggan prefecture. They have heard all kinds of compliments since they were little. But now, they have become ordinary people in Chen Zhou's mouth. How could they bear this? All of a sudden, all the talented young men left without a trace. Shi Mo also laughed when he saw this. Great, great! The 2 words that Chen Zhou casually said were much more effective than the long mobilization order he was about to issue. Wow, is this what it feels like to fly? It's so cool! In the sky, Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was his first time flying and he was extremely excited. You shouldn't have come up. Lin Yujing shook her head. Why? Bai Feng was a little confused. Because this is a high-end game. Lin Yujing repeated Chen Zhou's words. In the past, she didn't quite understand Chen Zhou's strange words, but now, she seemed to understand a little. Bai Feng still didn't understand, and cast a puzzled look at Chen Zhou, hoping that Chen Zhou could help him answer. Chen Zhou was looking down the whole time. With his supervision at the peak of the 3rd realm, he could see everything on the ground clearly. However, when passing through a dense forest, Chen Zhou's vision was obstructed, but it didn't matter, because red names suddenly appeared in his vision. Ape Demon of 1 realm. 2nd level Ape Monster. 2nd level Wolf Demon. A realm Rabbit Monster. Those are red names, and they are also real monsters. The corners of Chen Zhou's mouth widened even more. He felt happy and excited. The bird's eye view combined with the ability of Eye of Disaster is like opening a god's perspective, making all the monsters around you invisible. Fly down. To that forest. Chen Zhou pointed in a direction. Good. Lin Yujing responded, and Ling Qing immediately swooped down towards the woods. Did Brother Shen find the demon? Bai Feng also became nervous. He raised his left hand high, and the purple crossbow condensed, quickly entering a state of preparation for battle. At this moment, Chen Zhou also made a move. He turned over and jumped off the bird's back. And right below where Chen Zhou fell, two ape monsters were climbing on a tree, entangled with each other. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about S**x. There is plenty of food here. The two monsters have nothing to do after eating, so they get together to benefit their offspring. They were so absorbed in their work that they didn't notice anything coming from the sky. The next moment, Chen Zhou appeared beside the two monsters. He lightly tapped his toes and stepped on the tree trunk, but passed by the two monsters without any reluctance. However, the two ape monsters that were originally twitching at each other stopped moving at the same moment Chen Zhou fell. Their expressions were frozen, and a straight vertical line emerged from their bodies. A few seconds later, blood gushed out from the vertical line like a fountain. Chapter 57. Kill the second-level ape monster, and increase the good deeds value by 70. Kill an ape monster in one realm, and increase your good deeds by 20. A prompt came to Chen Zhou's mind. Because the two ape monsters overlapped, Chen Zhou was able to kill them both with one sword. That's really thoughtful. He was delighted and kept moving to the next place. This killing spree has just begun. In the dense forest, a wolf demon was squatting in a bush, gnawing at the body of an old woman. Suddenly, its ears moved, and its huge wolf head raised, with the figure of a human boy reflected in its pupils. The young man had an extremely panicked expression and looked very scared, and was jogging forward. The boy seemed to be lost in the dense forest. He was running around aimlessly and finally ran straight towards it. I'm really panicking. After a brief moment of surprise, a look of joy suddenly emerged on the wolf demon's face. Fortunately, it was not a modern person, otherwise it would have shouted "Takeout delivered to your door." The wolf demon immediately threw the rotten meat in his hand aside and pounced towards the young man in the distance with a mouth full of saliva. Human children are much more delicious than the old woman in his hand. Unfortunately, just as it flew into the air, its vision suddenly went dark and it fell into endless darkness. The last thing it heard was a calm voice. The third one. All that was left was a wolf demon corpse that had been cut in two, with its intestines scattered all over the ground. The young man still looked frightened as he headed to the next place. This forest is not very big, but it is extremely dense, which allows the monsters to hide very well. But in front of Chen Zhou's eye of disaster, this place is no different from an endless plain. He could clearly see the location of each monster. Because of this, Chen Zhou did not choose to open fire at full power, otherwise he might accidentally scare the monsters and make them flee in all directions, which would be troublesome to chase them one by one. Don't alarm the nest. Chen Zhou behaved like an ordinary person, as if he was a child who had strayed into a lost forest, and then he took the initiative to get close to the demon's face. His plan of making a nest was quite successful. No matter what kind of monster it was, after seeing this lonely boy with a frightened look on his face, they would rush over immediately just to have a taste of the delicious young meat. The result is, rush over, be torn into pieces, rush over, be torn into pieces. Any demon that appeared within 3 meters of Chen Zhou would be cut in half, and their bodies and even their blood would never touch Chen Zhou, not even the corner of his clothes. The real hunter often appears in the form of prey. During this period, Chen Zhou also used the slashing technique to his fullest. This martial art is concealed, instantaneous, and has no pre-swing. It will only make a slight sound when cutting the opponent. The only shortcoming is probably the shorter attack range, but that's okay, after all, this martial art has only been practiced to the entry level. At this moment, the forest was extremely quiet, and from outside there was no sign of killing. Because every monster was cut in half by the sinking boat in the first instant, they died so quickly that they couldn't even make a scream. But even so, some monsters still noticed something was wrong. A red fox revealed its true form from its human form, with a human-like expression of fear on its face. It was running hard through the woods on all fours. Along the way, the red fox found several corpses, or to be more precise, it found pieces of corpses. Each corpse was split in half, and they were not just cut in half, but split vertically. From the brain to the tail, it was cut in half from top to bottom, with internal organs and tofu pudding everywhere. This horrifying scene almost frightened the red fox to collapse. At first, it couldn't understand why so many monsters died inexplicably and silently. It was not until just now, when it accidentally saw a wolf demon trying to approach a human child but was cut in half, that it realized what had happened. A powerful human warrior broke in, and that human warrior disguised himself as a child, using himself as bait to lure them, and then killed them. Despicable human beings! The red fox cursed, and after seeing the horror of the human child, it naturally would not foolishly continue to rush forward, but turned around and hid in a cave. In addition to it, there was a slightly weak grey fox in the small cave. The grey fox curled up deep in the cave with a piece of tender human liver in its mouth. Under the grey fox, there were two palm-sized fox cubs hugging each other and feeding. "What's wrong?" the grey fox asked immediately when he saw the red fox's panicked look. "A very powerful human warrior has arrived," Red Fox replied nervously. "Almost all the monsters in this forest have been killed by him. That human is simply a monster killer. Let's not talk. Hidden here, the other party won't find out." The grey fox's eyes suddenly showed a look of fear. It nodded and did not dare to say another word. Just a few seconds later, there was a sudden sound of footsteps all around them, and they could tell, it was the sound of footsteps that only two-legged beasts can make. "It's the damn demon slayer who's here." The two fox demons didn't dare to take a breath, but the human warrior seemed to have discovered something abnormal here. The footsteps got closer and slower, and finally stopped. The monster stopped near them. "I'll lure him away." At this moment, Red Fox suddenly whispered. "What?" Grey Fox shook his head in horror. "No. He has obviously become suspicious of this place. If this continues, we will all die." The Red Fox spoke decisively, with the determination of self-sacrifice already in its eyes. "You and your child should live well." After saying these words, the Red Fox turned around and rushed out of the cave without hesitation. The Grey Fox looked at the back of the Red Fox with tears streaming down his face, but did not make any move. It could not let down the Red Fox. For the sake of the child, it cannot die here. It must raise the child. The only thing the Grey Fox can do now is to pray that the Red Fox can escape from the clutches of the human warrior. "I pray they will be reunited one day." However, the next moment, an extremely sharp neighing suddenly came from the surroundings, as if countless birds gathered in this forest and screamed at the same time. Both the Grey Fox in the cave and the Red Fox that had rushed out of the cave heard this sound. What is this sound? As soon as this question came into their minds, their vision was instantly enveloped by a large golden light. Boom! Kill the second-level fox demon, and the good deed value will be increased by 75. Kill a level fox demon, the good deed value will be increased by 20. Send the fox demon family to reunite, and the good deeds will be increased by 10. The front was filled with smoke and dust, and Chen Zhou was standing not far away. The golden light in his hand disappeared, and his face looked indifferent. These last few should be solved together. What kind of separation of life and death is being staged here, and you are so afraid of separation, so let's fire a thunder gun down and reunite you forever. This fox demon family was the last demon in the woods. Chen Zhou looked around and there were no red dots in his field of vision. So when killing them, Chen Zhou was not afraid of disturbing the nest. Let's see the harvest again. Chen Zhou happily focused on the record of merits, the current good deeds value, 825 points. He killed almost a dozen demons in this forest, but unfortunately, these demons were all at a very low level, and the highest level was only the second level. Thinking about it, they should all be miscellaneous soldiers sent by the superiors to lead the battle, so naturally their level is not high. It seems that whether you are a human or a demon, it is difficult to get along with the bottom. But then again, a dozen man-eating demons did not produce as much good deeds as Zhao Xuan'e alone. Tisk tisk, Zhao Xuanghe's gold content is still rising. There is no way, these demons are of low strength and do not know how to perform large-scale demonic arts. They have to kill them one by one slowly. But for people like Zhao Xuan'e, if he gives an order casually, it will probably lead to the death of many families. The harm caused by little monsters and monsters is really not as harmful as one of his fingers. Now Chen Zhou has made a small profit, which is great. It's time to have some fun again. At present, his output is at full capacity. Whether it is Slash or Purple Sun electric power technique, they are both top-notch killing methods. In terms of physical fitness, there are conquering people with virtue and the fourth natural disaster, so don't worry about it for the time being. In this case, let's increase the speed. Chen Zhou, who has practiced Purple Sun electric power technique, is not slow in the same situation, but who doesn't want to be faster? The decision is yours, flying across the floating boat. Chapter 58. Chen Zhou did what he said and immediately injected the newly gained good deeds value into it. Then a reminder came from the record of merits. Consume 20 points of good deeds. You practice this difficult martial art diligently. Try to mobilize your whole body's true energy and follow the instructions in the book. Combined with its unique body movements, you feel as light as a swallow. Introduction to Flying Boat. Although this consumption is not as high as that of the Purple Yang electric power technique, it is not much different. Continue. After consuming 100 points of good deeds, you finally made the true energy in your body flow, matching the charm of the world, and thus moving with the wind, greatly increasing your speed. Flying across the floating boat. Minor achievement. Charm, what is this? The charm that still exists? That's a good thing. Chen Zhou said he didn't understand and just kept working. Consume 200 points of good deeds, you can now freely fight with the charm of heaven and earth to cooperate with you, your speed will be increased again, and you can borrow power from the void once. Completion of flying boat. Okay, the double jump is done, let's do it again. Consume 400 points of good deeds. Now you feel that it is not you who is cooperating with Feng Yun, but Feng Yun who is cooperating with you. Your state at this moment can be described by a poem. Flying off the cliff as light as a feather, soaring through the sky with infinite meaning. Flying boat is complete. As the long paragraph of record of merits was written in a fluent manner, at this moment, Chen Zhou felt that he seemed to have reached an extremely subtle tacit understanding with something between heaven and earth. But with Chen Zhou's current state, he could only vaguely feel that thing and couldn't explain it clearly. Try it. The next moment, Chen Zhou used the flying boat and rushed out suddenly, like an arrow breaking through the air. The naked eye could no longer capture him, only the remaining light and shadow left a long and blurry trail in the air. At the peak of Chen Zhou's third realm and the perfect state of flying across the floating boat, even the speed of the third realm female cat demon running at full speed was crushed by the current Chen Zhou. Now, he has no weaknesses in any aspect. He is now a true hexagonal warrior. Bai Feng stood on the bird's back, holding a longbow, and stared at the dense forest below with a nervous look on his face. There has been no movement since Chen Zhou jumped down, and there is no sound of fighting coming from the woods. It's as if it had completely disappeared. Sister Lin, should we go find Brother Chen? What if there are too many monsters down there and Brother Chen can't defeat them? Bai Feng said this worriedly, and when he turned around, he saw that Lin Yujing had actually sat cross-legged and started practicing on her own. No, Ning is actually so relaxed. There's no need for that. As if feeling Bai Feng's gaze, Lin Yujing uttered a word. Lin Yujing was not worried about Chen Zhou. She had witnessed Chen Zhou's terrifying strength, especially since he had just mastered the Zhan technique. The perverted person learned a perverted skill. Tisk tisk, she is now even more worried about the monsters in the forest. No, that's not right. Why worry about those things? She should be worrying about herself. After all, this time the military merit is calculated based on the number of monsters killed, but when acting with Chen Zhou, she seems to be unable to earn any points at all. Chen Zhou treats his teammates well, but he seems to have a crazy obsession towards demons and enemies. He insisted on chopping off the head of every enemy himself, and he would not tolerate anyone else doing it. Wait a minute, Lin Yujing suddenly discovered a blind spot. Guanggan Palace sent them to kill the monster, but how to calculate the military merits? When killing an enemy on the battlefield, the enemy's left ear would usually be cut off to count the number of enemies killed, but Guanggan Palace did not have any specific instructions in this regard. Just as I was wondering, Bai Feng's voice rang out. Sister Lin, why don't you let me go? I have to go find Brother Chen. Are you really going? Lin Yujing was a little surprised. Are you two really that close? No. Bai Feng scratched his head, but we are comrades, we can't ignore the life and death of our comrades, right? We have to go and take a look anyway. Lin Yujing glanced at him in surprise. She had never realized that this boy was so loyal. Just as she was about to answer, she heard a violent explosion not far away. Boom! Bai Feng suddenly became nervous. Lin Yujing narrowed her eyes and immediately controlled Ling Qing to fly over. They quickly arrived at the scene and looked down. They saw that a deep pit had been blasted out of the forest and the surrounding trees had been razed to the ground. My God, with this destructive power, it must be an extremely terrifying demon. Bai Feng said tremblingly that he felt he couldn't hold the bow and arrow steadily in his hand. Only then did he understand what Chen Zhou meant by high-end game. With this range of damage, if he participates in it, even if he hides from the beginning to the end, he will probably die from an unknown AoE, right? Lin Yujing sensed an extremely familiar aura from the residual electric arcs surrounding the deep pit. Purple Yang Lightning Technique. This was undoubtedly the move performed by Chen Zhou, but how could the power of this lightning be even more terrifying than when he fought Zhao Xuan'ei before? It's only been a few days. The Purple Yang electric power technique has been perfected by Chen Zhou, and now its power has increased again. Could it be that Chen Zhou's realm has been improved again? But the problem is that he only broke through to the third realm a few days ago. What the hell, are other geniuses not going to be able to survive? Lin Yujing's scalp went numb. The next moment, she saw a figure suddenly fly out of the forest and soar into the sky towards where they were. Ah! The figure came suddenly, Bai Feng screamed, and without even seeing clearly, he shot a blue arrow at the other party. Unfortunately, the figure was too fast, and Bai Feng's arrow missed without a doubt. Bai Feng was about to shoot the second arrow, but a bony hand had already pressed on his bow. The other party actually appeared beside him. Bai Feng's pupils shrank. At that moment, his mind went blank and scenes flashed before his eyes. I say, why are you attacking your own people? A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Bai Feng turned around, but what caught his eyes was Chen Zhou's helpless expression. Brother Chen. Bai Feng was startled at first, then his legs went weak and he fell on the bird's back, letting out a heavy breath. FK, I thought I was dead just now. He thought some terrifying enemy was attacking. Your mental quality needs to be improved. Chen Zhou patted Bai Feng on the shoulder. He was not running at full speed just now and his speed was not fast, but this guy attacked directly without distinguishing friend or foe. He was just scared. When will you be able to fly? Lin Yujing, who was standing by, also asked in surprise, how come her Ling Qing was 200 meters above the ground, and Chen Zhou actually flew up directly? I can't fly. Chen Zhou shook his head. It's just that when I was killing the monster just now, I practiced some body skills and can fly in the air for a short time. Okay. Lin Yujing nodded, a hint of numbness appearing on her pretty face. She had become somewhat accustomed to Chen Zhou describing cultivation as being as simple as drinking water. Bai Feng, who was standing by, had never seen the world, and his eyes widened immediately when he heard this. Did he just hear wrongly? Can cultivation be described as something that happens by the way? Chapter 59. But Chen Zhou, did you encounter a tough opponent in this forest? Lin Yujing asked again, why did you use all your special moves? Secret move. Chen Zhou was stunned. How come he didn't know that he used a secret move? Seeing Chen Zhou's puzzled look, Lin Yujing pointed to the smoking pit below. The demon that allowed you to use such a powerful move must be one that you should take seriously, right? Chen Zhou fell silent. Ah, isn't this just a normal attack from him? If he said that he was using this move just to kill 2 level 1 and 2 monsters, would Lin Yujing lose her mind on the spot? Thinking of this, Chen Zhou didn't have the heart to tell Lin Yujing this cruel fact, and just nodded. Well, I guess so. The other party is indeed quite difficult. Without waiting for Lin Yujing to ask, he turned to look at Bai Feng who was still lying there cowardly, and said with a smile, "Get up, buddy, your legs are still weak." Bai Feng chuckled and then stood up again. You don't have to blame him too much. He was just about to go down and save you. Lin Yujing on the side said with a smile. Really? Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that this kid had such an intention. However, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly looked down. Almost at the same time, a voice came from below. Hey, you three! Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng lowered their heads and saw a young man in white standing on the top of the tree. His long hair was dancing wildly and an invisible aura was emanating from his body, sweeping the surrounding branches and shaking them continuously. The first in Tianjiao camp, Emma Wohen. Did you kill the monsters in this forest? Emma Wohen's face was cold and his tone was also emotionless. Chen Zhou nodded slightly. Okay. Emma Wohen flicked his sleeves and pointed forward with his right hand. I'm going to go in that direction next. From now on, the 3 of you go somewhere else and don't show up in my sight. When he said this, Emma Wohen's aura surged, and the powerful aura of the 3rd realm and 5th level was extremely sharp. Emma Wohen believed that although his own strength was superior to that of Chen Zhou and the other 2, the other party had the ability to control demons and could fly in the air, making his movements much faster and more convenient. Therefore, Emma Wohen decided to keep a distance from the opponent, otherwise he would keep being affected by the opponent's exhaust and he would not be able to kill many monsters. However, as the number 1 in the Tianjiao camp, Emma Wohen has his own pride. He usually keeps to himself in the Tianjiao camp, and he never bothers to watch any challenges initiated by the Tianjiao camp. Emma Wohen had almost no friends in Tianjiao camp, not even any interpersonal relationships. But what does it matter? When distributing pills, he has to take the most, and when choosing exercises, he has to pick the best. The rest of the geniuses are only worthy of using what he has left. Throughout his life, Emma Wohen had never been the one to give in to others, but others should give in to him, and this time it should be the same. Not to mention, Emma Wohen still clearly remembered that the young man named Chen Zhou called him an ordinary person before he set out. Ordinary man. Just thinking about this word, Emma Wohen felt anger rising in his heart. For a genius like him, this young man actually dared to insult him with such a lowly word. This is also the reason why Emma Wohen showed such strength as soon as he arrived. If the other party knows what's best for him, he will just leave after being humiliated. If he doesn't, he will let this Chen Zhou experience how powerful the ordinary man he mentioned is. Lin Yujing had a blank expression on her face and didn't say a word. She just looked at Emma Wohen as if she was looking at a dead person. Bai Feng sensed the tense atmosphere and immediately said, "Brother Mo, you are too overbearing." Even though the opponent was the top-ranked genius, Bai Feng still chose to argue. "We came to this place first, and who said that we have to listen to you?" Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of strong wind in his ears. The strong wind was like a knife, cutting Bai Feng's cheek so hard that he closed his eyes subconsciously. What's happening? Bai Feng was filled with doubt and confusion. He quickly opened his eyes, only to find that the big man floating on the treetops below was no longer Emma Wohen, but Chen Zhou. Hey, how come he suddenly turned into a living person? What about Emma Wohen? Bai Feng looked around quickly and saw him on the ground not far away. At this moment, the #1 prodigy in Guanggan Prefecture was performing a handstand for them, with his feet facing the sky and his head deeply buried in the mud. Just now, he had long flowing hair, like a banished immortal, but now he is covered in dirt and looks like a beggar. Bai Feng's pupils shrank, and he swallowed hard, feeling that it was a little unreal. No way, the second I opened my eyes and closed them, Emma Wohen was lying down? No, to be exact, he was standing up. What the hell is Brother Shen's speed in defeating enemies? He is the #1 in the Tianjiao camp, and you just defeated him so easily. Teach the Third Realm warriors to be humble through practical actions, and increase the good deed value by 10. After hearing the prompt from the record of merits, Chen Zhou looked at Emma Wohen who seemed to be performing acrobatics on the ground, and a cold and playful laugh rang out. It seems that I have been too nice to people. Now anyone dares to make demands in front of me. Well, Emma Wohen, who was lying upside down on the ground with a little bit of consciousness still remaining and groaning in pain, couldn't help but feel an extremely strong sense of suffocation when he heard these words. Before, Chen Zhou called him an ordinary person, but now he has been downgraded to a nobody. But the problem is, when he faced Chen Zhou, he was really like a stray dog on the side of the road, and was kicked to death. Too fast, Chen Zhou's speed was too fast. When he was attacked by Chen Zhou just now, he could only barely catch a glimpse of his afterimage. His body couldn't even react, and he didn't even have time to mobilize all his skills before he was beaten into this state. At this moment, Emma Wohen actually understood Chen Zhou's evaluation of him. It's not that I look down on him or belittle him, but because for Chen Zhou, this is the most real and intuitive evaluation. Terror, despair, frustration, all kinds of emotions surged into his heart, and Emma Wohen finally fainted completely. Chapter 60. Cats and Dogs. Bai Feng kept repeating these words. He was the #1 in the Tianjiao camp, but he was given such a title in front of Brother Shen. But there's nothing wrong with it. Brother Chen can kill kittens and puppies in one kick, and he can also kill Emma Wohen in one kick. There's really no difference between the two. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to see Chen Zhou's strength at all. Only these young talents who are known as geniuses know clearly how terrifying Chen Zhou is. Just as the saying goes, if you don't practice cultivation, seeing me is like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. If you practice cultivation, seeing me is like a mayfly looking at the sky. Brother Chen, is it really okay to do this? However, Bai Feng couldn't help but ask, Emma Wohen is also considered our companion, right? Have you ever seen your companions talking to each other in a bossy manner? Lin Yujing sneered at the side and sighed in a condescending manner. Young people nowadays really need to be less arrogant and less impatient. If one has some talent in martial arts and has not experienced the hardships of society, one would be like Emma Wohen. Chen Zhou opened his mouth and found that Lin Yujing had finished his lines. He was too lazy to bother with it. He moved his feet and floated back to Lin Yujing's side. Master Lin, let's continue on our journey. No problem. Lin Yujing nodded. Ling Qing took off again, carrying Chen Zhou and the other two through the woods and continued forward. Not long after they left, a silver figure suddenly flew out from the nearby mountains and forests, and in a few flashes, it came to Emma Wohen's side. Seeing Emma Wohen in such a miserable state, the silver figure couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really steady, accurate, and ruthless. No wonder Brother Yin specifically asked me to follow him. Otherwise, other Kongwu guards wouldn't be able to follow him. He pulled Mo Wuhan out of the soil and slapped him a few times in an attempt to wake him up. However, Mo Wuhan was sleeping soundly and was unmoved. Why are you pretending? If you are so good at pretending, why do you pretend in front of demons? Why are you pretending in front of your own people? The silver figure shook his head and fed Mo Wuhan another pill. Wake up, Guanggan Palace is where you were sent to kill monsters for training. Why are you sleeping here? After taking the pill, there was an immediate reaction, and Mo Wuhan began to wake up slightly. Seeing this, the silver figure nodded and disappeared again. At this time, Chen Zhou and his two companions had completely flown out of Sanjiun County and were located in the buffer zone between Sanjiun County and Henglan Mountains. The terrain here was complex and there were almost no traces of artificial excavation. Chen Zhou said, I have a talent for martial arts that allows me to see through the traces of any demons, so I can find them very quickly in the sky. Is that so? Lin Yujing nodded calmly. No wonder you were able to spot the monster in the woods so easily just now. Bai Feng on the side exclaimed, Wow, Brother Chen, your awakened martial arts talent and reconnaissance ability are simply maxed out. Lin Yujing glanced at him. The newcomers were still madly shocked by Chen Zhou's abnormal strength, but old players like her were completely numb. Chen Zhou continued, I'll leave it to you two to deal with when I find the demon. After Mo Wuhan's interruption, Chen Zhou realized that he had not done something well. He asked Lin Yujing to join him simply because he had his eyes on the other party's bird demon and just wanted Lin Yujing to be his free driver. After all, it is much easier to kill monsters this way. The result was that it was Chen Zhou who was killing monsters the whole time, and Lin Yujing couldn't earn any points at all. He was just a tool, and his work was really not very decent. How could he eat and smash the pot at the same time? What's the difference between him and the evil people he wants to punish? As a friend, it is natural that we should lead everyone to develop together. Okay. Lin Yujing nodded gently. She also understood Chen Zhou's thoughts. She couldn't help but sigh again in her heart that the biggest nightmare in the world might be to become Chen Zhou's enemy. The greatest luck in the world should be to become Chen Zhou's friend, at least she thinks so. The first 20 years of her life were extremely dark and she was in a state of panic and fear. It was not until she met Chen Zhou that she felt that her life was finally becoming brighter. Oh, right, the sinking boat. Lin Yujing put away her sigh and suddenly remembered something. Our mission this time is to kill the monster, but Guanggan Palace didn't say how to record this military achievement. That's right. After Lin Yujing's reminder, Bai Feng on the side also reacted. Just killing monsters, no one knows how many they have killed. Chen Zhou didn't seem surprised at all. He said, because someone will secretly record it. Secretly recording. Well, there are people from Kongwu watching us. They are both recording our military exploits and protecting us. In fact, since arriving in Sanjiun County, Chen Zhou has been able to identify the Kongwu guards hiding in the dark by relying on his ability of Eye of Disaster. So that's how it is. Lin Yujing suddenly realized. Kongwu guards are the personal guards of Kongwu Marquis. The weakest among them are at the peak of the third realm. With their escort, this trip to kill monsters in Tianjiao camp seems to be full of dangers, but in fact it is under control. Guanggan Palace has taken great pains to choose secret protection in order to allow the geniuses to grow rapidly in the battle between life and death. While thinking this, Chen Zhou narrowed his eyes because he found that a name appeared below again. There is someone. Chen Zhou said. Lin Yujing and the other person looked down and found a man dressed in civilian clothes below them. He was in tattered clothes and was looking around while squatting by a stream drinking water. There are actually people in this kind of ghost place. Bai Feng said in surprise. Go down and take a look. Chen Zhou ordered. Good. Ling Qing landed quickly. The man who was drinking water was frightened by the bird demon that suddenly descended from the sky and turned around to run away, but he obviously had no martial arts skills and was soon surrounded by Chen Zhou and his two companions. "Don't panic," Chen Zhou said first, "look carefully, we are human." The man rubbed his eyes, and his tense nerves finally seemed to relax, and he fell to the ground with a thump. "Great! I finally met a living person." He wiped away his tears. "Uncle, why are you here?" Bai Feng asked. Lin Yujing handed the other person a big pancake from her carry-on luggage. The man took the pancake and started to eat it. As he ate it, he said, "My name is Yu Fengnian, and I am a villager from a nearby village. Just 2 days ago, a lot of monsters suddenly emerged from this mountain. They attacked the village, and my whole family was captured by a group of rat monsters. I tried my best to get out of that monster's lair." At this point, Yu Fengnian suddenly became excited. He grabbed Bai Feng's hand and cried, "By the way, since you three masters are so powerful, can you please save my wife and daughter? If we don't save them, they will probably be eaten by those monsters." "Of course, no problem." Bai Feng nodded immediately, "We came here for this." "Is the demon's lair far from here?" Chen Zhou asked. "It's not far, just a few hundred steps away. The group of rat demons live in a large underground cave, and my family is tied up there. Besides that, there are more than a dozen people stored there, all of whom are being kept as food reserves by the rat demon." Hearing this, Bai Feng clenched his fists and anger appeared on his face. Chen Zhou also nodded decisively, "Lead the way." "Okay. Thank you, three masters." "Thank you, three masters." Yu Fengnian thanked him profusely. He didn't even bother to eat the cake in his hand, and took Chen Zhou and the other two to set off. Chapter 61. Soon, the group of 4 arrived in front of a canyon. In that cave, hiding behind a big rock, Yu Fengnian pointed tremblingly at the distance and spoke with a look of fear on his face. Chen Zhou and the other two looked and found that there was a pitch-black cave behind a grove of trees. Even from a distance, they could faintly smell the stench coming from the cave. "Brother Chen, what should we do now?" Bai Feng looked at Chen Zhou with an eager expression. "Go." Lin Yujing frowned, "I think it's better not to act rashly." Chen Zhou looked at Yu Fengnian and asked, "You said your family is in this cave?" "That's right." Yu Fengnian nodded, looking anxious, "I beg the 3 adults to help me." At this point, Yu Fengnian turned over and was about to kneel down, but Chen Zhou quickly supported him. "No thanks. I always enjoy helping others and I don't like to be treated with gifts." His tone suddenly turned cold. "But since you are so worried about your family, I will send you to rescue them personally." Having said this, Chen Zhou suddenly grabbed Yu Fengnian by the neck and threw him out. Chen Zhou's action scared everyone present. Under Yu Fengnian's horrified gaze, he flew out and landed squarely on the open space in the cave in front. The next moment, the seemingly solid ground actually sank like mud, causing Yu Fengnian to sink into it. At the same time, he could see several claws emerging from the mud, grabbing him tightly. "It's me, it's me!" Yu Fengnian was torn to pieces by these claws, and he shouted in horror. "I was thrown over by the other side. The person you want to catch is over there, over that big rock." At this moment, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng suddenly realized that Yu Fengnian was actually an undercover agent of the monster. "It's R." His purpose this time was to lure Chen Zhou and the other two into the muddy ground ahead. Fortunately, Chen Zhou discovered it. "Waste!" A shrill voice came from the swamp, and the next moment, several rat demons suddenly emerged from the mud. Each of them is about the size of a child, petite and sturdy, with sharp beaks and teeth, and some even hold swords and other cold weapons in their claws. Seeing these rat monsters, Chen Zhou swallowed his saliva, but still resisted the urge to attack, and then said, "You two, go ahead." "Good." Lin Yujing nodded, and with a wave of her right hand, the huge and ferocious bicon appeared again. The rhino demon roared and charged at several rat demons, causing a fight. Leave this to me, you guys go into the cave. Lin Yujing turned to look at Chen Zhou again. There must be a lot of monsters in that cave. Chen Zhou would think about his companions, so Lin Yujing was naturally not a heartless and ungrateful person. If you encounter points, then let's brush them together and share the happiness. Okay. Chen Zhou didn't act pretentiously. He smiled. As expected, he had always had a good eye for choosing friends. Although there were no rich second generations among his friends in his previous life, most of them were working people, but if someone was in trouble, they would do their best to help each other. This life remains the same. Brother, get ready to take off. Chen Zhou casually grabbed Bai Feng beside him and performed the flying floating boat. His body turned into a residual shadow and passed through the monsters below and entered the cave. The vision suddenly turned dark, and a fishy and unpleasant smell came over me. Bai Feng covered his nose and raised his left hand. The crossbow on his wrist condensed and emitted a faint purple light, illuminating everything around him. Not bad skills. Chen Zhou said, but yours is still too dark. He raised a finger, and a brilliant electric light flashed from the fingertips, instantly illuminating the surroundings as if they were under the scorching sun. For a humanoid generator, darkness is the least of its problems. The little pride on Bai Feng's face disappeared in an instant. This cave is just like what is described in Peach Blossom Spring. It is very narrow at first, but then it becomes passable. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. After passing through a corridor, in front of them was a huge, empty cave. The most eye-catching thing in this cave is the mountain of flesh in the center. That heap of flesh was lying on a bone base made purely of skulls and bones, and it looked like it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. This is actually a rat demon that is fatter than an elephant. The fat on the rat demon's body was piled up in layers like waves, and its black fur was shiny and slippery, showing that it usually ate very well. On both sides of this tank rat demon, there are several strong rat demons. They imitate humans in wearing clothes, and the muscles under their fur are knotty, as if they were made of fine iron. Oh my god! Bai Feng widened his eyes and swallowed. The scene before him made him feel scared. The terrifying sense of oppression emanating from the Black Rat King made Bai Feng tremble all over. The other party's realm is probably far beyond his. He is currently at the 6th level of the 2nd realm, so could the other party be at the 3rd realm? No. I'm afraid it's even higher. Tisk tisk, I never thought that a human child would come to my doorstep. On the bone seat, the Rat King's eyes flashed with surprise. He raised his head lazily, looked down at Chen Zhou and the other man, and counted on his fingers. You know what? I ate 20, no, 30. Annoyance suddenly appeared in its eyes, and then it shook its head. Oh, I can't count them all. Anyway, I've eaten a lot of human children. Every time I want to eat them, I have to send my men to catch them. But those adults would rather sacrifice themselves to hide the children. It would be quite troublesome to catch them. It takes a lot of effort. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. It pointed its long, sharp claws at the two men in the sinking boat. Two human dolls, are you lost? How did you accidentally run to the door of the King of Hell? As soon as these words were spoken, the elite rat demons around also looked over with mocking expressions. They grinned strangely, revealing their cold fangs. Bai Feng was so frightened that he shrank into a ball, but he still held the bow and arrow in his hand stubbornly and tenaciously. As for Chen Zhou, he also smiled, showing the same smile as the rat demons. The next moment, he answered the Rat King's question with his actions. Chen Zhou suddenly took a step forward, and turned into a shadow, shooting out like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for the Rat King in the center. The whole process happened as fast as thunder. The pupils of the Rat King on the bone seat shrank sharply and he also responded. I saw black smoke suddenly emerge from its body, and instantly enveloped everything around it. The black smoke seemed to be extremely corrosive. As soon as the human bones under the Rat King came into contact with the black smoke, they made a hissing corrosion sound and turned into liquid in the blink of an eye. However, Chen Zhou didn't care and plunged into the deadly black smoke without hesitation. You rushed in straight ahead, stupid. The Rat King was delighted when he saw this. He opened his bloody mouth and blew out another foul-smelling miasma towards the sinking boat that was about to approach him. However, almost at the same time, the human boy in front of him flashed and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Where are the people? The Rat King turned his head and was about to look for it, but the next moment, he suddenly froze in place. Because a hand as slender as a tender lotus root has firmly grasped its head. A joke also rang in the ears of the Rat King. It's you who ran to the King of Hell's door. Chapter 62. Each of Chen Zhou's slender fingers seemed to have no strength, but they pressed the mouse's head tightly like a hydraulic clamp. The sneer that echoed in the Rat King's ears also made his heart tremble wildly, and his past life even began to emerge unconsciously in his mind. No, we can't give up just like that. The other party is just a human child, but I am King Shat. I have practiced for hundreds of years to achieve what I have today. I cannot afford to fail at this moment. Everyone who cannot defeat me will make me stronger. A sense of heroism surged in the Rat King's heart. He shattered the revolving lantern in his mind and mobilized all his demonic power. It wants to release all the miasma that has been accumulated in its body throughout its life at this moment. In this battle, it will do its best and fight till the end. The next second, the Rat King's lofty ambitions came to an abrupt end. Squeak squeak squeak. With a sharp and piercing explosion, Chen Zhou had already taken off its head. The Rat King had imagined a thrilling battle, but it was over before it even began. Kill the rat demon in the early stage of the fourth realm, good deeds value plus 1100. Chen Zhou was ecstatic. He had never expected that the reward this Rat King brought him would actually surpass Zhao Xuan'e. He discovered that when he punished evildoers, the merit value given by the record of merits was not simply based on the evil deeds committed by the other party. In addition, the other party's realm will also be considered. The higher the other party's realm, the higher the guaranteed good deeds value will be. In this way, killing a big boss is much more cost-effective than killing a dozen minions. Chen Zhou smiled. This battle was fought with great effort. He used flying boat to attack the Rat King, then used flash to teleport behind him unexpectedly, and finally grabbed his head. At that moment, Chen Zhou combined Slash and Purple Yang electric power technique together and launched an extremely powerful invisible electric power slash. During the whole process, he continued to use the fourth calamity to resist the Rat King's corrosive miasma. Chen Zhou used most of his moves to complete this beautiful one-hit kill. After all, the opponent is an enemy of the fourth realm. This is his first time facing a powerful enemy of the fourth realm, so he must be extremely cautious. Once you strike out, don't hold back, just go all out. The Rat King was beheaded cleanly, but its body continued to spew out horrible miasma around. The black poisonous smoke completely corroded the bone thrown beneath it. Even the two elite rat demons that were relatively close to it on the left and right were covered in poisonous smoke and rolled on the ground due to corrosion. As the spitting continued, the huge body of the Rat King quickly deflated like a balloon that was leaking air. This is not because the Rat King is still alive and casting spells, but it is just a muscle spasm reaction after it died. It's like a frog whose body can still move for a while after being killed. It's not over even after death. Chen Zhou sneered, threw the rat head away, and with a flick of his finger, he cut off the fur of the Rat King neatly. There was no way out. All of Chen Zhou's clothes had been corroded by the poisonous gas released by the Rat King, and he was now naked. A strong man can expose his upper body after a battle, which will make him look very domineering, but if he exposes his whole body, he is no longer a strong man, but a pure pervert. You corrode my clothes and I cut off your fur. It's quite fair. Then Chen Zhou discovered that the flesh and bones of the Rat King, which he had skinned, had been completely corroded by the black smoke. On the contrary, the fur he was wearing was intact. Haha, this thing is really a treasure. I picked up a good thing. Wrapping his body tightly with thick fur, Chen Zhou glanced down again. His health, which was originally full, had been reduced by 1/6 and was still decreasing. Not bad, big rat. Considering the length of your health bar now, this is already a terrifying amount of damage. It seems that it is necessary to practice a body refining method to make his health bar more unshakable. In the cave, the attack by Chen Zhou was sudden, and the Rat King's counterattack was also swift. As for the other elite rat demons and Bai Feng, they just stood there in a daze. It's not that they were in a daze, but they simply didn't react. This battle was completely beyond their level. By the time they reacted, the Rat King's location was already covered by billowing black smoke. There were 2 unlucky rat demons on both sides that were infected. They rolled on the ground for a few times and then stopped moving, with half of their bodies turned into pus. Who's winning? At this moment, Bai Feng and the remaining rat demons were staring at the black smoke nervously, but they were at peace with each other. Because everyone knew that their fight was of no consequence at all, and the outcome between Chen Zhou and the king had already been determined. The next moment, everyone saw that the billowing black smoke suddenly expanded in size, almost covering 1/3 of the entire cave. Several elite rat demons hurriedly avoided him, but their faces lit up with joy. The king's magical power was becoming more and more ferocious. It seems the winner has been decided. This is the victory of the king. On the contrary, Bai Feng's face changed drastically. The horrible black smoke could corrode everything. Brother Shen had been in there for so long, would he? The thoughts of both sides stopped at the same time, because a young man suddenly walked out of the black smoke in the middle. His slender and powerful fingers were tightening his belt, making the thick fur fit comfortably on his body. The boy's hair was messy, but his breathing was still steady and his body was still straight. The several rat demons present were completely stunned, their bodies frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. This young man actually walked out of the king's miasma intact? Not even a hair fell off. What about the king? Wait a minute, they seem to have seen the king is walking out with the young man. To be more precise, it was worn by this young man and he walked out. Seeing the boy's fur and the belt around his waist, several elite rat demons understood everything. The king has been skinned alive by the young man in front of him. Brother Chen is fine, how is this possible? Bai Feng was also stunned. He had begun to become like Lin Yujing. After constant shock, he felt a little numb inside. In the dead silence, Chen Zhou looked towards the rat demons, and a casual laugh sounded again. Tisk, your king still had light in his eyes when he died. I thought he had some hidden cards. What a pity. There is no way for me to enjoy myself. So now, there are only you 3 little mice left. Chapter 63. Bang bang bang. The remaining 3 rat demons didn't dare to meet Chen Zhou's eyes at all. They quickly and neatly crawled on the ground, burying their ugly rat heads. Sir, please spare my life. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it is impossible to escape successfully. The only way to survive is probably to beg for mercy. Chen Zhou did not answer their questions, but asked. Let me ask you, who is the most powerful demon in the entire Henglan Mountains? The good deeds points given by a rat king are really generous, and now Chen Zhou wants to pursue a bigger gift package. The 3 rat demons looked at each other, and one of them spoke first. We actually migrated from Jiarui province and have been wandering around the edge of the Henglan Mountains. We didn't dare to go deep, so we don't know much. But if we talk about the strongest one I've ever heard of, it should be the crocodile king that lives in the marble swamp. That's right, its strength is much stronger than our king. It is the real demon king, another rat demon echoed. Only when human warriors reach the 5th realm can they absorb spiritual energy and communicate with heaven and earth, and the same is true for monsters. A monster that reaches this level can be called a monster king. In other words, this crocodile king is at least a 5th level demon. The 5th realm. This really made Chen Zhou feel troubled. He had to fight across 2 realms. This was going to be a bit troublesome. I don't know if I can kill him now. Note the location first and think about it. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou asked again, where does the crocodile monster live? In a wide wetland in the southwest. Chen Zhou nodded, and then asked, are there any other monsters of the same level as your king around here? The crocodile king has to think carefully first, but someone like the rat king can be easily controlled. Yes, in the northwest, about 30 miles away from here, there is a group of snake demons. The strength of their king is about the same as our king. Wow, he just directly gave away his natural enemy. What a clever bunch. These rats all want to take their enemies with them before they die. Sir, if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. We will answer all your questions. That's right, I just beg you to spare my life. The rat demons continued to speak, and while they spoke they kowtowed to Chen Zhou, behaving very sincerely. It seems that these rat demons have also picked up the bad habits of humans and now even know how to kowtow. I don't have anything else to ask you guys. Chen Zhou shook his head, and the rat demons were startled. Wasn't the subtext of this statement equivalent to saying that they were of no use? They immediately kowtowed even harder, but Chen Zhou changed the subject and continued. However, since you have tried so hard to beg for mercy, I decided to give you a chance. Having said this, Chen Zhou looked down at the 3 kneeling rat demons from a high position, pointed at the white peak not far away, and said calmly. As long as the 3 of you can kill him, I will do whatever it takes. The 3 rat demons wondered if they had heard it wrong. Wasn't the other boy his companion? How could he give such an order? Is this an internal conflict? Bai Feng also wondered if he had heard it wrong. Wasn't Brother Chen his companion? What does that mean? If you want to live, act quickly. Chen Zhou stepped back with a smile. He made it clear that he would not participate in this battle. The 3 elite rat demons immediately climbed up from the ground, each staring at Bai Feng intently, their faces filled with cruel murderous intent and a strong will to survive. They can only survive by killing each other, so they will fight to the death in this battle. Bai Feng swallowed hard, and under the threat of life and death, he raised the bow and arrow in his hand with a determined look. The rat demon outside the cave had been completely killed by Lin Yujing, and Bai Chen had been taken back by her. She stood quietly in front of the cave, waiting for Chen Zhou and the other man to return triumphantly. Lin Yujing didn't even think about going down to check, because she believed in Chen Zhou's strength, and Chen Zhou couldn't lose. Sure enough, a moment later, Chen Zhou and the other man walked out of the cave. Bai Feng was covered in blood, gasping for breath, and looked a little tired. As for Chen Zhou, it was completely different. He looked no different from before he entered the cave. He was still energetic and there was no blood on his body. But the biggest problem is that he changed all his clothes. The original cloth clothes were replaced with a fur coat. What's going on? Seeing Chen Zhou's appearance, Lin Yujing was a little confused. Why did you find time to change your clothes? But as soon as she asked the question, she realized how adorably stupid she was. What Chen Zhou was wearing was clearly the fur of a monster. My original clothes are gone, so I have no choice but to borrow someone else's clothes. Chen Zhou said with a smile. Did they agree? Lin Yujing asked back. Well, he should have agreed, at least he didn't object. Chen Zhou nodded. After this conversation, the two smiled at each other. Very good, Chen Zhou found that his favorite hell joke in his previous life could now be understood by people in this world. At this moment, another voice sounded not far away. Several experts, several experts. Turning around, he saw that it was the trader Yu Fengnian. The farmer was desperately crawling out of the mud towards the people on the sunken boat. Chen Zhou, who possessed the fourth natural disaster, saw through Yu Fengnian's ill intentions at first sight. The other party claimed to be from a nearby village, but the name above his head showed that he was a refugee from Jiarui state. Also, his name is Orange, which means hostile. Jiarui Prefecture and Guanggan Prefecture are separated by the Henglan Mountains. The other party actually followed the rat demon from there to here. Along the way, he might have already become the demon's minions. He would first lure innocent passers-by, and then let the rat monsters ambush and hunt them, and he would probably be able to get a share of the profits. When he thought of this, Chen Zhou's eyes were filled with a chill. However, logically speaking, this treacherous man should have been scared and fled away from Chen Zhou, but instead of running away, he approached Chen Zhou and the other two, which was very strange. At this moment, Yu Fengnian's arms and thighs were scratched by the rat demon, but he seemed to feel no pain. He crawled in front of Chen Zhou and the other two, leaving two bloody paths on the ground. "Three masters, when you were in the rat demon's lair just now, did you see my wife and baby?" Yu Fengnian asked anxiously, gesticulating in a panic. "My wife is blind in one eye and has long hair. My daughter is about this tall, has a round face, and has a mole on her forehead. Your wife and children were really arrested?" Lin Yujing asked in surprise. She originally thought that the other party had already betrayed humanity, but she didn't expect that there was another hidden story. "Yes, yes." Yu Fengnian nodded hurriedly, and a hint of hope appeared on his face that he had never seen before. "That group of rats said that if I helped them deceive 100 people, they would release my wife and baby. So, three masters, did you see my wife and baby in that cave?" Bai Feng felt as if his heart was hit hard. He opened his mouth but no sound came out because he suddenly didn't know how to answer the other party. After all, in that dark cave, besides a pile of bones, there is no living person. Chapter 64. Bai Feng's idea was actually wrong. At least there was indeed a living person in that dark cave. As Chen Zhou Bai Feng left the cave, a dark silver figure emerged from the soil. It was the one who had fed Mo Wuhan the elixir before. "Good boy, Long Hole." The dark silver figure glanced around and sighed. That Chen Zhou is really not a simple person. He killed all the rat monsters in the four realms in one go. The true genius that Lord Kongwuhao has spent half his life searching for, could this kid be one of them? If such a person were allowed to grow for another 100 years, he might actually pose a threat to the imperial court. Thinking of this, the dark silver figure shook his head again. But it's a pity that Lord Kongwuhao's vision is destined to be unrealized. Well, maybe that guy is going to kill another batch of demons, let's keep following him. The dark silver figure sank into the ground again, but at this moment, a warm jade talisman on his chest suddenly vibrated. Well, someone has been summoned. The dark silver figure held the jade talisman, and his true essence sank into it. Then he heard an old but powerful voice. "The old crocodile is rebelling, mission terminated." The dark silver figure's expression suddenly changed. Facing Yu Fengnian's eager gaze, Bai Feng stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer. Lin Yujing pursed her lips and looked at Chen Zhou. Is what this person said true? Or is he trying to gain our sympathy? She didn't have the ability to tell other people's lies, but she felt that Chen Zhou should be able to do it. In her impression, Chen Zhou had become somewhat deified, and she felt that he was omnipotent. But coincidentally, Chen Zhou really knew it, and he nodded, this man is indeed not lying. Yu Fengnian's name has changed from orange to green, which is a symbol of friendliness. Chen Zhou helped Yu Fengnian kill these rat monsters, and it was obvious that Yu Fengnian was very grateful to him. But it's no use, what's gonna happen has to happen. Facing Yu Fengnian's anxious eyes, Chen Zhou told the truth in a calm tone. There are no women or girls in that cave, only skeletons. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Fengnian's originally expectant expression suddenly turned into shock, and finally turned into a miserable look. However, Chen Zhou's cold voice continued. You already knew this, didn't you? You have followed these rat demons for so long and have witnessed their cruelty, so you know very well that there is no way your wife and daughter can survive in the hands of those beasts. You just don't want to admit this fact and choose to numb yourself. Yu Fengnian's body, which was already kneeling, began to shake, and Chen Zhou mercilessly pierced his face. Yes, he had been following this group of rat monsters for almost half a year. During that time, he had seen countless people being sent into rat holes, but he had never seen a single person coming out of the hole. When the rat demons migrated, he never saw his wife and daughter among them. He knew very well that the rat demon's promise was false. However, Yu Fengnian was unwilling to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. He would rather live on holding on to his illusory hope. Because that hope is the only pillar in his life. Without this pillar, he will have nothing. Seeing Yu Fengnian's distraught look, Chen Zhou also knew that this man had been in darkness for most of his life. However, your tragic experience cannot be a reason for you to become an accomplice to the evil. For the sake of his own obsession, he sent his fellow humans into the mouths of demons. This was Yu Fengnian's way to death. Chen Zhou took a step forward and looked down at the other person. Do you have any last words to say? At this moment, Yu Fengnian's face showed no fear of death, only numbness. He kowtowed to the sinking boat. I'm sorry for dirtying your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Fengnian's head fell. Kill the person who helps the monster to do evil, good deed value plus 10. Send Yu Fengnian a family reunion, good deed value plus 20. Chen Zhou nodded slightly. For a person like Yu Fengnian, death was his best ending no matter from which aspect. Witnessing Yu Fengnian's death, Lin Yujing had a blank expression on her face. Having experienced too many ups and downs in life, she was already accustomed to such scenes. Bai Feng took a deep breath, a complicated expression appearing on his face. Yu Fengnian's experience gave him a better understanding of this world. This world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Many things cannot be simply defined as right or wrong. Thinking of this, Bai Feng quickly suppressed his emotions and bowed to Chen Zhou. Brother Shen, thank you. Just now in the cave, when Chen Zhou asked him to fight the three-headed demon alone, he understood Chen Zhou's good intentions. A rookie like him who has never experienced a life and death battle needs such a battle to temper his will. As the saying goes, people cannot teach others, but things can teach people once. Bai Feng benefited a lot from this battle. He was finally no longer subconsciously timid when facing terrifying enemies like before. Bai Feng felt that his Dao heart had become much more stable, and even his realm had broken through because of this life and death battle, reaching the 7th level of the second realm. Chen Zhou was much stronger than him, yet he was willing to train with him, a burden. This favor was really too great. At this moment, Bai Feng found that he was not qualified to be Chen Zhou's friend. After all, friends should help each other, but he could not help Chen Zhou at all. He doesn't deserve it. Chen Zhou just watched as the name above Bai Feng's head changed from green to pink. It's fine if Lin Yujing has pink on her head, but now Bai Feng has it on his head, which is even weirder. Is this the legendary macho pink? Chen Zhou really didn't think too much about helping Bai Feng. In his previous life, Chen Zhou had a family that loved him and several good buddies. He did this simply because he treated Bai Feng as a buddy. Moreover, as he possessed the Eye of Calamity, he did not have to worry about being backstabbed by his companions. Chen Zhou was about to respond to Bai Feng's thanks when he heard a voice speak out. Stop chatting. Who? Bai Feng and Lin Yujing were both shocked. They saw a flash before their eyes, and a silver figure suddenly appeared beside the three of them. It was so fast, I couldn't react at all. Lin Yujing took a step back, and Bai Feng jumped away directly, while his hands had already completed the action of bending the bow and drawing the arrow. Only Chen Zhou stood there without any movement, because he already knew of the other party's existence. After all, that green name was always wandering around underground, and it was hard for him to ignore it. Why are you panicking? I am a Kongwu guard. The silver figure rebuked and took out a sign from his waist to prove his identity. You can call me Lord Yan. Lin Yujing and the other two finally realized that, yes, Chen Zhou had said before that the Kongwu guards were secretly protecting them during this mission. Did Chen Zhou get it right again? Lord Yan. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng bowed to each other, while Chen Zhou looked at each other leisurely. He was wearing the same Fiyu suit as Yin Chaiwu before. He looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, with an ordinary appearance, and even a bit of a shifty look. What concerned Chen Zhou the most was the name above Lord Yan's head. It was not the Kongwu Guard, nor was it a disciple of the Kongwu Marquis, but captain of the Pacification Division Yan Nan. Chapter 65. When he was in Sanjiun County before, Chen Zhou noticed the existence of Kongwu guards in the surroundings, and their names were all Kongwu guards without exception. But the person following him was different. The Zhenfu Division was an institution founded by the founding emperor of the Yan state and was known as the emperor's personal army. An emperor's personal guard, undercover beside the Marquis Kongwu? What the hell is this? Mission impossible. Chen Zhou thought for a moment and gave up looking for the answer. He didn't care about the trick. After all, the other party's name was green, which represented friendliness. Just know that the other party has no ill intentions. The situation has changed. This demon-killing mission ends here. Yan Nan spoke again in a hurried tone. Now Chen Zhou and the other two were a little confused. The mission of exorcising demons was clearly going well, why did it suddenly end? Seeing the three people's puzzled looks, Yan Nan waved his hand. Don't ask, just follow my orders and return to Sanjiun County immediately. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard a huge explosion in the distance. Then the ground where they were standing began to shake, and the entire Henglan Mountains seemed to be affected. Chen Zhou frowned, and he tiptoed and lightly jumped onto a branch. He saw a large cloud of smoke rising into the sky from a far distance. What power! Chen Zhou's pupils shrank involuntarily. He remembered what the rat demon had said before, there was a terrifying demon king in the southwest. Before he could react, Chen Zhou heard a strange buzzing sound coming from that direction again. It sounds like the roar of some demon, shocking the soul. Chen Zhou narrowed his eyes, and along with this roar, the entire Henglan mountain range actually began to boil. The roars of countless wild beasts and monsters rang out, as if echoing the buzzing sound. The trees in the forest were shaking, raising clouds of dust, and countless black shadows were moving through them. Above the blue sky, there are also large patches of black spots coming from afar. At this moment, all the beasts and monsters in the Henglan Mountains seemed to have gone crazy. They rushed out of the Henglan Mountains in dense groups. OMG! Lin Yujing jumped to the side of Chen Zhou and couldn't help but murmur. They were at the edge of the Henglan Mountains, and the spectacular scene of thousands of beasts galloping was really a feast for their eyes. OMG! Chen Zhou sighed in the same way as Lin Yujing, but Lin Yujing's eyes were filled with shock and nervousness, while his eyes were extremely fanatical. He never expected that the big one was coming. Originally, he had to find those demons one by one, but now, he can skip this process completely, as the good deeds points will be delivered to his door. Deep in the Henglan Mountains, in front of a seemingly endless swamp forest, an old man was holding a solid iron halberd, staring ahead expressionlessly. The old man had white hair and beard. He was wearing the same Fiyu suit as Yin Chizan and Yan Nan, but unlike the other two, he had a majestic blood-red cloak draped over his back, dancing in the wind. Old alligator, you have been a little restless during this period. The old man spoke calmly, and although his voice was small, it could be heard throughout the entire swamp. As he spoke, huge waves suddenly rolled up in the center of the swamp, and a head that was 5 meters long emerged from it. This huge head is flat in appearance and covered with scales like armor. It has protruding brown vertical pupils on both sides, staring at the old man in front of it. How have I been disobedient? The old crocodile said with a grin, revealing his sharp fangs that gleamed coldly. What do you think? The old man said slowly, why do so many demons suddenly appear in the Henglan Mountains? The old crocodile sneered, so what? Those little demons are just restless. What does it have to do with me? I have kept my promise and have never set foot outside the Henglan Mountains. Haha, if you want to step out, you need to have feet. The old man showed a mocking expression and directly retorted. There are hundreds if not thousands of demons living in the Henglan Mountains. Some of them are mortal enemies, while others have nothing to do with each other. Tell me, why were they able to gather together at the same time and walk out of the Henglan Mountains to eat people? Humans can't even unite together, let alone demons. Just like a rat demon will run away when it meets a snake demon, and a snake demon will start a feast when it meets a rat demon, these two species are born to stand on opposite sides. But in this attack on the human village, these demons actually learn to cooperate and win together? Let go of that damn dog fart. And the old man happened to know that this crocodile dragon happened to have a magical power that could control monsters of a lower realm than itself for a short period of time. With such ironclad facts before him, the other party still dared to quibble. I think you, a beast, are itching for trouble again. The old man's grip on the halberd tightened, and his voice became colder. 50 years ago, Lord Kongwu chopped off your limbs and turned you into a crocodile stick. What, now you don't even want your head anymore? Under his cold gaze, the old crocodile actually grinned again. Haha, things may change over time, don't look down on me because I'm poor. The next moment, it suddenly rushed out of the swamp, like a whale leaping out of the sea, and fell towards the old man like a mountain. The old man's expression finally became calm, because he saw that the old alligator's limbs had completely grown out. Boom! The huge body smashed to the ground, smoke and dust rose up, and the earth shook. The old man appeared on the other side. He immediately took out the sound transmission talisman from his chest and said in a low voice. The old crocodile is rebelling, the plan is terminated. Chapter 66. Shili Mountain is just a random name I picked. It does not represent its area, which caused ambiguity, so I changed the name. As the entire forest continued to tremble, there were so many beasts and monsters that they flooded out in all directions like a tide. Even though most of them are minor demons at the first or second level, their accumulated momentum is terrifying enough. A murderous aura that was almost condensed into substance continued to spread outwards. Yan Nan's expression quickly turned serious, and he shouted, "What are you guys still doing standing there? Get the hell out of here!" Lin Yujing summoned the bird demon Ling Qing without hesitation, and then looked at Chen Zhou with a questioning look. You guys go ahead, I need to stay for a while. Chen Zhou said without turning his head. At this moment, he only felt a strong emotion boiling and roaring in his body. That is the stupidity called hot-blooded. Full of good deeds points are right in front of you, Chen Zhou has to fight hard no matter what, even if it means risking his life. No one is born strong, but there are always people who are born to be strong. Chen Zhou did not hesitate and immediately mobilized more than 1,000 points of good deeds in the record of merits to upgrade on the spot. Let's start with the bodybuilding method called Iron Wall and Elephant Control Technique. Okay, take care of yourself then. Lin Yujing nodded slightly at Chen Zhou's decision. She was not surprised by it. Yan Nan below was shocked and angry. Chen Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? I know you are a genius, but can you please understand the situation when you are showing off? Isn't it possible to temporarily avoid the limelight at this time? Hearing this, Chen Zhou suddenly turned his head, his cold eyes swept over, the strong wind blew on his handsome face, and his cold voice resounded. You want me to avoid him? Yan Nan was really frightened by the other party's look. He forced himself to suppress the strange feeling in his heart and replied loudly. It's not it, it's them, they are a bunch of monsters. In Yan Nan's opinion, Chen Zhou is a complete lunatic. He wants to fight against the monsters all alone. Do you think you won't get hurt or tired? Even a warrior at the 4th level would be killed by a tide of low-level monsters. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's talent was so terrifyingly high and it would be a pity for him to die here, he would have just walked away long ago. However, as soon as this unhappy thought came to Yan Nan's mind, his eyes suddenly widened. Suddenly, a majestic aura burst out from Chen Zhou's body, and the breath was extremely long, as if he had been tempered by countless years. A layer of mysterious light emerged from the surface of the sinking boat, and quickly condensed into a giant elephant phantom that was 3 meters tall. The elephant's feet stepped on the ground, as if cast in bronze or iron. It bared its tusks and howled at the sky, like a living creature. Yan Nan suddenly felt a sense of horror in his heart. Wait a minute, this is the FG Iron Wall and Elephant Control technique. Yan Nan had also tried to practice this technique before. Its effect was not inferior to other top-level body refining techniques in Guanggan Palace, but it was much more difficult, so it was thrown into the Tianjiao camp to gather dust. And now this extremely difficult martial art has been mastered by a 15-year-old boy. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is, this is a body refining method. Unlike other martial arts, the bodybuilding method requires not only one's own qualifications and talents, but also a lot of time to accumulate. This is a slow and steady process, which requires you to slowly polish your body over many years, step by step. There is no shortcut. But why did Chen Zhou, a 15-year-old boy, succeed? Where does he get so much time? At this moment, Yan Nan did not understand this, but he understood what Chen Zhou had just said. Such a monster, who else does he need to avoid? The beast tide was approaching. Yan Nan no longer hesitated, picked up Bai Feng beside him, and turned into a black shadow and fled into the distance. In the sky, Lin Yujing also rode on Ling Qing and turned around to escape. Bai Feng, who was carried away by Yan Nan, stared at Chen Zhou, who was facing the monsters alone. He suddenly realized that people like Brother Chen were destined to walk alone in their lives. His pace was too fast and no one could keep up with him. Along with Bai Feng's sigh, Chen Zhou also took action. He ran wildly, and his fur coat fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the monsters in front also saw Chen Zhou and rushed towards him immediately. Under the control of the Crocodile King, these demons were ordered to kill humans, and now Chen Zhou is their first target. I'm going to burn this place to ashes. Chen Zhou laughed loudly, his black eyes reflected all kinds of monsters in front of him, and his steps did not stop at all. Puff! 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 In an instant, the sound of dense slashing echoed everywhere, just like the roar of a heavy machine gun firing crazily. The countless slashing lights and shadows almost enveloped Chen Zhou's entire body. There was no grand momentum, it was low-key and silent, with only the purest sharpness. No matter if it was a snake demon, a wolf demon, or a tree demon, any demon would be cut open the moment it rushed over. In order to kill the monster, Chen Zhou used the power of slash to the maximum, and the sword energy covered each other, as if he was covered with a layer of protection. Kill the beast, add 1 good deed point. Kill a monster in one realm, and your good deed value will increase by 10. Kill a monster in one realm, and your good deed value will increase by 10. The record of merits also began to record Chen Zhou's good deeds crazily, but the speed at which it was recorded could not keep up with the speed at which Chen Zhou was killing people. Chen Zhou's current state is truly a monster-killing machine. Boom! Suddenly, a 10-foot-tall stag beetle monster covered in black armor came crashing down from the side, like a tank rolling over a sinking boat. Snap! The moment it approached, a cut was made on its black armor, but it did not hurt its skin or flesh. The insect demon's body hesitated for a moment and got closer to the sinking boat. This stag beetle monster became the first monster that was not killed instantly by Chen Zhou. Slash is the purest slashing attack in the world, and the more slashing attacks are launched at the same time, the more dispersed the power will be. The stag beetle monster's hard shell kept it alive, and the pair of large jaws on its head rubbed against each other, flashing a cold and sharp edge. It was accompanied by a whistling sound, cutting towards the waist of the sinking boat. Chen Zhou frowned. Not only did the enemy not surrender, but they even dared to fight back against him. He has always been the one who cuts others in half, so how can others cut him in half? The true energy in Chen Zhou's body circulated abundantly, and the phantom of the giant elephant appeared again. Clang! With a dull thud, the pair of huge jaws were stuck on the surface of Chen Zhou's body. The spiritual light around him spread like ripples, like a towering mountain, standing still. Chen Zhou's health bar was also unusually strong. In front of his perfect iron wall controlling elephant technique, it didn't even waver. Not even a drop of blood. Chapter 67. Chen Zhou grabbed the insect monster's huge jaws with his backhand and pulled it hard. This should be your weakness. Phew. The giant jaw of the stag beetle monster was torn off by Chen Zhou. His right hand flashed with lightning, and his palm turned into a blade, slamming into the wound of the giant jaw of the insect monster. Squeak! Squeak! A violent electric current instantly exploded in the insect monster's body. First there was the aroma of meat, and then there was a strong smell of burning. The huge insect monster fell down. Kill the 3 realms insect monster, good deeds plus 200. Cool. Chen Zhou grinned, please bring more demons from the 3 realms. It would be even better if there were 4 realms. He raised his pair of bright golden eyes and rushed forward faster and faster. How could this happen? Why did so many monsters suddenly appear? Don't talk, use all your energy to run away. At this time, Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang were gathered together, each using their body skills to the extreme, desperately fleeing forward. Behind the two of them, there were constant roars and wails from demons, as well as the sounds of fierce collisions. That was Mo Wuhan and 3 Kongwu guards. The 4 of them were fighting with the pursuing monsters, fighting and retreating. This defensive battle in the rear not only made Xiang Yang and the other 2 feel their own weakness, but as a member of the Tianjiao camp, Mo Wuhan was already able to fight side by side with the Kongwu guards. On the other hand, the 2 of them can only become the weak ones and be protected by each other. If we force ourselves to join the battle, we will only drag down Mo Wuhan and the other 3. Mo Wuhan is indeed the number 1 in the Tianjiao camp. The gap between him and the other Tianjiaos is really too big. While he was sighing, Lu Tianrang suddenly widened his eyes. Because he saw something extremely terrifying not far ahead, swimming upstream among the surging monsters. Brother Mo, within 3 years, you will be able to be promoted to Kongwu Guard. That's right. Mo Wuhan repelled 2 dog demons with 1 palm and heard the praises of the Kongwu guards. He felt extremely happy at the moment. He cooperated perfectly with the 3 Kongwu guards. With the 4 of them working together, they stubbornly repelled wave after wave of monsters. Young people of his generation could only tremble in fear under his protection, but he was already able to advance and retreat together with the older generation. If this isn't genius, then what is? Mo Wuhan's heart was once again filled with boundless pride, but at this moment, he suddenly heard Xiang Yang and the other man in front of him exclaim at the same time. Quick, look over there! It seems like a more terrifying demon is coming. What? Mo Wuhan turned his head and saw a huge figure rushing towards him from far away. The figure seemed to be an elephant demon from its appearance, carrying tremendous strength and seemed to have some strange magical powers. Any other monsters that approached it would either be knocked away or cut in 2. It was so fierce. In an instant, Mo Wuhan felt goosebumps all over his body. The might displayed by this demon alone gave him a feeling of fear and terror. You must never make an enemy of them, or you will end up in a terrible situation. Trouble. The voice of a Kongwu guard next to him suddenly became serious. Run to the left quickly and avoid that unknown demon. They were already struggling to survive the monster tide, and the monsters they had encountered so far were all at the first or second level. If they were to be caught by that thing again, there was no doubt that they would be annihilated. The 6-member team immediately changed direction and stared at the giant elephant, their hearts in their throats. If the other party also changes direction, then they will have no choice but to fight to the death. But what made everyone feel fortunate was that the mysterious demon was still rushing forward, as if it didn't take them seriously. Very good, this demon's target is not them. Mo Wohen and the others were slightly relieved, and at the same time, they became more and more curious about what this demon was. How dare a single demon to fight against a group of demons? The answer was soon revealed. At the moment when the two sides were closest to each other, they finally saw each other clearly. But the answer was even more ridiculous than they imagined. The other party is not a demon, but a human being. Sinking boat. He floated in the shadow of the giant elephant, like a tank breaking into a group of infantry, charging into a pile of monsters. Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang stared at the young man's figure, with unprecedented shock in their eyes. Just now they thought Mo Wohen was extremely powerful, but now looking at Chen Zhou, Mo Wohen is nothing. They suddenly realized how kind Chen Zhou was when they were riding in the same carriage with him. They were just scolded and stabbed. Mo Wohen was even more dumbfounded, his eyes almost popped out. Why in such a situation, Chen Zhou not only did not escape, but also dared to rush forward, and was able to rush forward. While he was still feeling smug about being able to fight alongside his predecessor, Chen Zhou had actually killed himself. Chen Zhou also noticed the 6-man team in the distance. He just glanced at the team and ignored them. There is nothing to say to these guys who escaped, so as not to delay him from slaying demons and monsters. It was this casual glance that made Mo Wohen feel like he was struck by lightning. This look of disdain towards passers-by was always the one he had when he looked at others. Is this the sunken boat? What's going on with him? Is he going to kill someone? Is this guy a freak? How can he be so ridiculously strong? Won't he get tired? The Kongwu guards were also amazed, but Mo Wohen said nothing. The confidence he had just built up was shattered into nothingness by the sinking boat in the blink of an eye. Who? Of course Chen Zhou would be tired. At this moment, he was already slightly out of breath. With the dual blessing of conquering people with virtue and iron wall controlling elephant art, his physical strength and the depth of his true energy can be said to be far beyond that of warriors at the same level. But even so, it could not withstand his unlimited squandering. During this killing spree, Chen Zhou used almost every martial art he mastered to the extreme. Oh, except for 13 guns. In my current state, how many more can I kill? Never mind, I'll just kill them first. Chen Zhou was immersed in the pleasure of mowing the grass and did not stop just to catch his breath. But the next moment, he suddenly found that the ground was shaking again. A huge wailing sound also erupted from the space ahead. What happened? Puzzled, Chen Zhou felt that the entire sky seemed to be getting darker. He looked up, and his golden pupils shrank sharply, because he actually saw a huge monster flying in the sky. The thing looked to be at least 50 feet long, its body was dark, and its skin was covered with layers of scales, it looked countless times harder than steel. That thing is the alligator. Or rather, it is a giant crocodile spirit. Chapter 68. Hearing the violent roars coming from all around, Qin Ha's ordinary old face suddenly tightened. The situation was unexpected. The alligator dragon somehow recovered from its injuries and caused a big mess right away. Facing the powerful aura of the 5 Realms Demon King, he didn't even frown. As the strongest among the Kongwu guards, he should deal with the strongest enemy. Qin Hai said coldly. Old crocodile, I advise you to retract your magical powers immediately. 50 years ago, Lord Kongwuho was kind enough to spare your life, but this time he won't be so easy to deal with. It's not too late for you to stop. Otherwise, when the adults arrive, you will be dead. Are you trying to scare me? The crocodile monster grinned. You think I don't know that your master is seriously injured and is in seclusion? He hasn't recovered for many years. Chen Zhou's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with turmoil. The news that Lord Kongwuho was injured was a secret of Guanggan Palace. The crocodile monster had never set foot outside this mountain range in the past 50 years. How did it know about this? The severed limbs healed inexplicably, and now this beast knows the inside story. Chen Zhou smelled a conspiracy. You humans really like to fight each other, hee hee. The crocodile monster let out a sinister laugh, as if confirming Chen Zhou's guess, but it's okay, it's a bargain for me. It turned around suddenly, and the powerful and huge tail behind it broke the speed of sound and roared towards Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou suddenly raised the halberd in his hand, and the blade of the halberd rubbed against the ground, creating a series of sparks. Boom! Chen Zhou's figure flew out instantly, but he quickly stabilized himself. His feet were like two steel nails welded into the ground, and he stopped his figure abruptly by relying on the ground. But even so, he was still knocked more than 10 feet away. With just one strike, Chen Zhou's mouth was bleeding and his breathing became unstable. The opponent was a 5th-level demon king, but he was only at the peak of the 4th level, so the gap between him and the opponent was too big. Among the first 5 realms, the gap between the 4th and 5th realms is the largest, and can almost be said to be a chasm. After all, the first 4 realms are all about constantly transforming one's body, making one's flesh and blood tougher and stronger. But the 5th stage is to absorb spiritual energy and begin to truly communicate with heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is so immense that just borrowing a tiny bit of it is far greater than the meager strength of a mortal's entire life. Chen Zhou's heart sank to the bottom, but his aura suddenly rose and reached its peak. Today I will use my old body to exchange for the life of a beast like you, and buy a way for the people of Sanjiun County to survive. At this moment, Chen Zhou was like a candle in the wind, but the flame he emitted was bright and clear. "UBD, are you worthy enough?" The Crocodile King sneered, "You are just a 4-nation territory, and you dare to speak so arrogantly." However, as soon as it finished speaking, Chen Zhou swung the halberd in his hand and thrust it forward. "I don't deserve it, but I still have it. I'll let you fly." At this moment, the halberd's green light surged, carrying with it boundless power and earth-shattering momentum, as it fiercely chopped towards the crocodile monster's body. Boom! The green light struck the crocodile monster heavily, and with a huge crash, the dozens of feet-long crocodile monster was really lifted up into the air. And with this attack, the terrifying tide of monsters in the entire Henglan Mountains came to an abrupt halt at this moment. The eyes of the monsters that were rushing forward crazily regained clarity. They were shocked and surprised, and had no idea what was happening. "What's wrong with me?" A confused rabbit demon murmured in a low voice, and turned around to see an equally confused wolf demon standing next to it. When their eyes met, the two confused monsters immediately found their own direction in life. This situation happened everywhere in the mountains. Without the control of the alligator dragon, the monsters started to kill each other directly. How could they unite to fight against humans? "Old man, you have completely p'd me off." The crocodile fell to the ground with a loud bang, and its roar filled with anger resounded at the same time. Being knocked away by a 4th-level human was a huge shame for it. "You didn't even get hurt." Chen Zhou was shaking, half kneeling on the ground, trying his best to suppress the feeling of exhaustion that surged through his body. Holding Lord Kongwuho's treasure in his hand, he burned the secret technique and unleashed the most powerful attack in his life. But even so, he could only chop the opponent down once. But it seemed to be enough. The halberd in his hand was extremely powerful, and the crocodile's magical powers would not be able to be used again for 10 days or half a month. At least he stopped the monster tide that was enough to threaten the entire Sanjiun county. It was a pity that with his ability, he could only go so far. Just as he was feeling regretful, the crocodile monster was completely aroused. It turned over, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Qin Hai. I will eat you alive to vent my hatred. But at this moment, a white phantom appeared from the sky and arrived in an instant. The halberd in Qin Hai's hand also soared into the sky, landed in the hands of the white shadow, and slashed down fiercely. Puff! This attack did not have the spectacular special effects of the previous one, but the demon blood mixed with intestines and stomachs, splashing all over the sky, like a cloud. The terrifying crocodile monster was broken into 2 pieces in the blink of an eye. A look of fear finally emerged in its eyes. It moved its only 2 short legs and turned around to escape. The white shadow in the sky also disappeared, and the halberd in its hand fell and stuck diagonally on the ground. Qin Hai, who was on the ground, was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. Lord Kongwu Hao! He murmured softly, then quickly reacted, mustered up his strength again, stood up straight, and walked towards the halberd in the distance. He needs to complete the remaining finishing work. Ho! Ho! The crocodile held up his upper body and struggled forward, leaving a wide bloody trail behind him. A-hole! I was fooled. Didn't they say that the Kongwu Marquis was seriously injured and still not recovered? A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the crocodile. Why do I feel that his strength is even stronger than before? As expected, humans cannot be trusted. Escape, you have to escape. Escape to Jiaruizhu, or escape into that cave. This should still give you a chance of survival. However, as a crocodile, it was not known for its speed to begin with, and now half of its body was missing. It was left with only its 2 palms trying to climb forward, which was really miserable and shabby. But it doesn't matter. Seeing that Marquis Kongwu doesn't seem to be present in person, the only person it needs to be wary of now is Qin Hai. After Qin Hai used his burning secret technique to launch his strongest attack, he was already in a state of decline. Even if he really faced him, the chance of winning should be 50-50. While thinking this, the crocodile suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him. Although the sound is not loud, how can it be hidden from its ears? That old man came so fast. The crocodile turned around immediately like a frightened bird. However, even though the Demon King had seen a lot of the world, after seeing who was coming, the crocodile was stunned for a moment. Because the person who came was not Qin Hai, but a young man, whom he had never seen before. At this moment, the crocodile felt very funny and very sad at the same time. A dragon in shallow water is bullied by shrimps, a tiger in plain water is bullied by dogs. Since when did a human kid dare to chase him? Has it become so miserable? How could I be looked down upon by humans? However, the young man in the distance didn't care about you. He didn't say a word when he saw you. He just shot the lightning spear that he had been holding for a long time directly at the alligator in front of him. Chapter 69. The lightning spear landed heavily on the huge head of the crocodile dragon. Boom! Explosions and thunder rang out at the same time. But after the smoke cleared, the crocodile's head was intact. The electric current kept jumping, but the other party did not move at all. Chen Zhou swallowed his saliva. He originally wanted to attack the crocodile from behind, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly and turned around to block it. Moreover, even when he fired his lightning spear at the enemy from the front, it didn't break the defense at all. Is this the foundation of a veteran strongman? Being cut in half but still so full of life. This is not the same as the character in a comic book he read in his previous life. The reason why Chen Zhou chased after him was just because of one reason: he was greedy. The opponent is a 5th level demon, and is now seriously injured. This is really a great opportunity. I can't bear to part with it. I really can't bear to part with it. But Chen Zhou had no idea that this thing was so tough and thick. The scales covering its entire body were much stronger than the defense of the stag beetle before. However, it is not without flaws. It can even be said that the flaws are very large. After all, there is a huge and hideous wound on its back. Seize the wound and shoot it straight to the soul. There is still a chance. But the prerequisite is that the crocodile must turn its back to him, and then Chen Zhou can stab it in the back. The peak of the third realm? To be able to reach this level at such a young age, he is considered a genius among humans. The crocodile dragon sensed the other party's realm, and stared at Chen Zhou with amber pupils. But in front of me, it's totally not good enough. What do you mean by this, Lord? It's just a four-legged snake. Why do you make it sound so grand? Chen Zhou collected his thoughts and sneered, no, it should be a two-legged snake now. After all, you, a beast, have changed from a four-wheel drive to a two-wheel drive. Since he couldn't beat the other party and the other party was willing to chat with him, Chen Zhou didn't mind chatting with him for a few minutes. If we can drag that old man here and achieve justice in a two-on-one fight, our chances of winning will greatly increase. Just make sure the head is his. UBD. The alligator let out a low growl. As a crocodile, it hated being called a four-legged snake, especially now that Chen Zhou had given it the name of a two-legged snake. It really makes a demon king very unhappy to receive this title. Chen Zhou is best at using words to irritate others, and he did it again this time. However, as a demon, the crocodile's cursing skills were too poor. Chen Zhou felt nothing when he heard it, and even wanted to laugh. That's it. Change your words, brother two-legged snake. You sound like you're being coquettish when you curse at me. Hateful. Seeing the curve of Chen Zhou's mouth, the crocodile dragon did not refute it. It realized that now was not the time to argue. The crocodile suppressed his inner anger, ignored Chen Zhou, and turned away. Escape is important. But before it crawled far, it heard the hissing sound of electric current behind it. The crocodile dragon turned its head suddenly, and a new lightning spear burst out on its forehead. Again, no harm was done. When the crocodile looked at the young man again, he immediately turned sideways, pretending to look around at the scenery, and even hummed a song. It seemed as if the attack just now had nothing to do with him. Why are you pretending? Is there anyone else here besides you? The crocodile stared at the sinking boat fiercely, and was about to turn around and run away, but, hiss hiss hiss. Are you FG done yet? The crocodile suddenly stopped turning, and the anger that had just been suppressed suddenly rose. The little devil was obviously waiting for it to turn around, and then sneak attack the wound on its back. You are a warrior, facing a disabled fish like me, and you still want to sneak attack me. Do you have any shame? The most annoying thing is the boy's behavior after the sneak attack. It was so mean. He was completely challenging his dignity as a demon king. Since this kid wants to die, let him do it. With this thought in mind, the crocodile immediately gave up running, and its two short legs left a shadow on the ground as it sprinted towards the sinking boat. Here we come. Chen Zhou was extremely alert, lightning flashed from his right hand, and he gathered all the remaining true energy in his palm. All of a sudden, thousands of birds sang together. The purpose of Chen Zhou is to anger the opponent, so that the opponent will attack him without thinking, and then he will look for an opportunity to break through. Now is your chance. The next moment, the crocodile dragon had already rushed in front of the sinking boat. It opened its big mouth full of fangs, and a red energy ball visible to the naked eye suddenly formed on the tip of its scarlet tongue. Flash! Weak! The sunken boat suddenly disappeared from the spot, and half of the crocodile's body was instantly covered by a strange light. The crocodile dragon felt as if he had sunk into a deep ocean. His movements slowed down, and even his accumulated energy became much weaker. At the same time, a question popped up in its mind. Where are the people? Could it be? The crocodile guessed where the other party was going and turned around quickly. Almost at the same time, it felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from behind it, which instantly spread to its brain. The next moment, the crocodile dragon turned its head and finally met the boy's pair of eyes filled with cold golden light. "You can survive." The crocodile dragon let out a loud voice, and the blood-red light ball in its mouth turned into a devastating energy, pouring out towards the sunken boat in front. Boom! A straight column of red light directly engulfed the sunken boat and continued to extend into the distance. What? Chen Zhou, who had just arrived here holding a halberd, happened to see the sinking boat being engulfed by the red light. His pair of cloudy old eyes were suddenly filled with anger. How dare this young man? Why did he go alone to find this old alligator? Did he really think that he could defeat the old alligator even if the old alligator was cut into half? Arrogant! Stupid! Chen Zhou cursed in his heart, but he also pulled himself together. He held up the halberd with both hands, dragged his exhausted body, and rushed towards the old alligator without hesitation. This time, he was determined to kill the other party completely, so as to avoid any more trouble. But the next moment, Chen Zhou stopped halfway. Because he found that the half of the crocodile's body that was left fell to the ground with a thud. A cut appeared on its body from back to front, dividing its body into two. Not a drop of blood flowed out, and the entire cross-section of the crocodile was charred black, obviously having been carbonized. Chen Zhou smacked his lips. Hiss, he must have seen it right. This fifth-level demon was really killed by that young man. This young man is so talented. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou immediately felt disappointed. Such a promising young man had died together with this old alligator. What a pity! What a pity! At this moment, he wished he could replace the sinking boat and perish together with the old alligator. No, wait a minute. Chen Zhou's pupils shrank suddenly as his mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Because after the red light faded, he seemed to see the body of the young man, who seemed to be standing upright in front of the corpse of the alligator dragon. Chapter 70. The demons of the fifth realm are really powerful. Chen Zhou sighed softly. Facing a seriously injured and dying crocodile monster, he used his mouth to attack its heart, and then flashed around and stabbed its wound in the back. He even used the weakness which he had never used before. But even so, he was still hit hard by the opponent's tailed beast ball that was thrown right in the face. This crocodile is really something. You still have this hidden trick, why don't you use it earlier? What's the point of using it on him when you are about to die? The ratskin coat that had just been seized from Chen Zhou was now completely destroyed, and he was naked again. Moreover, the health bar in the field of vision, which originally looked quite reassuring, was now reduced to only 20%. Tisk tisk, conquer the people with virtue plus iron wall to control elephant can't withstand the opponent's attack. This is even after Chen Zhou had weakened the crocodile monster and reduced its power. Only when all the buffs were fully stacked up could Chen Zhou survive. The fifth realm was really FG abnormal. He was almost killed instantly by this beast's ultimate move, luckily he was more skilled. At the same time, this battle also made Chen Zhou realize the terrible power of his summoner skills. Flash, this kind of teleportation without a track is impossible to detect even by a level 5 demon king. Weakness has a kind of numerical beauty. It ignores the opponent's realm and forcibly weakens the opponent's speed and strength. The value of the dual skills is still increasing, but unfortunately the cooldown time is too long, so they can basically only be used once in a battle. After sighing, Chen Zhou turned his attention to the Human Emperor banner, the record of merits. I saw a string of words written on the page. Kill the 5th level demon, good deeds plus 10,000. Wait, missing a 0. Chen Zhou's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. 10,000. Tisk tisk, this alligator, really makes him happy. At this moment, all the unhappiness in Chen Zhou's heart was forgotten. It feels like you have worked hard all day, returned to your rental apartment exhausted, and suddenly saw that the lottery ticket you bought for 80 yuan won 225 million. Is the difference between the fourth realm and the fifth realm so huge? He couldn't hold back the smile on Chen Zhou's face. This kid is still laughing. At this moment, Chen Hai, who was not far away, was also in shock like Chen Zhou. He stood there in a daze for a long while, then slapped himself hard before finally confirming that he was not dreaming. The scene before my eyes is real. But why is it that a third-level boy remained intact after taking a full-force attack from a fifth-level demon? Yes, it is pure and intact. There wasn't even a scratch on his body, not even a hair was burnt. He looked like a beautiful white jade sculpture. What kind of perverted and terrifying defensive ability is this? Boy! Chen Hai became nervous. He shouted and pointed the iron halberd in his hand at the opponent. Are you a human or a demon? If it was before, he would have thought that the other party was a human prodigy, but now, he was more or less doubtful. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be this powerful, right? Is this guy really just a student of the Tianjiao camp? After hearing Chen Hai's question, Chen Zhou realized that there was another person here. His black pupils became deeper and deeper, and he chuckled. Lao Deng, you saw me kill the alligator monster with your own eyes, and you still dare to call me a kid. Chen Hai was choked for a moment. He was in doubt and quickly changed his address, then, Senior. He began to wonder, could this person in front of him be some powerful person in disguise? After all, as the realm improves, the lifespan of the warrior will also increase, and the appearance and other things can change. Could it be that some powerful person has come here to play with a small account? Seeing Chen Hai suddenly become trembling with fear, Chen Zhou's mouth corners tightened again, feeling a little funny. These Kongwu guards, from the oldest to the youngest, are all of them so good at changing their faces? You are really good at judging the situation. However, Chen Zhou also decided not to embarrass the other party. After all, they were all in the same group. The most important thing is that he is in a very bad state now. Although he looks calm and energetic on the surface, his physical strength and true energy have been wasted and his health bar is at the bottom. If you PS off this old man, you may not be able to win. This is very embarrassing. I hope I won't be killed by this old man instead of the alligator. Just kidding, old man. Chen Zhou immediately said, and bowed to the other party, I am not a demon, I am a human being, a student in the Tianjiao camp. When it comes to changing faces quickly, Chen Zhou is no slouch. Student. However, Chen Hai's face was still full of suspicion and vigilance. A student from the Tianjiao camp cannot withstand the attack of a fifth-level demon king. Could you please put on my clothes first? It would be awkward to talk to you naked. Chen Zhou was a little embarrassed. Okay. Chen Hai nodded, took off the scarlet cloak behind him, and threw it to Chen Zhou, just use it for now. Chen Zhou didn't mind and wrapped it around his waist like an apron, just enough to cover his big weapon. The reason why I'm fine is because of my talent in martial arts. He then answered the other party's question. Martial arts talent? There is such a terrifying martial arts talent in this world, why have I never seen it? Chen Hai frowned. That's your problem. Chen Zhou shrugged without further explanation. Anyway, martial arts talent is a basket that can hold anything. Chen Hai stared at Chen Zhou's face for several seconds before nodding. Okay, I believe you. You remind me of two geniuses I've met in my life. Although they are not as good as you, they should not be much worse. Chen Hai seemed to confirm that Chen Zhou was one of his own, and he relaxed a lot. He no longer stood up straight, but sat cross-legged on the ground. With this action, most of his aura suddenly disappeared, just like an ordinary old man who was about to die. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Chen Hai's words. He thought he was already a cheater, but from Chen Hai's tone, there was actually someone as cheater as him? There is something. I hope the other party is a big villain. Help me hold this. I can't carry it anymore. While he was thinking, Chen Zhou's voice sounded again. He threw the halberd in his hand to Chen Zhou, and Chen Zhou took it. A cool feeling spread across his palm, and Chen Zhou found that this thing was quite handy. This halberd was undoubtedly a divine weapon. It was this halberd that cut the crocodile monster in half, giving Chen Zhou the opportunity to grab the kill. Of course, the one who contributed the most is the owner of this halberd. By the way, old man, was the white shadow that just flew past Marquis Kongwu? Chen Zhou asked again. The speed of the white shadow was so fast that even though Chen Zhou had the magical power of Eye of Disaster, he could not see the name above the other party's head clearly. Yes. Chen Hai nodded. Also, don't call me old man, my last name is Chen. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chen Zhou called him politely. If you work as a doorman, you will definitely have a bright future. Chen Hai. Then why did Marquis Kongwu leave as soon as he arrived? Without waiting for Chen Hai to respond, Chen Zhou asked another question. Lord Kongwu Ho didn't come. Chen Hai smiled and said, that is his Yin Shen. He is still in Guanggan Palace. When he said this, there was a hint of pride on Chen Hai's face, as if he was honored. Chen Zhou's heart suddenly jumped, and his spirit left his body, severely injuring the 5th-level demon with a single blow from 1,000 miles away. Is the strength of this Kongwu Marquis so exaggerated? So is he in the 6th realm, or the 7th realm, or even higher? But come to think of it, this is a man who can be granted a title of nobility, a big shot of Yan country. How can he be weak? But how could such a martial arts expert be relegated to being a governor of a remote state? Chapter 71. At this time, Chen Hai also took out a sound transmission talisman from his arms and passed the news of this place to other Kongwu guards. The other Kongwu guards will be here soon. I'm too tired and need to rest first. Please protect me. After saying this, Chen Hai closed his eyes. Chen Zhou sighed. If he was asked to protect him, he would be weak inside. But there is no other way, so we have to guard it. I think there is a chopped-up crocodile corpse next to it, so no demons should dare to come in. Chen Zhou's idea was absolutely correct. After a while, the surroundings were calm and nothing happened. The demons are all capable of thinking, and have already hidden far away. If they look over here for even a second, it means they don't value their own lives. Chen Zhou relaxed a little and turned his attention to the record of merits again. The accumulated good deeds value in it had reached a terrifying 16,000. After working hard to kill the monsters for half a day, his good deeds value was only half of that of the crocodile monster, but it was still quite considerable. After all, the most money in Chen Zhou's account was over 1,000. Now that the wealth of the monster tide and the crocodile dragon has accumulated together, Chen Zhou suddenly feels like a nouveau riche. This trip to the Henglan Mountains also made Chen Zhou more aware that strength is the truth of this world. Then the next line of thought is very clear, which is to hold the truth firmly in his own hands, so that he can better convince others with virtue. Since I have nothing to do now, I might as well level up and have some fun, and at the same time I can boost my health. By the way, he still doesn't know the cultivation method of the 4 realms. Although the record of merits can add points to Chen Zhou still needs to know the specific principles of cultivation in advance, or record them in the record of merits first. He turned to look at Uncle Chen, hoping that he could teach him something. However, the next moment, Chen Zhou frowned. Because he found that Chen Hai had lowered his old head at some point. In order to fight against the alligator monster, this old man used some kind of secret technique, completely overdrawing his potential. Has he finally run out of energy now? Chen Zhou sighed. Uncle Chen can be called a true hero. After all, the greatest heroes serve their country and their people. In order to stop the monster tide from destroying Sanjiun County, he resolutely sacrificed his life. But what puzzled Chen Zhou was, what was going on with the Kongwu Marquis? Why would he rather be thousands of miles away, let his spirit leave his body, and slash the crocodile with a knife, rather than come here in person? He even killed one of his generals. Was he held up by something? Go, Master Qin. Chen Zhou murmured softly, in your next life, travel to another world and live a happy life as a doorman. Who do you want to tell to go? Qin Ha's unpleasant voice suddenly sounded. He raised his head and looked at Chen Zhou with his eyes almost rolled back to the back of his head. You're not dead. Chen Zhou was a little embarrassed. What a waste of his feelings. I am tired, so I will take a rest. I won't die. Qin Hai shook his head. It's just that due to the sequelae of that secret technique, all the acupoints in my body have been destroyed. I can no longer be a warrior. Qin Ha's voice was slightly regretful. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Chen Zhou comforted him. Actually, this is also good. You can enjoy your old age in peace. Chen Zhou found that his words were sharp when he was arguing with others, but when it came to comforting people, he was not very good and seemed very clumsy. Qin Hai stared at the sky and sighed, what do you mean by enjoying my old age? I am only over 100 years old. This is the right age for me to fight. Chen Zhou was speechless. After all, in this era, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with this sentence. Don't think about those sad things. Chen Zhou then said, it's good that you are not dead. It's a good opportunity for you to explain to me how to practice in the fourth realm. By the way, you can also change the topic to distract Uncle Qin and make him less sentimental. So you want me to live just to help you explain? Qin Hai glared at Chen Zhou, but still said. The human body has a total of 362 acupoints. Only these acupoints can help us absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. So what we need to do is to use the true energy in our body to open all the acupoints one by one, and build a spiritual channel between the acupoints so that the flesh body can communicate with heaven and earth. The fourth stage is called the awakening stage, and it is the last step before absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. I see, that sounds pretty simple. Chen Zhou understood the principle and was about to command the record of merit to start working, but he heard Qin Ha's voice continue. Of course, if I can use the enlightenment method to help, I will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and I can even give birth to a magical power. Don't breathe too hard when you talk. After hearing this, Chen Zhou nodded and said, after I go back, I will ask for the best enlightenment method from Guanggan Palace. Chen Zhou felt that with his record in the Henglan Mountains, he had the confidence to say this. Okay. Qin Hai agreed without any hesitation. At this moment, several shadows rushed over from the distance. Each of them wore a silver flying fish uniform and had the title of Kongwu Guard on their heads, with only one exception, that was the traitor, Yan Nan, the captain of the Zhenfu division. When a group of Kongwu guards arrived at the scene, they were first shocked by the hideous corpse of the crocodile. The demon king of the fifth realm, the overlord of the Henglan Mountains, actually died just like that. Mr. Qin, you are too strong. Yan Nan looked at Qin Hai in shock, and the other Kongwu guards were equally surprised. The opponent defeated a fifth realm warrior with the peak of the fourth realm. This is a very terrifying record. After all, any warrior knows that the gap between these two realms is like a chasm. It wasn't me. However, Qin Hai shook his head, pointed at Chen Zhou, and said something even more explosive. It was done by this student from the Tianjiao camp. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned where they were, their eyes wide open, frozen like sculptures. What the hell? A student killed a fifth-level demon king. Chapter 72. If there is anything more outrageous than a fourth realm being defeated by a fifth realm being, it should be a third realm being defeated by a fifth realm being defeated. This is almost like a fantasy. The three Kongwu guards who were responsible for protecting Xiang Yang and others looked at Chen Zhou as if they had seen a ghost. It was outrageous enough that Chen Zhou attacked the monsters alone, but now he even killed the alligator dragon? This kid is definitely more perverted than the disciple taught by Marquis Kongwu. Yan Nan muttered to himself in a low voice. If that's the case, it doesn't seem so embarrassing to be beaten up by this kid. Yin Chaiwa was standing among a group of Kongwu guards, and inexplicably felt much more relaxed. The mission of slaying demons in the Henglan Mountains was successfully completed. Chen Zhou returned with a group of Kongwu guards, and also left a few people behind to deal with the body of the crocodile. The body of a 5th-level demon king can be said to be full of treasures. On the way back, Yin Chaiwu took the initiative to come over and patted Chen Zhou on the shoulder. Sure, Shen Yingxiang, I thought I had thought highly of you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. With your talent, you may become the second most respected Wuhou in the future. Then I can proudly boast that I once fought against Shen Yingxiang. Chen Zhou glanced at him and asked, what kind of behavior are you doing? I mean, you're pretty comfortable with flattery. I suggest you do more. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. Yin Chaiwa was quite thick-skinned and didn't care at all. Let's not talk about the distant future, let's talk about the present. It's almost certain that you will become Master's direct disciple. Personal disciple. Yet. Yin Chaiwa was a little depressed when he mentioned this. Master recruits talents widely and has many disciples, but including me, we are only nominal disciples. He only has one direct disciple. At only 16 years old, he has already reached the middle stage of the 4th realm. His talent is terrifying. Is that so? Chen Zhou was not very interested in this disciple, so he asked again, do you have any healing pills? Give me a pound. Whose healing pills are sold by the pound? Yin Chaiwu complained, but still handed a bottle of pills to Chen Zhou, but you are not injured, are you? At this point, Yin Chaiwu sighed again in his heart, thinking that only a favored person from heaven could allow Shen Zhou to awaken such a heaven-defying defensive talent. I'm just eating it for fun. Chen Zhou reached out to take it and quickly swallowed one pill. Then he saw his health bar visibly rise a little. Sure enough, food supplements can restore health, and medicine supplements are even better. Chen Zhou smiled, then he put a bottle of pills to his mouth and started blowing directly into the bottle. No, why are you eating so much? Yin Chaiwu was shocked. Just take one healing pill. Taking more won't have any cumulative effect. Chen Zhou shook his head, no, you don't understand the physique of us athletes. What does sports student mean? Is it a synonym for some kind of genius? Yin Chaiwu fell into thought. Below the field of vision, Chen Zhou's health bar jumped forward little by little like a toad jumping far away. However, it was not known whether it was because his health bar was too long, or because the healing pill was not effective enough, but Chen Zhouxian used up the entire bottle, and his health bar was only restored to 30%. Anything else? Chen Zhou looked at Yin Chaiwu again. His health bar was too low and he felt a little panicked. There is always the illusion that I will die suddenly at any time. Yin Chaiwu only brought one bottle, but he had his own way, and immediately shouted. Brothers, does anyone have any healing pills? Our future disciple from the Kongwu Marquis needs them. Swish, 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 the Kongwu guards around immediately stretched out their hands, each holding a bottle of healing pills. Although most of them are not very familiar with Shen Zhou, given the other party's genius, it is always a good idea to build a good relationship with them first. So, Chen Zhou ate a lot of healing pills, and his health bar recovered from the original 20% to about 70%. This thing is a good thing, just like the blood bottle in the game. I guess I need to carry more of them in the future. On the way, Chen Zhou also learned more information about Kongwu Ho from Yin Chaiwu. The life of Marquis Kongwu can be written into a legendary biography. He is one of the 8 princes of Yan state. Compared with the other princes, he is the youngest and has the lowest status when he became famous. Marquis Kongwu rose from obscurity, fought countless battles for his country throughout his life, and achieved great accomplishments. At his most powerful time, he alone was able to overwhelm a powerful enemy of Yan state. However, Yin Shiwa was not very clear about what happened later. All we know is that he was eventually sent by the emperor to this remote Guanggan prefecture to become a small vassal. Considering Marquis Kongyu's ability, this was tantamount to exile. After hearing this, Chen Zhou had a general understanding of Marquis Kongyu. It was once glorious, and even once entered the power center of Yan state, but now it is frustrated. According to the history that Chen Zhou had read in his previous life, at this time, the Marquis of Kongyu would either enter the peak period of poetry creation, or raise his arms and call for the whole city to be covered with golden armor. I still have a little expectation. In the Sanjiun County Government Office, every genius from the Tianjiao camp had a gloomy look on their face. They had not yet recovered from the terrifying scene of the monster tide. If the monster tide had not suddenly disbanded inexplicably, some of them would have become food for the monsters. Hey, why is there one person missing? Where is Chen Zhou? Why can't I see him? At this time, someone suddenly discovered that a student was missing. A sinking boat. Lu Tianrang's eyes showed shock. The last time I saw him, he was charging towards the monster tide alone. As soon as these words came out, all the geniuses present took a deep breath. Are you kidding? We can't even escape, and he's still rushing in. What's the difference between this and a lunatic? Then he won't die in there, will he? Hearing everyone's discussions, Emma Wohen, who was not far away, suddenly had an extremely dark idea. He hoped very much that Chen Zhou would die in the monster tide. The way Chen Zhou looked at him before, as if he were an ant. He would probably never forget it in his entire life. As long as Chen Zhou dies, then in the Tianjiao camp, he, Emma Wohen, will still be number one. He is still a true genius. All these unpleasant things can be forgotten. Emma Wohen was breathing rapidly. He did not dare to have any killing intention towards Chen Zhou. After all, he was no match for him. Then God bless us, we must let those monsters kill Chen Zhou. On the other side, Bai Feng looked at the entrance of the yamen nervously, while Lin Yujing closed her eyes, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. But her fluttering eyelashes also showed that she was not at peace inside. They are all waiting for one person to show up, or not show up. Half an incense stick later, the entrance to the yamen suddenly became lively, and a group of Kongwu guards entered one after another, and Chen Zhou was surrounded by them like a moon surrounded by stars. At this time, Chen Zhou had changed his clothes. He was wearing a green shirt and looked energetic and handsome. Emma Wohen clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable sense of disappointment in his heart. Lin Yujing also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chen. Bai Feng smiled and walked up to greet Chen Zhou. Yet. Chen Zhou nodded slightly, glanced at everyone present, and then suddenly stopped above Emma Wohen's head. Emma Wohen was startled when he noticed Chen Zhou's gaze. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Zhou. Even though he was very unhappy now, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Chen Zhou, not even a resentful look. He had learned from the last lesson that he must not pretend to be so arrogant in front of Chen Zhou. But the next moment, Emma Wohen felt a strong wind blowing in his face, and a huge force suddenly exploded in his chest. Boom! His figure flew backwards, creating a trail of blood in the air, and then he knocked down a wall of the government office. Emma Wohen also sank into the collapsed brick wall, motionless. Chapter 73. No one expected that Chen Zhou would start attacking right away. All the geniuses present were as quiet as chickens, and their throats felt extremely dry. Emma Wohen, the man they thought was the best in the Tianjiao camp, and the best by a huge margin, was actually killed instantly by Chen Zhou. As the duo who had offended Chen Zhou, Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang were trembling all over. One of them looked up at the sky, and exclaimed that it was so blue, the other one looked down at the ground, and exclaimed that it was so big, he didn't even dare to turn his neck. They were afraid that in the next second, if they blinked, the sinking boat would appear in front of their faces. This time even Lin Yujing looked a little surprised. After all, Chen Zhou had always been the one who would take revenge on the spot. Last time it was because Emma Wuhan provoked him, so what was the reason for the fight this time? Is it just that I'm simply unhappy? The Kongwu guards present also had stiff faces. Normally, when they encountered such a student bullying incident, they should have reprimanded the student to some extent. But when I thought of the glorious deeds of the young man in front of me who killed the 5 realms alligator monster, I'd better pretend I didn't see it. No, Chen Zhou, what do you mean? Uncle Qin was brave enough. When everyone was silent, he jumped out and spoke. The main thing is that he has to jump, as the number 1 guard of Kongwu Guard, he has the highest status here. If a subordinate beats another subordinate in front of you and you, as the highest official, don't ask anything, it would be very embarrassing. Eliminate the evil thoughts in the heart of a genius, and increase the good deed value by 20. A reminder came to his mind, and Chen Zhou turned around, looked at the confused Qin Hai, and said, Uncle Qin, he cursed me in his heart, so I taught him a lesson. This shouldn't be against the rules, right? You know I'm cursing you in my heart. Qin Hai asked in surprise. Well, I can read minds. Chen Zhou nodded. Actually, there was something wrong with what he said. Eye of Disaster could be considered as half a mind-reading skill. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw blue names, green names, pink names all over the courtyard, and among these names, there was even an orange name. If I don't beat you, who should I beat? Chen Zhou's current method of dealing with orange names can be described as simple and crude. He will give them a beating first to see the effect. If they turn blue, then they are even. If they turn red, then they will be killed directly. If it doesn't change, then keep hitting until it changes. Again, he will respond to others with the same attitude as others treat him. After hearing Chen Zhou's words, everyone present immediately gathered their thoughts, kept their minds blank, and resolutely refused to think about anything related to Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou's explanation was perfunctory and sounded perfunctory, but it might be true. After all, there are many strange martial arts talents in the world. Qin Hai took a deep breath and said helplessly. All right, this won't happen again. Let me emphasize again that people from Guanggan Palace are not allowed to fight each other when they are on a mission. This won't happen again. So let's just forget about it this time, right? And is this a fight? Emma Wuhan didn't even make a move, his partiality is too obvious. Yan Nan sighed and walked up to Emma Wuhan. It seemed that he had to ask him for help to wake this kid up again. When Yan Nan searched his pocket, he realized that the healing pills were gone. They were eaten up by Chen Zhou. After a few more days, the group finally returned to the Tianjiao camp in Guanggan Palace. Shi Mo immediately summoned the top 15 geniuses again to calculate the points for this mission. However, Emma Wuhan did not come over. He was still in a coma. Chen Zhou's punch was indeed a bit too heavy. Emma Wuhan, 56 points. Lu Tianrang, 19 points. Lin Yujing, 23:00. Bei Feng, 20 o'clock. Everyone's points were announced one by one. Because the mission was interrupted early, everyone's scores were not high, and some were even in the single digits. The reason why Emma Wuhan's score was so high was because he had fought side by side with the Kongwu guards and briefly resisted the beast tide. In addition, Chen Zhou's points were not announced. After all, his points could not be calculated at all. I killed probably hundreds of demons along the way, including a 5th-level crocodile demon. How do I count it? I can't count it. Since this mission ended too early, we will give everyone some compensation in terms of rewards. Shi Mo added another sentence, and after hearing this, the geniuses became excited. Well, let's start choosing the rewards now, Chen Zhou, starting with you. Shi Mo looked at Chen Zhou. Naturally, those who have made great contributions will be chosen first. The students had no objection to this. Chen Zhou was very strong and had made great contributions, so they did not dare to complain at all. Okay. Chen Zhou agreed immediately. The two of them left the Tianjiao camp and came to the treasure pavilion. This was an important place in Guanggan Palace and was guarded by two fourth-level warriors all year round. Shi Mo took out a black token and successfully entered the treasure pavilion. Before Chen Zhou could see the surrounding situation clearly, Shi Mo continued, "Keep going, these things outside are for other students, you deserve better. Special treatment." Hearing this, Chen Zhou also became interested and continued to follow Shi Mo to the deepest part of the treasure pavilion, in front of a black metal room. This is the core area of the treasure pavilion. The top items in Guanggan Palace are all stored here. Shi Mo said, "Originally, the students in the Tianjiao camp were not eligible to enjoy the things in here, but your contribution is so great that we can make an exception." As he spoke, he embedded the token into a groove on the door. The next moment, the black door slowly opened. "Go in. Lord Kong Wuho has ordered that you can choose 3 items." Shi Mo said, "You can finish your selection within 1 stick of incense." Chen Zhou stepped into it. The room was not very big and it could be seen at a glance. There were all kinds of messy things in it. Weapons, secret books, elixirs, are placed very casually, and it feels like coming to a sundry goods stall. Among these things, what caught Chen Zhou's attention the most was a big sword. The sword had a broad and heavy blade, and was completely black, yet it emitted a faint red glow. It's hard not to pay attention to such a mighty and domineering sword. It has a bit of the flavor of the black iron heavy sword in the Condor Heroes. Chen Zhou evaluated it, then looked away and glanced at the nearest object, which was a pill in a wooden box with a line of notes below. "The good fortune pill can improve your martial arts talent once." What the hell? Chen Zhou was shocked. No way, directly upgrading martial arts talent. So perverted. Chapter 74. Improving martial arts talent once, this is undoubtedly an extremely domineering effect. It is equivalent to Chen Zhou improving his reputation level once. Tisk tisk, it is indeed the best thing in Guanggan Palace. But soon, Chen Zhou discovered that there was a line of small words behind the introduction of this good fortune pill, only applicable to the first promotion. Ah, that is to say, if someone has been promoted once like the 4th natural disaster, he cannot be promoted again? There are limitations. But for Chen Zhou, it is still not a problem. Who told him that he has more than one martial arts talent? I want this thing. Chen Zhou decisively took the good fortune pill in his hand and continued to check other items. 9 turn heavenly medicine, the living dead, flesh and bones, after taking it, can completely recover all the injuries suffered on the body. Gee, this elixir has a full healing effect, but Chen Zhou has the 4th natural disaster, so skip it. Dead tree breathing skill, completely hides the aura, reduces the sense of one's own presence, and can also be used to feign death. When performing it, breathing stops and the heart stops, which is no different from death. With this description, Ning is also Guo Hai Huang, a skill with extremely strong life-saving ability, which is considered a standard feature of the pig-eating tiger sect, is of no use to him, but he can copy it into the record of merit first. A smile appeared on Chen Zhou's lips. He held it in his hand and was about to open it when a powerful and profound voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "You want to choose this martial arts?" Chen Zhou's outstretched hand suddenly paused. There was no one else around, but this person could speak in his ear without him noticing. Chen Zhou instantly understood who this person was. The old silver coin, Marquis Kong Wu, was looking at him from nowhere. Also, this place is the most important secret room in Guanggan Palace, and it must be supervised by Marquis Kongwu himself. Thinking of the opponent's method of slaying a dragon from 1,000 miles away, Chen Zhou became much more obedient. No, I just browsed through it casually first. No, you have a photographic memory. The voice said, once you open it, it means you have chosen it and it cannot be changed. Chen Zhou. Seeing that his intention to engage in prostitution was revealed, Chen Zhou silently put the book back. Marquis Kongwu actually knew that he had a photographic memory? It must have been that Shi Mo who told him. Alas, I'm confused. If I had known that he would have kept a lower profile when he was in the Tianjiao camp. Chen Zhou felt a little depressed. He moved his eyes away from the withered wood technique and continued to scan down. He saw another crystal-clear jade stone the size of a basin. The demon eggs of the Big Xiao River will give birth to their offspring. Chen Zhou raised his eyebrows. This turned out to be a dragon egg. According to the introduction, it was fertilized and could give birth to babies. If he had Lin Yujing's martial arts talent, he could choose this thing and become addicted to Pokemon. Otherwise, Chen Zhou felt that he was not familiar with raising a demon, and he did not want to spend time raising it. It would be too wasteful to use it to make egg fried rice. Jump over. Chen Zhou once again focused his attention on the big sword that attracted the most attention in the room. In fact, the Zhan and Purple Sun electric power technique he practiced did not require weapons. But for some reason, in his eyes, this sword looked like a kind-hearted senior, a JK at the same table, a naughty senior. In short, it was very tempting. Moreover, Chen Zhou also discovered a detail, that is, the big sword was locked by several iron locks around it, fixed and suspended in mid-air, and its shape was very strange. This big sword doesn't even have an introduction like other items. It happened that Marquis Kongwu spoke up, so we could ask him, Sir, what is the condition of this sword? Marquis Kongwu quickly opened his mouth to clear up Chen Zhou's doubts. This sword is called Husu, also known as Earth Sword. As the saying goes, a heavy sword has no edge, is ingenious and unworkable. It is not sharp, and it does not have any killing powers, but it is thick enough and hard enough. In addition to this, it also has the function of guarding the soul. If you encounter an attack on the soul, having it there can protect your soul. Chen Zhou has yet to meet an opponent who can use such means, but if he thinks about it carefully, he does not have any defensive means in this regard. I just don't know how the fourth natural disaster judges the attack on the soul. Then why do you want to lock it in mid-air? Chen Zhou asked again. Because this sword has a shortcoming, it will sink into the soil when it encounters it. Entering the soil. Yes, once it touches the ground, it will disappear from your sight just like a fish released into the sea. With your level, it will be extremely difficult to catch it again. Chen Zhou's heart was moved when he heard this. Could this sword be so mysterious? As we all know, the more mysterious something is, the more powerful it is. Chen Zhou was immediately more excited, just like a boy who saw a new toy and couldn't help wanting to buy it and play with it. Moreover, swords have a natural attraction to men. In his previous life, whenever he saw a straight branch on the roadside, he would pick it up and play with it. I have explained the pros and cons to you. It's up to you to choose or not. I will not be responsible for finding it if you lose it. Marquis Kongwu threw out another sentence. I want it. Chen Zhou said decisively. He decided to be willful for once and reward himself with a big toy. Okay. Kongwu Ho also replied, you have already chosen 2 items. Qin Hai told me before that you also want a method to open your mind. As Kongwu Ho spoke, a martial arts secret book suddenly flew from the bookshelf opposite and fell into Chen Zhou's hands. The Method of Awakening the Mind, the Book of the Thunder Eclipse of the Sun. This is the most advanced method of awakening the mind in my Guanggan Palace, and it is also the method I use to practice. The voice of Kongwu Ho sounded again. Looking at the technique in his hand, after a brief moment of surprise, a smile appeared on Chen Zhou's face. The breathing method is of the thunder type, and the awakening method is also of the thunder type. Fate is indescribable. It is going to make him run wildly on the road of thunder and lightning, never to return. Thank you, Lord Kong Wu. I want it. Chen Zhou said. Good. After obtaining permission from Marquis Kong Wu, Chen Zhou opened the book on the method of awakening the mind and quickly recorded it in the record of merits and virtues. Now Chen Zhou has a huge amount of good deeds, a powerful method of awakening, and two things, conquer people with virtue and behead, which can be upgraded. I can't even imagine how terrifying his fighting power will be after this round of hard training. Oh, and there's also the earth sword. Chen Zhou stretched out his hand, grasped the hilt of the sword, and pulled it hard. Snap! The iron chain was broken, and Chen Zhou took the sword in his hand. Even with his strength, he could feel the sword was heavy. And the moment Chen Zhou touched the hilt of the sword, he suddenly felt another emotion in his heart. That was the emotion of Earth Sword. It seems like it has been trapped for a long time and now it has suddenly broken free from the cage. It is excited and happy. Is this thing actually alive? Or, this sword actually has a sword spirit? At this moment, Chen Zhou was really surprised and happy. This time he must have found a treasure, right? But why didn't Lord Kong Wu tell him that the sword had spirit? More emotions came from the earth sword, and Chen Zhou understood them instantly. It was calling Chen Zhou to put it down. Haha, you are just daydreaming. Chen Zhou raised the sword to his shoulder. I finally managed to kidnap my young wife, so how could you let her run away? Lord Graphite, I have made my choice. He walked out of the secret room. Shi Mo looked at the big sword on Chen Zhou's shoulder in surprise, but didn't say anything. He just nodded, okay. Chen Zhou followed Shi Mo back to the Tianjiao camp. The young men in the Tianjiao camp were all stunned by Chen Zhou's return. Originally, Chen Zhou was an image of a terrifying devil in their eyes, and now this devil had brought back a powerful and domineering sword from somewhere. The combination of the two creates a sense of deterrence. There was no need to fight him, just from Chen Zhou's appearance and stance, one could tell that he was extremely strong. Chapter 75. When the young men in Tianjiao camp saw Chen Zhou, they acted as if they had seen a ghost. Wherever he went, the young men retreated. Chen Zhou didn't care about the gazes of the mediocre people and turned back to his wooden house. He sat cross-legged and placed the earth sword across his legs. He had received the reward, so the next step was to work hard to become stronger. The first one was the good fortune pill. Chen Zhou opened the wooden box, revealing a blood-red pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The good fortune pill instantly transformed into a powerful medicinal force that spread throughout Chen Zhou's body. At the same time, words appeared on the record of merits. Under the effect of the precious medicine, your martial arts talent conquer others with virtue is upgraded to the second level, and a new ability is added, suppress the invaders with the holy word. Sacred words, use words as a sharp weapon to make the enemy unstable, and then directly attack them mentally. The greater the emotional fluctuations, the stronger the attack. Hey, this ability is quite interesting. When Chen Zhou saw the introduction of record of merits and virtues, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Isn't this the real mouth-to-mouth trick? As long as you can successfully break the enemy's defense by speaking, you can cause real damage to the enemy. Zhujiang was able to scold Wang Lang to death, so maybe he can do it now. Even if Chen Zhou's scolding doesn't kill the enemy, causing him to become temporarily insane can still give him the upper hand in winning. Not bad, not bad. It is quite in line with Chen Zhou's wishes, and also in line with his fighting method. Conquer people with virtue. The upgrade was successful, so the next step is to improve other aspects. Current good deeds value, 16,020. Object, the Book of Heavenly Thunder eclipses the sun. Add some points to start. Consume 200 points of good deeds, you open this book of enlightenment, start to observe the visualization pictures in it, and immerse yourself in it. At a certain moment, you suddenly feel a shocking feeling like a bolt from the blue. Heavenly Thunder Eclipse Book, getting started. Consume 500 points of good deeds. You have comprehended the artistic conception of thunder in broad daylight, and learned the trick of simulating the thunderbolt from the sky with your whole body's true energy. Heavenly Thunder Eclipse Sun Treasure Book, minor achievement. Consume 900 points of good deeds, use the jade bones and silver blood as the sky, and the true essence as the clouds. You can completely simulate a thunderbolt in your body, which will help you break through the acupoints of your whole body. Heavenly Thunder Eclipse Sun Treasure Book, Great Completion. Simulating the formation process of heavenly thunder inside the body, this technique is really bold. Chen Zhou felt the sound of muffled thunder coming from his body, and he couldn't help but complain secretly. If it was as expected, this should also be an extremely dangerous method. However, when Kong Wuho gave it to him, he did not remind him. He must have known about Chen Zhou's abnormal talent in cultivation from Kong Wuwei. If he can defeat a technique like beheading that has a 100% mortality rate, then learning other cultivation methods will naturally be no problem. Keep going, his good deeds are worth a lot now. Consume 1000 points of good deeds. You have mastered this method to the point where you can control it as if it were your own arm. With just a thought, you can cause a series of terrifying thunderbolts in your body. Heavenly Thunder Eclipse Sun Treasure Book, complete. In this way, Chen Zhou perfected this technique, but the consumption was also considerable. The last upgrade was equivalent to consuming the entire Zhao Xuan'e. As expected, the higher the level of the technique, the more good deeds it consumes. But for the current Chen Zhou, it is just a drop in the bucket. I wonder how powerful this thunder technique will be. As Chen Zhou was thinking, he discovered that the record of merits was still writing. After the enlightenment method is perfected, you find that Heavenly Thunder Eclipse Sun Treasure Book and Purple Yang Electric Gang technique have many similarities. Perhaps they can be integrated into one and deduced into a new method to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Oh? Can it actually deduce fusion? So what are you still hesitating about? Push it quickly, record of merits, let me see where your limit is. The text reappeared. You spent 1500 points of good deeds. With your quick wit, you spent a long time and finally succeeded in integrating the two thunder-related techniques into one. You named it 10,000 Thunders Prison Suppressing Technique. Is it successful all at once? Chen Zhou exhaled a breath of fresh air, and the two powerful thunder-related skills were combined into one. How powerful can this be? But now is not the time to try. He was not even surprised for a moment by the arrival of the 10,000 Thunder Prison skill. What immediately appeared on the record of merits was: Raise your realm. You have perfectly mastered the acupoint opening method 10,000 Thunder Prison Suppressing Technique, which has enabled you to reach an unprecedentedly powerful level in the method of opening the acupoints. Consume 500 points of good deeds, and you will generate 10,000 strands of true energy thunder in your body, and in an instant, all 362 acupoints in your body will be opened. The acupointment barrier may be unbreakable for other three-realm warriors, but in front of your rolling thunder, it will collapse at the touch of a button, like an ant trying to shake a tree. You have entered the 4th realm, 5th level. Tisk tisk, all the acupoints were blasted open in an instant, and he soared to the 4th realm and 5th level. Although he sighed, Chen Zhou was not surprised at all. He had practiced Yang Yongzhen's Dafa diligently for such a long time, and it was the double Dafa at that time, so it was completely normal to have such an exaggerated effect. Consume 1000 points of good deeds, and after all the acupoints in your body are opened, the powerful thunder will gather again, and build a spiritual channel between the acupoints to the limbs and bones. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 4th realm. As the text prompts from the record of merits came, Chen Zhou began to look inward at the environment inside his body, and was a little confused for a moment. Isn't it Lingque? How come the spiritual channel in his body doesn't fit the concept of channel at all? It looks as dazzling and brilliant as gold plating, and it has nothing to do with the word Chu at all. It must be said that the effect of using the two top-level thunder-related methods to open the acupoints and build the spiritual channel is simply terrifying. If the spiritual channel in other warriors' bodies is just a small mountain stream, then the spiritual channel in Chen Zhou's body is basically an ocean. I can only say that your Lingque and my Lingque seem to be different. Chapter 76. Looking down at the spiritual channel in his body that was as wide as the ocean, Chen Zhou felt that his strength had risen sharply again. The five senses are also extremely sharp, reaching the exaggerated level of not even a feather can be added, and not a fly or insect can land on it. Looking at the health bar again, it has also returned to full from the original 70%, and has increased from occupying half of the field of vision to 3/4 of the field of vision. If I keep upgrading, I'm going to end up with 2 health bars. Chen Zhou sighed. He was a little worried. As he became stronger, what if his health bar filled the entire screen and he couldn't see the enemy clearly? What should he do? After adjusting to his current situation, Chen Zhou quickly gathered his breath. Even though it was only leaked for a moment, it was enough for everyone in the Tianjiao camp to feel it. At this moment, everyone's expressions were quite wonderful. What a strong aura! The talented young men sighed, their hearts palpitating as they felt a sense of insignificance. After all, they were generally only at the second level and could not understand what this aura meant. The only one who can understand it is probably the Kongwu guard in the central attic, Graphite. Although he was only at the third realm, he had seen this aura from the first guard of Kongwu guard, Qin Hai. This is the aura of the peak of the 4 realms. And judging from the strength, the other party's aura is even much stronger than Qin Hai's. The highest level of cultivation among the students in the Tianjiao camp is only at the 3rd realm, so how could there suddenly be an aura of a peak 4th realm? As soon as this question came up, a figure suddenly appeared in Shi Mo's mind. Sinking boat. At this moment, Shi Mo got goosebumps all over his body. What the hell? No way! At the age of 15, he has reached the peak of the 4th realm. What a joke, and the most important point is, when this kid first came to Tianjiao camp, wasn't he only in the early stage of the 3rd realm? It's only been less than half a month, right? Is he such an exaggerated genius? Shi Mo clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. When he met the disciple taught by Lord Kongwu Ho before, he thought he finally understood the true value of genius. That is the kind of value that can show the other person's bright future at a glance. And now, it turns out that a true genius is someone you don't even feel jealous of when you see him once. When facing that disciple, Shi Mo would still feel envious and jealous, but when facing Chen Zhou, he had no idea at all. It's like looking up at a mountain. Would you be jealous of a mountain that is taller and stronger than you? In the wooden house, Chen Zhou's action was not over yet, and the good deeds value in his account was still substantial, so he turned his attention to the last skill that needed to be upgraded, beheading. Chen Zhou was quite satisfied with this technique. No matter how much good deeds it consumed, he was determined to complete it directly. Start? As Chen Zhou had a thought, a huge amount of good deeds poured into it. You have spent too much time in the introductory stage. Now, start to conduct more in-depth research and practice on / This practice will also be accompanied by huge risks, but as your health bar becomes thicker and thicker, it's like you have installed all kinds of antivirus software such as 360, Rising, Kingsoft Antivirus, etc. You are not afraid of any virus at all. Wait a minute, there is no need for a virus, the computer will freeze on its own, right? And is it really okay for you to use such modern words in a book called Record of Merits? Along with the words of Record of Merits, Chen Zhou's health bar started to bungee jump again. The speed of its drop was so fast that any stockholder would go to the rooftop overnight after seeing it. This is also the reason why Chen Zhou put slash last to practice. The other skills require talent to practice, but this one requires life. After the health bar was reduced by another fifth, the success message appeared. Consume 1500 points of good deeds. You have practiced slash to a minor level and mastered the magical power, blade. With blade, you can add the effect of slashing to any of your attacks. This ability seemed a little difficult to understand just from the introduction, but when it came into Chen Zhou's mind, he understood everything. The effect of slash is that it can release a powerful slash without any pre-swing. As for with blade, it can make all of Chen Zhou's attacks have no forward swing. All of his attacks will start with 0 frames. Wow, this is another very practical and powerful magical power. Old 6+ version. Another magical power that suits my taste very well. Chen Zhou nodded slightly, and immediately decided to continue to inject good deeds into this extreme martial art. As long as it doesn't kill him, he will do it. However, the next moment, a line of words was written in the record of merits, interrupting Chen Zhou's idea of crazy upgrading. Not enough realm, unable to practice. Chen Zhou frowned slightly, but it was true that this was a forbidden technique created by a martial arts master, and it was impossible for the 5th level to fully master it. I was careless. I should have asked Marquis Kongwu about the cultivation method of the 5th realm when I was in the treasure pavilion. However, Chen Zhou actually knew a thing or two. The 5th realm required absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In fact, after all 362 major orifices in his body were opened, Chen Zhou could already feel the breath of this world. In his perception, the surrounding spiritual energy was quite lively and enthusiastic, as if as long as Chen Zhou just snapped his fingers, they would rush into his arms. This is actually normal. After all, other people's link was like a short and thin dog, while his link was like Mr. Mighty, and the attractiveness is not on the same level. This is what it means to rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect that spiritual energy would be so realistic. Thinking of some experiences in his previous life, Chen Zhou felt a little heartbroken. In that case, why not give it a try? With this thought in mind, Chen Zhou took a deep breath. As he did so, words suddenly appeared in the record of merits. It felt like when your antivirus software suddenly popped up a window while you were downloading a movie. You try to absorb a ray of spiritual energy, but find that the energy of heaven and earth does not seem pure, and is mixed with some kind of magical power. Do you want to use the good deeds value to clear this magical power? Chen Zhou's heart moved, he didn't expect such a hint to appear. What is this mysterious power? If it is absorbed into the body, will it be good or bad? Unfortunately, the record of merits and virtues cannot answer the question of the sinking boat. After thinking for a moment, Chen Zhou decided to temporarily slow down the pace of upgrading. If possible, he would first figure out what this magical power was. In the next few days, the top 15 geniuses in the Tianjiao camp received the rare treasures they needed, and chose to practice in seclusion. Soon, students began to break through one after another. Liu Tianrang successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the 3rd realm, Lin Yujing broke through to the 1st level of the 3rd realm, and even Emma Wohen, who was beaten twice by Chen Zhou, broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd realm. Unfortunately, such breakthroughs one level after another are not enough for Chen Zhou. There is no way cultivation works like this. Other geniuses only need to steadily improve level by level, but for someone like Chen Zhou who reaches a new level with one leap, he has to consider a lot of things. Chapter 77. Just a few days later, 2 young men came to the entrance of Tianjiao camp again. A man and a woman, both looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. The woman was petite, with a sly smile on her face, revealing a pair of dimples. The man was calm and serious, and looked meticulous. "Brother, is this our first time coming to the Tianjiao camp?" the girl spoke first. "Yes. The calm young man nodded slightly. The girl looked around, and then a look of disdain appeared on her face. Are these the geniuses that Master summoned from all over the place? They all look terrible. Master, do you really want to select disciples from here? The quality is too low. The calm young man said nothing, but the disdain in his eyes clearly showed that he agreed with the girl's idea. By the way, junior brother, are you interested in sparring with the students here? It is said that the Tianjiao camp has a rule that newcomers can challenge the top 15 students. We can pretend to be new here and amuse them. The girl jumped up and down as she spoke, seeming to find her plan very interesting. Too weak. Not interested. The boy refused decisively. Well, that's true. With your strength, you really don't need to take the younger generation seriously. The girl sighed. In her opinion, there was indeed no one who could surpass her junior brother in terms of cultivation talent. Others, including herself, are not even qualified to compare with him. No wonder that among so many fellow disciples, only this junior brother became the master's direct disciple. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Since you're not going, then I'm going to go and have some fun. The girl smiled mischievously and entered the Tianjiao camp first. Upon seeing this, the boy immediately showed a doting yet helpless smile on his face, and then followed. Hey, is there a new person here? And there's a pretty girl. Seeing two unfamiliar faces, the students in the camp looked over with curiosity. The girl politely greeted the people around her. I'm new here. I heard that I can challenge the top 15 masters here. That's right, one student answered enthusiastically. That's great. The girl nodded and raised her hand suddenly. Report, I want to challenge. Her action looked quite funny and childish, which made the students around her laugh. One of them asked, Who are you going to challenge, little girl? Of course, the first place in the Tianjiao camp, the girl announced loudly, looking full of energy. Everyone present was stunned at first, then laughed even more happily. Where did this villager come from, and actually dared to challenge the number one in Tianjiao camp right away? It's really stupid and reckless. The last person who did this was Chen Zhou. Thinking of this, they suddenly stopped laughing. But there wouldn't be another pervert like Chen Zhou, would it? Humph, where did this little girl come from? She's really asking for a fight. Just as everyone was thinking, a cold snort suddenly sounded, indicating that the door of cabin number 1 was suddenly blown open, and Emma Wohen in white clothes rushed out. At this moment, Emma Wohen was so angry that he almost burst into the top of his head. He was beaten up twice in a row by Chen Zhou. The second time, he was even knocked unconscious in front of everyone. He had lost all his face. As the number 1 in the Tianjiao camp, he had been on the scene for such a long time, but he had not used a single move. Now, a guy suddenly appeared, just like Chen Zhou who had just entered the camp, and he wanted to challenge him for the first place in the Tianjiao camp. Damn it, if I can't beat Chen Zhou, how can I beat a little girl like you? When he got angry, Emma Wohen didn't care whether you were a man or a woman, he just started beating you. Seeing Emma Wohen rushing out of the house, all the students immediately understood. Emma Wohen was planning to transfer all his resentment towards Chen Zhou to this new girl. In the past, when facing challenges, Emma Wohen would always pretend to be cool and say a few harsh words, but he would never start fighting at the slightest disagreement like he does now. He even learned Chen Zhou's excellent habit of less talk and more action. It seems that being beaten can really make people remember. This new girl is also an unlucky one. Why didn't you challenge her at any other time? Why did you run into trouble at this time? Water Moon Scroll. Emma Wohen waved his sleeves, and a rippling crescent-shaped true energy pushed a layer of air waves visible to the naked eye, sweeping towards the girl. Like a shadow. The girl's reaction was extremely fast. Her figure suddenly became illusory, splitting into countless clones, overlapping one another. Mo Wuhan's attack hit these afterimages, but missed. Hey! Mo Wuhan was also a little surprised by this move. Watch this! The next moment, countless girls surrounded Mo Wuhan again. Mo Wuhan had nowhere to escape. He frowned and could only fight hard. As the two sides fought, there was a constant whistling sound in the air, which stunned the students watching the fight. I originally thought she was here to get killed, but I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. She could actually fight Mo Wuhan to a standstill. Yet, why are there so many perverted strong people in this world? We're not going to let this girl get first place in the Tianjiao camp as soon as she arrives, are we? We'll Dragon Moon Tail. The students' pessimistic thoughts did not come true. After a stalemate, Mo Wuhan shouted angrily and released a large area of crescent-shaped light energy, finally annihilating all the residual images of the girl. Bang! The girl also flew backwards, her face pale. Mo Wuhan immediately followed, and was about to pursue the victory, but he felt a flash before his eyes, and the calm young man suddenly appeared in front of him. That's it! The calm young man waved his right hand, and Mo Wuhan felt his body being pulled by a strong force and slammed to the ground. And at the moment when Mo Wuhan fell to the ground, the calm young man disappeared again, appeared behind the girl, caught her and gently held her in his arms. At this moment, it seemed as if time had slowed down. The two looked at each other affectionately in the air and began to spin in circles in slow motion. "Sister, are you okay?" the calm young man asked with a warm smile. "It's okay." The girl smiled shyly. "I won't let anyone hurt you, senior sister," the young man said again, his tone firm. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red and she lowered her head. This scene stunned all the students present. "No, what was going on? We came here to watch you fight, why are you suddenly feeding us dog food?" Lying on the ground, Mo Wuhan, who was dizzy and dazed from the beating, was extremely angry. "So I am just a part of your play? What's wrong with that boy? He's so fast and his fighting ability is so terrifying. He just made a breakthrough yesterday, but he was killed instantly by the opponent with just one move. If this young man wasn't so ordinary looking, Mo Wuhan would have thought that it was Chen Zhou who came to the rescue. Damn it! How come strong men are popping up like mushrooms after rain?" He originally wanted to vent, but now he feels even more frustrated. In the field, the girl suddenly felt the countless gazes around her, so she gently pushed the boy away. She took a deep breath, the blush on her face disappeared, and then she put her hands on her hips and smiled. "Alas, it seems that you don't have anyone worth showing off in the Tianjiao camp." This statement immediately caused a huge uproar, and more students became dissatisfied. "Why are you so proud? Didn't you also fail to defeat Brother Mo? If it weren't for this guy saving the day, you would have been beaten down by Brother Mo a long time ago. And it was a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one fight, this guy might not be a match for Brother Mo. Well, if you have the guts, have a fair fight with Brother Mo." Hearing what was said around him, Mo Wuhan lowered his head, almost unable to speak. He believed that he was no match for this young man. Judging from his experience in fighting, the strength of this calm young man should be similar to Chen Zhou's, and he doesn't want to be beaten down by the other party again. At this moment, another student spoke up, "By the way, our brother Chen hasn't made a move yet." As soon as this was said, more students echoed. "That's right, do you dare to challenge brother Chen Zhou Chen? Yes, yes, this arrogant guy should be taught a lesson by brother Chen. Well, brother Shen loves to attack these self-righteous guys the most." "Okay." The girl agreed decisively, "Then I will fight with brother Chen, you all call me again." The girl felt that these students from the Tianjiao camp were just bragging. The number one in the Tianjiao camp was defeated, and they couldn't bring themselves to do it, so they could only create another person to brag about. And even if it was true, so what? It didn't matter at all, she still had her junior brother to back her up. Thinking of this, the girl cast her eyes towards the boy. The latter gave the girl a gentle smile. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm here, everything will be fine, just like what happened just now. Yes. The girl waved her fist and shouted, Chen Zhou, according to the rules of Tianjiao Camp, I want to challenge you. Chapter 78. It's really interesting, eating the melon and then eating yourself. Chen Zhou was sitting in his own yard, basking in the sun leisurely, with a smile on his face. In fact, the wooden house had no yard. It was just that where Chen Zhou lived, even passers-by didn't dare to pass by, so he simply asked Shi Mo for some wood, built a circle around it, and made a small yard. There's no way. Unlike other students who are practicing hard, Chen Zhou has been doing nothing these days. Now hearing someone challenging him, Chen Zhou couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He was also very curious about the man and woman who came, especially the young man. It's not because Chen Zhou has any special hobbies, but because of the names above these two people's heads. The name on the girl's head is, Disciple of Kong Wuho, Duan Chuang. The name on the boy's head is, National Destiny Host, Ye Chuan. Host of National Destiny. This is a title that Chen Zhou has never seen before. The destiny of Yan Nation resides in this kid? Could it be, this is the legendary son of destiny? Chen Zhou was originally thinking about the secret, but who knew that these two people would give him a big surprise as soon as they arrived. First, the woman took the initiative to provoke and was beaten in return, then the man broke the rules and intervened rudely, staging a wave of wife-protecting maniacs. In the end, the two of them were still hugging each other, looking at each other affectionately, and spinning down. Chen Zhou had always looked down on Emma Wuhan, but now he felt a little sorry for him. After all, Emma Wuhan just came out to fight according to the rules, but he ended up being defeated by the opponent in a mixed doubles game of men and women, which was very miserable. I never thought that in my next life, I could still watch this shitty ancient puppet show, with a disgusting boss who protects his wife. The smell is so strong, it's really worth the price of the ticket. Chen Zhou muttered to himself and then stood up. After the upgrade, his strength skyrocketed, and he just needed someone to practice with. Now he has someone, and he wants to. At the same time, the sword behind Chen Zhou also made a soft humming sound. Chen Zhou sensed its emotions and it kept telling him. Chop, chop with it. Fight, cool. Okay, how come you are even more impatient than me? You are also a war maniac, no, a war maniac sword. Chen Zhou calmed the earth sword. Because the earth sword was too large and heavy, Chen Zhou could not hang it around his waist and could only carry it on his back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Zhou appeared leisurely in the sight of all the students. The students' breathing became rapid. Brother Chen is here. Our Tianjiao camp is saved. Duan Chuang and Ye Chuan also looked over, and Duan Chuang's eyes suddenly showed an unconcealable sense of amazement. The young man in black cedar appeared in front of him with a handsome face and a big sword on his back, which further highlighted his heroic appearance. Ye Chuan frowned slightly. The other person's outfit was so shocking that he could not forget it after just one look. In terms of style, he couldn't even beat the other party. Are you the one who wants to challenge me? Chen Zhou turned his gaze to Duan Chuang. Yes. Duan Chuang nodded, but she looked at Ye Chuan with worry. She didn't know why, but her heart started beating wildly from the moment this handsome young man in black cedar appeared. It seemed as if he was not challenging a human, but a prehistoric giant beast. The pressure that the boy brought to her was too great. Don't worry, senior sister. Ye Chuan's response was still calm and steady. I told you, I'm here, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. As soon as these words came out, Duan Chuang felt as if he had taken a reassurance pill and was no longer nervous. Yes, with a demonic genius like her junior brother guarding her, what could possibly happen to her? Duanjuang's expression became calm again, and Chen Zhou, who was not far away, tilted his head slightly and stared at her. So it starts. Let's start. Duanjuang took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Let me see how strong you are. Just as he was thinking this, Duanjuang saw Chen Zhou's right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of the black sword behind him. The battle has already begun, only then are you ready to take out your sword? It's too late. Duanjuang's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he snorted coldly, look, I'll take the initiative and catch you off guard. Boom! In an instant, a huge and sharp sound suddenly exploded on the grounds of Tianjiao camp. Duanjuang's thoughts were forcibly interrupted, and her figure was blown away like a cannonball. It flew all the way to the edge of the Tianjiao camp, heavily knocking down one wall after another. Duanjuang rolled into the ruins before finally stopping. Halfway along Duanjuang's flight path, Ye Chuan was standing there stiffly. His face changed drastically, and he looked at the ruins where Duanjuang was in disbelief. The moment he saw Duanjuang flying backwards, he immediately flew over to lend a helping hand, but he was still a step too late. Chen Zhou's move was so fast that even he couldn't react in time. You talk a lot, but when you fight, it's just a bunch of shit. You used the idiom the fox borrows the power of the tiger very well. In the midst of shock and astonishment, Chen Zhou's playful voice rang out. Ye Chuan turned his head and saw that Chen Zhou had drawn the big sword behind him at some point, with the tip of the sword facing the direction where Duanjuang had originally stood. He finally understood what was going on. At that moment, Chen Zhou had already drawn his sword and slashed forward vertically. But why didn't he notice it at all? When Ye Chuan was in doubt, he saw Chen Zhou's calm eyes looking at him, and the sneer continued. Unfortunately, the tiger you rely on is just a paper tiger.